Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1970 to Chapter 2054. Not long after Luo Tian left the Huaxia war zone, the Black Flame Demon King of the Immortal sect immediately received the news. However, he did not immediately send people out. Instead, he was waiting until the New York war zone was bombarded by a nuclear bomb. The North American war zone was in chaos, and the experts of the immortal world were dispatched. At the same time, the immortal-level disciples of the immortal sect were also dispatched. The opportunity came. Taking advantage of the immortal-level disciples' mobilization, he directly ordered the disciples of the Fire God clan and the Xianxia clan to rush to the Divine Sea City. During this period of time, in the process of fighting with Luo Tian, the Black Flame Demon King was very clear about one thing. Luo Tian's character was very protective of his own. As long as he captured his woman or brother, then everything would be easy. He did not believe that he would not hand over the origin fragment. He had been on Earth for so many years to find the origin fragment. Now that he finally had a clue, he wanted to get it regardless of the consequences. With his current cultivation, even the Xianxia Heavenly Lord was no match for him. He was already an expert who had passed the tribulation and ascended. As long as he waited for the origin fragment, his strength would instantly increase by 10,000 times. At that time, no one on Earth would be able to stop him, including Luo Tian. Luo Tian, come back quickly. Zhu Guqing anxiously shouted in her heart. It also shattered the power that Luo Tian had left in her body. This was Luo Tian's order. She remembered that Luo Tian had said that no matter where she was, as long as she was in danger, he would rush back immediately. But, after that power was shattered, Luo Tian did not appear. She also did not receive any information in her sea of consciousness. It was completely unlike what Luo Tian had said, that he would rush back immediately. What? Did he lie to me? No. No, he wouldn't lie to me. Luo Tian wouldn't lie to me. He must be entangled with something and can't come back. It must be like this. Otherwise, something big has happened in the North American war zone. Zhu Guqing's body trembled. It was also at this moment. A demonic voice penetrated Zhu Guqing's body and said darkly, only a foolish woman like you would believe Luo Tian's words. You knew that Luo Tian was going to leave this world. You always knew. You treasured every second with Luo Tian. But what about him? He said that he wanted to go to the North American theater after getting your body. That was just an excuse. He just wanted to get rid of you. He wanted to leave you. Only a fool like you would believe him. Zhu Guqing's body kept retreating. No. Who are you? Get out of my head. Hong Tian also asked anxiously, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? The Black Flame Demon King's voice was heard again, ha ha ha. Who do you think can travel from the North America region to the China region in an instant? Even an Empyrean realm powerhouse can't do it, so what right does he have to say that? He's obviously lying to you. He doesn't care about you at all. He treats you like a toy and throws you away just like that. Zhu Guqing's face was pale, and she said, No, Luo Tian wouldn't do that. He loves, the deeper the love, the faster the heart demon would breed. Zhu Guqing knew that Luo Tian would disappear one day and disappear from her world forever. But she kept telling herself that that day would never come. She also treasured every minute with Luo Tian. But now, the heart demon entered her body. She couldn't help but become extreme. The Black Flame Demon King laughed wildly and said, Do you want to find him? I can take you there. I can take you to his world. I can let you meet him face to face. Then you can ask him why he left you. Come, Zhu Guqing, come to my world. I can take you to find Luo Tian. Zhu Guqing's eyes were glowing red. The heart demon had already taken control of her mind. She wanted to find Luo Tian very much. Suddenly, her entire body became stiff, and her eyes flashed with a bloody light. Hong Tian blocked her path, and said, Sister-in-law, where are you going? Scram! Zhu Guqing shouted in a deep voice, and a burst of power erupted from her body, directly sending Hong Tian flying. Then, She followed the guidance of the heart demon and quickly rushed into a forest. In another place. North American Theater. It had to be said that the Black Flame Demon King had chosen a very good time. Because, after Luo Tian killed the man with the black saber, he was extremely exhausted. His body seemed to have been emptied, and he fell into a deep coma. He did not even feel the power in Zhuge Qing's body being shattered. 3 whole days. Only then did Luo Tian slowly wake up. Zhao Ling'er giggled, and said, "Uncle, you're finally awake." These 3 days, it was Ling'er and the Bull Demon King who took care of Luo Tian. Several waves of experts from the God realm were repelled by them. Seeing that Luo Tian had woken up, Zhao Ling'er laughed incomparably happily, and said, "You're finally awake, you scared Ling'er to death." Luo Tian glanced at the surrounding environment, and said, "We're still in the North American Theater?" "Yes." Zhao Ling'er said, "I've already contacted the Xianyuan ox and the monkey, and they're rushing over here." During this period of time, most of the Huaxia clansmen in the North American Theater have died. Only the Chinatown where the Xianyuan ox and the monkey are at has been defended. The Huaxia clansmen in other places have all been killed by the military of the North American Theater. It's estimated that there are more than 18 million people. Damn it, you killed my clansmen. Just you wait, I won't leave until the North American Theater has been killed. Luo Tian moved, and his body sank. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his body was still in extreme pain. He looked at Ling'er and asked, "Did you already know that the origin fragment can be devoured?" Zhao Ling'er nodded like a child who had done something wrong, and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I don't want to lie to you, because I'm the guardian of the origin fragment. The reason I came to Earth is to restore the aura of the origin to Earth. This is a mission given to me by my family. I don't know why you're looking for the origin fragment, and I can't let you know too much, so I hid it from you." The more she spoke, the lower her head was. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I still have to thank you. If you had told me from the beginning, I would have fused with it from the beginning. If that was the case, I'm afraid I would have died. At that time, his physical body would not be able to withstand it at all." "Right. Where are you from?" Luo Tian asked curiously. Zhao Ling'er said, "Chaos Realm, Goddess Nuwa is my grandmother." As expected." Luo Tian smiled, and then asked, "Did anything happen in the Huaxia Theater during this period of time? How are Qing'er and the rest?" Zhao Ling'er muttered, "I've been busy taking care of you for the past 3 days, so I don't know what happened in the Huaxia Theater. However, with you messing around, I guess, suddenly." Zhao Ling'er's face turned pale. Bai Qi came and said anxiously, "Uncle, something happened to Qing'er's barrier." Immortal Sect. The people from the Immortal Sect took her away. Too many things had happened in the past 3 days. The Huaxia region was in a mess. Wuling City was filled with smoke and everything was destroyed. The Divine Sea City was even more tragic. Millions of people died in this resistance. Almost all the citizens stood up to protect the Divine Sea City. They were fearless of death and used their last bit of strength to protect their home. However, the disciples of the Immortal Sect were too strong. The Sun Mud Immortal was heavily injured, Lei Shengdong was heavily injured, and the elixir storage was completely looted. The Hong family, the Yu family, the Lu family, and the other big families were almost wiped out, and only Hong Tian was left alive. The entire Divine Sea City was even more tragic than when the magical beasts attacked. It was too tragic. The capital region was also extremely angry. However, facing the incomparably powerful Immortal Sect, the capital region couldn't do anything, because in front of the disciples of the Immortal Sect, they were just ant-like mortals, unable to compete at all. What should we do? If Luo Tian comes back and sees the scene, what will he do? Will he also turn the Huaxia region upside down? Lu Guoqiang frowned and didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, constantly thinking about the consequences of this matter. He was also constantly investigating information about Luo Tian. "Haven't you found any news about Luo Tian?" Sigh, thinking of the North American region, if our Huaxia region. He didn't dare to continue thinking. He let out a deep breath and said, "Let's prepare for everything. No matter what, we have to stand on Luo Tian's side." The immortal sect has gone too far this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the few big shots' bodies changed slightly. One of them said, "Chief, it's not good to stand on Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian is powerful, but the immortal sect is not to be trifled with. I think we should at least be neutral." Neutral? Can't you think about it? Why would the immortal sect dare to touch Luo Tian? Could it be that the experts of the immortal sect were unaware of Luo Tian's strength? They definitely know about it. If they do, it means that the immortal sect is strong enough to deal with Luo Tian. In this matter, I stand on the side of the immortal sect. Luo Tian is a ticking time bomb. He is not someone we can control. Who knows, he might blow us up into the sky one day, a middle-aged man said. Everyone frowned. One of them said, "I think Minister Yi is right. We should stand on the side of the immortal sect." "I don't agree. Luo Tian could even kill Ares in an instant. Celestial lords are no match for him. I agree that we should be on the same side as Luo Tian. What has the immortal sect done for us all these years? We have always been humiliated by the other battle zones. Have they ever stepped out to help us? All they know is cultivation. Has anyone ascended to immortality after all these years? They don't have any sense of national honor. The China region is dispensable to them. However, Luo Tian is different. He recognizes the China region. He knows that he is a descendant of China. Furthermore, I believe in his ability." For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the meeting room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A guard ran in and whispered into Lu Guoqiang's ear. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Lu Guoqiang's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and said, "Luo Tian is back." Everyone's expression changed as well. "So fast? Didn't you say that he was unconscious?" Minister Yi whispered. Lu Guoqiang immediately stared at Minister Yi and shouted, "Your Yi family has grasped Luo Tian's movements. Why didn't you report it?" Minister Yi's expression was a little ugly as he said, "I received the news before I came here. I didn't have the time to report it to you." He muttered in his heart, "It's too fast." "How did he come back?" Lu Guoqiang snorted heavily. Then, he said, "Arrange something for me. I want to go to the Divine Sea City to see Luo Tian. Bring me the spiritual grass. Tian Luo flower. Dragon flame grass. And starfish blue." Luo Tian quickly refined the pellets, and in just half a minute, the 3 divine-grade pellets were completed. He immediately gave them to Immortal Sun Mud and Lei Xiangdong. After the 2 of them consumed the pellets, their complexions quickly improved. Luo Tian had forcefully snatched them back from the King of Hell's side. Luo Tian gave the last pellet to Hong Tian, and said, "Take this, it will help with the injuries on your body." Hong Tian's lips were pale as he grinned, "Boss, I'm fine. Give it to Master Hong and Sister Wu Shuang first, I can still hold on. Don't push yourself. The injuries on their bodies are different. I'll refine some other pellets." Luo Tian did not give Hong Tian any chance to refuse and directly stuffed the pellet into his mouth. Then, Luo Tian began to quickly refine it again. A ball of anger was suppressed in his heart. It was like a volcano erupting. It was very uncomfortable. He never thought that the immortal sect would attack the Divine Sea City so wantonly. Yi family? Chen family? Was the immortal sect that powerful? To be able to mobilize so many disciples of the immortal sect, it was hard to imagine. However, no matter who the mastermind was, Luo Tian would make the immortal sect pay the price in blood. 2 hours later, the heavily injured people were all saved by Luo Tian's pellets. Lei Xiangdong and Immortal Sun Mud had already recovered. Moreover, with the help of Luo Tian's divine-grade pellets, their cultivation broke through continuously. Immortal Sun Mud had already reached the Golden Immortal Realm. And Lei Xiangdong had also reached the Earth Immortal Realm level 5. "Brother Tian, we must take revenge." Lei Xiangdong gritted his teeth and said, "More than 10,000 brothers, none of them retreated, none of them were afraid of death. He couldn't continue. Lei Xiangdong's tears flowed down his cheeks. Immortal Sun Mud was also furious. Immortal sect is too cruel. Luo Tian, with one word, I am willing to be the vanguard and charge towards Nantian Gate. We must get an explanation for this. Even he couldn't take it anymore. Lu Sueki also walked up and said, and Qing she seemed to have gone crazy at that time. She killed anyone who tried to stop her. Her eyes were flashing red and we didn't know what happened at all. Hong Tian told them what happened at that time. Luo Tian's heart ached and he clenched his fists. At that time, he was unconscious and didn't sense the power in Zhuge Qing's body shattering. Otherwise, Luo Tian clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood dripped down. It was as if he didn't feel any pain. Lei Xiangdong asked, Boss, when are we going to do it? We can still fight. Immortal Sun Mud also looked at Luo Tian and said, we can all fight. Let's fight. Boss, we want revenge. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. However, there were only a dozen people left in the entire Divine Sea City. How could they fight with the Immortal Sect, an egg hitting a rock? The Immortal Sect was full of Immortal Realm experts. Luo Tian was waiting for someone. What kind of place was the Immortal Sect? He didn't know before, but now he knew everything. There were as many disciples of the Earth Immortal stage as dogs. There were even experts of the Celestial Immortal stage. Lei Xiangdong and the others had also come into contact with them. How could the dozen or so people here kill their way to the Immortal Sect? Then again, even if Luo Tian could win, there would still be times when he would not be able to take care of them. Huff, Luo Tian did not want them to die, and said slightly, don't worry, we will definitely fight. Wait for Xian Yuanyo and the others to return tomorrow. Also, split these things among yourselves. Luo Tian took out all the items that the Angel Corps and the experts of the God Realm had dropped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sword of Ares? Angel Spear? Wow. There are so many holy artifacts here. Boss, how did you get them? You can't have given the God Realm. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. Seeing that Luo Tian did not say anything, he was completely dumbfounded. Brother Tian, you're too awesome. With this Sword of Ares, even if an expert of the Golden Line Realm is in front of me, I will be able to kill him with a single slash. Lei Xiangdong was full of confidence. Luo Tian laughed, in the last few days, everyone should sprint with all your might. I will give each of you a strand of power that will allow your cultivation to instantly break through to the Gold Immortal stage. When the time comes, don't hesitate. It's just one word, kill. Rather than establishing our territory in the China War Zone, why don't we turn the entire Earth into our territory, including the God Realm and the Immortal Sect? Luo Tian's heart sank, he looked at the sky and muttered, just you wait, if you provoke me, Luo Tian, I will make each of you pay the price. Night fell. Luo Tian stood on the ruins of the Thunder Academy, quietly looking at the starry sky. He was waiting. Waiting for Zhao Ling-er and the others to return. Because Zhao Ling-er felt that the other source fragments had awakened in the Immortal Sect. Therefore, Luo Tian was waiting. Other than Zhao Ling-er, he was also waiting for someone else. Satan. And his Hell Legion. The Angel, Ares, and King of Power that Luo Tian had killed in the North American theater had all been recruited by Satan and became his underlings. This time, he would bring the Infernal Legion with him. Since he was going to do it, he was going to do it. Then I'll turn everything upside down. Qing, why are you so silly? Luo Tian could imagine why Zhuge Qing would be invaded by the inner demon. He thought to himself, I didn't explain it clearly enough. Mate teleportation. I should have told you. Today, he had sent it to Lu Sueki's side. He could only use it once a day. Just you wait. I will definitely save you. Suddenly, two middle-aged men in Chinese tunic suits landed silently. They were very strong. His aura was stable, without any fluctuations. Furthermore, their cultivation bases had reached the Golden Immortal Realm. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. You still dare to come? Luo Tian, it's me. Lu Guoqiang walked out and looked at Luo Tian who was on the ruins. His heart sank and he let out a heavy breath. Luo Tian looked at the old man in his 60s. Who are you? He had never seen the highest leader of the Chinese theater of operations, so he naturally did not recognize him. Lu Guocheng introduced himself and said, I can be considered the person with the most authority in this war zone. Today, I called you here to tell you that I am very sorry for what happened in the Divine Sea City. I did not expect that when I asked for the support of the Immortal Sect, they would enter and attack Wuling City and Divine Sea City. While they were talking, he bowed to Luo Tian and apologized. For a leader to be able to do this, even Luo Tian was a little shocked. Luo Tian took a step forward and landed in front of him, saying, You didn't cause it, you don't need to apologize to me. Lu Guocheng said, I also have an undeniable responsibility for this matter. Luo Tian, I hope you can calm down. Everything can be discussed. Discuss? Luo Tian smiled and said, Millions of people died just like that. Why didn't they discuss it before they killed these civilians? This matter is not up for discussion. What I did in the North America theater of operations, I will do the same to the Immortal Sect here. If you are here to persuade me, then I will waste my saliva. It is useless. I, Luo Tian, will never change my mind. Luo Tian said firmly. There was no room for discussion about this matter. Lu Guocheng smiled bitterly. Before he came, he already knew that this would be the result. He said, the Immortal Sect is the foundation of the Chinese theater of operations. All along, the Chinese theater of operations was not even as strong as the African theater of operations. However, the reason why the Chinese theater of operations was not devoured was because of the Immortal Sect. The other theaters of operations were wary of the Immortal Sect. Although the Immortal Sect did not help the Chinese theater of operations, they are still descendants of the Chinese theater of operations. As the leader of the theater of operations, he had to consider the big picture. Once the Immortal Sect was destroyed, the Chinese theater of operations would lose its protection. Rely on Luo Tian, it was very unstable. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart that Luo Tian was not the strongest on earth. There were also those experts from the other realms, they were all here to find Luo Tian. Once Luo Tian was killed, the Chinese theater of operations would fall into a dark abyss. It might be beyond redemption. Luo Tian said slightly, if you say it like that, I will try my best. I am a person who will not offend others if they don't offend me. If they offend me, I will even flip over their ancestral graves. I don't want anything else, as long as you hand over the disciples of the Immortal Sect who killed them, I will consider the matter of discussion. If you are not willing. Hee. Luo Tian revealed a death god smile. Lu Guocheng was secretly shocked. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly landed and shouted, Who do you think you are? How can you hand over the disciples of the Immortal Sect just because you want to? Luo Tian, forget about killing Ares, even if you kill the father of the gods, the Immortal Sect will not be afraid of you. In the eyes of our Immortal Sect, you are just mortals. The lives of mortals are no different from the lives of ants. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved and landed in front of him with a single step. The old man's strength of the celestial immortal realm suddenly burst forth, and one figure after another rushed up. You want to run? A piece of trash like you wants to run? As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the air. Like a phantom hand, he pressed the shadows that flew out of his body back into his body one by one, and then punched out. Bam! The power was incomparably ferocious. The old man landed on the ground. Luo Tian took a step forward and stepped on his face, ruthlessly stepping into the mud. He said coldly, Who is the ant now? Speak. Who is the ant? His voice was like thunder. It was incomparably savage. All of this happened too quickly. The old man didn't have time to react at all. He stared at Luo Tian and said, If you dare to kill me, then you will be enemies with the entire Immortal Sect. If you dare to kill me, then you will become the enemy of the entire Immortal Sect. The old man's tone was still filled with arrogance. Because he was the eldest disciple of the Immortal Sect. Because he was a member of the Immortal Sect. Because in his heart, the Immortal Sect was an invincible existence. Because everyone in the China war zone was afraid of the immortal sect, including the highest leader. Without the immortal sect, the China war zone was nothing. So he was arrogant, and looked down on Luo Tian. He was just a mortal. Luo Tian gently lifted his foot, and said slightly, "If you say so." The old man laughed complacently. "Mortal, the immortal sect controls the immortal cultivation method, and is the holy land of the China war zone, possessing unparalleled power. In the eyes of the immortal sect, you are just an ant-like mortal, and you want to go against my immortal sect? Humph. You still want our immortal sect to hand over the disciples of the immortal sect? Humph. I think you really are." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's foot was raised high into the air, and it was already burning. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "You dog, what are you trying to do? What exactly do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Luo Tian sneered, and said, "I want to start a war with your immortal sect." As soon as he finished, his foot heavily smashed down. Lu Guoqiang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Bam! The old man's head was crushed. In the air, his soul floated up, desperately flying towards a certain place. However, Luo Tian grinned and said, "You want to be arrogant in front of me? Even your soul will die." Power of sin. Buzz. Releasing the power of a god king, Lin Fan grabbed the 3 souls and 7 spirits in the void and killed them instantly. "The immortal sect will not let you off, my master will not let you off. Just wait for your death." A weak voice sounded out in the air. After the voice, peace was restored. The old man's body was dead, and so was his soul. He was dead. Luo Tian looked at Lu Guoqiang, and without waiting for him to speak, he directly shouted, "If you dare to persuade me not to touch the immortal sect again, I will kill you as well." Lu Guoqiang's face froze. Luo Tian looked up at the sky, as if someone was looking at him from the sky. A bunch of self-righteous old fogies. Do they think they're invincible just because they've become immortals? Do you think the immortal sect is so great? I, Luo Tian, will teach you a lesson. Lu Guoqiang calmed down and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Kill them all." Luo Tian spat out 2 words, "I wanted to give them a chance, but you saw it just now. In their eyes, we are just ants, trash like mortals. Even if everyone in the Huaxia region dies, they won't show any mercy. Since that's the case, what's the use of having them?" Luo Tian wasn't afraid of fighting against the heavens or the earth. Why would they be afraid of an immortal sect? If he hadn't been waiting for Zhao Ling, he would have made his move long ago. Lu Guoqiang furrowed his brows and muttered, "Is there no room for negotiation? There's still time in the beginning." "Now there's none." Luo Tian said faintly, "You're the leader. As long as your people don't join in, I won't kill the innocent. But if you want to stop me, then." Luo Tian didn't continue speaking. Instead, he revealed a grim smile. Seeing Luo Tian's smile, Lu Guoqiang's heart sank. He felt as if the scythe of death was placed on his neck. Originally, he wanted to bring a senior elder of the immortal sect to discuss with Luo Tian to see if he could find out who the mastermind of this matter was. But, the old man's words directly looked down on Luo Tian and the commoners. This touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Everyone's life is a life. You're a god. Your life is a life. The lives of commoners are also lives. Since you treat commoners like ants, then Luo Tian will let them have a taste of being treated like ants. Now the negotiation failed. Luo Tian was furious. There was only one result, kill. Luo Tian jumped lightly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Guoqiang stood in place and laughed bitterly. Looking at the old man's corpse on the ground, he sighed and said, "Sigh. Why are you doing this? Do you think Luo Tian is the same as us? Do you think you can look down on Luo Tian just because you look down on us? You have no idea how strong Luo Tian is. Immortal sect, oh immortal sect, you're used to peaceful days. This time I'm afraid I can only laugh." Lu Guoqiang looked at the sky and shook his head. A man walked up and asked, "Leader, what should we do now?" Lu Guoqiang said indifferently, "Luo Tian." He wanted to say that he stood on Luo Tian's side, because they were ants in the eyes of the immortal sect. In the eyes of Luo Tian, they could still be considered ordinary humans. However, he was the leader of a war zone. He had to think for the entire war zone. After pondering for a moment, he muttered, "We have no other choice. We can only be neutral. Pass down my order to return to the capital. No military region is allowed to move. Especially the people from the Yi and Chen families. If they dare to attack Luo Tian, kill them immediately." Lu Guoqiang said heavily. For patriarchs, as the supreme commander of a war zone, even 10 patriarchs of the 4 great families would be killed. A man immediately said, "I'll do it immediately." The sky had just brightened. Divine Sea City Military Airport. A plane stopped. The cabin door opened and the Xianyuan cow jumped down. It squatted at the side and started vomiting. Wah, damn, I don't want to take a plane anymore in my life. It's too uncomfortable. Skinny Monkey swayed as if he was drunk. His face was pale as he said, "Me too. Huang Chong, you're AF** king lunatic. You drove a passenger plane like a fighter plane. Lunatic, I was almost killed by you." Satan was dressed in black with a small hat on his head and a walking stick in his hand. He also looked like he couldn't stand steadily and said, Lunatic, this is too crazy. I, the king of hell, was almost tricked to death." After saying that, he made a gentlemanly gesture and said, "Miss Ling please." Ling hopped down, and when she saw Luo Tian in the distance, she immediately ran over. Huang Chong ran out, his entire body filled with excitement. Wow. In the past, I only knew that it was cool to fly a plane. Today, I finally know that flying a plane is the best. Not waiting for him to finish. Xianyuan cow, Skinny Monkey, and Satan all wanted to rush up and kill Huang Chong. Seeing Luo Tian in the distance, they stopped and quickly walked over. "You're all here." Luo Tian smiled slightly. A few people stood behind Luo Tian. Lei Xiangdong, Hong Tian, Immortal Sun Mud, and Lu Sueki. Xianyuan cow ran over, looked at them, and was stunned for a moment, then said, "Brother Tian, why are there only these people? On the plane, I was bragging to Satan that there were 10,000 people waiting to pick me up. Why?" They didn't know what had happened in the Divine Sea City these past few days. Skinny Monkey also asked, "Brother Tian, did something happen?" Luo Tian looked at Satan and asked, "Where are your people?" Satan said excitedly, "Boss, don't worry, I brought the entire Hell Legion to you." Huh? Xianyuan Niu and Skinny Monkey looked at Satan at the same time, both of them somewhat astonished. Xianyuan Niu muttered, "Even the Hell Legion has been brought here, does that mean we're going to have a hard fight?" "Who?" Skinny Monkey asked straightforwardly. Luo Tian looked at the sky and said, "Immortal Sect." Huh? Ha. Xianyuan Niu immediately laughed out loud, with one hand on Immortal Sun Ni's shoulder. He said, "Sun and I, we're going to attack the Immortal Sect, aren't you going to stop us?" Immortal Sun Ni's expression was cold as he exhaled and said, "When you return to the Divine Sea City, you will know why I didn't stop you." Luo Tian did not want to say any more, and said, "Let's enter the city first," then set off. On the way back to the city, Skinny Monkey, Xianyuan Niu, and Ling were dumbstruck. Who the F***ck is this? How did the Divine Sea City become like this? Immortal Sect, I want to kill my ancestors. Corpses were everywhere, and blood clots that had turned black from the sun were everywhere. The city with a population of millions had now become a dead city. Crows cawed. Mutated wild dogs kept barking. The group of people walked on the streets of the ruins, as if they were in the apocalypse. Luo Tian suddenly stopped, and said to Satan, "These corpses." Satan nodded, and said, "I understand." Then Satan frowned, and immediately after, darkness filled the sky, directly covering the entire Divine Sea City. Satan muttered something under his breath. Darkness enveloped the land, and the corpses were slowly devoured by the darkness. In a short moment, Satan suddenly shouted from within his body, "Boom! Boom, boom," all the corpses in the Divine Sea City disappeared. Satan said faintly, "Their souls should enter the cycle of reincarnation. Boss, they will reincarnate into paradise." Luo Tian nodded, and said seriously, "Thank you." A very sincere thank you. Although these commoners were unrelated to Luo Tian, they loved and respected Luo Tian, and believed in Luo Tian. However, when they were at their most difficult time, Luo Tian did not rush back. Luo Tian was filled with self-blame. At this moment, Hong Kan and Wu Shuang rushed over with a few people and said, Luo Tian, take us with you. We want revenge too. Those people in Wuling City. Those students from Thunder Academy, please take us with you. Suddenly, Hong Kan knelt on the ground, and so did Wu Shuang. Several people behind him also knelt on the ground. The hatred was incomparably strong. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The muscles on his arms tore his clothes apart, revealing his Qilin scales. He roared into the sky, Immortal Sect, all F***ck your ancestors. Brother Tian. Let's begin. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Even Zhao Linger said, Uncle, let's fight. I can't stand it anymore. These people don't deserve to cultivate. They don't deserve the blessings of the heavens. Furthermore, Zhao Linger's eyebrows twitched. She said, 2 origin fragments have already awakened in the Immortal Sect. Until now, there are only 3 left to gather. Luo Tian looked at Immortal Sun Mud and said, lead the way. Immortal Sun Mud said, Luo Tian, it's not a problem to lead the way. But the Immortal Sect is too far from here. We can't reach it just by walking. It's in the sky. Without the cultivation of a golden immortal and a flying sword, we can't go up at all. There are so many people here. I'm afraid the Immortal Sect was in the sky. It was impossible to reach it by foot. Everyone's eyes turned cold. They all wanted to go, even if they had to die in the Immortal Sect. At this moment, Huang Chong said slightly, Boss, I have a way. I can fly a plane up there. Huh? Don't. I'm really afraid that a lunatic like you will fly a plane, Skinny Monkey said with some lingering fear. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can take me to the Immortal Sect, I'll take a rocket, let alone a plane. I'll go all out. Luo Tian looked at Immortal Sun Mud. Immortal Sun Mud said, the plane might be able to, but the Immortal Sect has a huge shield. If the plane gets close to the shield, it will be destroyed. I'm worried, shield? Luo Tian said slightly, Huang Chong, fly the plane. Leave the shield to me. An hour later, Huang Chong said excitedly, everything is stable. I'm going to start. Xianxia and Skinny Monkey grabbed their seats and the plane started to move. Where's Boss? Why is Brother Tian missing? Yeah, didn't Boss get on the plane just now? Why is he missing? Satan grinned and pointed to the plane. He's standing on the head of the plane. Luo Tian didn't like to take planes either. He liked to take planes more. Immortal Sun Mud locked onto the position and Huang Chong quickly advanced according to his position. Immortal Sect. Dark Forbidden Zone. Black Flame Demon King laughed excitedly, he's here, he's here. Luo Tian is here with all the source fragments, ha ha ha, then. Black Flame Demon King looked at Zhuge Qing and said, I said that I would bring you to Luo Tian's side. Now, your sweetheart is here. Zhuge Qing's eyes glowed red. She was still being controlled by her inner demons. Black Flame Demon King laughed wildly. Under the huge black flames, 2 pieces of source fragments were quietly moving. Just like a spirit fruit of heaven and earth that was about to mature, it would soon awaken and mature. As long as I wait for all the source fragments, I will be able to become stronger endlessly. The Chaos Realm will also be trampled under my feet, ha ha ha, he knew that Luo Tian would come. Immortal Sect. Immortal Peak. Sky Sovereign Xianxia was furious and shouted, a mere Luo Tian actually dares to kill my eldest disciple and even dares to invade my Immortal Sect. Good. Good. Very good. Today, I will let you know what the power of the Immortal Sect is. His voice sank. Activate the shield. Sky Sovereign Xianxia's face turned sinister. He shouted heavily, Golden Immortal 108 stars, lead 100,000 Earth Immortal disciples to guard the southern heavenly gate. 16 Sky Immortals, listen up. I want you to set up the Immortal Slaying formation. Once Luo Tian enters the formation, kill. Yes. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire immortal sect was filled with flying immortals. They all rushed to the southern heavenly gate. We must kill all these ants and mortals. We must teach them a lesson. A group of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What do they think the immortal sect is? This time, we must kill that guy called Luo Tian. Does he really think he is a god? He came to the immortal sect to cause trouble. We must make sure he does not return. 100,000 Earth immortal disciples gathered. An immortal army. They all gathered at the southern heavenly gate. In the distance, a large passenger plane flew over. Luo Tian carried the double-sided axe of the King of Power on his shoulder. He looked at the southern heavenly gate quietly like a demon god. At this moment, Immortal Sun Mud said anxiously, Luo Tian is about to hit the shield. Luo Tian transmitted his voice, Huang Chong, increase your speed to the highest. You don't have to worry about anything else. Huang Chong laughed excitedly, I want to kill them, hee, it's going to hit the shield. It's going to hit the shield. It's going to hit the shield. Immortal Ri said it several times in a row. He closed his eyes and didn't dare to continue watching. Because, he knew very well what the consequences of the plane hitting the shield were. In the past, there had been some planes hitting the shield, and then. There was no then. Huang Chong roared excitedly, wow. In the cabin. What are Sun Mud Immortal and Huang Chong showing off in the cockpit? Why are they so surprised? Who knows? Maybe they're gay. Flying a plane for gay sex? Are you kidding me? Flying a plane to hit a plane is the best feeling. Ha ha ha, they had no idea that they were going to hit the immortal sex shield, nor did they see that the Nantian gate was in front of them. We've hit it, we've hit it. Immortal Ri cried out in alarm. It was also at this time. The double-sided axe in Luo Tian's hand suddenly moved as he leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he was 10,000 meters above. Break! Holding the axe tightly with both hands, he slashed down heavily, Azure Dragon, White Tiger. Here. Understood. Roar. Roar, two divine beasts roared, and two forces gathered on the blade of the axe. One slash. Crack. It was as if an incomparably thick bolt of lightning had struck down. Rumble. 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 The entire sky was rumbling, and the immortal sect was shaking. In an instant, the shield slowly cracked. Luo Tian raised his axe and slashed down again, break for me. Bam. Break for me. Bam. Bam. Both of his hands were like lightning as he crazily slashed at the shield. The shield of the immortal sect had a very strong backlash force. His defense was also extremely strong. Even if 100 experts attacked him together, he wouldn't move an inch. But now, the axe that was continuously slashed by Luo Tian dozens of times cracked, collapsed, shattered, and finally, it directly turned into dust. They all fell down. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian stood on the head of the plane once again. The idea sank, and his voice entered the cabin, everyone, sit tight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian looked at the army of immortals from the southern heaven gate, pointed his axe and roared, kill these bastards. Turning the engine to the maximum, he laughed excitedly. Grandson, I'll blast you twice first. Fire. With a press of a button, 2 nuclear bombs locked onto the pillars of the southern heavenly gate and were fired. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 nuclear bombs were launched. This was not the end. Huang Chong pressed another button and said excitedly, I'll let you try out the special weapon that I, Huang Daxian, developed. He pressed a skeleton button. Then, the door of the cargo storage area opened, and a large amount of feces burst out. There were all kinds of strips. There were also some floating sanitary napkins and bloody things that splashed down crazily. Those immortal sect disciples were still in shock. They wanted to see the plane being crushed by the shield, but they didn't expect the shield to be broken by the force of the attack. A plane crashed into the immortal sect. This was the first time in history. Their brains couldn't react. It was also at this time. The two nuclear bombs exploded, blowing away the southern Heavenly Gate's huge gatehouse. At the same time, a large amount of feces and urine came crashing down. When it landed on the heads of the immortal disciples, they were completely drenched in a chill. Their hearts soared, and they were incomparably stunned. Ha ha ha, does it feel good? Huang Chong laughed out loud. How is my super weapon? No one would have thought of it. Ha ha ha, even Luo Tian did not expect it. Luo Tian also almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Bringing Madman Huang back from the North American war zone was the right thing to do. This guy was simply too crazy. Luo Tian laughed. Well done, how many nuclear bombs do you have left? Fire them all. Understood. Changing the missile, Huang Chong quickly pressed the button. Come on, let's blow him up. Whoosh. 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 Nuclear bombs flew wildly, locked onto the various mountains, and continuously fired out. However, without waiting for these nuclear bombs to explode, a celestial immortal stage ranker destroyed all the nuclear bombs like lightning, but they did not explode. Seeing the celestial immortal stage ranker rushing towards the plane, Huang Chong picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, we are going to landing." While they were talking, the cabin was in a frenzy. Especially Satan, Xianxia, and Monkey. Their faces were pale as they bai qi. Everyone looked at him and said, "Isn't it just a plane landing? Is there a need to be so scared?" Xianxia said, "You'll know later. Huang Chong is a madman, an absolute madman. I've never seen a madman crazier than them." It was also at this moment. The plane's engine suddenly stopped, then the entire plane plummeted. To be exact, it was falling. The nose of the plane fell straight down. Everyone in the cabin was dumbfounded. Holy sh*t. Is this landing? How is this landing? This is simply falling, okay? Are we going to die? I still want to kill the immortal sect. Mom. I want to go home. It was too terrifying. This was a feeling that one's fate was in the hands of others. It was extremely terrifying. Even Sun Mud Immortal was so scared that his face turned pale and his heart was about to jump out. Only Huang Chong was shouting excitedly, yeah, this is what I call excitement, this is what I call pleasure, ha ha ha, he was a complete madman. He was not interested in cultivation, but he was very interested in weapons and equipment, planes, cannons, and so on. When he got this plane in North America, he was thinking about modifying it. He thought that he would have a chance to intercept them in North America, but he didn't. He didn't use these weapons either. He didn't expect that he would use all of them in the immortal sect. Luo Tian was also confused. He finally understood why Xianxia, Skinny Monkey, and the others had that expression when they got off the plane. Crazy enough. On the ground of the immortal sect, the army of Earth immortals who had lined up were all dumbfounded. Seeing a plane fall, many of them cursed. Fall to your death. A bunch of ants, prepare to die. Ha ha ha, you were so smug just now. What about now? Prepare to fall to your death. Mortals are mortals. The plane crashed. Ha ha ha. Many people had bloody sanitary pads hanging on their heads. They didn't have time to take them off. They were so happy to see the plane fall. Luo Tian asked worriedly, Huang Chong? Huang Chong laughed excitedly. Boss, everything is under my control. Okay. Sun Mud Immortal cursed. You still have control? It's about to hit the ground. How can you control it? The cabin was filled with curses. Many people were so scared that their legs were shaking. This feeling was even more terrifying than death. Huang Chong grinned excitedly. I haven't used my ultimate move yet. Get ready. The disciples of the immortal sect thought that the plane was about to crash, so they cleared out a large area. However, just as the plane was about 23 meters away from the ground, Huang Chong turned on a black switch and pressed it. He pushed the remote control stick. Boom, 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 the plane's engine was like 100,000 wild beasts roaring as waves of dark blue flames spewed out. The plane that was originally 100% going to crash was forcibly lifted up by Huang Chong. The people in the cabin were scared out of their wits. Ha ha ha, you want to see me, Huang Daxian, crash? Dream on. Huang Chong laughed complacently. After the plane stabilized, it landed on the ground. It was also at this time that the immortal army of the immortal sect seemed to have been insulted as they chased after the plane on their flying swords. Huang Chong looked at the large group of people on the planes and laughed excitedly. He picked up the microphone and said, "Sit tight. I'm going to use my ultimate move." While they were talking, everyone's hearts tightened as they hugged their seats tightly. Now they finally understood why Xianxia and the others were afraid. Flying a plane like this was an existence that could kill. Xianxia shouted, "Huang Chong, what other moves do you have? Hurry up and use them. I want to leave this damned place." Skinny Monkey also shouted loudly, "Hurry up." Huang Chong laughed excitedly, "Soon." As soon as he finished. Boom. The plane that was still gliding made a loud explosion on its butt. Suddenly, the butt of the plane fell off and disconnected. It directly sent a large group of Earth Immortal experts flying, and a large group of people fell to the ground motionlessly. The plane was directly dragged on the ground. It was like a kitchen knife cutting a wire, causing sparks and lightning to fly all the way. The plane was shaking crazily. Huang Chong was now flying the plane like his modified Hummer. Kill him. Kill these mortals. These bastards. Do you think we're monkeys? Angry. He was completely enraged. Dozens of Gold Immortal experts moved out, and the Earth Immortal experts chased after them crazily. They were determined to cut the person who was flying the plane into pieces. Looking at the Immortal level experts who had caught up, Huang Chong grinned excitedly and said, "The big move is about to begin. Come on. You bunch of sons of B** cheese, F** CKU. Sun Mud Immortal looked at Huang Chong and was confused. "Don't tell me you still have shit to throw down?" Huang Chong said with a smile, "SH*T is good stuff. In this day and age, nuclear bombs can be intercepted, but SH*T can't be intercepted. If it's 100 tons of SH*T, then it's even harder to intercept. Nuclear bombs had energy fluctuations, so it was easy to intercept them. However, who would have thought that the plane would suddenly drop feces? Furthermore, who would have thought that there were still 100 tons of feces that had yet to be released when the passenger plane was about to disintegrate? Immortal Ri and I was shocked and murmured, "How much shit did you hit to get on the plane?" Huang Chong laughed and said, "It's not that much. Including the previous one, it's only 200 tons. That's a waste of my old nose. It's about time." Huang Chong picked up the microphone and said, "Pinch your nose." Huh? Why are you pinching your nose? What is he doing now? Xianxia, Shou Ho, and Satan cooperated and immediately pinched their noses. They didn't care so much, they had to pinch their noses first. Because Huang Chong was a lunatic. A lunatic could do anything. Sure enough. Bang, 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 one after another, red wine barrels rolled down. The moment they landed, they bounced up and exploded in midair. These barrels were all filled with specific small bombs. Hundreds of large wine barrels rolled down, bounced into the sky, and then exploded. They had seen fireworks flying all over the sky. But, who had seen feces flying all over the sky? It was now. The entire southern sky gate was raining feces. No matter how high your cultivation was, no matter how fast you were, could you dodge the feces rain that was even denser than a rainstorm? It's too ugly. What is it? Someone's shithole exploded, right? Look behind you, those immortals have feces on their heads, ha ha ha, lunatic Huang, King admire you, I really admire you. They all pinched their noses and burst out laughing. The immortals of the immortal sect, now they had all become feces. What immortal image? It was all gone. They were in an incomparably sorry state. Immortal Ri and I looked at Huang Chong and said in admiration, "You are the first person who can make the immortal sect in such a sorry state. I'm about to admire you. There are 100,000 immortal sect disciples outside. You actually turned them into feces, Immortal Ri and I burst out laughing. Huang Chong scratched his head and said, "That's all I can do. I can't help with anything else." "Enough. You've done well enough." It was unknown when Luo Tian was standing behind them. He had seen everything that had happened just now. Huang Chong was really too crazy. Luo Tian liked it. Huang Chong was a little flattered and said, "Boss, you are my idol. Standing on a nuclear bomb and blowing up a base is the most handsome." Luo Tian said, "I'm just a little more handsome than you. Stop the plane and prepare to kill." Huang Chong immediately said, "Understood." A few minutes later, the plane stopped. All the immortal army surrounded them. Their eyes seemed to be spewing flames as they directly took out their weapons. Huang Chong would make them all in a sorry state. However, this was also the anger of their anger, the anger of killing. Luo Tian stood in the cabin and said faintly, "Are you ready? Everyone came to the war zone. We can't wait any longer." Xianxia took out half of the broken sword and said excitedly, "My big sword is already unable to endure the thirst. Kill all of these bastards. Kill these bastards. Take revenge for the people of Divine Sea City. Take revenge for the students of Thunder Academy. Kill. Kill, kill, kill," even though there weren't even 100 of them, but their voices were exceptionally earth-shattering. Luo Tian said heavily, "All right. Let's kill our way out and turn the world upside down." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's idea sank, and a force directly broke a large part of the cabin door. Everyone's killing cries shook the heavens as they jumped down in unison. The moment they landed, everyone was dumbfounded. Because there were simply too many people in the immortal sect. 100,000 people surrounded them so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. On the ground and in the sky, there were people everywhere. They were all immortal level experts. This was the strongest force on Earth. Everyone's throat was dry, but no one took half a step back. It was also at this time. The sky suddenly exploded, and an incomparably huge shadow landed on top of Luo Tian and the others. It said coldly and disdainfully, "Luo Tian, you ants really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Obediently accept your death. Die?" Luo Tian did not raise his head to look at the sky, and only sneered, "I came here today to send you to your deaths." "Ha ha ha, you really overestimate yourself. Luo Tian, who in this world can fight against the heavens? You're just an ant-like mortal? Do you think you have the ability?" Shangqing Heavenly Lord's arrogance was laced with contempt. In his eyes, these people from Luo Tian were merely a mob. There was only one result for them to come to the immortal sect, death. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wildly, and said, "Can you guys be a little more shameless? Are you the heavens?" The phantom image of the Xianxia Sky Sovereign said, "On earth, we are the heavens, we are the rulers, we are everything. If you fight with us, you will be fighting with the heavens. Do you think you can fight against the heavens? You are the heavens?" Luo Tian laughed. "The immortal sect is just a huge special meteorite that can float in the sky. You guys have the nerve to call yourselves the heavens? How laughable, how laughable." Luo Tian laughed coldly. Then, his gaze tightened and he suddenly shook. In that instant, 2 waves of Divine King's power were suddenly released and shot straight into the sky. The phantom image of the Xianxia Sky Sovereign was instantly crushed into powder. "This is the heavens? Ha ha ha. If this is considered the heavens, then I am your ancestor." Boom. Luo Tian's arrogant and unbridled power burst forth, wreaking havoc throughout the entire immortal sect. When the phantom image of Xianxia was crushed, all the disciples of the immortal sect were shocked. This Luo Tian's cultivation was truly terrifying to the extreme. However, they were not afraid. Because that was only a phantom image of the Sky Sovereign. Because they still had 100,000 immortal level disciples. This was their strongest power. "Shangqing grandson. I'll give you one last choice. Hand over my woman, Zhuge Qing. Otherwise, I'll turn your immortal sect into ashes." Luo Tian roared. The aura on Zhuge Qing's body had been demonized. He was now unable to sense Zhuge Qing's aura. Rumble, 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 thunderous booms resounded in the sky as thunder rumbled. The entire sky seemed like it was about to split open. A figure rushed up and stopped in midair. His voice was like a tsunami crushing towards Luo Tian's mind as he roared, "Damned ant, I want to see how you are going to fight with me." Xianxia Heavenly Lord's original body appeared. He continued to hover above Luo Tian's head, his expression filled with arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, Luo Tian was still an ant-like mortal. Luo Tian shouted again, "Hand over my woman." The Xianxia Heavenly Lord hollered, "You want a woman and you want to come to my immortal sect? Luo Tian, you are truly formidable." At this time, Immortal Ri and I walked out and asked, "Lord Sky Sovereign, millions of civilians in Wuling City of the Divine Sea City were massacred by the disciples of the immortal sect. Luo Tian's wife, Zhuge Qing, was kidnapped. Is there a misunderstanding?" "Humph." As soon as he said that, a heaven immortal realm immortal scoffed coldly and a pressure crushed Immortal Ri and I to the ground. He said in disdain, "Traitor, do you have the right to speak here? Who do you think you are?" Immortal Ri and I couldn't get up from the ground. His cultivation wasn't a match for a heaven immortal realm expert at all. The pressure was even more unstoppable. Immortal Ri and I still had feelings for the immortal sect. It was this place that nurtured him. He hoped that this was a misunderstanding and that everything would be fine once things were cleared up. But no one gave him a chance. He was crushed to the ground and it was extremely uncomfortable. At this time, Luo Tian summoned his double-sided axe. Like a ghost, he landed beside the celestial immortal expert and chopped down on his head. "Who the F***ck do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" The axe chopped down. His body was split into two. At this time, the essence spirit in his body flew into the void. Even so, Luo Tian didn't let it go. "I won't even give you a chance to enter reincarnation." His 5 fingers formed a claw and a green dragon image charged into the void and swallowed that heaven immortal realm expert's essence spirit. Another moment. Luo Tian returned to his original position. It was as if nothing had happened. Heaven immortal realm experts were amazing? I didn't care about them at all. In front of Xianxia Sky Venerable, he was just so arrogant. He was just so arrogant, too fast. So fast that he couldn't react. Even Xianxia Sky Venerable was the same. That was a heaven immortal realm expert. Now, all that was left was a corpse that was split into two. Blood flowed all over the ground and there was nothing left. If not for the corpse that suddenly disappeared, no one would have known. Luo Tian said, "Ri and I, if you have anything to say then say it. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to you, they will end up like that piece of trash." Everyone's face turned cold. Xianxia Sky Venerable roared, "You've gone too far. This is a mortal sect. I won't allow you to be impudent and do whatever you want." Luo Tian smirked and sneered, "I've gone too far, I've been impudent, I've done whatever I want. Come down and bite me." "You," Xianxia Sky Venerable glared at Luo Tian, wishing that he could tear Luo Tian into pieces. Ri and I Immortal said again, "Sky Venerable, those are millions of lives. How can you do that? Hand over Luo Tian's wife." Without waiting for him to finish, Xianxia Sky Venerable roared, "Impudent. In our eyes, they are just ants. Ants, do you understand? They don't have the right to live in this world. Not to mention millions, even if the immortal sect killed all the hundreds of millions of ants in the entire Huaxia war zone, we would still be able to release them. You came to my immortal sect to ask for her? You came to my immortal sect to behave atrociously? Today, I'll see what abilities you ants have." Immortal sect army. Xianxia Sky Venerable was furious. He didn't care so much anymore. The only thing he wanted to do was to kill Luo Tian, kill this group of people. Luo Tian was too arrogant. In this world, immortal sect was the heavens, the heavenly Tao. Everyone was an ant in front of immortal sect. Just as he said, what were a few million ant-like commoners to him? Even if it were tens of millions or hundreds of millions of ants, they deserved to die. This was immortal sect. All these years, they were arrogant because in their hearts, they were the masters of this world, the gods of this world. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. Then come. Let's fight. Luo Tian's double-sided axe shook and he roared, kill. At this moment, the negotiation failed. Satan walked up and smiled, boss, it's my turn now, right? Satan suddenly stood up. Looking at the Xianxia sky sovereign above his head, and then looking at the 100,000 disciples of the immortal sect around him, Satan smiled and said, what a big lineup. Western barbarian, do you even have the right to speak here? A golden immortal stage ranker snorted coldly. While they were talking, he then looked at Luo Tian, his body shrinking slightly, afraid that Luo Tian's axe would take his life. Satan still had a faint smile on his face, and said, I don't have the right to speak, but my people have the right to speak. Suddenly, Satan looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded his head heavily. The corner of Satan's mouth drew back, revealing a sinister smile, and said, Hell Legion, descend, turn this place into a dark hell. The idea moved. 8 black wings suddenly spread out from Satan's back. Next, darkness descended. Within the darkness, countless dark angels flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth. In just half a minute, the world occupied the entire sky. A black mass, all of them were Hell Legion. Their numbers were several times that of the immortal sect. Moreover, the king of power and the god of war Ares were also among them. Satan stretched out his hands, and the sky suddenly became silent. At this time, Satan said slightly, do I have the right to speak now? Suppression. It was too oppressive. He was crushed by the dark angels in the sky to the point that he couldn't speak. 100,000 immortal sect rankers were very powerful. The dark angels were also considered earth immortal stage rankers in the Western divine realm. There was also the king of power and the god of war Ares. These were all sky sovereign stage rankers. Other than that, there was also an incomparably terrifying existence. Dark Zeus, he was also in the Hell Legion. Too handsome. He was so handsome that it was a mess. Xianxia roared heavily, Satan, you're awesome. Ha ha ha, Skinny Monkey also laughed out loud, Hell Legion. You must have brought the entire infernal realm. Are these all our people? Hong Tian looked at the dark angels in the sky and couldn't react in time. It wasn't just him. Even Luo Tian was slightly shocked, he didn't expect Satan to really bring everyone here. This was going to be fun. At this time, the immortal sect army began to waver. At first, they thought that they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, they would be able to exhaust him to death. But now, their advantage in numbers was gone. Fear began to rise in their hearts. Even Xianxia Heavenly Lord's face turned ferocious. He shouted in a deep voice, Luo Tian, what are you trying to do? Luo Tian smiled and said, aren't you heaven? I'd just like to fight with the heavens. Aren't we ants in your eyes? Not immortal? Aren't you the gods of this world? An almighty sovereign? Now you're asking me what I want. What? Are you scared? Luo Tian's voice became colder and colder. Finally, his eyes turned ferocious and he roared ferociously, I'm here to CK you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian brandished his double-sided axe and roared, kill. He brandished the giant axe with both hands and hacked at the void. Crack! A bolt of power turned into lightning and struck down. A large group of immortal sect disciples were instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing immortal sect disciple for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 true chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing immortal sect disciple for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 true chi. Ding, ding ding, the system continuously exploded with the sound of upgrade. The current Luo Tian no longer cared about these small experience points. What he wanted to do now was to turn the immortal sect upside down. Xianxia Heavenly Lord's expression also changed as he gritted his teeth and said, do you think that with just these dark creatures, you would dare to behave so atrociously in the immortal sect? Kill them. Kill all these ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He gave the order. The immortal army of the immortal sect also charged forward. Every immortal stage ranker had experienced countless battles. Their current cultivation relied on their talent and incomparably firm Dao hearts. The heart of martial arts. The Xianyuan ox leaped up, roar, blood of Qilin. Full strength. His whole body changed, and he became a blood Kirin that had climbed out of a pool of blood. The moment he rushed into the crowd, his powerful aura crushed all the immortal-level disciples that got close to him into dust. Give me back the millions of lives in the Divine Sea City. Kill. At the same time. The skinny monkey was enraged, blood of God. Power of the Nine Suns. Explode. Bang, bang, the two powers in his body overlapped and resonated as they exploded in his body. With a flash of his full strength, he flew into the air and struck down with his sword. Rumble. 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 Satan grinned sinisterly and laughed. Hell Legion, listen up, reap as much as you want, kill all the so-called gods, ha ha ha. The entire Hell Legion was mobilized, constantly attacking in the sky. Those were the immortal stage rankers riding on flying swords. He kept killing. The entire immortal sect was shaking, and immortal stage rankers were constantly flying over to support them. Luo Tian rushed into the densest part of the crowd, and with a sweep of his double-sided axe, he killed a large group of people. The power of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger accompanied him on both sides, protecting him tightly. Today, I will treat you the same way you treated the people of Divine Sea City. Luo Tian's voice was like thunder. The miserable scene of the unarmed people of Divine Sea City dying appeared in his mind, causing the anger in his heart to burn even stronger. The God King of Slaughter's godhead continued to increase its power. The Sing God King's godhead was also increasing its power because of Luo Tian's massacre. Perhaps it was because of the increase of these two God Kings' godhead, but the third God King's godhead was also slowly trembling, as if it could be activated by Luo Tian at any time. Kill. Kill all these beasts. Take revenge for the people of Divine Sea City. Every single one of them, even if they were only level 9 warriors, were exceptionally ferocious. Because, the hatred of being crushed by the experts of the immortal sect that day, they would repay it 100 times over. Regardless of life and death. Only kill. The dark side of the immortal sect. The Black Flame Devil King looked at the massacre at the southern heaven gate and laughed. He said to the bedeviled Zhuge Qing beside him, "Did you see that? They've started fighting, and Luo Tian is actually not at a disadvantage at all." This really surprised me. There was no change in Zhuge Qing's expression. It was also at this moment. A demon disciple walked up and reporting to Lord Demon Lord, "Our demon army has been assembled and can move out at any time." The Black Flame Devil King looked at the two source fragments that were emitting a sparkling light not far away and muttered, "Soon, soon, they will mature soon." The demon disciple asked, "Lord Demon Lord, when do we set off?" The Black Flame Devil King smiled faintly, "There's no rush, just let them bite." He was waiting. The Black Flame Demon King was waiting for the origin fragment to awaken. Luo Tian's power was terrifying. He didn't have enough confidence, but if he were to devour 2 origin fragments, it would be different. Moreover, he was an expert of the Ascended Realm. His physical body, realm, and strength were all stronger than any expert in this plane. He could devour the origin fragment and fuse with it. However, Luo Tian was different. There was only one result for him to devour, and that was to not be able to withstand the backlash of the origin power. The last time he was in the North American theater was a good example. He was unconscious for 3 days. Taking another step back. He still had a trump card by his side, Luo Tian's fatal weakness, Zhuge Qing. As long as she was by his side, he didn't have to worry about anything. The Black Flame Demon King looked in the direction of the immortal sect and revealed a complacent smile. "Fight, fight, kill to your heart's content. This world will be completely controlled by me, Black Flame, ha ha ha, my little beauty, don't you think so?" The Black Flame Demon King grabbed Zhuge Qing's chin with 2 fingers, and said with a lewd smile, "I find that the more I look at you, the more beautiful you are, much more beautiful than those fairies of the immortal sect. No wonder Luo Tian was captivated by you. Don't worry, after I take control of this world, you will become my woman, the Demon Queen." The Black Flame Demon King laughed wildly. There was no change in Zhuge Qing's expression. Southern Gate of Heaven. The sound of killing shook the heavens. More than half of the 100,000 Immortal Sect troops were killed or injured, and Satan's Hell Legion also suffered a lot of casualties. This was the most powerful clash of forces since the Cataclysm, a battle to the death. After this war, the strength of Earth's plane would regress by hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. However, Luo Tian didn't care about that much. He swung his huge double-sided axe and rushed into the crowd, sweeping it fiercely. All of you, die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large number of disciples were crushed. Ding ding ding. Blood splattered everywhere. The system beep was like the climax of a symphony. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood, and he was like a mad demon as he killed. Suddenly, a celestial immortal realm expert attacked Luo Tian with his sword. Give me your life. Luo Tian raised his eyes and snorted coldly. Without waiting for him to move, the Xianxia ox leaped up. Roar, transforming into a qilin, he swallowed the celestial immortal expert into his mouth and started chewing. Gulp. The celestial immortal expert was eaten. The Xianxia bull burped and imitated Luo Tian's tone. Who else? Boom, a beam of heavenly venerate power struck the Xianxia ox. The Xianxia ox's body sank, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been too pretentious. Xianxia Niu's eyes turned ferocious. How dare you sneak up on me? I'll kill you. With a single step, he landed in the air, and before he could make a move, he was already smashed into the ground. A deep crater was formed in the ground. Again. The Xianxia bull refused to accept this and charged out again. Bang, he was blasted down again. I don't believe it. Boom, it was bombarded down once again. In the end, the Xianxia ox looked at the Xianxia Sky Sovereign in the sky and scolded, Alright, you're awesome. Boss, it's your turn. He was no match for him at all. This was the power of the Sky Sovereign realm. After being struck down several times in a row, the Xianxia ox was certain that he was no match for him. Moreover, the difference wasn't just a little bit, it was huge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted defeat. Skinny Monkey killed a disciple of the Immortal Sect, grinned, and said, Old cow, there will be a time when you admit defeat. Watch me. He leaped up. Skinny Monkey stood in midair, and the blood-red sword flashed, God's sword. The power of the blood of God exploded. Skinny Monkey struck out with his sword. Above the sword technique, a god's shadow appeared, crushing the Xianxia Sky Sovereign. However, Xianxia Sky Sovereign's face was filled with disdain as he snorted coldly, Is that all you have? Shwa. He used a finger as a sword, and with a move of his body, he killed with a single step. The god's shadow disappeared. Skinny Monkey also fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with dissatisfaction and displeasure. However, he crawled up from the ground and grinned, Boss, it's better if you do it. This guy is too powerful. Let me try. Satan flew out. Bam. Xianxia Heavenly Lord's power came crashing down heavily, almost breaking his wings. Satan hurriedly retreated, and said with disdain, Damn, so the Sky Sovereign ranker of the Immortal Sect is actually so awesome. Damn it, luckily I didn't come here to cause trouble in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. After cursing a few times, Satan said to Luo Tian, Boss, you have to do this yourself, it's too strong. They were no match for him at all. The three of them were strong enough. However, in front of an Empyrean ranker, they were still a little weak. Moreover, who was Xianxia Sky Sovereign, the ruler of the Immortal Sect? How could he not be strong? Xianxia Sky Sovereign defeated 3 people in a row and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He sneered, You ants dare to fight against the heavens? Are you worthy? As soon as he finished, the 3 of them were in a bad mood. Xianxia scolded angrily, I'll wipe your grandma's leg. I've given you face, right? I don't believe it. Skinny Monkey also scolded, What are you trying to show off for? Satan cursed, You will go to hell and become a member of my Hell Legion, Amen. At this time, Luo Tian stopped them, and said, Is the Sky Sovereign realm very awesome? Xianxia Sky Sovereign looked down at him with disdain. We are the heavens, you are ants, how can an ant fight against the heavens? I'm an ant, your sister. Luo Tian suddenly disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared above Xianxia Sky Sovereign's head. This time, he did not use the giant axe, but instead punched down. Too fast. Too fierce. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A punch landed heavily on Xianxia Sky Sovereign's cheek. Pfft. Blood spurted out wildly, and 2 front teeth flew out of his gums. His body also smashed heavily onto the ground from the sky. Not waiting for him to stand up, Luo Tian punched him on the left side of his face again. You are the heavens, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. You are a god, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. You are the ruler, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. You are the Sky Sovereign, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Punch after punch, every punch landed on flesh, every punch landed violently, causing Xianxia Sky Sovereign to have no temper at all. Sky Sovereign expert, the ruler of the immortal sect, right now, he was just a pile of sh*t. Luo Tian kicked him in the head, sending him flying. Let me see how arrogant you are again. Bam! Xianxia Sky Sovereign flew out 1,000 meters, and his face was already swollen like a pig's head. Not to mention being arrogant, he didn't even look human now. Lord Sky Sovereign. Master. Lord Sky Sovereign, countless immortals flew up and helped Xianxia Sky Sovereign up. Luo Tian looked at the pig-headed Sky Sovereign, sneered, and said disdainfully, Lord Sky Sovereign, are you satisfied? Lord Sky Sovereign, do you feel good? Luo Tian said arrogantly. His eyes were filled with contempt, because in his eyes, Sky Sovereign Xianxia wasn't even worth a fart. Xianxia laughed out loud and roared, aren't you awesome? How did you get beaten into an idiot? Skinny Monkey also said fiercely, acting cool? In front of our boss, it's better for you to act like a grandson. Satan also laughed, Lord Sky Sovereign, you're so mighty, you've been beaten into a pig's head. Ha ha ha, the 3 of them laughed out loud at the same time. Sky Sovereign Xianxia was beaten up, and the immortal army was forced to retreat step by step, quickly retreating. It affected their morale too much. In their hearts, Sky Sovereign was invincible and undefeated. But now, in front of Luo Tian, he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. He was completely being abused. Sky Sovereign Xianxia's anger rose. He released a wave of energy and his pig head face recovered. Just now, Luo Tian did not use the power of the Divine King. Luo Tian was only humiliating him. Humiliating this self-righteous fellow. Sky Sovereign Xianxia recovered his face and shouted in a deep voice, Luo Tian, don't be so arrogant. Today, I will definitely send you to the underworld. Luo Tian laughed coldly, you've already been beaten into a pig's head, and you still dare to be so cocky in front of me? Do you like to be arrogant that much? Alright. I'll let you be arrogant enough today. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian had already disappeared. At this moment, Sky Sovereign Xianxia moved and sent a sound transmission to the 16 Sky Immortal Rankers, prepare the immortal slaying array. At the same time, his entire body moved, and he didn't care if Luo Tian would follow him or not. He suddenly flew out and shouted loudly, Luo Tian, if you have the guts, follow me. Luo Tian was not afraid. Since he had come to the immortal sect, there was only one thing he wanted to do. Blow it up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of phantoms appeared behind Luo Tian. Like a heavenly demon, he caught up to Xianxia Skylord in an instant. He sneered and said, get the hell down. Suddenly, Xianxia Heavenly Lord did not wait for Luo Tian to make a move as he directly charged towards the ground. Luo Tian followed closely behind. Buzz, the moment he landed on the ground, Xianxia Heavenly Lord's figure disappeared. Just now, it was just an illusion of him that led Luo Tian to this place. But now, his real body landed in midair. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, your death has come. Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed maniacally and roared, Immortal Extermination Grand Formation, activate. Boom, 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 explosions rang out one after another as 16 energy pillars soared into the sky and instantly linked together to form a huge array. Immortal slaying array. Luo Tian, who was at the center of the array, frowned. Immortal slaying array? 16 heavenly immortal experts revealed their true bodies and stood in 16 different directions. Powerful energy was released from their bodies. The moment the array was activated, waves of powerful auras pressed down on Luo Tian, extremely ferocious. Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed complacently, and said, "Are you afraid? This is the ancient immortal slaying array, you are about to die. I will watch you die bit by bit, ha ha ha," laughing maniacally. Pleased with himself, Xianxia Heavenly Lord was not a match for Luo Tian, but this immortal slaying array would definitely be able to take Luo Tian's life. Because, ever since the formation was created, no one had been able to break it. Luo Tian was definitely going to die. Xian Yuan Ox roared and rushed forward crazily, roaring, "Brother Tian! Old thief Xianxia, what kind of sky sovereign are you? I think you are just bullshit. You are so despicable and sinister, to actually set a trap for Brother Tian. You will die a horrible death." Skinny Monkey also rushed forward at full speed. Satan's voice sank as he shouted angrily at Zeus, who was still in the midst of the chaotic battle. "Zeus, get over here and destroy this damn bullshit array." Zeus moved, and his huge body descended from the sky, landing heavily on top of the immortal slaying array. Rumble. 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 Although it was dark Zeus and his strength was weaker than light Zeus, he was still Zeus. But, at the moment when he bombarded down, he was instantly killed. There was nothing left of his huge body. It was completely crushed into powder. The entire place suddenly fell silent. This array was too powerful. Even Zeus was instantly killed, everyone was dumbfounded. Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, are you feeling good now? Ha ha ha. Isn't it very satisfying? The ancient immortal slaying array can crush everything. Just wait for your death." Xianxia Heavenly Lord was incomparably proud. Zeus's instant kill made him even more proud. Xian Yuan Niu was stunned for half a second, and then roared like thunder, "Xianxia Heavenly Lord, *CK your ancestors." He charged forward recklessly. Skinny Monkey did the same. Their hearts sank again. They knew that Luo Tian was very strong, but Zeus, the ruler of the western world of gods, was instantly killed. Could Luo Tian withstand it? They didn't know. That was why they charged forward recklessly. Bang, bang, two loud sounds. Both of them were instantly sent flying. After flying for 10,000 meters, Xian Yuan Niu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. This power is too strong. Again. He charged forward again. Immortal Sun Mud was stunned on the spot. He shook his head and muttered, "It's useless, it's useless. No one can break the ancient immortal slaying array, not even Xianxia Heavenly Lord. It's useless no matter how strong you are. This array is unbreakable." Lu Sueki said anxiously, "Immortal, is there no way?" Lei Xiangdong lifted the heavy cannon and aimed it at the immortal slaying array. "I don't believe it." Boom. The cannon exploded, but the array did not budge. It was also at this time Xian Yuan Niu and Skinny Monkey were sent flying by the array's power. Both of them were seriously injured. Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed out loud. "You don't admit that you are ants. No one can break this ancient immortal slaying array. You can watch Luo Tian die in the array with your own eyes, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this must feel very good, right?" At this time, Luo Tian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He was sensing the power, sensing the array's power. It was not the power of this ancient immortal slaying array. He was sensing the power of his own array. He wanted to awaken the array carving technique. His power seemed to have traveled through time and space to the world of the divine domain. Then it was the ancient continent. And then there was the profound sky continent. Xianxia Heavenly Lord looked at Luo Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, and laughed even more happily. "Luo Tian, are you feeling good? Aren't you very capable? Break the array, why aren't you breaking the array?" Ha ha ha, suddenly. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for awakening the array carving technique. Then Luo Tian slowly stood up, the corner of his mouth carrying a death god's smile. He raised his eyes slightly, and said, Xianxia, open your dog eyes wide and see how I break the array. The array carving technique was awakened. The power of the formation was circulating crazily in his mind. Comprehension. His understanding of the formation instantly reached its peak. Immortal slaying formation. As expected of a great formation left behind from the ancient times. It's really powerful, it's almost invulnerable. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and truly admired this immortal slaying formation. The power of 16 celestial immortal realm experts fused together and was unleashed through the formation. It was perfect and invulnerable. Break the formation? Sky Sovereign Xianxia sneered, Luo Tian, this is the ancient immortal slaying formation, how can an ant like you break it? Do you know what a formation is? Ha ha ha, Sky Sovereign Xianxia was still hooting. Pleased with himself. No one could break this formation. Luo Tian was even more unable to do so. The Xianyuan cow slammed into him again and was sent flying again. The dark Aries that Satan had called over was also instantly killed. The people on Luo Tian's side were deathly silent. The army of the immortal sect shook the heavens. Ants, tremble. Ha ha ha. You mortals, you dare to fight us with just you? Are you happy now? A bunch of trash who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They, who had been crushed, finally exploded and vented their anger crazily. Dark side. Black Flame Demon King's eyes turned sinister as he sneered, Luo Tian is going to lose, this really surprised me, I didn't expect this old man to know about the ancient immortal slaying formation. The demon disciple asked, Demon Lord, we. Black Flame Demon King continued, there's no rush, even if Luo Tian dies in the formation, it doesn't matter. I can sense the source fragment on his body, that's enough. He wasn't in a hurry. With his current strength, he didn't dare to say that he could break through the immortal slaying formation. He didn't have the confidence either. However, as long as he fused with 2 source fragments, it would be different. He was waiting. Waiting for the source fragment to mature and awaken. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The Xianyuan cow was sent flying again. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and its blood-colored scales were about to fall off. It felt a heart-wrenching pain. Ah, the Xianyuan ox charged forward once again. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and shouted, Old bull, monkey, all of you back off. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. The Xianyuan ox also stopped and asked while panting, Brother Tian, have you found a way to break the formation? Xianxia Heavenly Lord was also stunned as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head and said, No. The key to breaking the array was to find the array core, but Luo Tian thought that he could easily find the array core after awakening the array engraving technique. However, he underestimated the immortal extermination array. He couldn't find the array core. It was impossible to break it using normal methods. Therefore, he decided to use another method. Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed out loud, after being cocky for so long, it seems that you still don't know how to break the formation. Luo Tian, if I say that you are an ant, you have to admit it. You have to admit it even if you don't want to now. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered, is that so? As soon as he finished speaking. Drip. A drop of blood essence condensed on Luo Tian's finger. The blood essence was fused with the power of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger bloodline, the power of the God-killing Divine King, and the power of the Sin Divine King. The blood essence landed on the ground. Luo Tian quickly formed a seal and slapped it, releasing the array engraving technique, Ancient Dragon Slaying Array, open for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. He spread out his 5 fingers and hit the ground. Whoosh 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 whoosh, with the blood essence as the center, the power of the formation quickly spread out like a spider web. It was densely packed and filled with all kinds of ancient runes. In a short moment, the entire immortal extermination array was covered by Luo Tian's dragon slaying array. The expressions of the 16 Sky Immortal Realm experts changed. What is he doing? Xianxia Heavenly Lord was also stunned. He didn't understand either. What exactly was Luo Tian doing? What is he doing? What formation did he say just now? Ancient dragon slaying array? Is there such a formation? Why don't I know about it? Setting up another formation within the immortal extermination array, and it was completed in an instant. This? What exactly is he trying to do? He didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. Even Xianxia and the others didn't understand. Could he set up another formation within the formation? He had never thought of such a thing. Luo Tian used his own blood essence as the eye of the formation, as the source of energy. This was no longer an ordinary ancient dragon slaying array. The power of this formation had already far surpassed the ancient dragon slaying array in the profound Skylands elite tribe. Luo Tian stood in the center of the formation, smiled slightly, and said, "If I can't break your formation, I will devour your formation. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Open for me." Luo Tian roared towards the sky, the power in his body linked to his blood essence, the runes flashing with light. All of a sudden, the ancient dragon slaying array was activated. Rumble, explosions continued to sound in the void. Then, the immortal extermination array began to shake, and the bodies of the 16 Sky Immortal Realm experts were also shaking. Where did this power come from? What kind of power is this? Pucci, a Sky Immortal Realm expert, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the pillar of light released from his body dimmed. Sky Sovereign Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he shouted, hold on, he won't be able to hold on for long." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. Can't hold on for long? Hee. With a sinister look in his eyes, the aura on Luo Tian's body exploded, and a wave of energy shot out like a shockwave, entering the formation. Crack. Boom. Pfft. Another Sky Immortal Realm expert spat out blood, and the power of the formation on his body disappeared. He couldn't resist it at all. Again. Rumble. Rumble, one after another, they spat out blood. The immortal extermination array was quickly devoured by the dragon slaying array, and its power was quickly disintegrated. Formation eating formation. This was a method that only a madman would think of. The power of the formation was indeed terrifying. He could turn the power of one person into the power of 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000 people. However, you can also use the power of the formation to fight against another formation. This would depend on the strength of the person who set up the formation. Luo Tian's blood essence possessed boundless power. He couldn't find the eye of the immortal extermination array, but he could use the same power of the formation to fight against it and devour it. Rumble, the power of the immortal extermination array collapsed. Immediately after, the 16 Sky Immortal Realm experts were all sent flying by the power of the dragon slaying array. One by one, they smashed onto the ground and spat out blood. Luo Tian slowly walked out of the formation, carrying the huge double-sided axe on his shoulder. He walked to the side of a Sky Immortal Realm expert and chopped down with his axe. He looked at Sky Sovereign Xianxia in the sky and sneered, "You dare to be arrogant again." Crack. Instant kill. Ding. He walked to the side of another Sky Immortal Realm expert, raised his axe, and chopped down again. Shout? Don't you like to shout? The 16 Sky Immortal Realm experts were all killed. The entire immortal sect was silent. Luo Tian was too domineering. Shout. Shout again, why aren't you shouting anymore? Luo Tian's voice echoed in the air of the immortal sect, rolling like thunder. All the disciples of the immortal sect were dumbfounded. Immortal slaying formation, immortal slaying formation. It's broken. Xianxia Sky Sovereign's expression was incomparably ugly. Xianyuan Ox was the first to react, and roared hysterically, "Immortal sect's dogs, keep shouting. Ha ha ha, too cool. Brother Tian, mighty." As soon as he finished, everyone shouted in unison, "Brother Tian is mighty." The voice spread beyond the 9 heavens, and the entire immortal sect was shaken. Kill them. Luo Tian did not give the disciples of the immortal sect any chance. Now that their morale was high, their fighting strength was off the charts. Coupled with the fact that the immortals' morale was low, it was a good opportunity. Luo Tian said, "Don't leave a single one alive. Let them see the power of mortals." Xianxia ignored the pain in its body and charged into the crowd. Kill. The immortal sect's army was utterly defeated. It had completely collapsed. Luo Tian stood on the spot, stared at Xianxia Sky Sovereign in the sky, and said faintly, "Old thief Xianxia, is it good? Aren't you a god? Aren't you a god? How do you feel now?" "It must be very good." Before he finished, Luo Tian instantly landed in midair, and looked at Xianxia Sky Sovereign coldly. Xianxia Sky Sovereign was also looking at Luo Tian. He was still in shock, and muttered to himself, "Impossible, impossible, no one can break the immortal slaying formation, no one can break it." Luo Tian interrupted him, "In the eyes of Luo Tian, nothing is impossible." Xianxia Sky Sovereign looked at Luo Tian heavily, and said, "Luo Tian, you are really arrogant. Right? I am a madman." Luo Tian laughed and said, "Look at your so-called heavens, your so-called gods. They are now being slaughtered to the point that not a single one of them is left. Aren't you a god? God is omnipotent. Why can't you be omnipotent?" Luo Tian's tone was aggressive. He couldn't stand people who were superior to others, and he couldn't stand people who considered themselves to be gods. Furthermore, Luo Tian was truly at the divine king realm. He didn't act cocky or call himself a god, but a puny immortal sect Empyrean powerhouse actually dared to call himself a god, dared to call himself the heavens. None of this mattered. What annoyed Luo Tian the most was that he looked down on mortals as if they were ants. "Acting tough, now you're acting big, right?" Xianxia Tianzuan's expression turned very ugly as he shouted, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Luo Tian said, "Then do you know the consequences of killing millions of civilians in Wuling City and Divine Sea City? You even stole my woman. Have you thought of the consequences?" Xianxia Tianzuan frowned and shouted, "The mortals in Divine Sea City and Wuling City were not killed by me at all. As for your woman, she is not in the immortal sect at all." Luo Tian frowned, "Not here?" Xianxia Tianzuan said slightly, "I don't know who your woman is. I didn't give the order to capture your woman." Luo Tian looked at Xianxia Tianzuan, and could tell that he didn't want to lie. However, Luo Tian looked at the continuous killing below. The disciples of the immortal sect died, and his men also died. And all of this was because they didn't give immortal Sun Mud a chance to speak. All of this was because they were high and mighty gods. Immortals. They were the strongest forces in the Chinese theater of operations. It was because they looked down on Luo Tian and the other so-called mortals from the bottom of their hearts. All of this originated from their arrogance. Luo Tian said coldly, "Perhaps you didn't, but can you guarantee that the people under you didn't do it? And do you dare to say that all of this has nothing to do with you? Even if you didn't in the past, what about now? Have you explained it? You keep talking about mortals and ants. Now that you are forced into a corner and you are saying that I didn't do it, I will just laugh." Luo Tian said directly. The Xianxia Heavenly Lord's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "We are the immortal sect, the strongest faction on earth. We should have our pride and be worshipped by the mortals. Only then would more mortals cultivate with all their might to join our immortal sect. If it wasn't for us protecting Earth, the cataclysm back then would have destroyed this place. Do you think that people like you would still exist? Not at all. Ha ha ha, your pride and the worship of mortals?" Luo Tian laughed coldly in disdain, "These are just things that you guys forced upon yourselves. If you guys could spread the cultivation techniques and let more people come into contact with cultivation, how would the Chinese theater of operations have fallen to such a state? You guys only care about yourselves. When have you ever cared about the lives of mortals? Xianxia Tianzuan, you don't deserve to be a Tianzuan of the immortal sect. Moreover, you deserve to die." Luo Tian didn't waver his determination to kill Xianxia Tianzuan because of his explanation. He shouldn't be alive in this world. Xianxia Tianzuan closed his eyes and muttered, "Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I really wrong?" His voice got louder and louder until it was close to a roar. In an instant, his Tianzuan aura surged crazily and the entire world trembled slightly. His long hair flew and his eyes were like thunder. He stared at Luo Tian and roared, "I am not wrong. I am not wrong from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for your appearance, none of this would have happened. Luo Tian, you are the one who is wrong. The culprit of all of this is you. Before his voice died down, Xianxia Tianzuan attacked instantly. The power on his body was like a tsunami rushing towards Luo Tian. The sky was trembling. Luo Tian's eyes darkened and said coldly, "There is another reason why you deserve to die. Because you are too weak." Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. The axe turned into a blade and shouted, "One blade flow." Slash. Shua. His body turned into a residual line and shuttled through Xianxia Tianzuan's body like a beam of light. Xianxia Tianzuan's body suddenly stopped. His tsunami-like aura was instantly shattered and finally disappeared. In an instant. Puchi. Xianxia Tianzuan's body cracked and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The idea sank and used all his strength to make one last sound, "Luo Tian, I beg you to let these people go after I die." At the same time, his voice spread throughout the entire immortal sect. Slowly, the immortal sect army stopped. The people on Luo Tian's side also stopped. Luo Tian turned to look at him and said faintly, "Those who don't treat me as an enemy, I can spare their lives. Those who want to fight me to the death, I welcome them, because they will all die." Xianxia Tianzuan grinned and said, "After I die, all of you will listen to Luo Tian's orders. He is the one who broke the immortal slaying formation. He is the king of the immortal sect. This is an order." Then, Xianxia Tianzuan looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Am I really wrong?" Before Xianxia Sky Sovereign could finish his words, he fell from the sky. Luo Tian's figure moved, he supported him with one hand and placed him flat on the ground. The last move. Xianxia Sky Sovereign did not dodge, nor did he defend, nor did he attack. He was sending himself to death. After Luo Tian made his move, he suddenly understood. No matter what, Xianxia Sky Sovereign's death should be respected, and Luo Tian also gave him the corresponding respect. Then, Luo Tian's voice carried true qi and spread throughout the entire immortal sect. "Stop." Xian Yuan Ox withdrew from the battle, Monkey and the others also withdrew from the battle. Luo Tian looked at Satan. Satan waved his hand and the Dark Angel army quickly disappeared into the darkness. Half a minute later, the entire immortal sect quietened down. The people of the immortal sect looked at Luo Tian. Xianxia Sky Sovereign's disciples surrounded his corpse, tears streaming down their faces. Looking at Xianxia Sky Sovereign's serene face, their hearts were filled with hatred, but they couldn't bring themselves to hate him. Luo Tian said, "His primordial spirit has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. He will reappear on Earth and cultivate again. Next time, he will go even further than now." Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at the surrounding disciples of the immortal sect and said loudly, "I know that you all hate me, just like how I hated you all just now. I don't mind you all hating me, and I even mind you all coming to kill me. I welcome you all to come and kill me, but before you all have enough strength and confidence, it's best not to kill me, because you all will die. I, Luo Tian, have never cared about the consequences of my actions." Luo Tian had a smile on his face as he looked at the angry expressions of the immortal sect. Even the Sky Sovereign had been killed, who wouldn't be angry? These people were all disciples of the Sky Sovereign. Their master had died, who wouldn't be angry, however? They knew very well that they were no match for Luo Tian. The entire immortal sect added together wasn't. Furthermore, Luo Tian had broken the immortal slaying great formation, so he would be the highest leader of the immortal sect. He would be the new Sky Sovereign. He was unconvinced, but he had no choice but to accept it. Looking at them, Luo Tian continued, "You can choose to stay or leave. I will not stop you. For those who stay behind, I will give them supreme divine techniques to cultivate. I will allow each and every one of you to be reborn. Come and kill me after you've become stronger." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with arrogance. He wanted to ignite the fire in the hearts of these immortal sect disciples and make them angry. Let them roar in anger. The path of martial cultivation was to ignite this fire, to have the drive to not admit defeat. "I choose to stay." A golden immortal looked at Luo Tian and stood up from Xianxia Heavenly Sovereign's side. "Luo Tian, I will defeat you and avenge my master." Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're most welcome. Who else wants to stay?" As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples of the immortal sect stood up. "I'll stay. I'll stay too. I'll stay. I want to see what supreme divine techniques you can teach us. Luo Tian, I will definitely defeat you. I swear." Of the tens of thousands of disciples of the immortal sect, only a few thousand left. Most of them stayed. They were angered by Luo Tian. The fire in their hearts was also ignited. The fire of anger. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Brother Tian, these people will be a disaster if we keep them. If they attack us one day, then," Skinny Monkey also said slightly, "Brother Tian, Old Ox is right. Even if we don't kill them, we can't let them stay in the immortal sect. The immortal sect is the place with the densest spiritual energy on earth. If we give it to them, wouldn't we be going against ourselves?" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "The development of a plane doesn't depend on one person, but on the whole. They are the top existences on earth. They can make earth stronger. I need them." Luo Tian smiled faintly. This was why planes were divided into levels. The cultivation on earth was too backward. There were too few experts. It was difficult for this plane to improve. A plane was like a martial artist. She also needed to cultivate to become stronger. However, her cultivation relied on the martial artists in the plane. Only when the martial artists became stronger would the plane's level increase. In the past, Luo Tian didn't know. After fusing with the origin fragment in the North American war zone, he comprehended it from the origin power. Therefore, that was why he kept these disciples of the immortal sect. Moreover, he had promised Sky Sovereign Xianxia. A man should keep his word. Luo Tian said slightly, "You will know about these things in the future." Xianxia and Skinny Monkey didn't ask any more. Luo Tian walked up and asked, "Luo Tian, what about Qing? Where is she now? If she wasn't captured by the immortal sect, then who are those people who killed the people of the Divine Sea City?" Although he didn't admit it, Luo Tian knew very well that he had been used. He had been used as a gun. When he started a war with the immortal sect, someone would reap the benefits. If he didn't guess wrongly, this person, Luo Tian frowned, Black Flame Demon King. He was the only one on earth who was looking for the origin fragment. As for where Zhuge Qing was, he wasn't worried. If he really couldn't find her, he would use his partner's teleportation. However, at this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The entire immortal sect was trembling. Rumble. 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 Darkness spread in the west, and magma-like flames flickered in the darkness. "Ah, save me! Save me!" Before the disciples who left the immortal sect could leave, they were sucked into the dark magma vortex and turned into dust. What is that? That thing? What is that black flame? What a strong demonic aura! When did the immortal sect hide this demonic aura? Even the disciples of the immortal sect didn't know. A celestial immortal expert walked to Luo Tian's side. He looked unwilling, but he still said respectfully, "Master Celestial, this black flame should be from the dark side of the immortal sect, which is the devil sect." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Black Flame Demon King." What? That person's eyes turned ferocious as he immediately said, "Impossible, the Black Flame Demon King has transcended the tribulation and ascended. It's impossible for him to still stay here." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Who said that transcending the tribulation has to be ascended? Who said that transcending the tribulation can't stay here?" Looking at the black flame, Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. There was an incomparably huge power in the black flame. This power was the origin power. Luo Tian sent a voice transmission to Ling and asked, "Ling, is it in this black flame?" Zhao Ling nodded and said, "Uncle, it's this flame. He is fused with 2 origin fragments. You must be careful." 2? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He almost died from fusing with 1. Who would have thought that this Black Flame Demon King had actually fused with 2 origin fragments? There are 2 here. Where is the other one? Luo Tian asked. Zhao Ling hesitated for a moment. It's also near the immortal sect. Zhao Linger's words shocked Luo Tian, and he thought to himself, the last 3 source fragments are all close to the immortal sect. 2 of them are on the Black Flame Demon King, then who has the other one? Who is approaching the immortal sect? Luo Tian did not know. However, he believed that he would find out soon. I still lack 3 source fragments. Once I gather these 3, I will be able to condense the source core, and the source energy on Earth will also recover. At that time, I will activate all 4 divine deity, fuse them, and comprehend a new power of law. Kill my way back to the divine realm. Luo Tian clenched his fists, and then shouted, "Prepare for battle." Xianyuan Niu carried the broken sword on his shoulder, while Skinny Monkey held the blood sword in his hand. The 2 of them stood beside Luo Tian, one on the left and one on the right. Satan looked at the black flames that swept over and said faintly, "The power of darkness." Luo Tian looked at the celestial immortal ranker and said, "You lead the disciples of the immortal sect and tell them to retreat. Once we are all dead, you guys will go up." The celestial immortal ranker looked at Luo Tian, unable to react in time. Shouldn't they be the first to be cannon fodder? Why was it Luo Tian himself? At this moment, his heart sank slightly. This Sky Sovereign is a little different. He did not hesitate and shouted, "Disciples of the immortal sect, listen to my orders. Retreat 100 meters and rest in formation." The disciples of the immortal sect had the same reaction as him. They retreated, and Luo Tian went up. The morale of the disciples of the immortal sect was very low. If they were to be at the front at this time, it would be useless. They would be directly defeated by the Black Flame Demon King. More importantly, they would lose confidence. Their psychological defenses would collapse. They would never believe in Luo Tian again. This was not what Luo Tian wanted. Luo Tian needed them alive and needed their trust, because this would determine the strength of Luo Tian's origin energy in the future. Luo Tian picked up the double-sided giant axe on the ground and carried it on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Show me your strongest power and let these demon bastards have a good look." Using us as cannon fodder? Using us? Luo Tian was very unhappy and said, "Today, I must beat the shit out of your stomach." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Moin laughed maniacally. The dark demonic flames that filled the sky suddenly retracted and condensed into a man wearing a black cloak. Black flame, the dark aura dissipated, and the surroundings were filled with dark demon disciples. There were at least 100,000 of them. Among them were the disciples of the Yi and Chen families. A woman was standing beside Black Flame. There was a diamond-shaped demonic imprint on her forehead. Zhuge Qing. Her eyes were red and her expression was incomparably cold. The moment she saw Luo Tian, her expression did not change at all. Instead, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Lu Sueki immediately said, "It's little sister Qing. It really is sister-in-law. How did it become like this? I can't even tell at a glance. Damn, what did this black guy do to sister-in-law? Son of a bitch." Anger surged in everyone's hearts. Hong Tian suddenly said, "Boss, these are the fellows who attacked the Divine Sensi City. I know one of them. So it's you despicable fellows." Hong Kan and the others also said, "It's them." Black Flame laughed maniacally, and said, "Luo Tian, I really have to thank you. It was you who killed that old thing, Sky Sovereign Xianxia, and cleared the way for me. I really have to thank you. How is it? Join my devil sect. I will give you the position of vice sect master. I will let you lead these 100,000 devil disciples and sweep through everything. However, the prerequisite is that you hand over the origin fragment. Your trash-like body simply cannot withstand the power of the origin fragment. Only I can withstand it. Only I can control the power of the origin fragment. In the entire plane of Earth. Only I, Black Flame, can do it." The Black Flame Demon King laughed maniacally. While they were talking, a origin fragment rose from his palm, and the power of the origin fragment crazily wreaked havoc. He revealed an excited smile. "What a huge power. It really is an origin fragment." Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he sneered and said, "Black Flame, why don't you join my immortal sect? Our immortal sect's toilet still lacks a cleaner. I think you're not bad, you should be able to do it." Black Flame's eyes turned sinister as he laughed, "Luo Tian, Do you think you have the strength to fight against me? Look at your people, a bunch of trash. The ones left behind by the immortal sect are also a bunch of trash. With just you people, you don't have the qualifications to fight against me, do you understand? Black Flame's face was filled with disdain. He was an expert who had ascended through the tribulation. His strength was much stronger than the Empyrean realm. In the past, he did not dare to guarantee it, but after fusing with 2 origin fragments, he had absolute confidence that he could crush Luo Tian. He now had 100,000 devil disciples, and the immortal sect was no match for him. Black Flame continued, I'm giving you a chance to live. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. His voice darkened. As he spoke, the incomparably huge dark pressure from Black Flame's body crushed down on Luo Tian's sea of consciousness like a torrential storm. Luo Tian didn't move at all, facing Black Flame's pressure, he didn't react at all. Because, there were 2 divine kings Godhead in his sea of consciousness, so he didn't care about this kind of pressure at all. Black Flame's dark pressure was like a clay ox entering the sea, and didn't even cause a ripple. Luo Tian sneered, and said, Black Flame, you dare to show off with that little bit of pressure of yours? What are you showing off for? Before he could finish, the Divine King's Godhead moved, and the Divine King of Sin's Godhead also moved. The 2 powers formed the Divine King's pressure, and directly soared into the sky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a loud sound, Black Flame was unable to stand still, and his body began to tremble non-stop. His expression also became extremely ugly. Luo Tian's cultivation had once again exceeded his expectations. Black Flame's eyes turned ferocious as he absorbed the 2 origin source fragments into his body. An unparalleled power of darkness burst forth, barely managing to withstand the pressure of the 2 god kings. However, this was only 1/10,000th of the power of the Divine King's pressure. Does it feel good? Competing with me in terms of pressure? You're still too inexperienced. Luo Tian said disdainfully. He withdrew his pressure. Luo Tian looked at Zhuge Qing, and said, Qing come back, I will never leave you again. Zhuge Qing's face was ice cold, her inner demon kept saying, kill him, kill him, kill him and you can have him, kill him. Her body was not controlled by her own, but by her inner demon. The inner demon that Black Flame had planted in her body. Black Flame exhaled heavily, condensing the darkness great art in his heart, and quickly refined the 2 origin fragments. He had just fused with it not long ago, so he still needed a little more time to completely absorb the power of the origin fragments. However, he wasn't worried, because he still had a trump card in his hand. Zhuge Qing, the Earth chapter was about to end. It's time for you to make a move. Black Flame's body was crazily refining the origin fragment, crazily absorbing the origin energy. On the other side, Black Flame sneered, Luo Tian, your woman is in my hands. You came to the immortal sect for her, right? My request is very simple. Hand over the origin fragment on you, and I'll return her to you. His goal was the origin fragment. Sister-in-law. Xianxia roared. Zhuge Qing did not react at all, as if she was a complete stranger. Lu Sueki also shouted, Xiao Qing, what's wrong with you? Luo Tian is here to save you, don't be controlled by your inner demons. Skinny Monkey also shouted, sister-in-law. No matter how much they called Zhuge Qing, she did not react at all. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Black Flame laughed out loud, and said, it's useless no matter which one of you calls her. She only listens to my orders now, and I want to expel the inner demons in her body. Luo Tian, then hand over the origin fragment. Luo Tian moved in the air and landed in the air. He looked at Zhuge Qing quietly and said, Qing I promise you that I will never leave you again. You can do it, you can expel the inner demons from your body. Zhuge Qing's eyes were red as she looked at Luo Tian. There was no familiar feeling. Instead, there was a cold killing intent, an incomparably strong killing intent. She shouted in a deep voice, I'm going to kill you. In her heart, Zhuge Qing was screaming, Luo Tian, that's not me, that's not me. Black Flame smiled in satisfaction, Luo Tian, even you can't save her. I've said it before, only I can do it in this world. Don't you like her? Isn't she your beloved woman? hand over the origin fragment for your beloved woman? My goal is very simple, it's the origin fragment. The power in the origin fragment was too strong. His current strength was increasing crazily, and every second was stronger than the previous second. This was the power of the origin. It was a power that made people excited. Xianxia roared, "Old demon black flame, K your ancestors. You're so cunning and despicable, are you still human? If you have the guts, why don't you fight with me in the open? Do you dare?" The skinny monkey also clamored, "Do you dare?" Lei Xiangdong also shouted, "Do you dare?" Satan and the others also shouted, "Do you dare?" Then, all the disciples of the immortal sect shouted, "Do you dare?" At this moment, everyone was united. Luo Tian also said coldly, "Let's fight." "Do you dare?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Black Flame threw his head back and laughed wildly as he said, "Infuriate me? Ha ha ha, it's useless. Do you know what I am? I'm a demon. Demons are despicable, the embodiment of evil. Demons are capable of doing anything. Luo Tian, I'll give you one last chance." As soon as he finished, a black cold sword appeared in the Black Flame Demon King's hand. The cold sword was placed on Zhuge Qing's neck, and he laughed sinisterly, "Hand over the source fragment." Zhuge Qing still did not have the slightest reaction. Her eyes were still the same, filled with killing intent towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian clenched his fists, "All right. I'll give it to you." It was also at this time Zhao Ling sent a sound transmission, "Uncle, you can't give it to him. If you give it to him, it'll be over." "You can't give it to him. You absolutely can't. He can devour all the power of the source fragment. If that's the case, the source energy on Earth will quickly dry up. This plane will become a wasteland, and all the humans living on Earth will perish." What Zhao Ling said was like the profound sky continent. The source energy of the profound sky continent had been sucked dry, and it was also a wasteland, turning into an abandoned plane. Luo Tian asked in his heart, "Ling isn't he fusing with the source fragment?" Zhao Ling sent a sound transmission, "No, he is devouring, not fusing. He wants to integrate the entire source energy into his body, which will cause the source energy to dry up. We must not let him do this." She was the guardian of the source fragment. She knew everything about the source fragment. Luo Tian asked again, "Then does he have to devour all the source fragments before the source energy on Earth will dry up?" "Huh?" Zhao Ling was stunned for a moment, and said, "Uncle, what do you want to say?" Luo Tian said, "There is still one source fragment that has not appeared, then he will not be able to devour all the source fragments, and I will have enough time." He did not continue. If he continued, it meant that he could explode all the source fragments in Black Flame's body. This was the system's business. No matter who it was. He would not tell anyone that he had the system in his body. Zhao Ling said slightly, "In theory, it is possible, but you have devoured the source fragment, you know how strong it is. Once he devours the source fragment in your body, he will become extremely powerful, and you will not be his opponent. At that time, Earth, this plane, will really." The Black Flame Demon King's current strength was already very strong. Ascension Realm, plus 2 source fragments, this kind of force could probably be regarded as the Divine King Realm. Was he confident that he could kill him before he completely absorbed the source energy? What if he ran away? This was gambling with the lives of the entire Earth. Once he failed, the consequences were too heavy, unbearable. Luo Tian fell silent. The Black Flame Demon King suddenly roared, "Luo Tian, my patience is limited, quickly hand over the source fragment." The black cold sword had already cut a bloody mark on Zhuge Qing's neck. Lu Sueki shouted, "Luo Tian, save Qing Er." Shan Yuanox and Monkey cursed. At this moment, Luo Tian was already standing on the edge of the cliff, forced to the point that he had no way out. If he handed it over, the entire Earth would be in danger. Not handing it over, Zhuge Qing would definitely die. That was his woman. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, then what kind of man was he, moreover? In God's domain, those women of his had hidden far away because he wasn't strong enough to protect them. This feeling attacked Luo Tian's heart. Suddenly, Luo Tian made his choice, took out the source fragment from his bosom, and said, "Come and take it." Black Flame was not an idiot. "Go and get it." Black Flame ordered a demon follower. The demon follower quickly flew to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian did not stop him. The demon follower took the source fragment and flew to the side of the Black Flame Demon King, handing the source fragment to him. The Black Flame Demon King kept his black sword and looked at the source fragment in his hand. Ha ha ha. A dark type fragment, a fire type fragment, ha ha ha. Now I only lack one source fragment. While they were talking, the center of the Black Flame Demon King's brows turned sinister, and a burst of Demon King's power was released, directly absorbing all the source fragments into his body. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Every time the Black Flame King absorbed a piece of origin fragment, a powerful explosion would be heard from his body. Everything in the surroundings was completely crushed. The aura released by the Black Flame King's body increased explosively. The entire immortal sect was trembling. The entire earth was changing. It's snowing in the summer, it's so cold. This is Africa, why is it snowing? The tsunami is here. Has the great calamity begun again? What's going on? The Earth's climate instantly increased by 30 degrees. The Arctic glaciers are rapidly melting, the sea level is rising, and the coastal areas will all be submerged within a day. Earthquake, great earthquake, rumble. Mount Fuji's volcano has erupted. The pillar of fire can even be seen from thousands of miles away. The Japanese war zone has been engulfed by the sea and disappeared from this world. Kyoto War Zone. Calls from war zones all over the world kept coming in. Lu Guoqiang sat on the chair, his face cold as he muttered, "Immortal sect is probably finished. Chief, are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" Lu Guoqiang laughed bitterly, "If we don't sit here, what can we do? We've done everything we can for the commoners." Now, Lu Guoqiang looked at the ceiling and laughed bitterly, "When immortals fight, we are just ants in their eyes. So what if we have the entire war zone? We don't even have the chance to retaliate." He was unwilling to accept this. He knew that the sudden change on Earth was caused by the battle between Luo Tian and the experts of the immortal sect, but he did not know that this was caused by the absorption of the origin fragment. Then what should we do now? The calls from the various war zones are non-stop. Should we say something? Lu Guoqiang laughed bitterly, "Let them pray to God. Doesn't the Western Divine Realm still have a God? Let him bless us." Huh? The Western Divine Realm has a God, what about us? Lu Guoqiang laughed, "Us? Just wait for death." The immortal sect was China's strongest backer, and now, the immortal sect was probably going to be torn apart by Luo Tian. Then, the image of Luo Tian appeared in Lu Guoqiang's mind. "Let's beg Luo Tian." Above the immortal sect. Luo Tian also sensed the intense climate change on Earth. It came too quickly. It was so fast that it caught him off guard. Luo Tian calmed himself down and said, "Now that you have the origin fragment, can you return Zhuge Qing to me?" Of course. The Black Flame Devil King did not need to fear Luo Tian at all. As long as he swallowed the last origin fragment, he would no longer need to fear anyone. Therefore, the Black Flame Devil did not take Luo Tian seriously at all. He sneered at Zhuge Qing and said, go, and complete your mission." Ha ha ha, the Black Flame Devil King laughed wildly. Zhuge Qing flew out and landed in front of Luo Tian in an instant. Her eyes were ferocious as she said, "Die." Luo Tian's heart ached, and he said faintly, "Qing you sleep first." His figure moved. It hit the back of Zhuge Qing's head and knocked her unconscious. He knew that the Black Flame Devil King would not remove the inner demons in Zhuge Qing's body, and he did not expect this. "Xueqi, catch her." Luo Tian threw her down. Then, Luo Tian moved his hands. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Flames ignited on his left and right hands. Luo Tian's brows twitched as he stared coldly at the Black Flame Devil King, and laughed, "Can we fight now?" The Black Flame Devil King sneered in disdain, "Luo Tian, are you still my opponent without the origin fragment? You are not even an ant in my eyes right now." However, in that instant, Without waiting for the Black Flame Devil King to finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure disappeared. The Black Flame Devil King sneered in disdain. Just you? Huh? No aura? The Black Flame Devil King could not sense the existence of Luo Tian, and he could not even sense the slightest bit of his aura. Rumble. Luo Tian rushed out from the void, his fists turned into palms, and smashed onto the Black Flame Devil King's chest. Azure Dragon Break. Roar. The Azure Dragon roared, and the power of the two Divine Kings' divine deity burst forth at the same time. The Black Flame Devil King's chest split open, and a wave of energy pierced through his body. Ant, right? Grabbing the collar of the Black Flame Devil King, his knee suddenly struck. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It collided with the Black Flame Devil King's face. Blood spurted out from his nose. I'm not your match, am I? With a move of his right fist, he roared, White Tiger Break. Roar, an incomparably huge white tiger roared out, and with a heavy punch, the power of the two divine deity directly smashed onto the Black Flame Devil King's mind. Puff. Wah. Black blood kept spurting out. Arrogant, right? He flipped the Black Flame Devil King over and stood on top of him. His fists were like torrential rain. You want to touch my woman? Bang, 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 constant bombardment. The Black Flame Devil King's body continued to fall, landing heavily on the ground of the immortal sect. This was not the end. Luo Tian was still bombarding. A deep crater was formed on the ground, cracking open. Finally, the immortal sect was directly pierced through, creating a deep hole. The Black Flame Devil King landed 10,000 meters in the air. Luo Tian still did not stop, and continued to bombard. You're showing off to Lousy, you're being arrogant to Lousy. He had touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Moreover, the Black Flame Devil King reminded him of Han Tu in the divine realm, of his own woman, of his brothers, and of his life. The anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted uncontrollably. Every punch was delivered with all his might. Black Flame Devil King never dreamed that Luo Tian would still be so powerful without the power of the origin source fragment. He never dreamed that Luo Tian had two Divine Kings' divine deities in his body. This was something that he had never even dreamed of. He wanted to fight back. However, being suppressed by the aura of anger on Luo Tian's body, even the power of the origin source fragment in his body had stopped circulating. 10,000 meters in the air, Luo Tian was still attacking. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly sent a sound transmission. Uncle, you have to hurry up. The climate on Earth is truly changing crazily, and it's about to collapse. If you don't kill the Black Flame Devil King, Earth will enter another era. At that time, I'm afraid there won't be more than 1 million people left alive. Also, Zhao Linger frowned, and finally said, the last origin source fragment is really close to you like lightning. Uncle, you must be careful. Luo Tian sank and asked, is it the same group as the Black Blade Man from last time? Zhao Linger nodded, and said, yes. Luo Tian frowned, and said solemnly, come on. Then, the power on Luo Tian's fist became even crazier, and his fist was like rolling thunder as it smashed onto the Black Flame Devil King's head. Explode for me. Divine King's Fist. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a punch, the power of Luo Tian's fist shot out, spreading to 100,000 kilometers. Everything around him cracked open like a spider web. A terrifying crater. The Black Flame Demon King stared at Luo Tian with his last breath. Who exactly are you? Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, guess. The Black Flame Devil King was very unwilling, very unwilling. He felt that he was a tragedy. He had been working hard to cultivate, transcending the tribulation and ascending, but he didn't leave Earth. He was waiting, he was cultivating his own forces. All these years, he thought that he was invincible on Earth. After he fused with the source fragment, he became even more convinced that he was only one step away from success. However, just a moment ago, his demon lord's arrogance was smashed into pieces bit by bit. He was not willing. The Black Flame Demon King looked at Luo Tian, and said, you can't kill me, you can't, your woman has been afflicted with a heart demon, only I can cure her, you can't kill me, Luo Tian, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll be your little brother, I can teach them everything I've learned in my life, I can, there was only one life. If he died, there would be nothing left. The Black Flame Demon King was afraid of death, incomparably afraid. However, Zhao Linger sent a sound transmission to Luo Tian, and said, "Uncle, there's no time." Luo Tian also felt the changes on Earth. If this continued, Earth would not be far from destruction. Luo Tian looked at the dying Black Flame Demon King, and said coldly, "Remember, in your next life, you must not provoke a person called Luo Tian." Finished. Crack. He stomped on it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Flame Demon King for obtaining an experience point, True Chi point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Source Fragment * Fire. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Source Fragment * Darkness. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Source Fragment Water. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The notifications kept ringing. The 6 origin fragments were all dropped, including the 2 that the Black Flame Demon King had started to fuse with. Luo Tian grabbed them and looked at the 6 origin fragments. He muttered, "Ling what should we do now?" The changes on Earth did not change anything. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and all kinds of geological disasters continued to occur. Zhao Linger thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, the only way now is to get the 7th origin fragment and merge the 7 fragments into the origin core. That way, the origin power on Earth will be restored. The origin fragment has just been activated by the Black Flame Demon King. The method I'm talking about is the only way to stop the destruction of Earth. Uncle, it's all up to you now." Luo Tian frowned and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely protect Earth. No matter what." He was a descendant of Xianxia. Even in the Xianxia continent and the Divine Dominion, he knew that he was an Earthling. Earth was his home. He would definitely not allow anyone to destroy it. Moreover, he also knew where the last origin source fragment was. It was the Black Blade Man from last time, in the hands of that group of assassins. It was also the people sent by the Supreme Divine King Hong too. "Come on." Luo Tian's heart sank, and secretly said, "Hong Tu, after today, prepare to wash your butt and wait." Huff, Luo Tian moved, and suddenly asked, "Ling where are you now?" Zhao Linger did not follow them to the immortal sect. She went to another place, and as for where, she did not tell anyone. Zhao Linger giggled, and playfully said, "Secret." Luo Tian, since she did not say anything, Luo Tian did not ask further. Zhao Linger said, "Uncle, come to the seaside later." Seaside? Luo Tian took a look. He was currently inland and did not know where the sea was. "Where is it?" Zhao Linger said, "To the east." "All right." Luo Tian did not hesitate. Zhao Linger definitely had his reasons for saying this. At this moment, Zhao Linger sat on the Bull Demon King, and in front of her was the reassembled Demon Island. The place where she was once born. She came here because she needed the help of the Chaos Realm, and she needed the help of her ancestors. Earth also needed the help of the Chaos Realm. At the same time, she was even more worried about Luo Tian, as he needed the help of the Chaos Realm. Because the assassins of the 9 Heavens God-slaying alliance were too terrifying. The future she saw was that Luo Tian was on the verge of death, completely killed by sin. She did not want anything to happen to Luo Tian, so she did not go to the immortal sect, but came to the Demon Island. "Little cow, we're here." Zhao Linger stepped onto the island, smiled lightly, and said, "Go and find Luo Tian." The Bull Demon King looked at Zhao Linger and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Zhao Linger smiled and said, "I'm going to do what I should do. When you see Luo Tian, tell him that I've been very happy during this period of time. Thank you for his company." The Bull Demon King was startled for a moment, and asked, "Master, are you leaving?" Zhao Linger laughed, "Leaving is only for the next reunion. Go. Luo Tian needs you right now. He needs any power, even if it's insignificant." The Bull Demon King looked at Zhao Linger and said, "Master, take care." Zhao Linger laughed, "You take care too." Then, the two of them separated. Zhao Linger looked at the divine lake at the top of the demon island and muttered, "I'm back again." Immortal sect. With the death of the Black Flame Demon King, the auras of the demon disciples all disappeared. The inner demons in Zhuge Qing's body also died. Zhuge Qing woke up with a start, as if it was a nightmare. Luo Tian, don't. He's awake. Sister-in-law is awake. Ha ha ha, Lu Sueki immediately said, it's fine, it's fine. Zhuge Qing threw herself into Lu Sueki's embrace and cried, it's my fault, I've let everyone down. The Xianyuan ox squatted in the huge hole, looked down at the 10,000 meters in the sky, and shouted down, Brother Tian, sister-in-law is fine. Ha ha ha, from now on, you can cultivate peacefully. If anyone dares to touch us, kill him, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. Immortal sect. The demon disciples were all laughing. At this moment, Luo Tian passed the idea to the skinny monkey, and said, Monkey, without my orders, you must not leave the immortal sect. You must not come down, do you understand? The skinny monkey was startled, and muttered, Brother Tian, what's wrong? Where are you now? Didn't the Black Flame Demon King die? Luo Tian replied, don't worry about that, listen to me now, pass down my orders, you must not leave the immortal sect. Oh. Brother Tian, what exactly happened? The skinny monkey started to worry. Luo Tian said indifferently, nothing, it's my own business now. At this moment, 8 people stood in front of Luo Tian. They were all dressed in the same way. At the same time, they all carried a large black blade on their backs. 9 Heavens God-killing alliances assassins, the aura is right. There are 2 divine king godhead in my body, and the other one is still in the process of awakening. As for the weakest one, it is still a sovereign godhead, which is just a piece of trash. For divine deity in one body, this is rare. There aren't many in the 100,000 universes. Don't say so much, just take it away. I wasted a few months of time and almost died in such a cold and damned place. Boss, hurry up and complete the mission so that we can get that thing. That thing is extraordinary to us. The 8 of them didn't put Luo Tian in their eyes at all. Because, disdain, in their opinion, Luo Tian didn't have the strength to fight with them at all. Who were they? The super assassins of the 9 Heavens God-killing Union, the strongest assassin organization in the 100,000 universes. In this lower plane, they didn't need to put anyone in their eyes. The man in the lead looked at Luo Tian and said, Kid, let's go, what are you still standing there for? Our mission will be completed once we bring you to the divine realm. Luo Tian's mind was trembling. Very strong, very strong. The aura of the 8 of them was stronger than the Black Blade man he met in the North American theater. His 2 divine king godheads started to vibrate gently. Luo Tian didn't move. The man in the lead said slightly, What? You don't want us to make a move, do you? If that's the case, then I'm afraid you. Be tactful, it's good for you, it's good for me. Luo Tian exhaled softly, and said, If I leave just because you say you want me to, wouldn't I lose face? The man in the lead sneered, Then what do you want? Luo Tian said, Let's fight. Poochie, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the 8 of them laughed in unison. With just you? Kid, do you think your 4 divine deity body is very powerful? Isn't it just 4 law force? What use can it be? The law force is something that any expert in the plane can have. Do you think your 4 law force is stronger than our 8 law force? Not to mention, there are still 2 powers that you have yet to resolve. The man in the lead smiled coldly. Actually, your biggest weakness isn't that. Your biggest weakness is that you don't have any source energy in your body. Any expert in the 100,000 universes who doesn't even have the power of the origin will only be reduced to trash at the bottom. Do you think you're an expert? Actually, you're just trash. Understood? Deep disdain. The disdain in their eyes was contempt. However, what they said was completely correct. In the 100,000 universes, there were countless origin planes. These origin planes seemed to be the lowest level of existence, but that was not the case. If this plane had produced a super expert, then the strength of this origin plane would be extremely powerful. Just like warriors, they could quickly level up and break through. There were too few origin powerhouses on Earth, The fall and disappearance of those experts from ancient times had nothing to do with Earth at all. If the origin plane wanted to grow stronger, it needed the support of more powerhouses. Luo Tian still didn't have the slightest bit of source energy in his body. The source fragment hadn't condensed into a source core yet, so it was impossible to circulate the source energy on Earth. If he wanted his own plane to become stronger and obtain more source energy, it was very simple. He just had to continuously break through and become stronger. Do you still want to fight? The man in the lead said. Luo Tian said, fight. F***ck. Trash, I've given you face, haven't I? A man pulled out a black blade and took a step forward. Old 8, leave your life to complete the mission. Understood. The sky split open. A blade slashed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian had been preparing the entire time. When he saw the black blade man attacking, the energy in his body exploded. Azure Dragon. White Tiger. God of Death. Sin. Explode for me. Fire Fist Tathagata. In that instant, Luo Tian's body was like lightning as he shuttled out in a straight line and punched Old 8's chest. In that instant, a Tathagata Buddha Lord appeared from the flames. One explosion, one break, the fist directly pierced through Old 8's body. Poochie. Wah. A large mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth. Old 8's face was pale, and the black blade in his hand did not even have the time to fall. He lowered his head to look at his chest and said in fear, You. Luo Tian pulled his arm back heavily, looked at the black blade man in the lead, and sneered, Can you fight now? The remaining 7 people were instantly dumbfounded. One punch, one kill, this power. It caused their hearts to be filled with shock. Especially the aura emitted from Luo Tian's body, it was even more unparalleled. The man in the lead gritted his teeth and shouted, Brat, very good, you have successfully angered me. Tell me, how do you want to fight? One-on-one, or a group? Luo Tian swept his gaze across the 7 of them, and sneered, a group challenge. The man in the lead said, a group challenge? Then call for help, I'll give you time. Luo Tian laughed, there's no need to call for help, I'll fight all 7 of you alone. Too arrogant. You're courting death. Brat, it's time for you to die. Kill him. The 7 of them were furious. When had the assassins of the 9 Heavens God-killing alliance ever been looked down upon like this? To them, it was a complete insult. That's right. Luo Tian was insulting them, and said with a smile, arrogant? Why do I feel like I'm not arrogant enough? The man in the lead laughed coldly, very good. Very good. Then prepare to become crippled. Don't worry, we won't kill you. How can we hand in the mission if we kill you? We still need you alive. However, this broken arm and leg should not be a problem. As soon as he finished, the man in the lead moved. Shwa. The power of thunder attacked. Bam. Luo Tian was instantly sent flying 10,000 meters away. Not waiting for Luo Tian to land. That man was already standing at his landing spot, waiting for him, and punched again, arrogant? Arrogant in front of me? A trash like you is not qualified. Boom. 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 In midair, the man in the lead kept attacking, completely enraged. Luo Tian did not have any strength to retaliate. The speed was too fast, he could not keep up at all. The power was too strong, he still could not keep up. The pressure of the source, he still could not keep up. All of this, it was still too weak, all of this was the power of the source. Rumble, Luo Tian smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The entire coastline was collapsing, and extremely huge waves surged back. It was also at this time. The sea floor was filled with magical beasts, each of them was a big magical beast above level 9, incomparably ferocious. Huh? The underwater magical beasts are here too? Aren't these guys the lower creatures of the Keys continent? Could it be that they are invaders too? At this moment, the magical beast army at the bottom of the sea let out a roar, kill. The sea demon army attacked. They were all ancient sea demons, prehistoric monsters, and they were constantly charging at Qin Feng. They recklessly charged towards the 7 of them. Because, this was the order of the Ocean Lord, Zhao Ling. Humph. A bunch of trash who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to act rashly in front of us? The leader of the Black Blade Man snorted coldly, and said solemnly, "Kill." Immediately. The 6 of them flew up at the same time, pulled out the big black blade on their backs, and crazily slashed. The leader stared at Luo Tian in the ruins, and said disdainfully, "Too weak. Too weak. Kid, do you know who we are? The assassins of the 9 Heavens God-slaying alliance. Our 9 Heavens God-slaying alliance has never failed since its creation, and you are no exception." Very arrogant. Quite arrogant. In the 100,000 universes, they were the strongest assassin organization. There was no mission that they could not complete. It was in the past, it was now, and it would be in the future. The man continued, "Fight with me? You don't even have the qualifications, and these trash demon beasts that you called over are not even worth mentioning." He did not put the magical beast army in his eyes at all. In the ruins, Luo Tian laid there, his eyes looking at the leader in the sky, and said faintly, 9 Heavens God-slaying alliance, I will remember it." The man laughed, "Just remember it." Luo Tian said slightly, "Don't worry, after you die, I will definitely kill my way to the 9 Heavens God-slaying alliance, and I will completely destroy the so-called strongest assassin organization. You're courting death." The leader suddenly turned sinister, and the invisible killing intent released from his body directly transformed into a ferocious beast. The shadow of the ferocious beast smashed down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian's body sank, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The surrounding crater exploded again, expanding by thousands of meters. The entire China war zone was trembling. Luo Tian laughed, grinned excitedly, and said, "You're courting death, aren't you? All right. I'll show you how I'm going to die." At this moment, Zhao Ling sent a sound transmission through the air. "No, uncle, no, no." Luo Tian said, "Ling if I die, please tell them that I left Earth." Ding. The system sounded. "Do you want to devour?" "Yes." Ding. The origin fragment, darkness, has been devoured. Boom, a massive black fog spread out, and Luo Tian's aura suddenly changed. Ding. Do you want to devour? Yes. Ding. Origin fragment, fire, has been devoured. Ding, 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 the system kept beeping. Luo Tian kept confirming. Zhao Ling kept shouting, "Uncle, no, don't do this. Your body can't take it. Uncle, I beg you, don't do this." The siren troop was slaughtered. He was no match for the men with the black swords. Blood dyed the ocean red, but the sea demons didn't retreat at all. They continued to charge forward. Immortal sect. Xianxia and the others laughed excitedly and happily. Now, no one was a match for them. The Black Flame Demon King was eliminated, the immortal sect was unified, and the Western God world was on the verge of collapse. Now, the China war zone was undoubtedly the strongest war zone, and they were the strongest existences. No one could shake them anymore. Everyone was laughing and laughing happily. Other than Skinny Monkey. He was thinking about the meaning behind Luo Tian's words. His expression sank again and again. He didn't dare to think about it, let alone say it out loud. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. I'm courting death, right? Luo Tian slowly stood up from the ruins. His eyes had completely turned black, and his eyes were releasing black flames. His entire body was changing. They were all releasing smoke-like energy auras. Darkness, flames, water, he had devoured all 6 origin fragments. 6 types of origin energy were wreaking havoc in his body. That kind of energy was something his body couldn't withstand. Then, Luo Tian's body became huge, as if it was expanding. He flew into the air. Luo Tian stared at the man in the lead and repeated coldly, I'm courting death, right? I'm courting death for you to see. Crack. Luo Tian clenched his fists. His gaze turned cold, and he instantly disappeared. Completely disappeared. The man in the lead was shocked. He disappeared? He couldn't sense the aura at all. He couldn't even sense the aura in the air. It was as if he had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. In that instant, a drop of cold sweat slid down the man's forehead. He glanced behind him from the corner of his eyes and found a huge shadow behind him. His body seemed to be bound, unable to move. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Why? The man in the lead roared in his heart. He couldn't even sense Luo Tian standing behind him. Why? Bam! Luo Tian punched out, directly hitting the back of the head of the man in the lead. I'm courting death, right? Bam! As soon as his body fell, he shot down like a cannonball. Rumble, the ground within 100 kilometers instantly turned into ruins. The man in the lead was directly bombarded into a deep pit. Big brother! Big brother! Big brother! The other 6 people shouted loudly. They had no idea when Luo Tian had become so strong. It was also at this time. In the deep pit filled with dust, there were bursts of thunderous explosions. The dust was crushed down by a powerful force. Blood hung from the corner of the man's mouth. His face was as cold as ice. He slowly pulled out the big black blade on his back and said coldly, I'll send you to your death. Shwa. With a step, his figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Luo Tian. The black blade covered the sun, flashing with a cold light, and slashed down heavily. Luo Tian didn't dodge, instead, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. The power of the dark fruit on his body fused with the power of the dark origin. Shwa. Dark binding. Bind. Boom. Black flame soared into the sky and turned into a huge lock, forcibly locking the black blade in the hands of the man in the lead. The black blade was only a few centimeters away from Luo Tian's forehead. No matter how hard the man in the lead tried, he couldn't slash it down. Fire. Boom. His right fist ignited, and the flames on his fist continued to burst out, fully released, and blasted towards the chest of the man in the lead. Tathagata Fire Fist. 10,000 strikes. Bang, 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 his fists were like lightning, crazily striking out. Every punch was like a Tathagata breaking through the air. Every punch contained all of his strength. Puff, blood spurted out wildly, and the HP bar on the head of the man in the lead also decreased crazily, completely unable to resist Luo Tian's crazy attacks. The leader's face was extremely pale as he stared at Luo Tian. He couldn't understand at all. Why did he suddenly become so strong? Why was this happening? In an instant, the aura of Luo Tian's origin energy was stronger than the 7 of them combined. Why, however? He didn't know that Luo Tian was burning his own life. When he was devouring the origin fragment, he had made all the preparations. No matter what price he had to pay. Earth was his home. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to kill them. He had to obtain the 7th origin fragment, he had to stop the disaster on Earth, because this was his origin plane, because there were people he had to protect here. In the divine pool of Demon Island. Zhao Ling'er begged with tears streaming down her face, Ancestor, please save Earth, please save Luo Tian, I beg you, I am willing to pay any price, please. In the sky. In Zhao Ling'er's world, she saw her ancestor, the real holy ancestor Nuwa. Are you really willing to give up everything? Zhao Ling'er nodded and said, I am willing. She was the same as Luo Tian. She had made all the preparations before she came here, because she saw an unchangeable fact. The only thing that could be changed was probably the ancestor. So he begged. Holy Ancestor Nuwa sprinkled down bits of fluorescent light and said faintly, I will help you achieve it. Now, follow me back to the Chaos Sacred Realm. From now on, you are no longer the guardian of the origin. From now on, you are just a mortal. Ling'er, it's too late for you to regret it now. Zhao Ling'er shook her head and said, Disciple does not regret it. Very firm. Holy Ancestor Nuwa smiled and said, Go. Zhao Ling'er was slowly sucked away by a ball of divine light. Looking in the direction of Luo Tian, she smiled brilliantly, Uncle, goodbye. Thank you for your company. Then. The divine light retracted, and she completely disappeared from Earth. It was also at the moment when she disappeared. The demon beasts in the sea roared towards the sky. The bull demon king rushed out and shouted loudly, "Boss Luo Tian, Master Ling has left. She has disappeared." There was one less aura on earth. Luo Tian could clearly feel it. He had already devoured 6 origin fragments, and he was clear about all the auras on earth. Just now, a very special aura to him had disappeared. Ling Luo Tian's heart tightened, and the idea shouted, "Ling There was no response. Luo Tian shouted again, "Ling There was still no response. Luo Tian was incomparably furious. He heavily smashed the leader onto the ground. His body sank down as he sprinted down with all his strength. One after another, he violently punched the leader's face. 9 Heavens God-slaying union is amazing, right? A supreme divine king is amazing, right? So what if you're a super killer? Come on, come and kill me." His anger soared to the sky. Boom, the leader's sea of consciousness collapsed, his mind shattered, and the godhead nurtured in his sea of consciousness shattered. Even his primordial spirit was smashed into smithereens by Luo Tian. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Blade Leader for gaining 190 million experience points and true chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the 3rd God King's Godhead, the Heavenly Law God King's Godhead. Luo Tian didn't care about this at all. What he wanted now was to kill. He leaped forward and instantly landed in front of the other man with the black saber. Die. One punch to the death, the head flew out. Even so, Luo Tian did not let it go. He wanted to destroy all of these killers' primordial spirit, so that they would not be able to reincarnate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Blade Killer for gaining experience. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the 4th Godhead, the Dark Ruler's Godhead. Luo Tian moved again. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Come on, come and kill me. Didn't you want to catch me? You bunch of sons of bitches, come and catch lousy. Luo Tian was as crazy as a devil. In less than a minute, all of the Black Blade men were killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Blade Killer for gaining 150 million experience points. True chi points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the peak. Do you wish to release the heavenly tribulation? Ding! Player Luo Tian does not have enough health. Ding! Player Luo Tian doesn't have enough physical strength. Ding! The system kept flashing with a red light. After devouring 6 source fragment S, his body had already reached its limit. Even though he had recovered his 4 divine deity, he was still unable to withstand the backlash from the source energy. What he did not expect was the 8 assassins did not drop the 7th origin fragment, which meant the origin fragment could not be gathered. In other words, the earth was going to perish. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, roared towards the sky, and said, "Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why is this?" Zhao Ling disappearance made him think of his wife and children in the divine realm. The hostility in Luo Tian's heart was stronger than ever. Looking up at the sky, Luo Tian said like a madman, "You've been torturing me all this time. You've been torturing me since the beginning of the profound sky continent." Rumble, rumble, the sky was churning, and a huge vortex appeared. A person fell from the center of the vortex. His body was filled with a peaceful aura, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Even the violent demonic aura on Luo Tian's body had been purified by quite a bit. Holy Ancestor Nuwa. She looked at Luo Tian and said faintly, "All of this is just a test from the heavens, and now you have passed the test." Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "Passed the test? Have you thought about my experience? Who exactly am I? Who planted the thing in my head? System, how did it come about?" Luo Tian wanted to know more than ever. Holy Ancestor Nuwa was startled, and was silent for half a second. "I can't explain it either, you will know in the future. Luo Tian, the tribulation you have endured is a kind of training, and to you, this kind of training is far from over." Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian roared, "It's not over yet? Does that mean you want to continue putting me through more hardships? Ha ha ha, it's still a trial. As long as I find out who put that thing in my mind, I will definitely *CK over his 18 generations of ancestors. While they were talking, Luo Tian pointed at the sky and cursed, "You listen to me. One day, I will know who you are. One day, I will find you. When that time comes, I will return all the hardships I went through to you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Bam! Pucci, Luo Tian's body could no longer take it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Another place, a place no one knew about. "Luo, do you want to continue?" A middle-aged man looked at the crazy Luo Tian on the screen and fell silent. When Luo Tian said those words, he was trembling. His body couldn't stop trembling. 10 seconds later. The middle-aged man closed his eyes slightly and said, "Continue. Luo Tian, you must persevere. You are my only hope. My son." Who would have thought that the system implanted in Luo Tian's consciousness was implanted by his father? Even in his dreams, he would never have thought of it. Luo Tian had thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that it would be like this. Because, he didn't even know who his father was or what he looked like. In his world, his father had never appeared. It was the same on Earth, the same in the profound sky continent, and the same on Earth after the catastrophe. Death, disappearance, death. It was incomparably uniform, just like a program written into the system. It was so uniform that it made one's hair stand on end. That person pressed the continue button, and Luo Tian continued. On Earth. Holy Ancestor Nuwa's brows moved, she flipped her palm, and a origin source fragment appeared on her palm. She looked at Luo Tian, and said faintly, "I promised Ling that I would save you. Whether or not you can fuse with this last origin source fragment will depend on yourself." Finished. A wave of power pushed out, and directly sent the origin source fragment into Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's swollen body suddenly sank. Rumble, 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 10,000 thunderous roars exploded from his body, and his body expanded once again. The origin energy continued to condense, and his body could not withstand it anymore. "Ah," Luo Tian roared towards the sky, and said while looking at the sky, "I definitely won't die, I definitely won't. I want to see who is torturing me, I want to see what you want to do." Ah, he clenched his fists tightly, and all the power in his body rushed towards the source energy. In the ocean of source energy, 7 source fragments quietly floated. Berserk. Open for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Berserk. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the Vermilion Bird Bloodline. The Vermilion Bird Bloodline has returned. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the Black Tortoise Bloodline. The Black Tortoise Bloodline has returned. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating. The system's notifications rang out crazily, activating all of his cultivation techniques and powers in the divine territory. At the same time, Luo Tian's thoughts sank as he roared, "God King slaying God's Godhead, come out." His sea of consciousness rolled. God King Azure's Godhead surged. The God King of Sin's Godhood, Heavenly Law God King's Godhead, the Chief Sovereign of Darkness Divinity, the 4 Godhoods moved at the same time, and Luo Tian's forehead shook as he released all of his power. Enter the Origin Sea and absorb all of the Origin energy. At the same time. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, go. The same goes for all of you. Earth is your plane of origin. Absorb the power of the origin as much as you want. I want all of you to become the strongest bloodline of the 4 divine beasts in history. Roar. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise also dove into the sea of origin energy at Luo Tian's command. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Tian desperately resisted the eruption of the origin energy from within his body, not allowing a single trace of the origin energy to leak out. You want to rush out of my body? Dream on. In the divine realm, I lack origin energy, and on Earth, I still lack it. Now, I want to make up for it all in one go. When Luo Tian thought of the origin energy, his resentment overflowed to the heavens. This time, he would definitely not let go of the origin energy so easily. Holy Ancestor Nuwa frowned, and said, Luo Tian, if you continue like this, you will die. The origin energy of an entire plane was all in a single person's body. Even Holy Ancestor Nuwa found it difficult to withstand. Luo Tian's current physical body level had not even reached the level of ascension. How could he withstand it? Die? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed wildly, and said, what's this little bit of pain? In all the pain I've experienced, this kind of physical pain is nothing to me. Compared to his brothers being killed, his wife and children living an ignoble existence, what was this little bit of physical pain? Nothing at all. Suddenly, Luo Tian looked up to the sky and roared, didn't you want to torture me? Come on, do it to your heart's content. It was as if he had gone mad. I won't die. Rumble, 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 thunder rumbled above the 9 heavens. The heavens were furious. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, a huge bolt of lightning heavily struck his body. Crack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian's body sank, and his entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable. The power in his body wanted to tear his body apart, and the heavenly thunder even reached his mind and sea of consciousness, as if it wanted to kill his soul. The heavenly tribulation had descended. Holy Ancestor Nuwa's expression changed drastically. She looked at the sky and frowned, what's going on? How could it alarm the heavenly tribulation? Impossible. Right now, he can't even withstand the collision of the origin energy. If the heavenly tribulation descends, he will only die. Holy Ancestor Nuwa's idea was extremely powerful. She wanted to know which supreme expert was releasing the heavenly tribulation. However, no matter how powerful she was, it was useless. He couldn't sense it at all. It was as if these heavenly tribulations had descended from another mysterious world. Luo Tian laughed wildly, ha ha ha. You're not happy, right? I'm not happy either. Boom, if you have the guts, then blast me to death. He was as arrogant as a devil. Thunder rumbled as another huge bolt of lightning struck down. Luo Tian did not dodge or retreat, and rushed forward with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he roared, come on. Rumble. Every time the heavenly lightning struck down, Luo Tian's body would sink, falling 100 meters. Luo Tian rushed forward again. Moreover, while he was enduring the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, his body was also changing. Under the same circumstances, the source energy in his body became even more rampant, raging like a raging sea. The 4 divine deities were absorbing the origin energy. The divine deities were fusing with each other, and the power of laws were fusing with each other. Transformation, to transform into a new divine deity. To fuse into a new power of law, Luo Tian withstood it with all his might, and continued to use his life to withstand it. Sacred Ancestor Nuwa was dumbfounded. This was not something that an Empyrean could do. It was too terrifying. However, in her heart, she still thought that Luo Tian would die. The power of the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. The initial lightning tribulation had already transformed into the power of the 5 elements, as well as the power of other elements. She had never seen this kind of heavenly tribulation before. She had never seen such a powerful heavenly tribulation before. One after another, they smashed down. Luo Tian came forward again and again. His body was also transforming bit by bit. The power of the 4 divine deities fused into one, and was truly undergoing a crazy transformation. The power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline was also crazily transforming. Moreover, what Luo Tian did not expect was that, for some reason, the 7 source fragments were rapidly condensing and fusing without his control. They slowly linked together and formed a source core. Why was this? No matter what it was, Luo Tian only had one goal right now, to condense a new power of law, and then, kill his way back to the divine realm. Hong 2, I'm here. Crack. The last wave of elemental energy came crashing down. Luo Tian's body did not move at all, as if it was nailed firmly in the air. At the same time, the evil aura on his body was also being blasted out bit by bit. From his initial rage and ruthlessness to his current calmness. Boom. The heavenly tribulation reached his mind. It left an imprint in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. A symbol that looked like the word Luo from the Oracle bone inscriptions, but it also looked like an ancient rune. Luo Tian had never seen it before. However, he didn't have time to think about what this symbol was, because the system continuously exploded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for condensing the original source core. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully transcending the tribulation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming a saint and obtaining sacred body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for condensing a new power of law, please name it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for raising the 4 divine beasts bloodline to the highest level. The system beep continued to explode. Luo Tian became excited, each and every one of these notifications made him extremely excited. Holy Ancestor Nua's heart relaxed, her palms were covered in cold sweat, she looked at Luo Tian and smiled, saying, "You've succeeded." The evil aura in Luo Tian's heart disappeared, and he said respectfully, "Thank you." Holy Ancestor Nua was truly happy for Luo Tian, because she knew that another supreme expert would appear on Earth in the near future. Earth's plane would level up at the speed of a rocket. At the same time, she was also shocked. Luo Tian was much stronger than she had imagined. Luo Tian asked, "Sacred Ancestor, where is Ling Er?" The one in front of him was Nua, so she definitely knew where Zhao Ling Er was. She smiled faintly. Ling Er has gone where she should be. If you want to see her, come to the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm is the place where experts gather. It is also the best stage for you. Don't you want to know why God is torturing you so much? You will definitely find the answer once you enter the primal Chaos Realm. Chaos Realm. It was a higher level plane than the realm of the gods. The Supreme Divine King Hongtu had always wanted to obtain Luo Tian's 4 divine deity body, and his goal was to enter the primal Chaos Realm. Because that was the center of the 100,000 universes. As long as you were in the primal Chaos Realm and cultivated the law of primal chaos, you would be able to go to any plane in the 100,000 universes. Chaos Realm. When the strong gathered, the overlords were the heavens. There were countless treasures here as well as countless secrets. Primal Chaos Realm. Luo Tian repeated the words, then looked up at the sacred ancestor and said, "Tell Ling Er that I will go find her." Definitely. He owed Ling Er. If not for Zhao Ling Er, he would probably not be in this world anymore. If not for Zhao Ling Er, the Nua holy ancestor would not have appeared here. Luo Tian was extremely grateful to Zhao Ling Er, this big lowly. The Nua holy ancestor smiled faintly and said, "She told me that meeting you was the happiest thing in her life." As soon as he finished, the Nua holy ancestor flew into the 9 heavens and disappeared, leaving behind only a voice, "Luo Tian, everything has a reason. What you want to know, the primal chaos realm will have the answer." The voice went straight to the depths of his heart. Everything has a reason? Luo Tian laughed, "What reason do I have? I'm just a homebody who likes to play games. My dream was to find a wife, have children, and have a family of 3 for the rest of my life, but..." He smiled bitterly. He did not continue. These were already far away from him. What other reason could there be? Could it be that my parents gave birth to me wrongly? Luo Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then, he checked the things in his body. Item, Origin Core Description, the star core condensed from the Earth's origin energy. Description 2, it has been fused and cannot be discarded. Description 3, the host Luo Tian has become the origin of the Earth. The stronger your cultivation, the higher the level of the Earth's plane. You will be disappointed. The Earth's origin energy will disappear and you will die. Damn. Luo Tian was scared silly, the fused origin core has fused with me? If I die, the Earth will die? Isn't this tying me together with the billions of lives on Earth? Damn. Am I kidnapping the Earth or is the Earth kidnapping me? The pressure is so great. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. This move was too ruthless. In the future, even if he risked his life, he would have to think twice because his life was related to the lives of billions of people. Sacred body? Luo Tian checked the second item. It was his own body. He had already transcended the tribulation and become a saint, possessing an immortal and indestructible sacred body. However, this was also under the condition that he did not encounter any attacks. As long as he encountered a super-strong rancor, regardless of whether it was a sacred body or a celestial body, it would be instantly destroyed. A new power of law? The third item. Luo Tian was a little stunned. Looking at the faintly discernible aura of power in his sea of consciousness, the four divine deities had disappeared, leaving behind only this ball of power. Ding. Please name it. The system urged. Luo Tian thought for a long time but could not think of a good name. In the end, he looked at the faintly discernible aura and said, "Let's name it after my surname. Luo." Ding. Are you sure that the new law will be named Luo? Yes. Ding. The new power of law, Luo, has been named successfully. It was also at this moment. The aura of power in his mind trembled slightly, as if it liked the name that Luo Tian had given it. Luo Tian gently sensed it. Nothing at all? Luo Tian frowned, and was puzzled. Damn, why isn't the new power of law strong at all? Four divine deity fused together to produce such a trash power? What's going on? Have I been tricked? Or is the name I came up with not mighty enough? Ding. Do you want to activate the Luo law? Huh? Luo Tian's heart tightened, and muttered, wasn't the law created by me? Why was it included in the system? The idea moved and said, open. Ding. The Earth's plane is unable to withstand the power of the Luo law. If it is forcefully opened, the Earth's plane will be crushed into powder. Damn. The surprise came too suddenly, and Luo Tian was a little unable to take it. He looked at the system notification carefully. The Earth's plane can't withstand it. Forcefully opening it will crush the entire Earth into powder? What the hell is this power? Ha ha ha, this is the new power of law, ha ha ha. Hong Tu, your end has arrived. Luo Tian was extremely excited. Then, Luo Tian looked at other things and discovered, his cultivation technique, martial arts, had all been destroyed by the power of the elements. There was nothing in the skill bar. Right now, he only had the sacred body, the power of the Luo law, the original source core, and the mutated four divine beasts bloodline. However, Luo Tian didn't care about martial arts at all, as long as he killed more people, he would have everything. This was the advantage of the system. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, hee. Hong Tu, have you washed your butt clean? Divine realm plane, hell. In the dark abyss. 8 incomparably thick chains seemed to have descended from the sky, and like heavenly swords, they pierced into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was filled with endless darkness. One couldn't see the bottom, and only balls of dark flames were emitted. Rumble. In the darkness, a dazzling white lightning struck down. In that instant, it was incomparably clear in the abyss. An incomparably ferocious dragon's body was pierced by chains. The dragon's body was coiled up like a mountain, and if it wasn't for the sound of breathing from its nose that caused the dragon's beard to flutter gently, one would have thought that it was a huge dragon statue. Suddenly, a black shadow descended. Standing in front of the dragon, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face, and he said, "Hand over the ancient dragon god's soul essence. As long as you hand it over, I can let you go. That's not yours anyway." The dragon's eyes widened slightly, and he said with contempt, "Scram." Humph. The rancor's idea moved, and a huge aura surged out, and the 8 chains were quickly pulled. Walala, walala, the dragon's eyes widened in anger, revealing an expression of incomparable pain. It was unbearable. These chains pierced into his body, and every time the chains were pulled, his body was torn apart. Bit by bit, the pain was incomparable. His mind and sea of consciousness were trembling. It was incomparably uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, it must be painful, right? Why bother? As long as you hand over the ancient dragon god's soul essence, I'll immediately let you go. The black shadow expert laughed wildly. The dragon spat out another word, scram. Humph. My patience has its limits. It's been 100,000 years, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. The black shadow man's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. The dragon didn't take it seriously at all. If you want to kill me, then hurry up. You'll die anyway. Me? The black shadow expert was shocked, and suddenly laughed out loud, saying, you don't think that your boss will come back to save you, do you? Let me think about what your boss's name is. Luo Tian. Yes, Luo Tian, after so many years, if he wanted to save you, why hasn't he come yet? Because he's long dead, ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, the huge dragon suddenly moved, and the 8 chains started to vibrate. Its huge body soared into the sky, and its 2 huge dragon eyes stared at the black shadow man. It let out a dragon roar, and said, my boss will definitely not die. Roar, his voice pierced the heavens. The draconic aura shook the entire dark abyss, and the 8 chains on his body seemed to be unable to suppress it. The giant dragon, 2 balls, when he was in the profound sky continent, he was killed by the 3 sovereigns. From the moment he entered hell, he was locked up here by the sovereign of hell. Millions of years passed. He had grown from a small young dragon to an adult dragon. His scales were originally yellow, but after 1,000,000 years, they had absorbed the aura of the dark abyss and turned black, as if they were covered with a layer of black ash. He had been waiting. Furthermore, he firmly believed that Luo Tian would come to save him. 100,000 years ago, the power of the ancient dragon god suddenly appeared in his body. At the same time, he also obtained the inheritance of the ancient dragon god and a very important thing. The ancient dragon god's soul essence, it was the supreme soul essence of the dragon realm. Whoever could obtain it would be able to command the entire dragon clan in the dragon realm. In the past, he didn't understand. He thought that above the profound sky continent was the ancient continent, and above the ancient continent was the divine realm. But now, he knew that among the 100,000 universes, the divine realm was just a very weak realm. And he knew all the dragons originated from one place, the dragon realm. He was the same. The dragon realm was the world controlled by the dragon clan. The ancient dragon god had fallen and his soul had returned to the dragon realm. As long as he brought back this ancient dragon god's soul essence, he would be able to revive him. It was also at that time that he knew everything that Luo Tian had endured. At that time, he was furious, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to break through the 8 chains that were engraved with seals that grew out of his body. At the same time, he knew that Luo Tian was working hard, and he was even more convinced that Luo Tian would definitely come to save him. The sovereign of hell. Right now, it should be the divine king of hell. In 100,000 years, the supreme divine king had given him the power of Allah. He had also instantly broken through the divine king realm and become the divine king of hell. The hell divine king laughed wildly, and said, you still haven't woken up from your dream? Do you think Luo Tian is stronger, or is the supreme divine king stronger? That trash Luo Tian is no match for him at all, and he's already dead. Roar, not waiting for him to finish. Erdan was once again enraged. The dragon roar was like waves of dark energy that crushed the mind of the Hell Divine King. However, it was completely useless. Erdan said angrily, you are the trash, my boss will definitely not die. Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait for him to explode you into pieces. Ha ha ha, no matter what others said. Erdan had always believed that Luo Tian was still alive, and that Luo Tian would come to save him. Because Luo Tian was his boss, he was the person chosen by the ancient dragon god, there was no mistake, the Hell Divine King was also enraged. The idea sank, and with a step, he flew into the sky and heavily kicked Erdan's dragon head. Boom! The power exploded, and the dark abyss let out a deafening roar. Erdan's body suddenly smashed down. He smashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. A crack appeared beneath his body, and the ground sank quite a bit. Originally, there was no dark abyss here. It was a flat piece of land, and the abyss that was hundreds of thousands of feet deep was created by the Hell Divine King's attacks on Erdan's body time and time again. What kind of pain had Erdan endured for 1,000,000 years? Just this bottomless dark abyss was enough to tell. Ha ha ha, Erdan spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, and laughed maniacally, aren't you the Divine King? Is that all you have? You're so weak, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my boss's shoes. Ha ha ha, Hell Divine King's eyes turned sinister as he said disdainfully, "Where is your boss? Luo Tian is just a stray dog. He can't even protect his own brother. He can't even protect his own woman. If I were him, I would definitely bang my head against the wall and die. Tell me, what's the point of such a piece of trash living?" Ha ha ha, your boss? Your boss is a piece of trash, do you understand? You are the same. Even if you don't hand over the ancient dragon god's soul, I won't let you die so easily. I want to torture you. I want to make this sealing dragon chain pierce through hell and into the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Hell Divine King laughed maniacally. Erdan laid on the ground, looking at the sky above the abyss. Unknowingly, a person was standing at the edge of the dark abyss. A man with a large black saber in his hand. Luo Tian was here. Yesterday, I sorted out the plot, and today, I resumed updating. You'll die later. Two Balls suddenly laughed and said, "You'll die a miserable death later." Hell God King sneered, and said, "What? Have you thought of a way to break through the dragon's seal?" Two Balls shook his head and said, "No, but I know you will die later." Hell God King found it funny. Even if Two Balls broke through the dragon's seal, he wouldn't be his match. He was now a God King ranker, the king of hell. Even the dark dominator who was rampant back then was no match for him. Not to mention, he had not lived for 100,000 years in vain. He had found the source of darkness hidden in the infernal realm, and he had grasped the laws of darkness. In other words, he possessed a divine king's divine deity, but he had grasped 2 types of power of law. In the entire divine realm, his strength was second only to the supreme divine king, Han Tuesday. Who did he need to be afraid of? There was no need at all. Even if the Luo Tian from back then stood in front of him, he would be able to crush him in an instant. Hell God King's eyes turned sinister, his interest piqued by Two Balls' words, and asked, "Who will kill me? You, this trash of a dragon? It's still those trash brothers of yours. I forgot to tell you, your brothers were all killed by me. What Morong Bai, what Poison Widow, what Qin Yuer, what Princess? These people are all dead. Ha ha ha, the entire infernal realm has been cleansed by the Lord Supreme. They are all dead. Who do you think will come and save you? Who will come and kill me? 100,000 years. Other than Two Balls. Those people in the infernal realm, those who died in the profound sky continent, were all dead. They died at the hands of the Supreme Divine King. He couldn't find Meng Lei and the others, but those who were related to Luo Tian in the infernal realm were all killed. Even everyone in the profound sky continent was killed. It was as if the system had erased them. No one was alive. Two Balls' heart sank as he gritted his teeth. Only 2 people had escaped from the entire infernal realm. One was Big Beard, and the other was Meng Lei. Roar, Two Balls was furious, and roared, "You dog, you will slowly enjoy the pain of death, die bit by bit. Just you wait." They were all dead, the pain in his heart was incomparable. Two Balls was furious. In the meantime, the other person's body was trembling. He had always wanted to come to hell to save them, but, a million years. In the end, he was still too late. Even if they weren't late, their lifespan was already up. The Hell God King laughed maniacally. Wait? Who was he waiting for? Are you waiting for your so-called trash boss? Where is he? Where is he now? If you have the guts, call him out. If you have the guts, call him out. If you can't, then don't mention him in front of me. Ha ha ha. The Hell God King said with disdain. He didn't care about Luo Tian at all. At this moment, a figure landed on the ground. It was also at this moment. Air Egg looked up, and his entire body flew into the air, revealing his dragon might. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked into the darkness and said slowly, "He is here." In the darkness, a person slowly walked out. He was holding a large black saber in his hand. Ha ha ha, the black saber dragged across the ground, sparks flying in all directions. The person holding the black saber had a cold look in his eyes. His body exuded a faintly discernible aura of laws. This was a completely new aura. There had never been such an aura in hell. It was hard to fathom. When the Hell God King heard the voice, he was shocked. He turned his head and the first thing he saw was the large black saber with sparks flying in all directions. There was a special symbol on the black saber. He was very familiar with this symbol. He had seen it before, the symbol of the Nine Heavens God-killing alliance. Assassin of the Nine Heavens God-killing alliance? That's not right. This face? Luo Tian. The Hell God King's eyes trembled, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Luo Tian? Doubt. In his heart, all heaven was already dead. He had been thrown into a space-time crack by a supreme God King. That was a crack that connected to the primal chaos realm. The laws of the two planes fused together and crushed each other. No one could obtain it, not even a supreme God King. But now, Luo Tian was standing right in front of him. Hell God King's brow furrowed. He was now a God King. Although the fear of the past was still there, he was now a God King with two laws. He didn't need to fear Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian. You trash, you are finally here. Hell God King stared at Luo Tian and said in disdain. Luo Tian said coldly, release the seal on two balls. Two balls said excitedly, boss. Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. He was too emotional. Luo Tian looked at the adult two balls and the 8 chains on his body. His heart hurt and he said softly, sorry, I am late. Two balls said emotionally, not late, not late. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Luo Tian said once more, this is the second time, release the seal on his body. Think carefully, because I won't give you a second chance. Hell God King looked at Luo Tian. The aura from his body was something he had never sensed before. It was as if it didn't exist, but also as if it existed. This aura was very special. Hell God King laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, do you know how much the bounty for your head is? One thing. The Lord God's crown. This thing was left to him by the Supreme God King's master. This thing is incomparably powerful. As long as I kill you, the Lord God's crown, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's black blade moved. The law of Luo in his sea of consciousness moved slightly and slashed down, you talk too much nonsense. Shua. Hell God King saw the black blade land, but he couldn't move at all. It was as if the black blade didn't exist. Faintly discernible. Illusory. By the time he came to his senses, he saw that his chest was burning bit by bit, turning into ashes after the fire had finished. His power. At this moment, all of it was gone, however, he could feel the existence of his own power. If there wasn't, this was Luo Tian's new power of law. Hell God King was scared like never before. He looked at Luo Tian and said, don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. Luo Tian, I didn't do anything. The sealing dragon chain was also set up by the Supreme God King, I don't even know how to undo it. The people who killed your wife and brothers are also Supreme God King, they really have nothing to do with me. Luo Tian, I beg you, please spare my life. I beg you. I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die. His body was burning. His sea of consciousness and mind were all burning. What was even worse was that this kind of burning was nothing, it was also Luo Tian's power of law, the moment the life value above his head was depleted. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hell's God King for obtaining 300 million experience points, 2 million spirit energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Source of Darkness. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Hell's God King's Divine Deity. Congratulations to player, the system continuously exploded. After a few seconds of pause. Ding. Do you want to fuse with Source of Darkness? Luo Tian's law's power was still a little lacking, which was why the Dark Lord's Divine Deity had not become a God King's Divine Deity. He needed to fuse with the Source of Darkness and obtain the power of the Law of Darkness before he could fuse with the God King's Divine Deity. Now. This was the only flaw in his new law. The system was perfecting his flaws. Luo Tian ordered, fuse. Ding. The system is beginning to fuse, fusion time is estimated to be 1 hour. 1 hour? Luo Tian's mind trembled. Fusing with a Source of Darkness actually took an hour, this was something he did not expect. However, he did not think too much about it and walked to Erdan's side. Looking at the incomparably huge Erdan, who had the demeanor of an ancient dragon god ancestor, he said faintly, "Erdan, I've made you suffer." Erdan's eyes were filled with tears as he said, "Boss, I'm fine, I'm fine." Looking at the chains growing out of Erdan's body, Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and said, "I'll cut off these chains for you." There was no solution to the sealing dragon chain. He could only cut it off first. Crack! The big black blade in Luo Tian's hand moved, and the 8 chains broke at the same time. It was also at this time Erdan's body sank, and the chains in his body grew even faster. In half a second, the chains grew several meters long, and the rune seals on the chains shone even more intensely. "I don't believe it." The big black blade in Luo Tian's hand slashed down again. It accurately cut off the chains on Erdan's body, but in the blink of an eye, they grew out again. Erdan smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, it's useless. Hongtu planted a soul chain in my body. As long as the seal is not broken, the chains will continue to grow out of my body. Boss, you don't have to worry about me. I've already gotten used to it over the past million years. You can go find sister-in-law and the others." Luo Tian's heart ached. How could he not feel heartache when his brother had become like this? Luo Tian raised his head and roared, "Hongtu, come out here." His voice pierced through hell. It exploded above the tens of thousands of planes in the Divine Dominion. Supreme Divine Palace. Hongtu's eyes widened with a sharp glint. Luo Tian. At this moment, a few figures flew over from the Supreme Celestial Palace. These were all God King experts who had matured in the past 10 years. Of course, these people were all Hongtu's lackeys. "Lord Supreme Being, strange sounds have come from hell. The Hell Deity King has fallen. Should we go and take a look? Who dares to touch the Hell God King? How could the Hell God King be killed?" Hongtu walked down from the Supreme Divine Throne and smiled. He was indescribably excited as he muttered to himself, "You're back, you're back. Luo Tian, you're finally back. Ha 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 ha, I've been waiting for the stars and the moon. You're finally back." The God Kings looked at the excited Supreme God King and were a little confused. Who could make him so excited? "Lord Supreme Being, what made you so excited?" a God King asked. Hongtu smiled and said, "Everyone, listen up. Target hell. All of you, go. Find Luo Tian." After saying that, Hongtu smiled sinisterly and said, "Luo Tian, this time you're the one who delivered yourself to me." A God King expert said, "Lord Supreme Being, hell is too big. Even if we want to find a person, it's like finding a needle in a haystack." Hongtu's gaze turned cold as a thought burst out. Bang! The God King who spoke was directly turned into dust. Hongtu said coldly, "You didn't even do anything and it's like finding a needle in a haystack? Humph. Useless thing. When you go to hell, kill everyone in the hell plane. This way, it'll be much easier to find him. Do you understand?" His voice was filled with pressure. Those God Kings didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately rushed out. They rushed to the hell plane at top speed. Luo Tian was beside Erdan and didn't leave. He saw the chains on Erdan's body grow back dozens of meters. The chains were stained with blood as if they were pulled out from his flesh. The pain was unbearable. Erdan acted as if nothing had happened. To him, this was something he was already used to. Luo Tian's heart ached when he saw this. Erdan smiled and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Boss, I'm really fine." To be able to see Luo Tian again, even if he had to die, it would be worth it. Luo Tian said, "I will definitely save you and remove the seal in your body." Erdan smiled and said, "Boss, it's fine. With the Dragon God Ancestor's inheritance, I won't die. Besides, that's right. The Ancestor gave me the ancient Dragon God Spirit Essence. If I can return to the Dragon Realm, I can revive the Ancestor. That would be great." Luo Tian immediately thought of the ancient Dragon God Ancestor, and his heart ached again as he said, "It will definitely work." Erdan smiled and looked at Luo Tian, "Boss, I really want to return to the Dragon Realm. That is the origin of our dragon race. I really want to go there and take a look. Just one look is enough. Luo Tian's heart ached again, and said, yes, definitely. Walala, walala, the 8 chains on Erdan's body pulled Erdan's body again, bringing out his flesh and blood. Seeing this, Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable. Unhappy, the suppressed anger in Luo Tian's heart almost made him go berserk. Very unhappy. Rumble, 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 at this moment. Hell began to tremble violently. Killing intent that filled the sky was released, and the entire infernal realm was filled with the aura of the divine king rankers. Tens of thousands of beasts in hell roared and cried. Massacre. There was a massacre everywhere. A single thought from the divine king rankers could instantly turn the millions of people in the city into dust without any room to resist. Dozens of divine king rankers cleansed hell. Just like the last time. This was their second time cleansing hell. All of you, die. In any case, all the dead people in the divine realm will come here. If you die, another batch will come, ha ha ha, all of you, ants, tremble before me. Luo Tian, get out here and die. Supreme Divine King Palace. Hong Tu squinted his eyes and said indifferently, Luo Tian, after 100,000 years, how much stronger have you become? Is it still that trash? Ha ha ha. When Erdan heard the rumbling sound, his body trembled, and he said, Boss, dozens of divine kings are cleaning hell. Everyone will die. Boss, hurry up and leave. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, and said, leave? Hearing the word leave, Luo Tian's heart ached. He had left the profound sky continent. His brothers and women had all died in hell. In the divine realm. He left again. His family in the ancient continent had been cleansed again, just like how the system had erased them. This time, he would never leave again. If he did not destroy the Supreme Divine King, he would never leave the divine realm. Absolutely not. Luo Tian looked at the progress of the system's fusion with the source of darkness. There were still more than 10 minutes left before the fusion was complete. Luo Tian could not wait any longer. He looked at Erdan and said, last time, he cleaned up hell. This time, I will do the same to them. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's footsteps sank, and like a rocket, he drew a line across the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto a Divine King stage expert. The Divine King stage expert held a long sword in his hand, looked at a large city, and laughed coldly, you bunch of ants, go to hell. The long sword moved. The sword slashed down. Luo Tian's figure moved, and suddenly appeared in front of the Divine King stage expert. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said, you are Hong Tu's lackey? The Divine King stage expert's forehead shook, and he shouted angrily, you dog, how can an ant like you shout the name of the Supreme Divine King? You're courting death. The sword slashed down. It was also at this moment. The big black blade in Luo Tian's hand moved, and directly cut the Divine King's sword in half. The Divine King's body was split into 2. That was not the end. He grabbed the remnant soul and looked at the sky, die. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Light splattered in all directions, and the remnant soul was crushed into powder. It completely disappeared. Then, Luo Tian's voice sank, covering the entire infernal realm, and said, next, get the hell over here. Dozens of Divine King stage experts were shocked. Luo Tian has been discovered. Kill him. Attack together. Dozens of Divine King stage experts rushed forward together. Half a minute passed. Around Luo Tian stood 27 God King experts. They were all new God King experts, and they were all Hong Tu's lackeys. They surrounded Luo Tian. Every one of them had a ferocious aura, their faces filled with disdain. They didn't place Luo Tian in their eyes at all. In God's domain, they were the strongest experts. No one was allowed to disrupt the order here. Are you Luo Tian? That trash who was scared witless by Lord Supreme back then? Humph, you still dare to come here? Aren't you courting death? Luo Tian swept his gaze across the 27 God Kings in the surroundings. He sneered at the sky and said, Hong Tu, after all these years, you've nurtured such trash? A God King expert roared furiously, you dog. You're about to die, yet you're still being arrogant here. Let me see if you. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Luo Tian suddenly landed in front of him. His hands clenched, and the head of that God King expert was directly chopped off. A fist strike, previous chapter next chapter boom. Along with the primordial spirit, the soul was shattered. Next? Luo Tian said coldly. Too fast. So fast that they didn't have any time to react. They were also God King experts. In the divine realm's 10,000 planes, they were absolutely invincible existences. However, they actually couldn't see the trajectory of Luo Tian's movements. It wasn't that they couldn't see clearly, but that they couldn't see at all. This was the difference. Looking at Luo Tian's complacent expression, the two God Kings looked at each other and surrounded him from left and right, erupting with all of their God King's power. Bam! Bam! The two God Kings were directly sent flying, and their divine deity was caught in Luo Tian's hands, dripping with blood as he suddenly squeezed. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The God King's divine deity was crushed into powder. Luo Tian continued indifferently, next, there are still 24. The 5 God King experts roared as they charged towards Luo Tian with thunderous roars. They used all of their strength to attack him. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 punches were over, Luo Tian said coldly. Next, there are still 19. The 5 God King experts floated in the air, their eyes bulging out, a bloody hole appearing in their heads, and their divine deity was hollowed out. All of them fell into Luo Tian's hands and turned into powder. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing God King 4, obtaining 300 million experience, 2 million spirit energy. Ding! Congratulations, each God King had 300 million experience. After a series of kills, Luo Tian's experience bar was burning, and it had reached 100%, but he did not level up. He wasn't sure what the reason was. However, he didn't care about that at all. There was only one thing he wanted to do, kill all of these God King experts, not leaving a single one alive. The entire infernal realm was watching them, and in their hearts, they were all hoping that Luo Tian would win. If Luo Tian died, they would definitely be purged, which meant that they would disappear from this world forever. The 19 God King experts were trembling. Right now, they didn't even dare to look straight into Luo Tian's eyes. They no longer had the arrogance from before, and there was only fear. Luo Tian smiled slightly. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Continue. The 19 God King experts remained motionless. They didn't dare to leave. They were very clear about Hong Tu's methods. They didn't want to fight either. They now knew Luo Tian's methods. Too terrifying. Seeing that they did not speak, Luo Tian said indifferently, since you guys aren't arrogant, then I'll start being arrogant. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly grabbed a God King expert, his right fist punched out fiercely, and roared, Hong Tu told you to cleanse the hell, so you came to cleanse the hell, why didn't he tell you to do it? Bam. Next, there are still 18. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Next, there are still 17. You want to escape? From the moment you entered the infernal realm, you were destined to die here. Do you understand? He continued to kill. He didn't give them any chance. The anger and killing intent in Luo Tian's heart were crazily vented out. Kill my brother. Kill my woman. You should have thought of this result. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Next, there are still 9. The remaining 9 God Kings were so scared that their legs went weak. Compared to Luo Tian, they felt that the Supreme God King was simply a living bodhisattva. Luo Tian's methods were too cruel. All of their primordial spirit and soul were shattered, not giving them any way to survive. Bam. 7 more. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 6. Boom. 3. The entire infernal realm was boiling. Someone had heard of the legend of Luo Tian, and said with incomparable excitement, he's back, he's back. The legend is true. He is the only person in this world who can fight against the Supreme God King. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Luo Tian smashed a god king's head into pieces and pulled out his divine deity. His eyes turned sinister, and with a shake of his fist, his divine deity turned into powder. Then Luo Tian said solemnly, "Next is you. Hong Tu. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Old Cow wishes all of you a happy new year, and wishes you all a new year of fire and fire." Luo Tian's voice could be heard throughout the tens of thousands of plains in the Divine Dominion. In a certain region, it was a barren land where birds did not shit and chickens did not lay eggs. Deep in the earth's core, Ling Zixue suddenly looked up and said, "Listen, what's that sound?" Lin Yuer also said, "I heard it too. It seems to be." She looked at Ling Zixue. Huang Fuye's heart also started to beat rapidly. "Sister Yunmeng, did you hear that?" Chun Chun was the same. Xianxia and Shuer both looked up at the barren sky from the sky well. Their expressions changed. Is it him? Is it really him? Has he reached the Divine Dominion? Where's Niao Niao? Is she back? Didn't she go to look for her father? And Jing didn't he go to the Chaos Realm? Did he come back with Luo Tian? Luo Tian had a son and a daughter. The daughter was called Luo Niao, and the son was called Luo Jing. One was born to Luo Tian by Huang Fuye, while the other was born to Luo Tian by Lin Yuer. The two of them had entered the Chaos Realm because they had sensed that Luo Tian was in a plane below the Chaos Realm. Now that Luo Tian had returned, what about them? At this moment, Meng Lei jumped down from the sky. Meng Lei jumped down from the atrium in one step and held the leg of a strong wild beast on his body. He said excitedly, "Sisters-in-law, did you hear that? It's Boss's voice. It's Boss's voice. Boss is back." Boom, the heavenly warship landed, and Patriarch Huashan also landed in the sky well. He said excitedly, "He's back, he's back, he's back. Luo Tian is back." Tens of thousands of planes in the Divine Dominion heard Luo Tian's voice. One can imagine that his strength must have fused with a new power of laws. "Ha ha ha, Hong Tu's good days are coming to an end. Pack up. We're going to the Divine Dominion on this heavenly warship. We want to see Hong Tu fall with our own eyes." Patriarch Hua Mountain's face was filled with excitement. He could not suppress his excitement at all. After receiving Meng Lei and Patriarch Huashan's affirmation, they became even happier. To the deity domain, to the deity domain. "Ha ha ha. Boss, you're finally back. 100,000 years. Big Beard was also excited. Huang Puya asked, "Mr. Huashan, did Niao Niao come back? And Jing they all went to the chaotic realm. Did they come back with Luo Tian?" The Patriarch of Mount Hua's face turned cold as he said, "I only heard Luo Tian's voice. I didn't hear Niao Niao and Jing voices. However, there's no need to worry. We'll know once we see Luo Tian. One of them has an innate sovereign physique while the other has an innate God King physique. They have the innate ability to travel through space. There's no need to worry about them." Huang Fuye's face tightened, and she said, "Then let's hurry to the God domain." She was worried about Luo Tian. She was also worried about her daughter. Even if her daughter was a sovereign, as a mother, she would still worry. 100,000 years. This kind of longing was incomprehensible. Lin Yuer said calmly, "Sister Ye, it'll be fine." Li Shuer also walked up and said, "They'll be fine," but Li Shuer looked at the Patriarch of Mount Hua and said, "Patriarch, let's wait for him here. If we go to the God domain, we'll only be a burden to him and make him unable to let go." Big Sister is right. I agree too. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let Luo Tian do what he wants. No matter what happens, we'll wait for him here forever. I'll go. Meng Lei was different from what they thought. Even if he died, this time, he must die in front of Luo Tian. 100,000 years passed. His cultivation had reached an astonishing level, and he could unleash the power of the blood sacrifice in his body to the extreme. He broke through to the God King realm with his own strength. He wanted to go. He wanted to fight with Luo Tian. No matter the result, he wanted to accompany Luo Tian. He left last time. This time, he would definitely not leave again, the patriarch of Mount Hua looked at Meng Lei and said, "Okay, let's go." In hell. Cheers. Everyone in hell was shouting Luo Tian's name. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, it was Luo Tian who saved them. If not for Luo Tian, they would all be dead now. Luo Tian returned to Dopey's side. He was still waiting for the system to fuse with the source of darkness. His law of Luo was just a little bit away from perfection. This was the source of darkness needed for the darkness divine core. He wanted to fuse with this last bit of power. He wanted to appear in front of the Supreme God King Hong Tu in an absolutely crushing manner. He wanted the Supreme God King to pay 1,000 times the price. The progress bar moved forward bit by bit. 2 minutes passed. The system sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the source of darkness. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for perfecting the law of Luo. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating a new system. Do you wish to activate the new system? The system kept ringing in his mind. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. System. System. System again? Should I get rid of the system? This thought appeared in Luo Tian's mind. He felt like the system was constantly monitoring him. It was like a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was very uncomfortable. No. Luo Tian steeled his heart and rejected the system upgrade. In a certain special plane. The system operator's expression changed. He turned to a middle-aged man and said, "Master Luo, what do we do now?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "The system must continue to operate. It must also be in his body. Force the upgrade." This was the only way. It wasn't that he had to let the system be in Luo Tian's body, but he knew that Luo Tian would definitely enter the chaos realm. That was the center of the 100,000 universes, where the strong gathered. The assassins of the 9 Heavens God-killing alliance would not let him go. There were still many experts. Luo Tian had to have this system. The system could help him, and he could also help Luo Tian. The system operator pressed a red button and said, "Activate the forced system." At the same time, the system beep sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Rejection failed. Beginning the forced system upgrade. F***CK. Luo Tian immediately cursed, "I don't want the system, get the system out of my head." The feeling of being monitored was very uncomfortable. Moreover, he already had a complete pubes and no longer needed to rely on the system. He could also comprehend and level up like an ordinary warrior. Delete the system. Stop the upgrade. However, the system didn't listen to him at all and forced the upgrade. It was also at this moment. The forced upgrade was very fast. In less than half a minute, the system beep sounded. Ding. System upgrade complete. Current system is instant kill system. Happy New Year, everyone. Ding. System upgrade completed. The current system is an instant kill system. In his mind, the system notification sounded. Luo Tian's eyes were a little dazed. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Instant kill system? If you have the guts, why don't you do it for me? Instant kill with deviant fire? How many instant kills have you triggered? Once or twice? If I believe you again, there will really be a ghost." Luo Tian did not believe in the instant kill system at all. Because, the system was cheating. It was impossible to have a 100% instant kill. If this was a game, the instant kill would destroy the game's balance. It was absolutely impossible. If you could instantly kill whoever you saw, why would others play then? Therefore, Luo Tian did not believe in the so-called instant kill system at all. However, driven by curiosity, he still opened the system to check. He would not know if he did not look. When he looked, Luo Tian muttered, "There are really ghosts in this world. I am in hell. How can there be no ghosts in this world? Damn it. System, do you have to play so big? Is this really okay?" Luo Tian was shocked. Because, it was really an instant kill. Instant kill system. Description, once the target is locked, they will be killed instantly. Description 2, the success rate of the instant kill system is 100%. Please lock onto the real body. Description 3. The current instant kill system is Level 1. Level 1 instant kill. Description: experience burning state. Release instant kill. Experience points are 0. Luo Tian checked his experience bar. When he killed the assassins of the 9 heavens god-slaying alliance on Earth, his experience bar was burning. Full state. It had long surpassed the experience of leveling up but did not level up. This was experience burning. The method of using a level 1 instant kill was to release all the experience points that were burned. The experience points were 0. The target that Luo Tian locked onto would definitely die. This was a level 1 instant kill. Exchanging experience for an instant kill, however, Luo Tian's heart ached. This was the divine realm. If he entered the chaos realm, he would need a lot of experience points to level up. If he wanted to release an instant kill, then, I don't care anymore. Let's talk about whether or not I can enter the divine domain. I'll kill Hong Tu first. Luo Tian clenched both fists and thought to himself, Hong Tu, I'll see where you can hide this time. Shortly after, Luo Tian said to Two Balls, I'll make a trip to the divine realm and insta-kill Hong Tuesday. Wait for me here. I'll come back to save you immediately. Erdan said, Boss, don't worry about me. However, Erdan still had a lingering fear in his heart as he said, Boss, the Supreme Divine King has controlled the divine realm for countless years. In the 100,000 years that you disappeared, he became even stronger than before. I heard that he cultivated 2 corporeal bodies, one positive and one negative. It's like 2 extremes. I don't know if it's real or fake. You must be careful. Erdan was confident in Luo Tian, but he was still worried. After all, he was the king of the god realm. As the strongest existence in the realm of the gods, his strength was hard to imagine. Luo Tian slightly said, positive and negative sides? Erdan said, I also heard it from the Hell God King by chance. As for whether it's true or not, the positive and negative sides, one side is justice, the other side is evil, they are 2 completely opposite people. He superimposed all his sins on one body, the other righteous body is focused on cultivating. Although the 2 bodies are separated, their cultivation is the same. In these 100,000 years, he has become a lot stronger. Everyone was growing. Even the Supreme Divine King, a peak-level expert in the realm of the gods, his strength was still constantly improving. In these 100,000 years, Hong Tu continued to comprehend, but he did not comprehend how to condense 2 divine deity. However, he used his own justice to comprehend a corporeal body that was connected. Negative, extremely vicious. Positive, cultivation talent and potential were sky-high. Luo Tian muttered, I never thought that you would actually be able to cultivate both positive and negative sides in 100,000 years. Regardless of whether it's true or not, you have to die. Immediately. Erdan, don't worry. Your boss is invincible right now. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Then he took a step forward and rushed into the air, his voice exploding, Hong Tu, Laozi is here. Shua. He directly broke through the restrictions of the infernal plane and instantly arrived in the sky above the realm of the gods. The power of the Luo law allowed him to maintain the order of all the laws in the realm of the gods. The new law that he had fused together was above all of these laws. He's here. He's here. Luo Tian is here. The wilderness city was in an uproar. The realm of the gods was in an uproar. The ancient continent was in an uproar. The entire realm of the gods was in an uproar. Luo Tian's voice spread from the realm of the gods to tens of thousands of planes, and everyone could hear it clearly. Can he change history? No, it should be, can he create history? The realm of the gods was created by Hong Tu's master. After he left, the Supreme Divine King controlled the entire realm of the gods, and after hundreds of millions of years, he is still the Supreme Divine King, the strongest warrior in the realm of the gods. Can Luo Tian create history today? Other than the first generation of sovereigns who broke through the restrictions of the realm of the gods, no one has ever been able to enter the chaos realm. Can he enter? That's impossible. 100,000 years ago, he was chased by Hong Tu like a dog. In 100,000 years, Luo Tian has become stronger, and Lord Supreme has also become stronger. Luo Tian is still not a match for him. I also think that Luo Tian is not a match for him. The entire realm of the gods is a cultivation resource for the Supreme Divine King. No one in the realm of the gods is a match for him. The Supreme Divine King is invincible in the realm of the gods. Everyone was talking about it. In their hearts, the Supreme Divine King was simply too powerful, and no one could shake him. 100,000 years ago, Luo Tian was unable to shake him. Now, he still couldn't shake him. Because he was the Supreme Divine King, Hong Tu, the realm of the gods. Rumble. 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 The Supreme Divine Palace that was floating above the realm of the gods let out a series of explosions. Woohaha. Woohaha. Luo Tian, you're here. It's been 100,000 years, I knew you would definitely come back. Your body is mine, and everything in the realm of the gods is mine. The voice seemed to reach the heavens. It exploded in the realm of the gods. Luo Tian locked onto the source of the voice, and with a move of the idea, his body seemed to have changed, instantly descending above the Supreme Divine Palace, and laughed sinisterly. Stop blabbering, I'm here to take your life today. As soon as he finished, the big black blade in Luo Tian's hand moved. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A black blade chi broke through the 9 heavens and slashed down. Rumble. The entire Supreme Divine Palace instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of powder. A black shadow shot out. Destroy my Divine Palace? Humph. Luo Tian, come and die. The black shadow floated in the air, standing not far away from Luo Tian, his eyes filled with greed. His body released a thick aura of sin. Luo Tian thought in his heart, did you really cultivate the positive and negative sides? Who cares how many sides you cultivate? You have to die. I've made everyone wait for a long time. The new year is a complete dream. The old cow wishes everyone a happy new year. Tomorrow, I'll be back to normal. In the past few years on Earth, he had been thinking about returning to the divine realm every day and trampling Hong Tu to death. Now, he was here. Then, no matter how strong Hong Tu was, he had to kill him. Supreme Divine King Hong Tu had indeed become stronger. However, his strength, laws, and everything else were restricted by the divine realm. He could not break through. The only way he could break through was to borrow Luo Tian's body of 4 divine deity. But now, Luo Tian had fused with a new power of law. This was something he did not know. Supreme Divine King laughed wildly, and said, Die? I'm afraid the one who will die is you. As soon as he finished, Hong Tu pulled out a golden sword in the air, the aura on his body trembled, and his eyes turned sinister. In that instant, the power of the Divine King spread out in the sky. It formed a huge beast that pounced towards Luo Tian. Rumble. 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 The sky was trembling, the earth was trembling, unable to withstand Hong Tu's power. Countless powers of law fused, gathered, and crushed towards Luo Tian. At this moment, Hong Tu thrusted his sword forward, Divine King Sword Art. Kill. Heh, Luo Tian sneered, the big black blade in his hand moved slightly, looking at the evil aura that filled the sky. He said, Is that all you have? Shwa. His figure disappeared. I'll let you experience my new power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the law was released. Luo Tian's aura disappeared. It was as if the sky had dispersed. If there was nothing, even the Supreme Divine King could not sense Luo Tian's existence. This is a new power? A new power of law? Luo Tian? You fused a new power of law? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, you don't have the power of origin, how can you fuse the 4 divine deity? His voice spread throughout the sky. The Supreme Divine King's oppressive might directly hit thin air. His sword was the same, hitting thin air. Luo Tian disappeared. He could not sense Luo Tian's existence, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Why? Why? It's impossible. Coward, come out if you have the guts. You dog. Trash. Is hiding your aura your new power? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, when did you become so timid? Don't you want to avenge your loved ones in hell? Your women were all killed by me. Your brothers were all killed by me. And that lowly dragon, the chains that grew out of its body were also sealed by me. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, come and kill me if you have the guts. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's voice sounded like that of a death god. I've been here for a long time. Bang, Luo Tian kept the big black blade and punched out. Using the big black blade to instantly kill the Supreme Divine King was too easy for him. He wanted to explode, punches landed on flesh. Boom, Hong Tu was unable to react in time. He didn't even sense Luo Tian's punch coming at him. His face was hit, and his body was sent flying. Then, Luo Tian's figure disappeared once again. Without waiting for him to stabilize his body, Luo Tian's fist struck out again, King shout for lousy again. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Hong Tu was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers. Luo Tian instantly locked onto the place where he landed, his heavy fists were like cannons as he punched Hong Tu's face once again, shout again. Bam! Hong Tu saw stars. The entire divine realm was in turmoil. His body flew left and right, and he had no room to resist at all. Didn't you want to see my new power? Why don't you King fight back? His fist turned into a palm, suspended in front of Hong Tu, and slapped him. Does it feel good? Pa. It felt so good to slap them in the face. Hitting people in the face, left hand, right hand. Slap after slap. Hong Tu, does it feel good? Boom, boom, boom. Every time Luo Tian punched out, he would curse loudly, not giving him any chance to resist at all. Hong Tu's mouth was full of blood, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He couldn't even speak. Supreme Divine King? *******. Rumble. Luo Tian punched him to the ground. His body landed, and his right foot stomped heavily. A force burst out and stomped on Hong Tu's head. Kill my woman? Boom. Kill my brother? Boom. This is the result. Boom. Immediately after, Luo Tian's fists were like a violent storm, bombarding Yi Futian with one punch after another. Every punch landed on Yi Futian's body. It directly blasted a huge mountain into a flat land. Looking at the last trace of blood on Hong Tu's head, Luo Tian lifted him up and smiled again. Hong Tu, does it feel good? Hong Tu spat out blood as he stared at Luo Tian. He did not expect this. He never would have thought that Luo Tian would fuse with a new power of law, and this power was completely above any power of law in the divine realm. It was a power he had never come into contact with before, and he had no idea how to defend against it. In front of Luo Tian's power of law, the power he cultivated was too weak to the point of exploding. However, Hong Tu's eyes emitted a bright light as he laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian, your new power of law is indeed powerful, but, heh. It's mine, it must be mine. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. It's yours? If you have the guts, then come and take it. Suddenly, Luo Tian grabbed Hong Tu's collar and lifted him into the air. With a sudden shake, he fell to the ground and punched with his right fist. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 3090877772 inch 300 million points of damage, it directly blasted Hong Tu's head apart. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hong Tu for obtaining 398,888,888 experience, 20 million spirit chi. Previous chapter next chapter boom. System notification, experience points burning. Ding. System notification, the player has not entered the Chaos Realm and is unable to level up. In the case of burning experience points, he could choose to level up or release it. If he chose to release it, he had to lock onto his target. If he chose to level up, this was still the Divine Realm. If he was not recognized by the system, he would not be able to level up. Only when Luo Tian entered the Chaos Realm would he be able to choose to level up. This was the system's setting. Luo Tian was unable to change it. He looked at the system notification. Unable to level up? Experience points burning? F***CK. Other than experience and spirit chi, Luo Tian did not drop anything from the Supreme Divine King. His heart trembled as he thought to himself, Looks like what Dan said is right, the Supreme Divine King has really cultivated two sides, and he has placed all his power on the front. It was also at this moment. The sky darkened. A burst of heaven-shattering power attacked. In the sky, golden light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire divine realm. Luo Tian raised his head slightly, looking at the golden light in the sky, looking at the figure, the corner of his mouth curled up. Ha ha, this is the strongest boss in the divine realm. Come out earlier. At this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Ding. Target locked. Ding. Target locked. The system sounded out. The righteous side of the Supreme Divine King, Han Tu, appeared. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty god, coldly looking at Luo Tian on the ground, and said with a slight smile, Luo Tian, do you think you are very strong? The aura of superiority. His eyes were filled with contempt. Luo Tian smiled faintly, I don't think I'm very strong, I'm very strong. Didn't you see it just now? One of your bodies has already been trampled to death under my feet. You're next. Just now, Han Tu didn't even have the chance to resist. This time, Luo Tian wanted him to not even have the chance to react. Han Tu's eyes shook as he shouted angrily, how dare you? Luo Tian immediately cursed, how dare you? Incomparably arrogant. The current Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian from 100,000 years ago, nor was he the Luo Tian who was chased all over the world by the Supreme Divine King. Han Tu's face turned sinister as he released a wave of energy. A projection appeared in the sky. In the projection, Li Shuer looked up at the sky, clasped her hands together, and prayed silently. And Chen Chen stood at the side and muttered, Big brother Luo Tian, you must be safe. Chen Chen, Sister Shuer, and her other sisters are all waiting for you here. Huang Fuya said, Luo Tian, you have to live well. Only then can you go to the Chaos Realm to find your daughter, Niao Niao. Niao Niao looks like you. Lin Yuer also prayed silently, Luo Tian, I gave birth to a son for you. His name is Luo Jing, and he also went to the Chaos Realm to look for you. You must live well. The scene in the projection was the scene of the wasteland plain where they were. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable devotion as they prayed. Everyone made Luo Tian's heart ache. What Luo Tian did not expect was, I actually have a son? Ha ha ha, apart from a daughter, I also have a son, ha ha ha. I have a son, ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed like an idiot. He knew that he had a daughter a long time ago. He was as happy as a fool. Now that he had a son, he was even more excited. Looking at Luo Tian's happy appearance, Han Tu laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, the entire divine realm is under my control. Do you think that I can't find your woman? I'm just keeping them. With just a thought, I can make them disappear from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, another scene appeared in the projection. The blood-red light covered the sky, completely enveloping the plane they were in. Luo Tian could feel that the power was very strong. As long as that power burst forth, that plane would instantly disappear. At the same time, Han Tu moved his right hand and another projection appeared in the air. Meng Lei, Patriarch Huashan, and the puppet master, Big Beard, appeared in the projection. They were in a corner of the divine dominion. Immediately after, another scene appeared. It was the scene of Erden crying and moaning in pain in hell. Chains grew out of his body and it was extremely uncomfortable. When Luo Tian was around, he didn't have any expression of pain because he didn't want his boss to see his pain. Luo Tian left. He couldn't bear the pain of his body being torn apart and let out a painful roar. Hong Tu laughed sinisterly, Luo Tian, everything you have is in my hands. You? You don't have the right to fight with me. Do you understand? In these 100,000 years, Hong Tu didn't just cultivate. He also made preparations. He knew that Luo Tian was still alive. He also knew that with Luo Tian's character, he would definitely return to the Divine Dominion. He looked forward to Luo Tian's return to the Divine Dominion, just like how Luo Tian looked forward to returning to the Divine Dominion. Luo Tian. Just. Now you asked me if I felt good. Now that you see this scene, do you feel good? Ha ha ha. Hong Tu laughed wildly. Incomparably arrogant. Incomparably cocky, Luo Tian frowned and asked, Hong Tu, you'd better let them go. I'll give you a way out. Hong Tu looked at Luo Tian and burst into laughter, as if he had heard a funny joke. He said, let them go? Give me a way out? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, is your brain filled with shit? Do you understand the situation? I want you to kneel down now. His voice changed. Hong Tu's vigorous power crushed down like an otherworldly force, and he roared, kneel. Boom. 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 As the fragments exploded one by one, the pressure that was released from his body was tens of thousands of times stronger than the previous pressure. The space was crushed and directly bombarded Luo Tian's mind. Buzz, Luo Tian's mind shook, his body trembled, and his legs trembled. He almost couldn't take it anymore. Hong Tu's power was much stronger than before. Boss. Don't worry about us, kill him. Suddenly, a voice exploded in the sky above the divine realm like thunder. Fatty Lei's figure appeared in midair and cursed loudly, Hong Tu, *CK your ancestors for 18 generations. You're courting death. Hong Tu's eyes turned sinister as a burst of idea struck out. Fatty Lei's eyes darkened as he smashed the gigantic hammer in his hand towards the idea. All of the demon thunder's power on his body erupted. Boom. Even if he was a divine king expert now, but he still couldn't withstand the attack of a single idea from the supreme divine king. He was sent flying. The Huashan ancestor also shouted loudly without caring about anything else, Luo Tian, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. We are nothing. Unleash your power, you must kill him. Bam. The Huashan ancestor was also sent flying. You can't even withstand a single blow. Hong Tu sneered as he stared at Luo Tian and said, how many years has it been? You're still so weak. Luo Tian. I told you to kneel down. As soon as he finished, the power on his body exploded, and waves of power from the ancient code came crashing down. Cluck, 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 Luo Tian's joints were exploding. The target had been locked on. However, he was worried about the safety of Li Shuer and the others. They had suffered too much, and he didn't want them to die in the end. However, Hong Tu laughed with incomparable pride. Luo Tian, is it good? Ha ha ha, I think it must be very good, right? Weren't you quite good at fighting just now? Now continue, come up and touch me, ha ha ha. I have waited for this day for 100,000 years. Luo Tian, so what if you have been reborn? Aren't you still trampled under my feet, ha ha ha. Arrogant, incomparably arrogant, Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he thought to himself, Shuer, Chun Chun, Yun Meng. Everyone, I'm sorry. If you die, I, Luo Tian, will definitely not live. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power on Luo Tian's body exploded as his eyes locked onto Hong Tu. Show off? I'll let you show off to your heart's content today. The idea moved. Release instant kill. As soon as he finished, a huge vortex appeared above Hong Tu's head, the Nine Heavens Vortex. In the center of the vortex, a beam of light scattered down. At this moment, the power of instant kill was activated. The light beam enveloped him, but Hong Tu did not take it seriously. However, in that instant, his entire body was covered with a chill. He was afraid. He, who had never been afraid before, was completely afraid. He was so scared that he shit his pants. Even if it was him, the strongest person in the divine realm, he would also be afraid. Because, he only had one life. If he died, it would be gone. To be reborn and come again, how long would it take to cultivate? He was not a freak like Luo Tian, who had grown to such a terrifying level in just a few years in the divine realm. In that instant, Hong Tu's heart trembled. A thought entered the Lord God's crown. He did not know how to use this legendary Lord God artifact, but when his master gave it to him, he once said that when in danger, he could enter the Lord God's crown to ask him for help. Buzz. The power of the Lord God's crown was released. A huge face, like that of a celestial emperor, appeared in the sky. Hong Tu was excited and shouted loudly, Master, 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 save me, save me. It was like grabbing onto a life-saving straw in the middle of a vast ocean. He was bound by the light beam. Hong Tu was extremely afraid. He had never felt this kind of power before, and his intuition told him that this power could kill him instantly. It was also at this moment. A huge face appeared in the sky above the divine realm. Luo Tian, stop. He was the creator of the divine realm. He was also Hong Tu's master. At this moment, Hong Tu became excited and shouted even louder, "Master, save me! Luo Tian, you dog can't kill me, ha ha ha." His master was too powerful. This was his last line of defense. However, he did not understand Luo Tian. If he understood Luo Tian, he would not think this way. No one could stop Luo Tian from doing what he wanted to do. Luo Tian looked at the huge face in the sky and sneered, "You tell me to stop and I'll stop? Who do you think you are?" The huge face in the sky was furious and his voice was majestic. "I am the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor. If you anger me, you will not have a good ending." Ha ha ha, the Luo Tian laughed maniacally. Where did the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor's dog come from? Yan Huang Celestial Emperor, the creator of the domain of the gods. He was a super expert in the chaos realm, a true overlord of a region. He was a truly terrifying existence. However, Luo Tian didn't care about it at all. Incomparably savage, the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor's apparition was enraged, his voice exploding. "Luo Tian. Why are you calling your father?" Luo Tian sneered. "Even if you were the sky, the ruler of the firmament, a master god, a creator god, let alone the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor, I will kill him today." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's experience bar instantly emptied. He roared, "Hong Tu, go to hell." The light that enveloped Hong Tu suddenly retracted. Shwa. Hong Tu had disappeared. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hong Tu for obtaining 5 million experience points, 5 million spirit chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Lord God's crown. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Myriad Tao's law power. Do you wish to devour it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Chain Unsealing Method. The system's voice kept ringing. Luo Tian didn't care about what had exploded. He was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the place where Hong Tu was standing just now, he couldn't come back to his senses. The beam of light disappeared, Hong Tu disappeared, and then instant death? It's that simple? Oh my god. This is the instant kill system? In that instant, Luo Tian's blood started to boil and burn. Instant kill system, there were too many grievances towards Luo Tian for instantly killing him. The triggering rate of the Deviant Flame's instant kill was simply too low. Luo Tian didn't have much hope for the instant kill system, but now he was so scared that his shit was about to come out. The Supreme Divine King, Hong Tu, was the strongest person in the divine realm. After locking onto him, he was instantly killed without any hesitation. Awesome. This is too awesome. Luo Tian was so excited that he was in a mess. This feeling was too good, and he was also secretly glad that the system's forced upgrade allowed him to obtain the instant kill system. In the future, with this instant kill power, what would he need to be afraid of immediately after? Luo Tian opened the system to check. Item, Lord God's Crown, Mission Item, Grade, Lord God Description, this item is not the Lord God's Crown. It is an item left behind by the Lord God in the mortal world. You need to gather 5 Lord God's items to obtain the Lord God's power and summon the Lord God to fulfill any wish. Summon the Lord God to fulfill any wish? Huh? Gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Dragon God? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was secretly excited. Looking at the Lord God's crown, he thought to himself, I will definitely gather all 5 Lord God's items. I will revive all the people who died in hell. I will save all of you, I swear. Luo Tian didn't even think about it. Thinking of those brothers and women who had died in hell, Luo Tian clenched his fists and secretly swore. Ding. Release and fuse? Fuse. Luo Tian immediately made his choice in the face of the power of 10,000 arts. The power of 10,000 arts fused with Luo Tian's body, causing his strength to increase by a bit. At this moment, the divine realm's myriad worlds reacted. Ha ha ha, we won. We won. Luo Tian actually won. The supreme divine king who has been in the divine realm for countless years was actually defeated, and he was even killed in an instant. Ha ha ha. This is power. Where are those people who looked down on Luo Tian just now? Didn't you say that you were no match for him? Why don't you laugh again? You guys are the only ones who know shit. Luo Tian has been hiding for 100,000 years, and now that he's back to mess with Hong Tuesday. Otherwise, why would he come back? Ha ha ha, long live Luo Tian. Long live Luo Tian. Boss is mighty and domineering. The entire divine realm was in an uproar. They were boiling because of Luo Tian's victory, because of the appearance of the new supreme divine king. With Hong Tu's death, Luo Tian was the new supreme being, the strongest ruler of the divine realm. It was also at this moment. The huge face in the sky was incomparably furious. It crushed the sky and directly suppressed the voice in the divine realm as it roared, "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he laughed coldly. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor was enraged. Luo Tian moved his right hand and summoned the big black blade. The power of the law erupted and slashed down. This is the consequence of provoking lousy. One slash, the pressure of the heavens was broken, boom, it was as if the sky was about to split open, and the entire divine realm was shaking. The huge face slowly dissipated. Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor was furious, but he was also laughing maniacally, and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you think you killed my disciple?" Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, I'm not dead, I still have to thank you. I thought that I would never be able to break through the shackles of my life, but I didn't expect that because of you, my master would bring me into the chaos realm, haha. I really have to thank you. Luo Tian, I heard that you still have a son and a daughter in the chaos realm, right? Heh. Hong Tu's voice exploded in the sky above the divine realm. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he roared, "Hong Tu, if you have the guts, then get down here for me." He never thought that Hong Tu was still alive. Instant kill, the system had locked onto him. How could he not be dead? Could it be that Hong Tu had a third clone, actually? Even Hong Tu himself could not think of it. He only had two doppelgangers, one positive and one negative. However, he had not expected his master, the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor, to instantly condense his will into a doppelganger the moment his will entered the Master God's crown. Moreover, this clone broke through the shackles and directly obtained the power to enter the chaos realm. A blessing in disguise. Condensing a clone with one's mind, this was something that only a super expert like Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor could do. Hong Tu laughed wildly, "Luo Tian, I'll wait for you in the chaos realm, ha ha ha, this time, I will definitely not be lenient. I will first find your children, and then kill them, ha ha ha." Hong Tu's voice became more and more distant, and finally completely disappeared from the divine realm. It was also at this time. Another voice sounded. It was Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor's voice, "Luo Tian, this is the result of offending me. You are just an ant, you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Do you understand? Pathetic." Then Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor's aura also disappeared. Luo Tian stood in place, looking at the sky, his body burning with anger. He said solemnly, "Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor, right? Ant, right? Lousy will see how awesome you are." Luo Tian's idea sank. He instantly followed. It was also at this time, Feng Lei's voice sounded, "Boss." Luo Tian's heart calmed down immediately. Looking at Feng Lei, who was sent flying by Hong Tu just now, and looking at the fatty who was his first brother since he transmigrated, his heart trembled. He flew up all of a sudden. He hugged Feng Lei all of a sudden. The moment Feng Lei was hugged by Luo Tian, his tears flowed out uncontrollably. "Boss, I missed you so much." The old ancestor of Mao Tua flew up as well and smiled faintly, "Ha ha ha." As expected of the Luo Tian. "You've really returned. He really did it." Ha ha ha, Patriarch Huashan laughed maniacally. This was the happiest he had ever laughed in his entire life. Because. A notification sounded in his mind. The system beep. Ding. Protect Luo Tian quest, completed. At this moment, he didn't care whether the mission was completed or not. He was just happy like an ordinary person. He had been waiting for Luo Tian to appear in God's domain. Luo Tian's appearance was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to prepare. It was also because of this that he was slaughtered by Hong. Who would have thought that this time, Luo Tian would rise even more powerfully, return to the divine realm and kill Hong too? This feeling was too good. Luo Tian walked to the side of the ancestor and said heavily, "Ancestor, thank you for taking care of me all these years." "Thank you." The old ancestor of Mount Hua laughed and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Helping you is also helping myself. Now that you have become the sovereign of the divine realm, my mission has been completed." "Mission?" Luo Tian tensed up slightly, and immediately asked, "Ancestor, you helped me for the mission, what mission is it?" The gaze of the old master of Huashan tightened for a moment before he laughed out, "You are a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect of the Tianxian continent. You are my disciple. Naturally, I have to help you. As for the mission, now that you have become the strongest person in the deity plane, this is my mission." Ha ha ha, the old ancestor of Mount Hua did not want to tell Luo Tian about this. Because, the system did not allow it. In his mind, the system kept reminding him that he was not allowed to say anything he knew. Otherwise, obliterate. Furthermore, the old ancestor of Mount Hua was very clear that Luo Tian was about to leave the divine realm and enter the chaos realm. The less Luo Tian knew about the system, the better. It would be bad if he knew too much. Luo Tian was not an idiot, he could tell that the old ancestor of Mount Hua was hiding something from him. However, since he did not want to say it, Luo Tian did not pursue the matter, and thought to himself, "Mission? The mission to protect me? Could it be? He is also the owner of the system? His appearance was to protect me? Is it or not? Who exactly is the system over-controlling? Why did his expression suddenly change just now? Is the system controller threatening him?" Countless questions appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The old ancestor of Mount Hua laughed, "Luo Tian, the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor is the creator of the divine realm. For him to be able to create the divine realm means that his strength has already reached an extremely terrifying level. I am worried. Your son and daughter in the chaos realm will be in danger. Furthermore, Hong Tu hates you to the bone, so the most important thing right now is for you to enter the chaos realm and find them as soon as possible." Luo Tian nodded his head, "I must enter the chaos realm, but not now. I want to see Shuer and the others." Fatty Lei laughed, "Boss, I'll bring you there." Luo Tian said, "All right." On the way to the desolate plain, Luo Tian was thinking in his heart, if the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor could create the divine realm's myriad realms, then could he create it? Pangu splitting the heavens, can I do it too? He was thinking about this now. He wanted to create an eternal kingdom where there was no death, no illness, no pain, only happiness. How do I create a plane? Luo Tian had seen the creation of planes in countless novels, but there was no cultivation technique that could create planes, and he did not know where to start. Desolate plain. With Li Shuer in the lead, the girls stood there waiting for Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian descend from the sky, their eyes were stunned, not knowing what to say. Shuer was still as beautiful as ever. And Chen was still as cute as ever. Xianxia, Ling Zixue, Lin Yuer, Xianxia, Huang Fuye, Yun Meng, they were still as lovely as ever. Luo Tian looked at them, his heart aching. Step by step, he walked forward and said softly, "I'm sorry." And Chen had grown up, and she was still as playful as ever as she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms and cried loudly, "Big brother Luo Tian, Chen missed you." The girls were also teary-eyed. Luo Tian's heart ached. His women suffered with him, this was not what he wanted. Lin Yu said, "Luo Tian, quickly go find Jing I'm worried, and Nyo. They all entered the chaos realm to find you. If Hong Tu is not dead, I'm really worried for them. Luo Tian, don't worry about us, go quickly." "Yes, go quickly, we'll wait for you here." Fatty Lei also walked up and said, "Boss, I'll go with you." Luo Tian looked at them. Li Shuer said softly, no one in the divine realm dares to touch us now, don't worry. Luo Tian's heart tightened, all right. I'll go to the chaos realm to find them. Today's 3 chapters, the first chapter. Luo Tian did not stay for too long. He didn't even drink a cup of water before leaving the desolate plain. He didn't want them to worry. At the same time, he started to worry in his heart. After all, it was the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor. If he could let the idea reforge Hong Tu's body, then how strong was his ability? Would he know who his children were in an instant? Luo Tian didn't know, however, he knew that as long as the Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor dared to touch his children, he would be instantly killed. He had an instant kill system. As long as he burned his experience, he would be able to lock on to anyone and instantly kill them. The Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor was no exception. Just you wait. I will definitely find you quickly. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and instantly fell into hell. Looking at Erdan's pained expression, Luo Tian immediately released a wave of energy, dragon chain unsealing technique. Buzz. The power of a cultivation technique enveloped Erdan's entire body. Immediately, the dragon chain seal in his body began to slowly disappear, and the chains that grew out of his body also began to slowly dissipate. A few seconds later, all the chains on Erdan's body disappeared. Roar! Erdan roared into the sky, the deafening dragon's roar shaking the entire hell. Ha ha ha. I'm free. I'm free. Ha ha ha. How many years had it been? Erdan could no longer remember clearly. He only knew that he had been captured and brought here from the day he entered the infernal realm. He endured all sorts of different punishments every day. Now he was free, however, he couldn't kill those who punished him with his own hands. Otherwise, he would be even more excited. Erdan flipped in the air. Luo Tian looked at him and muttered, it really seems, Dragon God Ancestor, it's exactly the same as you. I missed you. Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened. At this moment, Erdan landed and giggled, thank you boss, from the first day I was captured, I knew you would come to save me. Aren't you going to the Chaos Realm? I'll go with you. That Hong Tu dared to plant some dragon chain seal in my body, I must kill him with my own hands. Anger boiled in his heart. He naturally knew that Hong Tu was not dead. However, Luo Tian smiled faintly, I'll go to the primal chaos realm alone. You go back to the dragon realm and bring back the dragon god's soul essence. Erdan really wanted to go back to Dragon City. He missed it very much. Because he wanted to see the place where his dragon clan originated from. He wanted to know what his hometown was like. There was also the dragon god's soul essence, which he had to bring back. This was his mission. Two Balls was stunned. He looked at Luo Tian and said, boss, the old ancestor is not here now. I can release the rage of the dragon god and let you turn into a dragon to obtain the old ancestor's power. The dragon god essence in my body is for you. Before Erdan could finish, Luo Tian immediately said, with the dragon god's soul, the dragon god ancestor might be able to revive. Bring it back to the dragon realm, and also go back to take a look at your hometown. If you feel that you are strong enough, come back to the chaos realm, and we will meet there. Erdan nodded, and said, all right. I will go to the dragon realm. Boss, wait for me in the chaos realm. I will definitely come find you. At that time, I will definitely become stronger. Erdan said confidently. Luo Tian smiled faintly, go. Erdan soared into the air and let out a dragon roar in the air, saying, boss, wait for me in the chaos realm. Then, Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei who was behind him, and muttered, Fatty Lei, you should go as well. Feng Lei had been following Luo Tian the entire time. Ever since he could remember, he had been by Luo Tian's side, calling Luo Tian young master. He would never leave Luo Tian in this lifetime. Feng Lei shook his head, laughed foolishly, and said, young master, I don't have a hometown, and I'm not from the dragon realm. Wherever I go, I'll follow you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei and said, you don't belong to the myriad realms of the divine realm, don't you want to know where your own origin is? Feng Lei shook his head, I don't want to, I'm already used to it, the heavens must have their reasons for letting me follow you, anyway, I won't leave. Luo Tian frowned, and said, Fatty Lei, we are not separated, I want you to find your own place, and when you find your source plane, if you miss me, come to the Chaos Realm to find me, or wait for me in the Divine Realm. Fatty Lei fell silent, and said foolishly, Boss, I don't know where my source continent is, I can also absorb and refine my source energy, but my source energy does not belong to the Divine Realm, if I want to find it, I don't know where to find it. Follow your heart. Luo Tian said two words indifferently. Go. Find your source plane, activate the strongest power in your body, and then come to the Chaos Realm. At that time, we will kill our way out of this world together. Feng Lei clenched his fists tightly, and said, All right. Young master, wait for me. Then. Fatty Lei's right foot shook, and with the force of a thunderbolt, he shot up and said, Young master, I will definitely go to the Chaos Realm. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Then. Fatty Lei also disappeared into the horizon. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Chaos Realm. At the center of the 100,000 universes, where the strong gathered, Luo Tian had nothing. According to the system's settings, his realm was going to return to zero, it was just like playing a game. If the mysterious heavenly continent was a novice village, then the ancient continent was a big city, and the divine realm was the main city. And the Chaos Realm. It was the central city of this game, linked to countless huge planes of the 100,000 universes. It was also a place that all players had to go to. There, the strong gathered and the heroes competed. Luo Tian wanted to go. He had to go, kill Yan Huang Heavenly Emperor, kill Hong Tu, find his son and daughter, and then find the person behind the system. Solve the puzzle of the system in his mind. Who was it that planted the game system in his mind, what was it for, Luo Tian really wanted to know. 2 balls left. Fatty Lei left. Standing in the abyss, Luo Tian exhaled, there's one more thing. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, and Luo Tian instantly landed on the demon plane, the plane that was once exiled. However, it was now in pieces, and the entire plane had turned into meteorites floating in the air. The meteorites had drifted for 100,000 years, where was the end, even Luo Tian didn't know. He wanted to know about the spacetime crack of the past, and he wanted to thank that brother. For him, that person had lost an arm, and Luo Tian felt deeply indebted to him. Brother. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you. If you can hear me, we'll meet again in the Chaos Realm. I'll definitely thank you properly. Luo Tian's voice spread over 1,000,000 kilometers. After that, Luo Tian stopped for a few minutes, but there was no response from the surroundings. Then, his figure disappeared, Chaos Realm, I'm coming. Not long after Luo Tian disappeared, the spacetime crack was pulled open, and a man with a broken arm stood there with a smile on his face, good boy, you're finally coming to the Chaos Realm. At the center of 100,000 universes. Chaos Realm. This place extended in all directions, connecting to every huge realm within 100,000 universes. Divine Realm. Ancient Desolate World. Upper God Realm. Dragon Realm. Countless realms were all linked to this place. Only the strong could enter this place. Only those who had comprehended the laws of the plane could enter. The Chaos Realm was a true gathering of experts, and there were as many geniuses as dogs. After billions of years of accumulation, the Chaos Realm became the first center. It was also the strongest realm. Those experts who broke through the void took root here, spreading their branches and leaves, and became overlords one after another. At the same time, it had become one tombstone after another. Because, this was the world of the strong, and also the grave of the strong. The competition and killing here were more intense than in any other realm. To be able to dominate here, that was to be above others. Anyone who entered the Chaos Realm, or was born here, wanted to be above others, dominate the world. Buzz. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the Marshalsea mountain range. Previous chapter next chapter boom. A figure broke through the air and entered. A black blade appeared first, and then like a wild dragon, it fell from the sky with a step. At this moment. Ding. Welcome player Luo Tian to the Chaos Realm. Chaos Realm summary, do you want to check it? Luo Tian got up from the ground and checked the parts on his body. After confirming that not a single one was missing, he cursed angrily, "Damn. Can't you be more gentle?" The idea moved. Check. As soon as he finished, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The primal chaos realm is divided into 7 major regions. You are in the Martial Sea region. The other 4 major regions are the Primal Chaos Sacred region, Advanced, Western Heaven Demon region, Advanced, Dark Demon region, Advanced, Heaven Mixed God region, Advanced, Heaven High region, Advanced, and Immemorial region, Advanced. Luo Tian took a look at the Martial Sea domain, which was also a low level. Luo Tian couldn't be bothered to care about the level and continued to read. The system's voice continued. Martial Sea Domain, Martial Cultivation is divided into 4 realms, Martial Sea Realm, Sea Formation Realm, Furious Sea Realm, and Broken Sea Realm. Each realm is divided into 3 small realms, Lower, Middle, and Upper. Luo Tian sped up the video and laughed bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, it's a new realm. Why bother wasting so much time? Wouldn't it be better to just use the numerical levels? Every time he entered a new world, it was a new level of martial cultivation. The numerical levels were more direct. The system blabbered on and on. Demonic beasts, spirit herbs, spirit pills, and martial skills were all clearly explained. Luo Tian was almost done. Because, if he didn't hurry up, he would probably die. In front of him stood a 3-eyed fire wolf. Its body was covered in flames, and its 3 eyes were staring at him. Its throat was churning, and saliva was stuck between its fangs. Its stomach was flat from hunger, and its eyes were glowing green as it looked at Luo Tian. It was obvious that it was a hungry wolf that had not eaten for a few days. What is the rank of the 3-eyed fire wolf? Just now, he seemed to have heard the system's description of the 3-eyed fire wolf, but he didn't care at all. Roar, the fire wolf growled, and the flames on its body suddenly expanded, not giving Luo Tian any time to react as it pounced forward. The wolf's claws were as sharp as blades. Moreover, just as it swooped down, its 3 eyes turned ferocious and shot out 3 bursts of flames. It was like an aurora flame. F***CK. Do you have to be so savage? Luo Tian was a little stunned. He didn't expect a mere demonic beast to be so valiant, but what he didn't know was this 3-eyed fire wolf was only a level 1 demonic beast in the Martial Sea area. The demonic beasts of the Chaos Realm were not like the demonic beasts of other planes. The demonic beasts here were much more savage than humans. Moreover, in the Chaos Realm, the number of experts cultivated by demonic beasts was much more than that of humans. So, demonic beasts were more savage than humans. However, Luo Tian was not easy to bully. With a roll of his body, he dodged the attacks of the 3 flaming auroras, and the idea sank. Bastard, you dare to be arrogant in front of Laozi, see how I'll kill you. The big black blade moved. The power of the law of Luo was released and slashed down. If there was one, if there was none, the 3-eyed fire wolf was also dumbfounded. It had never seen this kind of power of law before. It wanted to dodge, but discovered that the big black blade had disappeared. When it stopped in place, the blade slashed down. Poochie. 290 a bright red number floated up. Luo Tian's face darkened, F***CKU. I can kill a divine king with a single slash in the divine realm, but I can't even kill a demonic beast here? Laozi's balls are about to break. Is this the so-called Chaos Realm? Good. Very good, Laozi is convinced, okay? This was too much of a scam. The power of the law of Luo could casually kill a divine king ranker, but after entering the Chaos Realm, he couldn't even kill a wolf. It was indeed very hurtful. However, to be able to deal damage of 290 was quite domineering. And this was because the power of the law that Luo Tian had comprehended was strong. Otherwise, he would only be able to deal damage of 10 and below like a newbie in the newbie village with a wooden stick. Chaos Realm. This was the realm with the strongest law of the 100,000 universes. Any power of law that was not cultivated was trash. Luo Tian's law of law was the same. He had to continuously cultivate the power of law and fuse with the origin core in his body. Only then would his damage continue to increase. Luo Tian was clear about this. 1000 HP. A few more slashes. Luo Tian's blade struck, and he immediately flipped, landing on the other side. Without waiting for the three-eyed fire wolf to react, he slashed down again. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Brother Fire Wolf, you are my first demonic beast in the Chaos Realm. My rise in the Chaos Realm will begin with you. While they were talking, Luo Tian flipped continuously, and the black blade in his hand attacked. There was no cultivation technique. Because Luo Tian did not have a single set of martial arts, nor did he know a single cultivation technique. He could only slash, and slash again and again. If it wasn't for the coquettish movement and slashing techniques in the game in his previous life, it would have been impossible to kill the three-eyed fire wolf so easily. A few minutes later, Luo Tian stared at the last few traces of blood on the three-eyed fire wolf's head, and the corner of his mouth drew back. Heh. Die. Shwa. The blade slashed down. The three-eyed fire wolf's head was chopped off. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 100 experience, 10 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining small fireball technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the mysterious item 3 Eyes. Do you wish to fuse it? Luo Tian was as excited as an idiot. The idea moved. Fuse. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with Erlangshan's eyes and obtaining Heaven's Eye. Luo Tian was stunned. Thank you for your support, thank you. He was truly dumbfounded. After killing a level 1 monster, True Lord Erlang's eye dropped. Was he dreaming? Luo Tian pinched his thigh and grimaced in pain, saying, "It hurts, it's not a dream. Could it be that I just killed Erlangshan's howling celestial dog? That's not right. Even if it's the howling celestial dog, what does it have to do with Erlangshan? The third eye. Open the Heaven's Eye, the Heaven's Eye. Damn it, do you have to be so awesome?" Luo Tian really didn't dare believe it. This was only the first monster, and it had already dropped such an item. Then in the future, wow. I'll have a good time in the future. Immediately after, Luo Tian's eyes received another kind of powerful force, and with a thought, he immediately opened the system to check. Item, Heaven's Eye description. The Heaven's Eye can see through everything in the world. Cultivation technique loopholes, skill weaknesses, monster's fatal weakness. Description 2. The Heaven's Eye has the ability to see through things. Description 3. It can only be released once a day. Forcefully releasing it will harm the eyes. The more times it is forcefully released, the greater the damage to the eyes will be. The Heaven's Eye and Erlangshan's third eye have similar functions, but it can't be opened often, or else it will become a blind monk. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, I don't want to use my hands to fulfill your dream. However, Luo Tian's Adam's apple rolled, as the ability that he had been dreaming of appeared. What the hell is the X-ray function? How am I supposed to control myself? All of a sudden, Luo Tian's heart became evil. I am such a serious man, why would I need X-ray vision? I wonder how far it can go, and what kind of wall it can penetrate, his face was filled with vulgarity. In the beginning, Luo Tian wasn't worried that he would become blind. At most, he would open it once a day, but now, he felt that he might, maybe, definitely become blind. Not using the X-ray vision function? Was he still a man? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. From now on, I should protect my eyes more. That way, I can last longer. Continue killing. Luo Tian carried the big black saber on his shoulder and walked into the forest. Three-eyed fire wolf, come out for me. He acted as if he was an idiot. How exciting would it be to burst Erlangshan's eyes? Luo Tian naturally went crazy. He didn't care that this was the primal chaos realm, the Martial Sea mountain range, an incomparably dangerous mountain range. Suddenly, Shwa. A huge monkey face suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tian. The ferocious monkey face bared its fangs. Luo Tian was shocked. F***CKU. A slap came down. Pa. The sound of the slap was incomparably loud and clear. The monkey fell to the ground with a single slap. The monkey cried out in pain. His eyes no longer dared to tease her. He jumped up and climbed onto a big tree. His eyes stared at Luo Tian as if he was saying, "Brat, don't leave if you have the guts. I'll call for help." Remembering Luo Tian's appearance, he quickly jumped and disappeared into the dense forest in a few breaths of time. There was no sign of him at all. Luo Tian frowned slightly. This monkey seems to have been domesticated and raised before. The monkey had a collar around its neck. It was obvious that it was a pet. Is it popular to raise monkeys in the primal chaos realm? Luo Tian shook his head and laughed. What a special interest. Voila! With a slash of Luo Tian's black blade, a Class 1 white tiger was killed. The system notification sounded. This time, Luo Tian listened attentively, but unfortunately, nothing came out. Continue killing. The first day passed. Luo Tian killed more than a dozen level 1 demon beasts. Other than the three-eyed fire wolf's reward, all of them were experience and spirit energy, and nothing else. At night, a bonfire was set up. Luo Tian roasted the tiger leg, looked at the flame and muttered to himself, "Nyo Nyo, Jing where are you? What do you look like?" He really missed them. Luo Tian really wanted to see them. "Don't worry. Father will definitely find you. No matter where you are, Father will find you," Luo Tian secretly vowed. Then, Luo Tian took the roasted tiger leg and tore off a large piece of roasted meat, chewed it, and muttered, "A day has passed, and I've killed more than a dozen demon beasts. Why haven't I leveled up? How much experience do I need to level up?" Luo Tian checked his personal attributes while eating. Player, Luo Tian, 4th stage advancement player, level, lower level martial C experience, 1500-25000 spirit energy, 230 points cultivation method, small fireball, level 0, luck, 0 points charm, 0 points war pet, none. A series of attributes were revealed. Luo Tian smiled bitterly. "I've become a newbie again, but I didn't expect that I would still be a 4th stage player." This was the first time a 4th stage player had appeared in the system. The first stage should be when the profound sky continent entered the ancient continent. The second stage was when the ancient continent entered the divine realm, the third stage was when the earth was reborn, and the fourth stage was when the chaos realm entered. The division was very clear. Luo Tian looked at the words 4th stage advancement player, and his heart secretly trembled. "I am a 4th stage player, and I have a system. Then could it be that there are people in this world who also have a system, and there are also people who are 5th or even 6th stage players?" He had always suspected the existence of the system. Who was the one who implanted it into his soul, with this question in mind? Slowly, Luo Tian entered his dream. Right now, he was in the chaos realm, not the divine realm. He had to eat, drink, and sleep to replenish his body. Otherwise, his physical strength would be overdrawn. One night passed. Luo Tian woke up and continued to kill. The next day. The third day, the fourth day. A full 8 days passed. His experience had reached 20,000 points, and he was 5,000 points away from leveling up. Luo Tian's entire body was pitch black, just like a savage. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak, suddenly. Luo Tian raised his eyes and saw the monkey that he had seen a few days ago standing on a tree trunk. The monkey looked at him, its eyes begging. At the same time, it pointed to the other side. Luo Tian asked slightly, "You want me to save them?" Monkey quickly nodded. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, "Not interested." Monkey immediately had a bitter expression on his face, and then knelt down in front of Luo Tian, kowtowing for help. Tears streamed down her cheeks. It was hard to bear. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, lead the way, I'll go take a look." "Let's say this first, I'm just taking a look. Whether or not I can save him is another matter." Monkey immediately cheered, pulled Luo Tian's clothes, and quickly rushed into the dense forest. "Brat, hand over the thing honestly, and I'll give you a quick death." 4 middle-aged men surrounded one of them. There was blood at the corner of that person's mouth, and his chest was heavily injured by a sword. His face was pale and he looked miserable. but his eyes were filled with determination. He coldly snorted and said, I don't know what you're talking about. You won't cry until you see the coffin? OL3, pull the coffin out for him, crash. A stone coffin fell from the back of a burly man. Immediately after, the stone coffin bounced open, revealing a bloody skeleton lying inside. The burly man grinned and sneered, the coffin has been pulled out for you. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia, you know our third brothers means very well. If you don't want to die a painful death, be obedient. The leader laughed sinisterly. Xianxia's face darkened, and said slightly, since you know my name, then you should be very clear about my identity. Ha ha ha, the man in the lead laughed loudly and said, your identity? A side-branch disciple of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, do you think you have any identity? Oh. Right, I forgot, your father was once the strongest beast tamer master in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. But, that was in the past, what about now? Dead to the point that not even his bones are left, ha ha ha, obviously. They came prepared. They knew Xianxu's background. Xianxu's heart sank. Looking at the 4 people, he was completely unaffected, but he was sure that these 4 people came for him. Who did he offend? He had always been low-key, not making enemies with others, not competing with others, and was also very low-key. Even if he was bullied, he would endure it. But, who knew that he entered the Marshalsea mountain range this time? Moreover, who knew that he had that thing on him? He couldn't guess who it was. Xianxu's face was cold, and said, if you want this thing, I also know that I won't be able to live. Before I die, can you tell me who sent you? The 4 people's faces turned cold. Ha ha ha, the leader covered the astonishment on his face with a smile, and said, no one sent us, we have been watching you for a long time. Xianxia sneered, and said, since you refuse to say, then you will never get that thing. You won't be able to report to your master when you go back, right? The burly man muttered, big brother, what's the point of telling him? He will die anyway. That's right. That thing can't be lost. If we lose it, our future days won't be easy, and we won't even be able to go back. The 3 of them said. Obviously. Many of them were afraid of their master. The leader's brows furrowed as he stared at Xianxia and said, do you mean what you say? Xianxia said, I just don't want to die in peace. I can't escape death. I just want to know who wants to kill me. The man in the lead said faintly, young lord of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Huh? Chen Jianhao? Xianxu's eyes narrowed. I've never offended him. Why would he want to kill me? The leader said coldly, no offense? Last time in the competition of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, you said a few words to Lu Piapiao. What did you say? Don't you know that Lu Piapiao is young lord's woman? Xianxia was stunned and said, just because I said a few words to Lu Piapiao, he wants to kill me? He was amused. Of course, he knew Chen Jianhao very well. Although he was the young lord of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, he was nothing but an idiot. His cultivation base had been built up with elixirs and cultivation resources. If his father wasn't the Shrouded Heaven Mansion lord, he would have been a corpse lying on the streets. The leader said, how dare you touch young lord's woman? Aren't you courting death? We've been investigating you for a full month. We know what you're looking for in the Marshalsea mountain range. Immortal controlling wheel. A top-grade beast controlling artifact. Those who offend young lord's woman deserve to die. Those who snatch young lord's things deserve to die even more. Xianxia looked up to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. How did the spiritual treasure in the Marshalsea mountain range become Chen Jianhao's? Humph. You know the power of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion better than me. The Marshalsea mountain range within a radius of 1 million kilometers belongs to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. How dare you say that the immortal controlling will doesn't belong to young lord? The leader sneered, Xianxia, just accept your fate. Accept my fate? Ha ha ha, I accept. As soon as his voice fell, Xianxu's body moved, and the crescent moon hook in his hand suddenly attacked. It wasn't a sneak attack on the leader. It was the brawny third brother. Leave the coffin to yourself. Swish. He gathered his strength and attacked with all his might. The crescent moon hook directly pierced into the brawny man's chest, causing blood to spurt out. The brawny man also panicked and directly fell into his own coffin. Breaking open a path, Xianxu's body shot out like a spirit monkey. You're courting death. The leader's eyes turned sinister. Let's see where a trash like you can run to. With a move of his right hand, he pulled out the spirit whip from his waist and locked onto Xianxu's right foot. Pa! It lashed out like a spirit snake. Shwa! Wrapping around Xianxu's right foot, the leader revealed a sinister sneer and said, You dog, then why are you still running? He pulled hard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Xianxu fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxu's eyes tightened. He was unwilling to accept this as he said, Am I, Xianxu, going to die here? Am I going to die here? I, Xianxu, am unwilling. The leader had a disdainful sneer on his face. He walked up and stepped on Xianxu's head, firmly pressing it into the mud. He said, Run, run, you dog, run. The brawny man crawled out of the coffin. He was incomparably furious as he rushed forward and said, Boss, I'm going to kill him. Bang, 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 like a bulldozer, it crushed over. He grabbed Xianxu who was on the ground and moved the idea. The coffin suddenly moved over and the bloody skeleton crawled out. Go to hell. At this moment, a black shadow attacked. The black blade moved. If there was one, if there was none. Kill. Shwa. The blade cut through the brawny man's throat. The brawny man's body swayed slightly, and Xianxu flipped over in his hands and landed 3 meters away. Bam. The brawny man fell into the coffin. The blood skeleton smelled the fresh blood and crazily devoured it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Yu Lao San for obtaining 400 experience, True Chi 40 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Skeleton Elf. Is it a denial? The system continuously sounded out. Luo Tian, who had not dropped anything for 7 or 8 days, suddenly killed a person and dropped the word Skeleton Elf. This, so great. Luo Tian immediately thought of the skeleton elf in a game in his previous life. The idea moved, regardless of whether it was the same or not, and said, Recognize me as the master. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a skeleton elf war pet. Looking at the attributes of the skeleton elf, Luo Tian sighed in his heart, it's still the best to kill people. The expressions of the three changed. The leader's eyes turned sinister as he stared at Luo Tian and asked, Who are you? Luo Tian smiled faintly, the person who will kill you. You're courting death. The leader's eyes were ferocious, and his killing intent soared. As soon as the word die fell, the spirit whip turned into several whip shadows, rolling toward Luo Tian's neck. Be careful. Xianxu yelled. Luo Tian grinned, first level sea warrior? The three of them were all first-level sea warriors, but their cultivation was a bit more exquisite. Luo Tian looked at the whip shadow falling, and his body sank slightly. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward, holding the big black saber with one hand and his left hand behind his back. He sneered, It should be him who should be careful. The black saber moved. 1 slash. The leader's eyebrows were ferocious, and he sneered, With such speed and power, you dare to compete with me? You're overestimating yourself. Luo Tian jumped and landed on the other side. He laughed and said, Is that so? Bang. With a flip of his left hand, a small fireball exploded on the leader's face. Boom. The flame burned, causing -190 damage. His eyebrows were burned off. The hair on his forehead was also burned into a ball. These were not the key was, the leader's vision turned black because of the sudden release of the small fireball, and his body staggered back. Opportunity. How rich was Luo Tian's combat experience? In the few days he had been in the Chaos Realm, although he had been constantly killing demonic beasts, he had also been constantly practicing his positioning and control of his strength. His powerful combat experience allowed him to seize any moment of opportunity. The moment the leader retreated, Luo Tian took a step forward and hit him with his shoulder. Bang! The leader fell to the ground. At this moment, Luo Tian stood in front of him, covering the sky and the sun, and the big black saber flashed coldly. His mind tightened. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, the young master of the Shrouded Sky Mansion will not let you go, not waiting for him to finish. Crack. 1/die. His body was split into two. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu De, gaining 450 EXP, 34 MP. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 low-grade origin stone. Item, Primordial Stone Grade, Low-Grade Description, Low-Grade Primordial Stones contain 500 points of spiritual energy. Hahaha, sure enough, only by killing people can we get items. Luo Tian smiled inwardly. 2 items dropped consecutively. Behind, Jinyu shouted and rushed out at the same time. The monkey was also jumping up and down on the tree. The other 2 did not run away. Instead, they simultaneously launched a sneak attack on Luo Tian. Luo Tian was terrifying. However, the demon-like young master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion was even more terrifying. They would rather face Luo Tian than face that young master with failure. 2 waves of coldness assaulted him. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He could deal with 1 person, but against 2 people. While Inferior Fireball was still on cooldown, he wasn't confident. However, Luo Tian's idea moved, and secretly said, Skeleton Spirit, come out. Let me see your strength. As soon as he finished, 100 points of spiritual energy disappeared, summoning the War Pet from the War Pet space. However, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Because, the skeleton spirit was still a fist-sized blood-red skeleton, several times smaller than the mini-skeleton spirit. Summoned by Luo Tian, it stood on the ground and snuggled up to Luo Tian's feet with a satisfied look on its face. I'll *CK it. Are you kidding me? Is this a war pet? Luo Tian snorted in disdain. It was also at this time that 2 attacks landed. One of them said, Brat, die. The broadsword slashed down heavily. Luo Tian retreated slightly, and the other person behind him blocked his retreat with a sword. He would be injured if he moved forward. He would also be injured if he retreated. It had completely forced Luo Tian to his death. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Luo Tian, will definitely not take half a step back. With a move of his foot, he forcefully lashed out. The skeleton spirit on the back of his foot let out a cheer. Yo-ho, he turned into a ray of red light and rushed forward. It landed heavily on that person's body. Then, a hole was directly blasted open in that person's body, and he was pierced through. Blood spurted out, and his eyes turned white. His body was cold. His eyes lowered slightly as he looked at the fist-sized hole in his chest. He had no idea what this was. He had no idea how he died. Hee, the skeleton spirit stopped on his back, and with a so sound, it shuttled back, treating the hole in the man's chest as a toy. Luo Tian's eyes were also dazed. Holy *T. Awesome. Too awesome. Luo Tian never thought that the skeleton spirit would have such a strong attack power. It pierced through his body in an instant. He was sure that his own strength would not be able to cause such damage. It was definitely the skeleton spirit's own strength. The idea moved, and he opened the War Pet system. War Pet, Skeleton Spirit, Unnamed, Level, 0 Experience, 0 Grade? Strength? Damage? Description? Other than the basic attributes, strength, damage, and even the description were all question marks. This was a mysterious war pet. Ding. Please name it. The system sounded out, and Luo Tian immediately said, Qiao Qiao. Ding. The war pet skeleton spirit is named Qiao Qiao. Are you sure? Confirm. That kick just now, the skeleton spirit turned into an arc. It's too fierce, it has to be Qiao Qiao, in the future. Hee. Luo Tian laughed. It was also at this time. The person behind him was also stunned. Luo Tian reacted first, the black blade fell, and slashed down. Poochie. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu Er for obtaining 430 experience, True Chi 30 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining low-grade origin stone. I'm done. Luo Tian clapped his hands, looking at the ball that had landed on the ground again. He was filled with joy, and said, "Qiu Qiu, come here." Jai Jai Jai. Qiu Qiu's skeleton made a creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any moment. However, he happily ran to Luo Tian's side and climbed onto the top of Luo Tian's foot, as if the back of his foot was a bed, his face full of satisfaction. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed. At this time, Qinyu looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster, and had 10,000 questions in his heart. Is he human? Could he be a person cultivated by a demon beast? He's also at the first stage of the martial sea. If he was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be so strong, right? He must be a ranker cultivated by a demon beast. It was normal for a demon beast to cultivate in the martial sea mountain range. That was the only explanation for this. Demon beast incarnation was a very powerful existence, invincible among those of the same level. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian, and asked carefully, "Demon beast?" Luo Tian looked at him without saying a word. Qinyu asked again, "Human?" Luo Tian still did not say a word, and looked at him. Qinyu scratched his head, and then said very seriously, "Thank you." Luo Tian waved his hand, and said, "No need to thank me." Then he waved his hand and said to the monkey, "I've saved him. I'll be leaving first." He thought to himself, "I'm still a little bit away from leveling up. Let's level up first. Hero, please wait a moment." Just as Luo Tian turned around to leave, Qinyu suddenly knelt down and said, "Hero, please accept me as your little brother." Luo Tian was too fierce. It was such a mess that Qinyu admired him from the bottom of his heart. Killing 4 people alone. And it was a series of kills. He had never seen such a powerful cultivator in the first stage of the martial sea realm. He was also a first-stage sea martial artist, but he couldn't even beat one of the 4 people. Luo Tian did it so easily. This kind of person must be an extraordinary expert. Luo Tian was stunned, not interested. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say it, because just as he was about to refuse, a system beep sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest Take Qinyu as your little brother. Quest level, Y quest reward, 10 experience, 10 spirit force. Special reward, 100 sect house points. In his previous life, he had played countless games, and after transmigrating, Luo Tian had done countless quests, but he had never seen such a low-level quest. Y level? System, can you be any more deceitful? Is there a Z-level quest? Luo Tian cursed in his heart. This was too deceitful. Even the Y-level quest came out. Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because this quest was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. As long as he agreed, it would be completed. Huff, Luo Tian looked at Qinyu's sincere face, and said in his heart, "I am very unfamiliar with this world. If I want to find my son and daughter, I definitely can't rely on my own strength. I need a strong force, indeed." The chaos world was too big. Moreover, he didn't know if Nyonyo, or Luo Jing, was in the chaos world or a plane outside the chaos world. He needed manpower. He needed a lot of manpower to help him find them. Moreover, Luo Tian looked at the 100 sect house points and thought, "What is this? Let's not worry about that for now. Alright. For the sake of your points, experience, and spiritual energy, I'll accept you first." Luo Tian said faintly. It was really for the sake of the experience and points. Qinyu knelt on the ground and muttered, "What are experience points?" Shortly after, Qinyu nodded vigorously, and said, "Thank you, boss." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Y-level mission. Reward, 10 EXP, 10 MP, and 100 Academy points. Luo Tian was speechless when he heard the sound of the reward. Luo Tian said, "Get up." Qinyu was overjoyed and said, "Yes. Boss, I have a question that I really want to know," Qinyu asked cautiously. Luo Tian asked as he walked, "Ask." Qinyu said, "Are you a demon?" The body cultivated by demonic beasts was referred to as the demonic body. This type of physique was slightly stronger than a human's physique. It was stronger in terms of strength and speed, but it was weaker in terms of comprehension. Overall, the demonic body was stronger than the human body by a bit. Luo Tian grinned, and said, "Guess." "Chen Yu, then." Chen Yu asked again, "I've never seen you before, and the monkey told me just now that you killed hundreds of demonic beasts along the way. There are very few people who can kill hundreds of demonic beasts with the cultivation of the first stage of the martial sea realm. How did you do it?" Luo Tian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Chen Yu. Chen Yu immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." "No. What did you just say? You can understand what the monkey is saying?" Luo Tian pointed at the monkey on his shoulder, feeling that it was somewhat interesting. "You can understand animals?" Chen Yu's face changed slightly as he smiled bitterly. "I am a disciple of the Chen family of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Our ancestor is a beast tamer master. The Chen family of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion is born with the ability to communicate with demonic beasts, but I can only communicate with small animals." This monkey was pressed down by a mountain. Wait, Luo Tian looked at the thin monkey and asked, "You said he was pressed down by a mountain?" Chen Yu nodded and said, "Yes." Luo Tian asked, "Are you sure?" A monkey was pressed down by a mountain. In this world, there was probably only one monkey who could be pressed down by a mountain and not die after 500 years. But who was it? The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. What did he have to do with a monkey? Chen Yu showed a self-deprecating smile and said, "Boss, I'm really not lying to you. I know it's hard to believe, but when I found him, he was really pressed down by a mountain. As for why a monkey can be pressed down by a mountain and not die, I don't know." Luo Tian was speechless. Staring at the monkey who was grinning at him, Luo Tian's thoughts were a little twisted. It can't be related to that Sun Wukong, right? It can't be, right? But I can even kill Erlangshan's third eye. It's not a big deal to have another Sun Wukong. What if? Phew, Luo Tian let out a long breath, turned around and started walking again, muttering to himself, the Chaos Realm is really exciting. Killing the first demon beast to drop Erlangshan's eye, and now there's a monkey pressed down by a mountain. This world is too crazy. Chen Yu silently followed behind Luo Tian, and from time to time, he would say something and point the way, "Go to the left." Luo Tian did the same. "Go to the right." "Go to the east." This time, "Go to the north." Half a day passed. Luo Tian was a little puzzled, and said slightly, "Damn, what's going on? We've been walking for half a day, why haven't we met a single demon beast? Strange. There's no reason." Suddenly, Luo Tian looked at Chen Yu and said, "You've been guiding the way for half a day, can you lock onto the location of the demon beasts?" Chen Yu nodded and said, "Yeah, I told you to avoid those demon beasts. Isn't that wrong?" Luo Tian looked at Chen Yu, her little heart thumping wildly, and said, "Can you know where the demon beasts are?" "Large groups of demon beasts." Chen Yu looked at Luo Tian, nodded again, and said, "I can confirm that this is the ability of our Chen family's beast-taming bloodline, but there are very few demon beasts in this area, unless we enter the heart of the mountain range." "Ha ha ha, we're rich." Luo Tian hugged Chen Yu and laughed excitedly, tell me, where are the demon beasts?" "Level 1 demon beasts will do." Chen Yu swept his gaze across and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Half a second later, he said, "There's a level 1 bear 300 meters to the west. Kill." Luo Tian immediately rushed over, and sure enough, there was a level 1 bear 300 meters away. Luo Tian's heart was even more excited, ha ha ha. The demon beast detector, I don't have to worry about leveling up in the future, leveling up required experience. Even if Luo Tian's pubes was still intact, he still needed to accumulate experience to level up. So, Luo Tian needed to keep killing. The number of demon beasts determined his level. Now, he didn't have to worry about not being able to find demon beasts to kill, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rolling Snake for 190 experience points and 15 spiritual force points. Ding. System prompt, entering the experience burning stage. As soon as the system prompt fell, Luo Tian opened the system to check. The experience bar turned into a flame and burned crazily, just like the burning in the divine realm. Experience burning triggered an instant kill. But after the instant kill, the experience bar will return to 0. This is an instant kill with experience. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He moved his mind. Choose to level up. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Currently at the intermediate level of the Sea Warrior. Buzz. At the moment of leveling up, the power in Luo Tian's body suddenly surged and rolled, and the aura around him suddenly changed. A strong force poured into his body. Jinyu looked at him in a daze. The aura of the intermediate level of the Sea Warrior. Boss, you? Did you break through? Luo Tian nodded. I just broke through. Too slow. It took almost half a month. This speed is so slow that it makes one's hair stand on end. Luo Tian said in distress. However, Jinyu's eyes were dazed, and he suddenly had the urge to die. Looking at Luo Tian's distressed face, he said, Boss, did you just enter this chaotic realm from another plane? No. If you broke in from another plane, you shouldn't be here. You should be in the concentration camp. But if you are from the chaotic realm, then you should know how difficult it is to break through to the intermediate level of the Sea Warrior. Not to mention half a month, even if it takes 10 years to break through to the Sea Warrior realm, it's still quite amazing. Jinyu was extremely envious. It took him 10 years to break through to the lower level of the Sea Warrior realm from a warrior, but he still couldn't break through. Luo Tian took half a month, but the gap was too big. Luo Tian looked at Jinyu's serious face and said, Is it that exaggerated? By the way, what do you mean by people who break through and ascend from other planes will enter the concentration camp? He also found it strange. When he entered the Chaos Realm, it was as if he had fallen from the sky without any obstruction. This was different from the other planes he had entered. Jinyu looked at Luo Tian. He was even more certain that Luo Tian must have cultivated from a demonic beast into a human. Otherwise, how could he not know such basic things? Jinyu said, The Chaos Realm is the center of the 100,000 universes. Its area is probably the largest apart from some desolate planes. It connects 100,000 universes, and this place has also become a huge springboard. Rumor has it that the primal Chaos Realm can jump into the Master God's world, but this is also a legend. As far as I know, no one has entered the Master God's world in the past 10 million years. However, this does not prevent the Chaos Realm from becoming the central world. It is also a place where experts gather. Any expert wants to enter the Chaos Realm, so there is a concentration camp. Generally, new experts who enter the Chaos Realm will be automatically sent to the concentration camp, and then the various shogunates will select and divide them. This was the rule since the birth of the Chaos Realm. Any expert who entered the Chaos Realm could only enter the low-level domain. Luo Tian nodded and said, Understood. He thought to himself, Why did I fall into the Marshalsea mountain range and not the concentration camp? Is the system manipulating me again? Forget it. It's good that I'm not in the concentration camp. It gives me some time to level up, and then I can find my son and daughter. Luo Tian's expression tightened and said, Continue to search for demonic beasts. Jinyu also recovered. Understood. Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Young Lord Mansion. Qin Jianhao was furious. Useless trash. You can't even deal with a low-level Marshalsea, Jinyu. It's good that you're dead, so you don't embarrass me. Qin Jianhao was angry, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. But, that thing. Immortal controlling wheel, immortal grade beast controlling artifact. With it, he would be able to capture a ferocious beast that he had been yearning for day and night. With that dire beast, he could be even more awe-inspiring. In the next shogunate battle, his chances of winning would greatly increase. No. I must get that thing. Qin Jianhao clenched his fist and said, Uncle Wu, what can you do? A middle-aged man stood beside him. The man's hands were in his sleeves, and his sleeves swayed with the wind, as if he was a person without hands. Wu Fu said, The Marshalsea mountain range is vast and boundless. Finding Jinyu there is like finding a needle in a haystack, and the demonic beasts are rampant. It's very easy for you to get the immortal controlling wheel. Just wait for him to come back. Chen Jianhao's eyes moved. It's been half a month, and that bastard Chen Yu still hasn't come back. How long do I have to wait? I don't have much time. Wu Fu smiled faintly and said, don't worry, he will be back before the 1st of next month. He still has his mother in the shrouded heaven mansion. What are you afraid of? Huh? Chen Jianhao grinned coldly and said, why didn't I think of that, ha ha ha, Uncle Wu is still thinking far ahead. The immortal controlling will be mine. Chen Jianhao laughed. Damn. Leveling up is too difficult. 20 days had passed. Luo Tian was about to go berserk. He had not leveled up yet. Moreover, his experience was still lacking by a large margin. This was still under Chen Yu's guidance, the demonic beasts were constantly being killed. Otherwise, it would be even slower. Suddenly, Chen Yu's eyes moved, his gaze tensed up, and suddenly stopped, saying, Boss, wait. Luo Tian stopped, and said, what's wrong? Chen Yu closed his eyes slightly. A strange aura was released from his body, and the aura quickly shuttled back and forth. Suddenly, Chen Yu opened his eyes, front left. Roar. Rumble. A violent bear in black iron armor panted as it frantically fled. It started to escape before the fight even started. Luo Tian was a little confused, demonic beasts all wear armor? Chen Yu said, that's a war beast. Boss, let's catch it. This violent bear is very valuable. War beast? Luo Tian did not understand, but looking at Chen Yu's nervous expression, he should know that this kind of war beast was rare. Immediately, Luo Tian quickly chased after him. With a flip of his left hand, a small fireball shot out from his palm. Chen Yu shouted loudly, Boss, don't let him escape. Qiao Qiao. Luo Tian flew up into the air, and with a jerk, Qiao Qiao, who had been sleeping soundly on the back of his foot, suddenly shot out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It directly hit the armored violent bear's body. The violent bear rolled to the side and quickly got up. He was not afraid of Qiao Qiao. He was not afraid of Luo Tian. He was afraid of Chen Yu, beast tamer. Chen Yu moved his palm and took out an immortal wheel. The idea moved and said, let's see where you can escape to. Immortal controlling wheel. Shwa. The immortal wheel rotated and exploded. Then, it released a strange sound wave and transferred into the violent bear's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Chen Yu's beast-taming power was released, a woo, the armored violent bear let out a wail. Then, its two furious eyes blurred, as if it had fainted. It stopped for a few seconds and quieted down. Chen Yu shouted excitedly, done. Second level war beast, armored violent bear. Luo Tian stood at the side and was dumbfounded. This armored violent bear was very special, just like the bear in the Golden Compass movie. A black iron armor, covered with fierce scars, and a second-level monster. Even if Luo Tian and Chen Yu worked together, they would not be a match for it. Qiao Qiao also did not break its defense. But, why did it run away as if it had seen a ghost? Luo Tian looked at Chen Yu again, and his heart secretly tightened. Damn, did I pick up a treasure? Chen Yu walked to the side of the armored violent bear, looked at Luo Tian, and asked, Boss, do you want it? Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. Chen Yu continued, this violent bear is a second-level war beast, strength 3 stars, speed 2 stars, potential 2 stars, it can be considered an ordinary war beast. I'll catch you a top-grade war beast next time. Chen Yu moved his idea, took out a universe bag, and said, go in. The armored violent bear whimpered, unwilling to do so, but it had no choice but to listen to orders and obediently entered the universe bag. Luo Tian had also cultivated the beast-taming technique before. He had also cultivated the skill enticing light in the hot-blooded legend, which also did not capture war pets, but it was completely different from Chen Yu's beast-taming technique. The beast-taming technique he used was even more powerful. The most important thing was that the immortal controlling wheel in his hands was very awesome. Luo Tian asked, tell me about the war beast. Huh? Chen Yu muttered in his heart, isn't Boss a demon? He should understand war beasts the best. Muttering to himself, he still said, Chaos Realm is different from other planes, and the demon beasts are also different. Among the demon beasts, there is a very unique existence, which is also unique to the primal chaos realm, and that is the battle beast. This kind of beast is born with armor and can also be forged by humans. They are more ferocious than demonic beasts and can absolutely crush demonic beasts of the same level. They fight for the sake of battle. We beast tamers specialize in capturing this kind of war beast. We can sense the war beast's aura very quickly. At the same time, they can also sense our aura at the same time. Just now, it had immediately fled because it had discovered my aura. This armored violent bear should have been captured by a beast tamer before. However, it managed to escape. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fled so frantically, Xianxia said slowly. Beast tamers would only target this type of beast. They were the bane of beasts, furthermore. This kind of beast was very sharp and valiant. They were born to fight. Beasts and humans could form an aura link. Once their tacit understanding reached a certain level, it would be as if the two of them were working together, and their combat power would be multiplied. The strength of the beasts was very important. The price of a good war beast was sky high. In the Martial Sea region, the status of a beast tamer was even higher than that of an alchemist and a weapon refiner. Luo Tian didn't understand this world. If he entered the city, he would find that there were many war beast mounts on the streets. This was a symbol of status. Rich family disciples, noble young masters, if they didn't have a flashy war beast, they would be too embarrassed to go out. Luo Tian listened very carefully. Then, Luo Tian asked, "How do I become a beast tamer?" Xianxia said, "The most important thing to become a beast tamer is the mind power, a type of mental strength. The stronger the mind power, the more it can penetrate, and the more it can become a beast tamer. If the mind power is weak, it should be difficult to become a beast tamer. And then there is the beast tamer blood vein. If you can fuse with the beast tamer blood vein, you can become a natural beast tamer. However, things like the beast tamer blood vein are very difficult to obtain. Our Qin family's beast tamer blood vein is extremely thin. My father was once the #1 beast tamer in the Shrouded Heaven mansion, but when it came to me..." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Mind power. Beast tamer blood vein? Luo Tian secretly remembered it in his heart. He had to say it. The beast tamer technique of the Chaos Realm was completely different from the beast tamer technique he had cultivated before. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian, who was deep in thought, and asked, "Boss, do you want to become a beast tamer?" Without waiting for Luo Tian's answer, he said, "Let's go back to the Shrouded Heaven mansion, I'll take you to test your mind power." Luo Tian smiled faintly. His dantian was intact, but he didn't know how his mind power was. Continue to kill. Luo Tian didn't stay for too long. Xianxia also followed closely behind and pointed out, "There are 2 demon beasts in the northwest." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, congratulations to player Luo Tian. 10 days later. Ding! System notification, experience burning stage, do you wish to level up? Almost a month had passed. The system once again sounded the notification of leveling up. Luo Tian looked at the burning experience and didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you want to go back to the Shrouded Heaven mansion?" Xianxia said, "Well, I have to be home before the first day of the new year, otherwise my mother's medicine will be cut off." Luo Tian thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll go back with you." How could he find his daughter and son in the forest, in addition? These days, his heart was getting more and more itchy. He wanted to know if he could become a beast tamer and how his mind power was. Xianxia became excited and said, "Haha. Boss, let's go back together. You have a powerful demon body, you will definitely be valued. Aren't you looking for someone? The Shrouded Heaven mansion still has some strength in the Martial Sea region, they can definitely help you." Xianxia was very happy. During this period of contact, he found that Luo Tian was bottomless. He was very powerful. It wasn't that he was powerful in terms of realm. His combat and footwork were all mysterious and unpredictable. Luo Tian kept the system. He didn't choose to level up. Experience burn, which meant that he could release an instant kill. What if the mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven mansion was a boss? What an amazing thing. 3 days later. Under the city gate of Skylight City, Luo Tian walked into the city of the Chaos Realm for the first time. His face was full of shock. It was really as Qin Yu said, there were all kinds of powerful beasts, wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, all kinds of fierce beasts, and some colorful birds. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Luo Tian felt that the Chaos Realm was a world of pay-to-win players. Qin Yu looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, when you become a beast tamer, catch a super beast." "Let's go." Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Young Master's Mansion. "Okay. I'm finally back." Hee hee. Qin Jianhao was excited and said, "Bring Qin Yu and his mother here. If Qin Yu doesn't behave, I'll take his mother." Qin Jianhao's eyes were ferocious. "The celestial controlling wheel is mine. When I get the fairy controlling wheel, I can catch that super beast and become the most eye-catching person in Skylight City, ha ha ha." "Mother, I'm back." Outside the courtyard, Qin Yu tidied himself up, revealed a smile, and ran into the courtyard. When Luo Tian saw this, his heart was filled with envy. He had never experienced fatherly love or motherly love. He had never felt homesick. To him, the word home was too far away. He had always been an orphan. Luo Tian thought to himself, "I can't let my daughter and son become like me. I definitely won't." Then, Luo Tian followed him into the small courtyard. The small courtyard was very simple, but it was very clean. A woman in her 50s was picking vegetables at the bottom of the stairs. Her face was a little sickly pale, but the moment she saw Qin Yu running into the courtyard, her eyes shone with joy, as if she had suddenly recovered from her illness. She immediately put down the basket in her hand, raised her head and smiled. You're back." Qin Yu nodded and said, "Mother, I'm back." The woman's eyes were filled with joy, and she said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Every time Qin Yu went out, she would be extremely worried. Every time she saw Qin Yu return, the weight in her heart would be lifted. Qin Yu said, "Mother, didn't I tell you not to do these rough jobs? Now that your son is a beast tamer, he can let you live a good life." Luo Tian stood quietly at the side, looking at the smile on Qin Yu's face and the woman's face. He felt a little sad. "My parents." Sigh. His heart ached. Then, Qin Yu pulled his mother forward and said, "Mother, this is my boss. He saved me in the Marshalsea mountain range." The woman looked at Luo Tian and was about to kneel down immediately. Luo Tian held her back and said, "Auntie, you can't." The woman held Luo Tian's hands and said, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." Luo Tian felt his heart ache when he saw this. He thought to himself, if my mother was still here, would she be like this when I was injured and saved? He didn't know why. His heart was always thinking about his parents on Earth. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Qin Yu, accompany your mother. I'm going out for a walk." Qin Yu wanted to hold Luo Tian back, but when he saw that his eyes were filled with longing for his family, he guessed that Qin Yu had been touched by him. He immediately smiled and said, "Boss, do you want me to accompany you?" Luo Tian said, "You stay at home and accompany Auntie. I'll just walk around." After saying that, Luo Tian walked out of the courtyard alone. Qin Yu did not follow them. He really missed his mother. He shouted at Luo Tian, "Boss, come back early for dinner. My mother's cooking is the best in the world." Luo Tian said, "I will definitely rush back." On the street, Luo Tian walked like a ghost. My parents, could they still be alive? Heh heh. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, "What's wrong with me today? Why do I keep thinking about them? If they were alive, how could I become an orphan? What kind of parents in the world would be willing to abandon their children? Niao, Jing I will definitely find you." Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Then he walked towards the mercenary guild. "Brother, do you want pills?" "Sir, do you want a war beast?" "Level 3 war beast, only 3 prenatal stones, how about it?" "Little brother, do you want to join the group? Our group is a level 3 group, and you only need to pay 1 prenatal stone to join." The square of the mercenary guild was like a street stall in the game in his previous life. There were all kinds of hawking and all kinds of groups. C rank mission, we are currently missing a strong warrior. The points will be divided equally. Those who want to join the group, hurry up. Our group is in urgent need of a beast tamer. Those who have a beast tamer artifact, hurry up. Adventuring in the secret realm. Doing missions. There were all kinds of things that appeared in the game here. Luo Tian was about to have an illusion. What a familiar feeling. It was as if he was playing in front of the computer. He walked into the mercenary hall, found a receptionist, and asked, "Excuse me, how do I issue the mission?" The staff member said coldly, "The mercenary guild can only issue missions with points. Do you have points? Do you have a mercenary group?" He glanced at Luo Tian's chest, and immediately sneered, "It's obvious that you haven't joined the group." "Rookie." A disdainful voice sounded. Luo Tian smiled, and did not take it seriously. He was already a 4th transition player, so he could still endure this bit of ridicule. Luo Tian continued to ask, "Can I issue a mission to find someone?" The staff member was a little impatient, and said, "My job is not to receive rookies like you, if you want to know," not waiting for him to finish. A prenatal stone appeared in Luo Tian's hand. The staff member's eyes immediately lit up, and his expression immediately changed. It was as if he had seen his father, and he said respectfully, "Master, what do you want to know?" Luo Tian laughed disdainfully, and said, "Can I issue a mission to find someone?" The man nodded and bowed. "Yes, as long as you have 100 points, you can issue an F-level mission. E-level missions are worth 200 points, D-level missions are worth 500 points, C-level missions are worth 1,000 points, B-level missions are worth 10,000 points, A-level missions are worth 100,000 points, and S-level missions and above can issue special missions. This kind of mission requires a face-to-face discussion with the mission taker. There was only one way to issue a mission, points, moreover. Mercenary points were extremely difficult to earn. Low-grade missions were still manageable, but B-grade missions were extremely difficult to complete. Luo Tian asked again, "What can I get points?" The man said, "Establishing a battle group, accepting the mission issued by the mercenary hall, and completing the mission will give you points. This is the only way." "Oh." Luo Tian asked again, "How can a mercenary group be established?" The man said, "It's very simple, 1 prenatal stone is enough to set up a team, but your mercenary group can only recruit members after leveling up, and the first level mercenary group can only recruit 5 members. If it exceeds the limit, it will be considered excessive, and once it is discovered, all the mercenary rewards will be cancelled, and all the points will be cancelled." "So it's like that?" Luo Tian nodded, "Understood." Finished. Luo Tian kept the prenatal stone in his hand, put it into his bosom, and said to the staff member, "Thank you." The staff member was dumbfounded. Seeing Luo Tian walk into the crowd, his entire person was in a bad mood. Just now, he wanted to be respectful to his father, he thought he could earn a prenatal stone, but, F***ck. "Brat, don't let me see you again, or else I'll kill you. How dare you play with me, don't let me see you again." He was so angry that he went crazy. Luo Tian squeezed into the crowd and looked at the rolling missions in the hall. As long as a few low-level missions appeared, they would immediately be snatched up. It was a complete feeling of having too many wolves and too little meat. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned, "Eh? Assassination mission." The mission screen had just been refreshed. Moreover, the mission level was A, and the reward was 100,000 points. Moreover, the mission also had an additional reward. The reward was not of mysterious item, but it was not announced. Assassination mission. A class assassination mission, oh my god. The mission that was just refreshed and just released, who exactly is it to assassinate? A class mission, could it be that you have to kill a super expert of the sea realm? It's hard to say. Who exactly has the strength to do so? 100,000 points, this is not the strength of an ordinary battle group. The entire hall was in discussion. At the same time, the crowd was also in an uproar. The old men's eyes lit up as they walked into a secret room. This place was specifically used to receive assassination missions. An A-class assassination mission like this would definitely have a face-to-face conversation, and the mission also had a special reward. What exactly was it? Luo Tian was slightly shocked, 100,000 points, soaring to the sky. However, he thought about it and decided to forget about it. This kind of expert was not something he could touch at the moment. He was only at the middle stage of the Marshalsea realm, so it was better to keep a low profile. Then he walked to the place where the mercenary group was registered, handed over a prenatal stone, and said, "Registration battle group." The staff took out a form and said, "Fill it out." One prenatal stone can only register an F-class battle group. There are 5 members in the group, and the mission needs to be accepted by the F-class battle group and above. Understand? The staff member reminded him. Luo Tian glanced at the rules and regulations at the bottom of the form. It was like a slave contract, and he was too lazy to look at it. In any case, he only wanted to issue a mission to find Niu and Jing Er. As for other things, he did not think too much about it. He filled in the form and handed it over. The staff member glanced at the name of the battle group on the form, scanned it on an energy black stone, and said, "The strongest king has been registered." As soon as his voice fell, many people around him snickered. "Why don't you look at your own strength? Registering an F-class battle group and the strongest king? The strongest trash is more or less the same, right? Ha ha ha, there are really people who are shameless these days." Luo Tian's eyes darkened, he coldly glanced at them, and sneered, "If you don't even dare to think about it, then what's the point of living in this world?" Immediately after, Luo Tian said again, "Extraordinary master." The staff member continued, "Registered." Ugh. Luo Tian asked again, "What about the Diamond King?" "Registered." Master Gold should be fine, right? "Registered." Luo Tian, it was just like the game names in his previous life. All of them were registered and there was no way for them to survive. Thinking about it, it was the same in the Primal Chaos realm. Luo Tian was speechless. The staff member urged, "Hurry up, there are still people waiting behind." In the end, Luo Tian muttered, "Are you forcing me to use my ultimate move? This name isn't registered. I've already given you the name of the battle group. Your force me to unleash my ultimate move has been created. This is your battle group emblem. You can design your own emblem. That's all." Next. The staff member spoke very quickly. The people around were about to burst out laughing. "You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Ha ha ha, you're too funny. This battle group's name is too funny. We don't understand the world of jokes. You're still talking about thinking about it. This is what he wants, right? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard." The entire hall burst into laughter. Luo Tian was completely confused, and said, "About that, I didn't want to come up with this name, can I change it?" The staff member shook his head, and said, "No." Luo Tian said again, "Then I'll re-establish the battle group." The staff member said, "First, cancel your battle group, and then wait another month before you can register it again. Don't waste my time. Next one, hurry up." Then Luo Tian was squeezed out of the line by the person behind him. He looked at the emblem in his hand and muttered, "Force me to use my ultimate move?" The name Luo Tian wanted to give was crazy cool, but in the end, it became "Force me to unleash my ultimate move." Huff, alright, if you want to force me to use my ultimate move, then force me to use my ultimate move. Isn't it just the name of a battle group? In any case, I just want to earn some points and then release a mission. Luo Tian comforted himself. Following that, he returned to the mission hall and looked at the mission screen that had refreshed. F-level mission, find a man-eating flower. This mission is fine. However, without waiting for him to walk to the mission window, the mission on the big screen disappeared. Someone picked it up. E-level mission, kill a blazing rhinoceros, complete the mission standard blazing rhinoceros horn. This should be fine too. The mission stayed on the screen for only 3 seconds, then disappeared. It was the same every time. Luo Tian was depressed. Is it that difficult to accept a mission? Luo Tian's heart was filled with a ball of fire. I want to see who is so fast that the mission was accepted before it even rolled around. He walked to the mission window and was stunned again. F-level mission, find man-eating flower, sold for 2 elemental stones, hurry up, first come first serve. There are still E-level, D-level missions here, hurry up. Just like the scalpers at the train station. Moreover, they were extremely arrogant. This group of scalpers directly surrounded the mission window, not giving anyone else any chance. Once a low-level mission appeared, they would immediately accept it. You want to accept a mission? It was very simple. You could only buy a mission from them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to receive even half a mission. Is there still any law? Are all the scalpers on Earth here? Luo Tian thought about the matter of buying a train ticket in his previous life and felt depressed. He walked to the side of a scalper. The scalper glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Brother, do you want a mission? I have all the CDEF level missions, the price is cheap." Luo Tian looked at his wretched face and asked, "Does the mercenary guild not care about what you do?" Huh? That person's face immediately changed, and said, "Care? Who cares? I also received the mission through normal channels, who cares? Brother, don't worry. My mission here is the same as his. It can definitely be exchanged for points." At this moment, a middle-aged man was ruthlessly kicked to the ground, and then his head was beaten until it was bleeding. F***CK. You want to interfere with our Wild Bull Battle Group's matters? Are you courting death? The scalper standing beside Luo Tian sneered and said, "Do you see that? This is the result of wanting to interfere. Our Wild Bull Battle Group is the D Division, who dares to provoke us?" The scalper had a complacent look on his face as he looked at the middle-aged man on the ground in ridicule and shouted, "Kill him." At this moment, Luo Tian looked at him and said, "I dare." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian fiercely slapped him, "Paw." A slap directly slapped the wretched coward to the ground. An incomparably loud sound. The surrounding crowd was silent, and everyone looked at Luo Tian. After a slap, Luo Tian stepped on his chest and scolded, "I hate you scalpers the most in my life." Pfft, the blood in his chest rolled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, "Brat, you dare to touch me, I want to see how many lives you have." It was also at this moment the surrounding crowd moved, and the thugs who had beaten up the middle-aged man just now rushed forward. "How dare you meddle in our Wild Bull Battle Group's affairs? I think you've eaten a leopard's gall. Cripple him." The 5 of them rushed forward in unison. Luo Tian's gaze tightened, looking at those who did not receive the mission. He said slightly, "Aren't you angry?" Everyone looked at him with a cold expression. Not to mention anger. Their eyes were all watching a show, and many people mocked, "You dare to be arrogant at the middle level of Martial Sea, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself." Angry? Ha ha ha. You're angry. Let's see how angry you are when your head is broken and bleeding. Instead, they laughed at Luo Tian. It was because of them that the Wild Bull Battle Group became more and more arrogant. Luo Tian shook his head and sneered, saying, "A group of lowly people." Then 5 people attacked. Luo Tian's eyebrows turned sinister, "Qiu Qiu." As soon as Qiu Qiu fell, he instantly fell on his right ankle. Luo Tian moved and suddenly pulled out, a ray of blood light was released. Luo Tian followed closely behind. Bam! Qiu Qiu instantly knocked a man unconscious on the ground. Luo Tian's fists moved, and the power of the middle level of Martial Sea directly merged with the power of the Luo Law. Bam! With a bow from the left and right, 2 more people were knocked down. "Brat, you're courting death." The remaining 2 immediately attacked. Luo Tian's body sank slightly as he channeled his strength through his feet. His feet were like roots that were firmly rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Why isn't he moving? Scared? Stiff? What's wrong? Are you stupid? Seeing that Luo Tian had suddenly stopped moving, the surrounding people were once again filled with disdain and ridicule. Bang, bang. The 2 disciples of the Wild Bull Battle Group punched Luo Tian's chest with all their strength. With a heavy blow to his chest, Luo Tian's body swayed slightly. However, it was also at this moment the fireball under Luo Tian's palm trembled. His palm moved and directly blasted the man's face. Boom, half of his face was burning. The other person turned pale with fright. Luo Tian took advantage of this moment and slapped him. Pa. Then, with a flick of his right leg, he used a crotch kick to knock him down. The 5 of them were all overturned in less than 5 seconds. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the surrounding people and said, "You only know how to be bullied, but you don't know how to resist. Coward. Are you still a man?" He couldn't stand the indifference of these people. One of them sneered and said, "Do you think you're very strong? Do you think you're unbeatable just because you defeated a few peripheral minions of the Wild Bull battle group? Tisk. Do you really think of yourself as a savior?" That person laughed disdainfully. The Wild Bull battle group is a C-rank battle group, and the Wild Bull battle group is backed by the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. If you're strong, go and mess with the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The Shrouded Heaven City belonged to the Qin family of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He was the absolute overlord within a radius of millions of kilometers. Luo Tian didn't say anything and only chuckled. He just did something that made him feel good. Since the people around him were still the same and were already beyond cure, then he didn't have time to care about them. Just as he was about to leave, a group of people quickly rushed into the mercenary hall. They were incomparably arrogant. The leader was a man with a scorpion tattooed on his face. He roared, "Who the F***ck wants to die?" As soon as his voice faded away, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The man who had just spoken to Luo Tian immediately revealed a fawning face. He pointed at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Scorpion, it's him." Luo Tian glanced at him coldly, feeling that he was as humble as a maggot. Luo Tian didn't feel angry in his heart. Instead, he felt that it was ridiculous. Disdain from the bottom of his heart, Scorpion's fierce eyes immediately locked onto Luo Tian. The surrounding people who were watching the show immediately retreated half a circle. This kid is going to die. Scorpion is the strongest fighter in the periphery of the Wild Bull battle group. These people are all under his command. Serves him right. Who asked him to be a dead man? Since he provoked the Wild Bull battle group, he should be ready to die. There was no sympathy in the surroundings. There were only jokes and the mentality of watching a show from afar. The Scorpion man walked to Luo Tian's side, less than half a meter away. Standing in front of Luo Tian, he revealed a fierce expression and said, "Kid, are you a cat? 9 lives. Today, even if I have 10 lives, I will still." Before the word die could be said, Luo Tian's fists suddenly moved and directly blasted out. Bam! The Scorpion man never thought that Luo Tian would dare to make a move. Who dared to make a move in front of him? He was the tyrant here. His abdomen was in pain, his expression was distorted, and the scorpion tattoo on his face also became distorted. He wailed in pain, You dare to touch your father?" He didn't finish his words. The corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched, and he suddenly raised his right knee. Bam! It hit the Scorpion man's lower jaw, and the Scorpion man was directly sent flying. Luo Tian didn't wait for him to land on the ground. He raised his right leg, pressed it down, and chopped it down. Pfft! The Scorpion man heavily smashed onto the ground, his body caved in, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He groaned in pain and moaned, "What are you guys still standing there for? Attack him." Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Who would have thought that Luo Tian would dare to make a move? That was the brother Scorpion of the Wild Bull army. Who dared to provoke him? Now, not only was he provoked, but he was also lying on the ground with 2 or 3 strikes. When had the Scorpion man suffered such humiliation? Luo Tian said indifferently, "I am not a savior, nor am I insufferably arrogant. I am just telling you. I'm very unhappy. If I'm unhappy, then let's do it." Luo Tian said word by word. "If you're unhappy, then let's do it." Everyone's face turned cold, as if they were crushed by the aura of Luo Tian's body. It was also at this time. A cold voice sounded from the crowd, "What a good sentence. If you're unhappy, then let's do it. I will make you even more unhappy." Swish, the figure moved and suddenly attacked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a kick, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. Both of his hands protected his chest, and just to block this kick, his body also explosively retreated. His arms were somewhat numb as he thought to himself, what a strong power. A middle-aged man stood beside the Scorpion Man. Scorpion Man faced the fear and said, Vice Captain. Humph. Useless trash. The man coldly snorted, then turned to stare coldly at Luo Tian, and said, You're not bad, but you shouldn't have provoked my wild bull army. His gaze was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward. His figure was like countless overlapping illusions. With a light step, he moved as fast as lightning. Luo Tian could not understand. He was no match for him. However, the system sounded out, ding. Target locked. Wild Bull Battle Group, Vice Captain, Xianxia. Cultivation, Sea Realm lower level. His strength was very strong, and he specialized in leg techniques. Luo Tian almost couldn't withstand the two kicks just now. Xianxia walked up once again, staring coldly at Luo Tian, you blocked it just now. This time, Luo Tian stood in the same place, calm and composed, and said faintly, you do it. He wasn't afraid. As long as he dared to attack, Luo Tian would dare to kill him. Humph. Xianxia snorted, and with a move of his feet left countless afterimages as he rushed towards Luo Tian. Just at this moment, a veiled woman walked out. She first looked at Luo Tian, then turned to stare at Xianxia, and said faintly, Aren't the people of the Wild Bull Battle Group too arrogant? Arrogant? Is this called arrogant? Xianxia shouted domineeringly. The Wild Bull Battle Group relied on the support of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, and their forces expanded rapidly. In just half a year, they rose from an E-class battle group to a C-class battle group. The number of people increased from a few dozen to more than 300 now. All the missions below C-class in the Mercenary Hall were under their control, and their daily income reached hundreds of primeval stones, which was a huge profit. This also allowed the Wild Bull Battle Group to be tyrannical. Xianxia was naturally arrogant, die a little. His legs moved, and swept out. He didn't show mercy just because the opponent was a woman. The woman's eyes slightly tightened. Bang! He didn't even see how she made her move. He only heard a dull sound of impact, and then Xianxia was like a dead dog lying on the ground, and didn't react for a long time. Too fast, too fierce, Luo Tian's heart tightened, and secretly said, What a strong power, that blow just now was at least tens of thousands of kilograms of power. Moreover, she only used one finger, this woman's cultivation is too terrifying. Luo Tian saw it clearly. The woman only used one finger, the surrounding crowd was shocked, and looked at the veiled woman in shock. Everyone's face was incomparably shocked. It was also at this moment another woman walked out. Her face was also covered. But there was an additional trace of coldness and an otherworldly temperament between her brows. Let's go. As soon as her voice fell, the bodies of the people around her suddenly trembled, as if they had suddenly fallen into a bottomless ice abyss. They were so cold that they couldn't stop shivering. His voice was cold. Yes. The other woman nodded. At this moment, the Scorpion Man crawled up from the ground and shouted angrily, You want to leave after beating up our deputy commander? Do you think our Wild Bull Battle Group is so easy to bully? Little girl, if I can let you take half a step out of the hall today, not waiting for him to finish. A gust of cold wind blew. Luo Tian said in his heart, Die. Shua. A thin crack appeared on the Scorpion Man's neck, and traces of blood flowed out. He wiped it lightly, his pupils constricting, and then, his body fell to the ground and a large amount of blood flowed out from his neck. That ice-cold woman said coldly, Is the Wild Bull Legion very powerful? The Wild Bull Battle Group's lackeys quickly retreated, not daring to look her in the eye. That kind of ice-cold killing intent was too terrifying. They didn't dare to approach her at all, just like a female devil. Then the ice woman walked to the side of the other woman and said faintly, Let's go. Luo Tian took a step forward and said, Thank you, ladies. The ice-cold woman did not turn her head. The other woman glanced at Luo Tian and said, You can deal with him yourself. I only made my move because, big sister, I'm not in a good mood today. Finished. The two women slowly walked out of the mercenary hall. No one dared to stop them. After walking out of the hall, the two of them disappeared into the street in the blink of an eye. So strong. Just what kind of background do the two of them have? They even dared to fight the Wild Bull Battle Group. Don't they know that behind the Wild Bull Battle Group is the Shrouded Heaven Palace? I just saw them walk out of the secret room where the mission was issued. What mission did the two of them issue? They are wearing veils. Based on my many years of experience, they must be peerless beauties, and one is ice and one is fire. After the two women left, the hall was filled with discussions. They were shocked by the two of them. Luo Tian was the same. However, he did not guess anything like the others. Instead, he looked in the direction where they disappeared, and then glanced at the secret room where the mission was issued. He thought to himself, the mission they issued is an assassination mission? Huff, Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He walked to the mission window and asked. Then Luo Tian handed over a piece of elemental stone. The staff member confirmed once again, do you really want to take this mission? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you're just sending yourself to your death. Luo Tian said, I'll take it. The staff member shook his head and smiled, saying, there are really people who aren't afraid of death these days. I'll record it for you. Tomorrow, you will come here to talk to the employer. As for the assassination target and the special reward, we don't know. Mission accepted. Luo Tian did not stay. Xianxia was still waiting for him to go home for dinner. He could not let down their good intentions. Brat, just you wait. We won't let this matter rest so easily. The Wild Bull Battle Group will definitely not let you go. A few underlings saw Luo Tian walk out of the hall and shouted a few words. At the same time, the surrounding crowd was also discussing. I bet this kid won't live for more than 5 days. I bet 3 days. His luck won't be so good every day. I'm betting on his life for 1 day. The bets are open, the bets are open. Those who had been in Skylight City for a long time knew the methods of the Wild Bull Battle Group. They would definitely not let this matter rest. As long as Luo Tian was still in Skylight City, they would definitely take revenge. Luo Tian did not care. In another place. Sister, the mission has been issued, but those people who accepted the mission are too weak. What kind of people are they? Skylight City East City, in an exquisite small courtyard. One of them had fiery red hair and an extremely delicate face. She looked to be about 20 years old, and her body emitted an aura of the law of fire. The moment she took off her veil, her peerless face was revealed. The surrounding flowers looked like they were about to wither. Another lady gently took off her veil as well. Her black hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. The cold aura between her eyes and the cold aura emitted from her body could instantly freeze people. That face was like an ice beauty. Beautiful, the kind of beauty that could make people suffocate. The cold lady said softly, the mission was issued to confuse Chen Tianlong. The people who want his life are us. The fiery red hair lady nodded. Chen Tianlong, that old dog, we must kill him. We must avenge our family. In Qinyu's small courtyard. Qinyu's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He stood in front of his mother to protect her. Thank you for your support. The courtyard was in a mess. Everything was smashed to pieces. 5 strong men stood in the courtyard with a savage look on their faces. The leader of the men said in disdain, Qianyu, come with us obediently. If you refuse the young master again, then we won't be polite. We were just teaching you a lesson. Don't provoke us. Aunt Chen's voice trembled, if you want to catch me, let go of my son. Ha ha ha, the man in the lead laughed out loud and said, Auntie, you're still the most sensible one. We're after you, but we're also after your son. Aunt Chen moved her body and suddenly protected her son behind her. Masters, I will go with you. Let go of my son, okay? The man sneered, what do you think? Suddenly, the man instantly took action and grabbed Aunt Chen. With a ferocious look, he snorted, damn old woman, come here. He pulled fiercely. The force was extremely fierce. Aunt Chen had never cultivated before. Plus, she was seriously ill. She couldn't withstand the pull of this force. She was suddenly pulled to the ground by the man. Her head knocked heavily on the floor. Blood splattered. Aunt Chen's face became even paler. She said weakly, let go of my son. Qinyu was furious and rushed out, I will fight with you. Fight with me? You are just a beast tamer. Your strength is only at the lower level of martial C. You want to fight with me? Ha ha ha, you are overestimating yourself. Without waiting for Qinyu to rush up, the man seized the loophole in Qinyu's defense and kicked him, trash. Bang! A kick landed on Qinyu's abdomen. Qinyu hurriedly retreated and fell on the steps. His face was extremely anxious and he hated himself in his heart. Why was he a useless beast tamer? Why? Beast tamers were different from other warriors. Their strength was all focused on the beast taming power. The strength of their physical body and their own strength were very weak. They were at the bottom of the same level. However, the only thing a beast tamer relied on was the war beast. Qinyu's war beast, the monkey that disappeared without a trace. That monkey was his war beast. This made him the laughingstock of the entire Shrouded Heaven mansion. Qinyu's eyes were spitting fire. Without waiting for him to get up, the man took a step forward and stepped on his face. He sneered and said, a piece of trash like you dares to fight with me? Do you have the qualifications? You bastard. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the 5 people in the courtyard all burst into laughter. Qinyu spat on that person's face and said, your young master wants to get the wheel of deity domination? If you dare to touch me, if you dare to touch my mother, he will never get the immortal controlling will in this lifetime. After that, Qinyu moved his right hand and summoned the wheel of immortal domination. The wheel of immortal taming began to vibrate in the air as a powerful beast taming power was released. The 5 men's faces darkened. Is this the legendary immortal controlling wheel? Beast taming divine artifact. I didn't think that this dog would really get it. No wonder young master is so anxious. The leader stepped back a few steps and stood beside Aunt Chen. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a sinister smile. He slowly lifted his right foot and aimed it at Aunt Chen's head. He said coldly, Qinyu, I heard that you are a filial son. Now, do you want your mother's life or the wheel of immortal domination? Choose one. Ha ha ha, the man laughed wildly and said, threatening me? Who do you think you are? Aunt Chen said weakly, don't worry about me. The wheel of immortal domination belongs to your father. It must not be taken away by outsiders. Even if it is destroyed, it must not fall into the hands of Chen Tianlong and his son. Damn old woman, you want to die, don't you? The leader's eyes turned sinister. He moved his right foot and stomped down. Swish! A blood-colored stream of light flew out. A kick shot out. Boom! Xiao directly blasted a hole in the leader's head. Die. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion's minions for obtaining 340 experience points, 20 spiritual force points. Squeak, 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 Xiao fell to the ground and rolled a circle. Its skeleton made a squeaking sound as if it was about to fall apart. At the entrance of the courtyard, Luo Tian held the big black saber in his hand, his eyes cold. A monkey was standing on his shoulder. The monkey was baring its teeth as if it was scolding these people. Boss! Boss! The 4 big men were unable to react in time. Suddenly, their heads exploded. Luo Tian looked at the injured Qinyu and then looked at the dying Aunt Chen on the ground. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. You won't even let an old woman go. You scum don't deserve to live in this world. Looking at Aunt Chen, he couldn't help but think of his mother whom he had never seen before. Would she be like this too, bullied by some hooligans? The anger in his heart burst out even more crazily. The big black saber moved. The law of Luo was released. One slash, one of the big men was killed in an instant. Another big man rushed up and punched him in the chest. Luo Tian didn't defend. Instead, he glared at him. Bang! With a flip of his hand, he punched back with all his might. With a flip of his left hand, a fireball shot out from his palm. The fireball directly pressed into that person's mouth, causing the flames to explode in his throat. Bang, bang. Ding. Another system beep sounded. The other two also rushed forward. Brat, you're courting death. Luo Tian still did not defend. His world was only attack, attack, attack again. If you punch me, I'll give you a slash, then. Ding. Ding. 2 more notifications sounded. All 5 of them were killed. Luo Tian also spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care about himself, but went forward to help Aunt Chen up, and said, Aunt, are you all right? Chinyu crawled up while kneeling, tears rolling down his face. He supported his mother and said, Mother, it's your son who is useless, it's your son who is useless. As he said that, he slapped himself on the face. He really hated himself. The beast tamer's cultivation wasn't that good, and the warrior's cultivation wasn't that good either. He wanted to be a powerful beast tamer like his father, but his talent wasn't good enough. He wasn't that material at all. Aunt Chen said weakly, You're very good, you've done very well. It's your mother who dragged you and your father down. I should have died long ago. Chinyu couldn't bear the pain, and said, Mother, it's all my fault. It's all because I'm useless. Luo Tian shouted and said angrily, Don't say such useless words. If you think you're useless, just kill yourself. I'll take care of your mother. Don't think so much now. Let's leave here first. If we delay any longer, that young lord of Shrouded Heaven Mansion will definitely send people here. By then, we won't be able to leave. Luo Tian looked at the mother and son, and his heart was secretly sad. At least, Chinyu still had a mother, but what about him? Where are you? Chapter 2, There's another chapter today. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation what? He ran away. Damn it. Qin Jianhao smashed the teacup on the table. He was extremely angry and rushed out, grabbing the disciple who reported and strangling him. Gotcha. Immediately, Qin Jianhao kicked out again. He shouted, Black Tiger. Roar, a giant black tiger that was curled up in the courtyard suddenly roared and rushed out, dragging the corpse to the side and tearing it apart. It was incomparably cruel. Qin Jianhao clenched his fists, Trash, all of you are trash. You can't even do such a small thing. I really don't know what's the use of raising trash like you. In the hall, the remaining disciples all had a look of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was too terrifying. Qin Jianhao was a madman. Wu Fu walked out from the back of the hall and said, It's already dusk, they can't leave the city. Qin Jianhao's eyebrows twitched, Uncle Wu, do you have any ideas? Wu Fu smiled faintly, Don't worry, they can't escape. As long as they are in Skylight City, they will definitely be caught. And, young lord, have you forgotten that there are still 3 days before the ancestral worship ceremony of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? It's for the ancestors of the Qin family, and also for one person. Qin Jianhao's eyes flashed, Qin Xianxia? The strongest beast tamer of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion in a million years, and also the father of that bastard Chinyu. Wu Fu smiled, That's right, with Chinyu's character, he will definitely appear. This time I will personally take action. Qin Jianhao immediately laughed, Ha ha ha, Chinyu, you dog, let's see where you can escape to this time. It was also at this time. Wu Fu said, Young lord, there is one more thing. Qin Jianhao was in a good mood, and said, Speak. Wu Fu said, In the afternoon, I received news from the Wild Bull Battle Group. The vice leader, Blood Bull, was seriously injured, and one of his men was killed by 2 women. Also, the cause of this matter is because of a young man. This young man is the one that Chinyu followed from the Marshalsea mountain range. Skylight City was under the control of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, so the news of this incident naturally reached the Shrouded Heaven Mansion very quickly. Qin Jianhao frowned. Someone dares to attack the Wild Bull Legion? Don't they know that the Wild Bull Battle Group is the peripheral battle group of our Shrouded Heaven Mansion? Qin Jianhao wasn't too concerned about this matter. Because these 2 women would soon be found, killed, and dumped in the mass grave. However, he frowned at Luo Tian's appearance and asked, Uncle Wu, who is this young man? Wu Fu had done some research on Luo Tian. He shook his head and said, This should be his first time in Skylight City. His cultivation base is only at the intermediate level of Marshalsea. He's not a threat. Middle stage Marshal C? Ha ha ha, I was scared to death. I thought Xianxia had found a powerful backer, but it turns out that he is only at the intermediate level of the sea warrior. My black tiger is also more powerful than him. Chen Jianhao laughed. Immediately. He had completely forgotten about Luo Tian's appearance. Because such a person wasn't worth his time to think of a way to deal with. Chen Jianhao said coldly, there are still 3 days to the ancestral worship ceremony. Chen. You must come. In another place. In an exquisite courtyard of the shrouded heaven mansion. Aunt Chen was lying on the bed. Her breath was weak. Her hair was white, and she looked so old in her 50s. Xianxia grabbed his mother's hands and sobbed, Mother, you will be fine. You will be fine. The monkey beside him stood there quietly, motionless. Looking at Aunt Chen, tears flowed out of its eyes. Aunt Chen showed a pale smile and said, don't cry. Mother's life should have been gone 10 years ago. I'm lucky enough to live 10 more years. It's just that I can't see you marry and have children. Little monkey, don't cry. Aunt Chen looked at the monkey and said softly, you have to help you. You have to become stronger quickly. Aunt Chen held Xianxia's hand tightly and said, your father once told me that the monkey under the mountain is very powerful. The reason why your father didn't use a beast tamer to subdue it was to leave it to you. He also asked you to stay by his side and not use your beast taming power to control it. It must contain a very powerful force in its body. Your father won't make a mistake. Xianxia nodded and said, I know. I've always remembered it in my heart. Father is the most powerful beast tamer in the shrouded heaven mansion. He won't make a mistake. All these years, he had been doing as he was told. He couldn't understand. What kind of power could an ordinary monkey have? The monkey didn't have any armor, nor did it have any beast cultivation techniques or skills. Its strength was indescribably weak. Looking at others riding handsome and powerful warbeasts, Xianxia wanted to fuse with a warbeast more than once. But when he thought of what his father said before he died, he held back. Now. His mother said this again. He really wanted to know what was different about this monkey. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Mother, can you tell me what kind of power it has in its body? Aunt Chen said, I don't know. I just heard from your father that its body contains saint power. Saint power? What is saint power? Xianxia had never heard of this kind of power. Aunt Chen shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Your father said so. At this time, Luo Tian rushed into the room and said, Aunt, I bought you a healing pill. Take it first. Bastard-level healing pills were very expensive. Luo Tian spent all his primordial stones to buy this healing pill. Aunt Chen looked at Luo Tian and smiled faintly, Benefactor, you're back. Her voice was trembling. She had been waiting for Luo Tian to come back. Luo Tian walked forward and said, Auntie, quickly consume the medicinal pill. Aunt Chen shook her head and said, Benefactor, thank you. Can you promise me to take care of you? He's too impulsive. Luo Tian put a hand on Xianxu's shoulder and said, Don't worry, Xianxu is my brother. Aunt Chen smiled faintly and said, From today onwards, you have to listen to him, understand? Xianxu nodded while crying and said, Mother, I know. I will listen to boss. Aunt Chen smiled, and then her breath stopped. A smile was on her face, a quiet smile. Xianxu started crying. Mother. Luo Tian also clenched his fists tightly. His joints cracked, and the anger in his body surged. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn shrouded heaven mansion. He was extremely unhappy. Very unhappy. Luo Tian was very unhappy. If he was unhappy, he would kill. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you for your support. Mother. Xianxu cried out in pain. Immediately. Xianxu opened his Qianquan bag and released the battle beast, Violent Bear, with a thought. At this moment, Luo Tian grabbed him and said, What are you trying to do? If you fuse with this Violent Bear now, what will happen to your monkey? Do you still listen to your mother? Do you still listen to your father? Luo Tian stopped Xianxu. Luo Tian was also a person who climbed up step by step from the bottom. He could understand and empathize with Qin Yu's current mood. It was very depressing. The anger made him lose his mind. The monkey at the side silently lowered his head. At this moment, he was more upset than anyone else. He had high hopes placed on him. But, he didn't know how to release the power in his body. He had tried countless times but failed. He didn't know why Qin Yu chose him. He didn't know why Qin Yu's father chose him. He didn't know. Qin Yu looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, I know what I'm doing. It's been 10 years, it's really been 10 years. No matter how I try, I can't stimulate the Saint Qi in his body. I've really tried my best, but I can't, I really 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 have no fate with him. I must take revenge." Although he was burning with anger, he knew what he was doing. If he waited for the monkey to awaken on his own, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it in this lifetime. He really tried his best. Beast taming was also about chance. He and this monkey didn't have a chance at all. His appearance was just to save this monkey. That was all. Luo Tian let go of his hand and looked at Qin Yu seriously, saying, "You have to know what you're doing." "I know. I know very well. I've never been so clear in my life." Qin Yu said seriously, "There are 3 more days until the ancestral worship ceremony of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. My father is also there. I must go. I must also defeat Qin Jianhao during the ancestral worship ceremony. I will use his life as a sacrifice to my mother." Luo Tian took a step back and said faintly, "Let me ask you one more time. Beasts can only fuse once. If you fuse with the violent bear, then you will have no fate with monkey in the future. No matter what." Luo Tian hoped that Qin Yu would reconsider. The first time Luo Tian saw this monkey, he felt that it was not simple. Luo Tian also heard Anchen talking about the saint energy in his body. Luo Tian was even more convinced that this monkey might have the bloodline of the great sage, Heaven's equal. What about possessing the bloodline of Sun Wukong? The primitive ancestors on Earth had already ascended to the primal chaos realm. Even Nuwa had them. Erlangshan's eyes fused together. Who could guarantee that there was no Sun Wukong? Qin Yu said seriously, "Boss, I've thought about it very clearly. If I fuse with this violent bear now, I still have a chance to take revenge. But if I continue to wait for this monkey to awaken, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance." After that, with a thought, Qin Yu directly connected to the violent bear. The violent bear let out a low roar. The armor on its body flickered with a bright light, and the might of the war beast was emitted. It was extremely powerful. In just a short 10 seconds, the violent bear retracted its aura and obediently walked to Qin Yu's side. It rubbed against Qin Yu's body like an obedient big cat. The fusion of ideas was successful. The violent bear was Qin Yu's war beast. On the other side, the monkey was dejected as it silently walked out of the courtyard. Qin Yu looked at it and felt a faint pain in his heart. He secretly said, "I'm sorry. Father, I'm sorry. Mother, I'm sorry. I can't wait that long. I can't wait for the saint energy in its body to awaken. Also, I know that I'm not that good at all. I've disappointed you." Qin Yu's heart ached faintly. Seeing the monkey leave, he pretended that he didn't see anything. He carried his mother on the bed and jumped onto the back of the violent bear. With a thought, "Let's go." Roar. The violent bear roared furiously and rushed out of the room. It instantly landed in the courtyard and disappeared. He made his own choice. Luo Tian looked in the direction where Qin Yu disappeared. If he were Qin Yu, he would probably make the same choice. Because, sometimes, being forced to the edge of a cliff was really uncomfortable. No one could understand that kind of pain. Monkey silently walked to the door and sat on the steps. His eyes were filled with sadness. It wasn't because Qin Yu chose the violent bear. It was because he wasn't strong enough. He didn't help Qin Yu and didn't save Aunt Chen. He also hated himself. Luo Tian walked out and sat beside Monkey. He gently stroked his head and looked at the sky as he muttered, "In my world, there was a monkey. He was arrogant, and domineering. He looked down on everything. He dared to be equal to the heavens. He was the strongest existence in the monkey world. However, do you know how he turned into it? A stone. Do you know how long it took him to cultivate from a stone to a monkey? Luo Tian said slowly. Then he saw that the monkey was really looking at him, waiting for his answer. Luo Tian was a little bitter, and said, I don't know how many years it took, anyway, it was many, many years, at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate from a stone to a monkey. You are already a monkey now, I believe that it won't be long before you become a monkey like him. Arrogant, domineering, insufferably arrogant, daring to be equal to the heavens. Monkey looked at Luo Tian. The sadness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by hope. Then a strand of his idea merged into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Luo Tian was stunned, but he was not in a hurry to refuse. He asked, do you want to become my war beast and fuse with me? Monkey nodded. Luo Tian smiled faintly, no. Monkey's eyes darkened. Luo Tian said, I don't dislike you, because I want you to be the monkey in my world. He is unrestrained, and no one can bind him. You are the same. I don't want to become your binding force. If you merge with my mind, it will only be like a hoop spell on your head. From the bottom of his heart, Luo Tian really wanted to know what would happen if Sun Wukong did not go to the Western Paradise to obtain the Buddhist scriptures. He really wanted to know what would happen if he was not suppressed by the Five Elements mountain. Monkey looked at Luo Tian as if he understood. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, if possible, you can be my brother and call me Big Brother. Monkey laughed. Luo Tian also laughed, and thought to himself, if it really is the great sage, heavens equals bloodline, then I will have made a fortune. Sun Wukong called me Big Brother, ha ha ha. What a great thing. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. He looked at Monkey, looking forward to the day when he could awaken the holy force in his body. He believed it wouldn't be too far away. The first chapter has been delivered, and the third chapter will continue today. Yu didn't come back at night. He must have gone to bury his mother. Moreover, he said that he could improve his strength and the strength of his beasts in a short period of time, so he couldn't go to Jianhao. Luo Tian wasn't worried. Because the ancestral worship ceremony of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion was 3 days later. Yu would only appear then. The next day, he came to the mercenary guild. Many people were pointing at him behind his back. It's this kid who offended the Wild Bull Battle Group. I didn't expect him to dare to come today. The Wild Bull Battle Group has already announced that they will pay 10 primeval stones for this kid's life. They even offered a reward of 100 primeval stones for the lives of the 2 girls. They are just short of posting a mission in the mercenary guild. You can believe the words of the Wild Bull Battle Group? Even if you kill him, you will never get a reward. Luo Tian didn't know that many things had happened overnight. The Shrouded Heaven Mansion was closely watching his and Yu's movements. In addition, a group of elite disciples in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were searching for the whereabouts of the 2 girls. A little more. There would always be some strange figures outside the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. As for who they were, it wasn't clear. Luo Tian should be very glad that the Wild Bull Battle Group committed all kinds of crimes and was very untrustworthy. Therefore, no one would find trouble with him when he walked on the street. Luo Tian walked into the assassination mission secret room. This was a separate secret room. Only the sound could be heard, but the other party couldn't be seen. This was a secret room dedicated to issuing assassination missions. This kind of secret room was protected by the Mercenary Guild. Not to mention the Wild Bull Battle Group, even a super force like the Shrouded Heaven Mansion wouldn't dare to break the rules of the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild was a super powerful force in the Chaos Realm. No one would find trouble with the Mercenary Guild. Luo Tian walked into the secret room. He was waiting. He wanted to find out who the target of the hunt was. Because his insta-kill system could only be used once. After 1 kill, the mission would be completed. Then, he would get the reward, points, and he would be able to issue a mission to find his daughter and son. And then His EXP was still in the process of burning. The EXP from killing the few people yesterday had stacked up. If he didn't use the power of instant kills, these EXP could be used to level up. The employer hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you come back later, a staff member said. Luo Tian waved his hands and said, I'll wait here. He had nowhere to go anyway. The staff no longer disturbed Luo Tian. 10 minutes later. More than 10 members of the Wild Bull mercenary group came to the mercenary hall. A young man with strange hair, who looked like a hairdresser in his previous life, said to a middle-aged man, Elder, I saw him go in. All right. How dare he provoke the Wild Bull battle group? I'll make him bleed on the spot today. I'll let him know that the Wild Bull battle group isn't a group that anyone can provoke. The man said fiercely. Keep an eye on him. If that brat dares to come out, take him down immediately. Understood. Half an hour passed. Luo Tian was still waiting. The whole morning passed, but Luo Tian was still waiting. Until the afternoon. A staff member reminded Luo Tian, the employer is here. You can talk. Phew, Luo Tian exhaled and asked directly, who is the target? In another room. Two people looked at Luo Tian's information. They looked at each other and found it funny. A woman picked up a strange conch and said, You're only at the middle level of the Marshalsea realm. You should cancel the mission yourself. Don't go to your death. The voice from the conch was like a demon's voice. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. This was done to protect the identity of the employer. The two women were the ice and fire that appeared yesterday. They didn't want Luo Tian to die. To be exact. They didn't want Luo Tian to hinder their plan. How dare a middle-level Marshalsea realm assassin take on a high-level assassination mission? This was the first time in the mercenary guild of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. You're overestimating yourself, Luo Tian said. How do you know if you don't try? I've already accepted the mission. I don't have the money to cancel the mission, and I never leave a way out. I actually accepted this mission. Whether I die or live, I won't regret it. The stronger the mission, the higher the probability of the boss. In this way, not only could he kill the boss, but he could also get the mission reward. This was a profitable business. At the other end of the secret room, Fire Girl said, Are there really people who don't die? Sister, do you think he's someone sent by Chen Tianlong? Ice Girl frowned and said, Chen Tianlong has been busy with ancestral worship these days. He shouldn't have noticed us. Fire Girl asked, What about this person? He's at the middle level of the Marshalsea realm. He can't even get close to Chen Tianlong. If he gets close, he will be crushed by the pressure emitted from his body. Isn't he looking for death? Chen Tianlong, the mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, was also the strongest person in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The pressure he released could crush warriors at the Marshalsea realm. They couldn't even get close to him, so how could they kill him? Ice Girl was silent for a moment before saying coldly, Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. Fire Girl was stunned for a moment before saying, All right. At this moment, Fire Girl picked up the conch and said, Someone will inform you who the target is the day after tomorrow. Let me give you another piece of advice. Not everyone can accept the assassination mission. You better think carefully. It's not too late to cancel it now. Luo Tian smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. Fire Girl said disdainfully, Who cares about you? Luo Tian asked again, The target will tell me the day after tomorrow. Can we talk about the special reward now? The mission seems to say that there are other rewards, right? Can you tell me now? Fire Girl was stunned. Ice Girl picked up the conch and said coldly, The special reward is very simple. The bodies of us two sisters. As long as you complete the mission, the two of us will be yours. You can do whatever you want. Can you leave now? She didn't give Luo Tian a chance to speak. Huh? The bodies of the two sisters? Luo Tian was puzzled as he muttered, I thought it was some divine artifact or treasure. So it's just two women. He didn't care at all. He didn't come to the Chaos Realm to find women. His disdainful tone made Fire Girl very unhappy. She was about to jump up and down and curse when she was stopped by Ice Girl. then. Luo Tian asked again, may I ask, if you want to determine the completion rate of the mission, do you want to chop off the head, the hand, or some other characteristic? Ice Girl's cold voice sounded, any item on his body will do. Luo Tian muttered, that's good. This was because something would definitely drop after an instant kill. These things were evidence. Otherwise, he was worried that he would kill the person but the mission reward would be taken away by someone else. Luo Tian stood up and said teasingly, just wait to become my women. The second chapter was delivered. There was another chapter at night. Ha ha ha, finished. Luo Tian did not forget to add a ***** laugh, wait to become my woman. Actually, Luo Tian only wanted to tease them and did not think too much about it. Making him wait for an entire morning, shouldn't he anger them a little? On the other side of the secret room, the fire girl flew into a rage and was about to explode. Sis, let go of me, I want to go out and beat him up. You dare to be so arrogant at the middle stage of Marshalsea? I've never seen it before. I'm so angry. The fire girl placed her hands on her waist, and the two huge peaks on her chest trembled, like two water balls that were filled with water rippling back and forth. The ice girl was very normal, without the slightest ripple. She said slightly, why are you angry? In 2 days, he will be a dead man. Why are you angry with a dead man? With that said, the fire girl's anger calmed down a lot, and she said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Why are you angry with a dead man? Fortunately, I agreed to it. Otherwise, I would really be angered to death. The fire girl was very glad that Luo Tian had received the mission, because in 2 days, Luo Tian would die and become their cannon fodder. The fire girl said angrily, you want us to become your women? Humph, dream on. In the mercenary hall. When Luo Tian came out of the secret room, he was surrounded by the members of the Wild Bull Regiment. The middle-aged man walked up to Luo Tian with a look of disdain, and said, brat, I heard that you are very arrogant? The middle-aged man was a little short, so much so that he had to look up while standing beside Luo Tian, which made him very unhappy. Luo Tian looked at him and smiled, just so, third in the world. F***ck. You still dare to be arrogant in front of Lousy? I think you're tired of living. As soon as he finished, the middle-aged man frowned, and his fists moved as he punched out. Luo Tian was also prepared, and welcomed the attack with a heavy punch. Bam! Crack! Luo Tian quickly retreated. The joints on his fist were dislocated, and his face darkened slightly. The middle-aged man didn't move an inch. He sneered and said, you dare to compete with me in strength? Do you know who I am? I am Barbarian Bull. Trying to compete with me in terms of strength? You're just courting death. Barbarian Bull's face was filled with pride as he looked at Luo Tian, who had retreated explosively, and said, you still dare to be arrogant? Brat. Today, I want you to lie on the ground and become a dead dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Barbarian Bull took a step forward, bang, bang, bang. Every step he took was a heavy blow, as if a wild bull was charging forward. Phew, Luo Tian's heart stirred, and he thought to himself, I haven't tested your strength yet, let me see it. Suddenly, Luo Tian's forehead suddenly moved. An eye from the ancient times awakened and flashed with a ray of light. The eye was invisible. Only Luo Tian himself could feel it. Ding. Tip, Barbarian Bull's weakness is 3 inches below his left arm. The weakness that Erlangshen's eyes had seen through. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, he stared at Barbarian Bull and said, you want me to lie down and become a dead dog, right? Then let's see who will lie down and become a dead dog. Luo Tian did not move. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. You're still so arrogant when you're about to die? Can arrogance scare people? This person still dares to come today. Is it really because his luck today is as good as that person's? Barbarian Bull is the #1 tiger general of the Wild Bull army. Being arrogant in front of him is courting death. Still not moving? If you don't move, you're just waiting for death. Barbarian Bull also laughed wildly, and said, brat, get down on the ground. Both of his fists moved. The muscles on his arms bulged, and a thick power poured into his fists. Both of his fists struck forward at the same time. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister, 3 inches below the left arm. His right hand lowered and blocked the attack. What does he want to do? He's so scared that he's using his hand to block it? Ha ha ha. Then his hand will shatter. The power of Barbarian Bull's fists was extremely strong. With such an attack, Luo Tian could not block it with one hand. It was very likely that it would break. However, so what if it broke? Just as Luo Tian's right arm was about to block it, Xiao, who was in war pet space, creaked a few times, and then, his skeleton fell apart, and one by one, they all stuck to Luo Tian's right arm. Boom! A heavy blow sounded. Luo Tian did not retreat a single step. His arm didn't even feel any power. However, Kacha, Barbarian Bull's fingers were all broken, and the sound of bones breaking was extremely crisp. The entire mercenary hall could hear it, and his face instantly turned purple. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. The moment Barbarian Bull made his move, a fireball appeared on Luo Tian's left palm, and he growled, 3 inches below the left arm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An all-out attack. The fireball crazily shot out from Barbarian Bull's waist, and the power of the fireball also penetrated in. Barbarian Bull let out a painful scream, his face incomparably pale. At this moment, Luo Tian did not give him any chance. His right fist followed suit, and once again struck 3 inches below his left arm. Barbarian Bull was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground. Luo Tian walked forward and roared, "Are you turning into a dead dog on the ground? Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian struck down once again. Following that, punch after punch, every punch landed on flesh. The HP on top of Barbarian Bull's head continued to decrease, and in the end, the HP bar completely disappeared. Luo Tian pulled his fists out from Barbarian Bull's bloody body, swept his gaze across, and suddenly roared, "Who else?" Extremely domineering, the anger in his heart was vented out. The entire mercenary hall was silent, and no sound could be heard. The members of the Wild Bull army also had fear on their faces, and did not dare to look into Luo Tian's eyes. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Luo Tian's eyes swept across again, staring at those who had just mocked him, his face full of disdain. How could Barbarian Bull, who was known as the #1 tiger general of the Wild Bull army, be beaten to such a state? Even if his fists were crippled, it wouldn't be to the extent of being crippled. No one knew why. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. Second Master's eyes are indeed incomparably sharp, to be able to see that Barbarian Bull is seriously injured 3 inches below him while cheating. Ha ha ha. At this time, outside the mercenary hall, more than 100 members quickly rushed in, surrounding the entire hall. They also surrounded Luo Tian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. "It's over this time. Arrogant, continue to be arrogant, I've never seen such arrogance before." Some of the people who were watching the show laughed. More than 100 people, how could Luo Tian escape this time? Could he still continue to be arrogant? A man glanced at the badly mutilated Barbarian Bull on the ground, then looked at Luo Tian with killing intent in his eyes, and said solemnly, "You're dead for sure today." It was also at this moment 2 veiled women walked out, as if they didn't see the members of the Wild Bull army. Ice Maiden glanced at Luo Tian, and then said coldly, "Wild Bull army, scram. Thank you for your support, thank you." As soon as his voice faded, Fire Girl's gaze swept across, and she was extremely fiery. "Didn't you hear what I said? Then I'll repeat it again. Get lost from the Wild Bull war group." He said word by word. Very arrogant, very domineering. The man in the lead narrowed his eyes and said, "It's the 2 of you again. It seems like the 3 of you are together. You didn't hear me, did you?" As soon as he finished, bam! Fire Girl's figure moved, and a fire attribute power burst out from her body, directly sending the person who spoke flying. Without waiting for him to land, Fire Girl's figure flashed and arrived behind that person, striking again. Bam! He was sent flying again. That person swayed and couldn't stand steadily. At this moment, on top of the mercenary hall, Fire Girl's figure landed once again. Her elbow turned into a blade and suddenly smashed down on his head. She said coldly, "Do you hear me clearly now?" Bam! The top of his head caved in, and his body fell straight down. Dead, the faces of the surrounding Wild Bull War group turned cold, and the expressions of those who were watching the show also changed. Speed and strength were too fierce. It was a complete massacre, there was no room for a counterattack. Fire Girl swept her gaze and smiled, "Did you hear me clearly?" Her voice crushed the entire mercenary hall. She was furious. The anger from the mission's secret room had not completely disappeared, so she vented it out. Just a little. Because the background of the Wild Bull War group made her very unhappy. Shrouded Heaven Mansion, Fire Girl was very fiery. A hint of pride appeared under her veil. She grinned and said, "Get lost." At this moment, Ice Girl's gaze suddenly turned. She stared at a person behind the crowd. That person slowly walked in. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically dispersed. It wasn't that they automatically made way, but that they were shaken away by the powerful aura on his body. They couldn't help but be shaken away. The leader of the Wild Bull War group, Wild Bull King. A man in his 40s walked out of the crowd and said faintly, "If you tell us to scram, then we will scram." Wouldn't our Wild Bull War group lose face? As soon as his voice faded, many members of the Wild Bull War group immediately became excited. "Ha ha ha, Captain is here. You two little girls, prepare to die. Captain is here." The surrounding crowd was also secretly shocked. The commander of the Wild Bull battle group rarely appeared. They never thought that he would appear here today. Furthermore, his aura was very strong, and it was not any weaker than Fire Lady's. Another expert, Fire Maiden, laughed coldly and said, "I told you to fuck off, so fuck off. Don't court death, understand?" As arrogant as ever, Wang Yinia's eyes narrowed as he moved his fists. A pair of gloves appeared on his fists as he took a step forward. Shwa. He rushed forward with a ferocious look in his eyes and snorted coldly, "Arrogant? Humph. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." The Fire Maiden wasn't afraid and said, "Arrogance is my personality." He also rushed forward. As the four fists collided, Fire Lady flipped backward and took 2 steps back before she could regain her balance. Wang Yinia retreated 10 steps. His face darkened as he sneered, "You have some strength, but..." Boom, a rumbling sound came from his body, like the roar of a bison. He leaned forward and suddenly rushed out like a mad bison. The 2 pairs of gloves moved and the spirit energy converged. The power emitted a deafening roar. "Get down!" Fire Lady shouted angrily, "Let's see who's going to get down." Just as some kind of power in her body moved, Ice Maiden flashed and blocked in front of her. His hands moved. A thin layer of ice appeared in front of her, forming a shield. Block in front. Rumble, 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 Wang Yiniu collided with the ice shield, producing a violent sound. His forehead cracked from the impact and his body was sent flying. He somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground, continuously retreating. He only managed to stabilize his body after leaning against the wall. The blood in his chest was churning, but he firmly suppressed it. He said faintly, "What a strong defensive power." The ice shield also began to crack. Not waiting for it to crack, Binghua raised his right hand and the ice shield disappeared. He said coldly, "It's good that you know." Fire Lady said irritably, "Isn't that great? Come again if you have the guts." Wang Yiniu walked forward again and sneered, "Disciples of the Wild Bull battle group, listen up, surround them." Huh. Over 100 members of the Wild Bull battle group surrounded them. Wang Yinia laughed coldly, "No matter how strong the 2 of you are, you won't be able to withstand my Wild Bull formation. If I were to leave like this today, wouldn't my Wild Bull battle group lose face?" It was not time yet. Ice Maiden didn't want to cause any more trouble. Their goal this time was Chen Tianlong, the Lord of Heavenly Curtain Mansion. Then, Ice Maiden laughed coldly and said, "Then what do you think will give you face?" Wang Yinia said, "Our Wild Bull battle group is at least a C-rank battle group. If we let you go today, then how will our C-rank battle group survive in the future?" Fire Lady smiled and said, "C-rank battle group? Tisk. Is it very strong?" Finished. Fire Lady revealed the emblem on her chest. It was an emblem that was half ice and half fire. Wang Yiniu's gaze darkened. Ice-Fire Battle Group, a peak battle group. No wonder. Wang Yiniu could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. Seeing the emblem of the Ice-Fire Battle Group, he immediately retreated slightly and said, "It's not an injustice to lose. Please." However, his gaze turned sinister. He revealed a strange sneer and thought to himself, "Ice-Fire Battle Group, just you two women wait for me. Heh, young master will definitely be very interested." Behind his eyes was a sinister look. Ice Maiden's face also darkened. She didn't expect Fire Lady to reveal her emblem. This would expose their identities. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Fire Lady said arrogantly with a smug look on her face. The two women took a few steps forward. Wang Yiniu looked at Luo Tian, who was at the side, and laughed coldly. "The two of them can leave, but you can't. Brat, now it's our turn to settle the score. Killing my Wild Bull Battle Group's elder and destroying my Wild Bull Battle Group's business, we should properly settle this score." Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "Come, let's settle it." At this moment, Fire Lady turned around and walked back. She grabbed Luo Tian and said, "What do you mean by that? If you want to settle it with me. He is an outer member of our battle group. Do you dare to go against the Ice-Fire Battle Group?" Huh? Luo Tian was stunned. Fire Lady reminded him, "What are you talking about? Hurry up and follow me. Do you want to die here?" Wang Yiniu frowned, smiled slightly, and said, "I don't dare." That's right. Fire Lady proudly brought Luo Tian out. Luo Tian said, "Thank you." "Hey, what's there to thank me for? You just saw injustice on the road, and we also don't like the Wild Bull Battle Group." Fire Lady laughed. Ice Maiden glanced at Luo Tian, and said, "You are very special." Chapter 1. Ice Maiden saw Luo Tian attack Barbarian Bull. It hit the vital point. But, how did Luo Tian know that Barbarian Bull's vital point was 3 inches below his left arm? Even she couldn't tell, so how could a warrior in the middle stage of martial see through it? Coincidence? There was no such thing as a coincidence in this world. She really wanted to know, but in the end, she didn't ask. Luo Tian laughed faintly, and said, "I'm just an ordinary person." Ice Maiden looked at the stalker not far away and said, "The people from the Wild Bull Battle Group will not let this matter rest. You better take care of yourself. Let's go." Finished. Without waiting for Fire Maiden to speak, she was grabbed by Ice Maiden. Furthermore, Ice Maiden's eyes were filled with anger. Fire Maiden didn't dare to move. "Sis, you know that the Wild Bull Battle Group won't let him off, so why aren't you helping him?" "Help? Have you forgotten the purpose of our trip down the mountain? You even dare to reveal the badge of our Ice-Fire Battle Group. Aren't you afraid that our identities will be exposed?" Fire Maiden stuck out her tongue and said, "I just don't like that Wild Bull Tortoise Group. A C-rank battle group actually has the nerve to show off. What is he showing off for? Humph." Ice Maiden's voice trembled as she shouted, "Tomorrow is the last day. We can't appear in Mercenary Guild anymore." Fire Maiden nodded and said, "Oh." Ice Maiden continued, "Also, you almost released the power of fire today. Have you thought about the consequences? Once you release the power of fire, you will immediately be discovered by the experts of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Chen Tianlong will definitely not let us off." "I was wrong." Fire Maiden lowered her head and muttered as she fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Ice Maiden let out a long breath. After a moment of silence, Ice Maiden suddenly asked with a smile, "Sis, you said that he's very special. What's special about him? Why can't I see it? However, he's really quite special. So handsome." Fire Maiden's face was filled with infatuation. 8 black lines appeared on Ice Maiden's forehead as she immediately said, "Go into seclusion and cultivate. Pa, in a bottomless alley." Luo Tian clapped his hands and looked at the 2 corpses beside him. He smiled and said, "You followed me? Do you really think I'm a fool?" Luo Tian had long known that he was being followed. The Wild Bull Battle Group was a force of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, so they must know about his relationship with Chenyu. Luo Tian naturally knew that they wanted to find Chenyu through him. After making sure that no one was following him, Luo Tian turned over and entered a small courtyard. Then, he walked out from another door and arrived at another street. He returned to his residence. Chenyu had not returned yet, and Monkey was nowhere to be found. Luo Tian muttered, "There's still one more day. I have to think of a way to increase my strength." Vale of Heaven Mansion. Manor Head Residence. A man in black stood at the side with his body bowed. Chen Tianlong narrowed his eyes and sneered, "It's been 10 years. I didn't expect the Icefire Battle Group to appear in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion again. Looks like we didn't kill all of them last time." "Haha," the black-clothed man said, "Patriarch, for this ancestral worship ceremony, I'm afraid he did not continue speaking." Chen Tianlong smiled slightly and said, "Let them come. I also want to see how the remnants of the Kai family are cultivating now, and the magic treasure of the Kai family." At this point, Chen Tianlong secretly clenched his fists. His eyes darkened, and his gaze revealed extreme displeasure. "This time, I hope you brought that thing out as well." Chen Tianlong laughed coldly. 2 days later. Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the day of the ancestral worship ceremony. Chen family's temple. It was packed with Chen family disciples, solemn and dignified. Luo Tian was near the temple. He was waiting for the notification of the assassination mission. After waiting for a long time, finally, a little girl walked up to him and handed him a note. Luo Tian opened the note. "It really is him." Then, he kept the note and stepped into the outer area of the Chen family's temple. He thought to himself, why hasn't Chenyu appeared yet? Could it be? Luo Tian started to worry. The ancestral worship ceremony began. Chen Tianlong led the Chen family disciples to kneel down. Finally, it was Chen Xianxiao's turn to kneel down. Chen Tianlong had a look of disdain on his face. He did not kneel down, but sneered, "Chen Xianxiao? Humph, if you had listened to me obediently back then, would you have died?" Ha ha ha. At this moment, a person walked out from the group of disciples. Chen Yu. He walked forward step by step, arrived in front of his father's memorial tablet, and knelt down heavily, saying, "Father, your child has come to see you." At this moment, Chen Jianhao laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. Bastard, you finally appeared." He had been waiting for the entire morning. He was extremely worried that Chen Yu would not appear. Chen Yu's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Chen Xianxiao's son? Chen Xianxiao is our Chen family's #1 beast tamer, but his son is a piece of trash. What a joke. Who says so? The Chen family disciples began to discuss and laugh. A full 10 years. Chen Yu had become the laughingstock of the Chen family, the laughingstock of the entire Shrouded Heaven Palace. After 3 kneels and 9 kowtows, Chen Yu slowly stood up, his gaze darkened as he stared at Chen Jianhao, and said, "Chen Jianhao, today I want to challenge you." Chen Jianhao laughed out loud, and said, "Challenge me?" "Ha ha ha," Chen Jianhao said, "Are you worthy? What is your status? What is my status? What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" Chen Yu laughed coldly, "You don't dare? Haven't you always wanted to obtain the immortal controlling wheel?" Finished. With a move of his palm, the immortal controlling wheel flew out, and said, "If you defeat me today, this immortal controlling wheel will be yours." Immortal controlling wheel? It really is the immortal controlling wheel. It was once Chen Xianxiao's beast tamer divine tool. He relied on the immortal controlling wheel to become the Chen family's #1 beast tamer. Didn't he disappear in the Marshalsea mountain range? He found it? Chen Jianhao looked at the immortal controlling wheel, his eyes shining, and laughed sinisterly, "Trash, you're courting death. Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish." Chen Jianhao glanced at his father. Chen Tianlong nodded slightly. The immortal controlling wheel was indeed a beast tamer divine tool. With it, the beast taming power would increase by several times, which would increase the strength of the Shrouded Heaven Palace. At this moment, Chen Yu said loudly, "I want to fight on the altar." Chen Tianlong's brows tightened. Chen Jianhao didn't care so much. He wanted to get the immortal controlling wheel. he must get it. He casually agreed and said, I don't care where you are, you have to die anyway. Finished. Qin Jianhao's aura moved, and in a few breaths, he landed on the altar. The long sword in his hand pointed at Qinyu, come up and die. Chapter 2. There was one more chapter today. Qinyu did not move. Instead, he walked to his father's memorial tablet and said in a low voice, Father, Mother, I am unfilial and cannot kill Chen Tianlong to avenge you. Today, I swear with my blood that I will kill his son. His voice was so soft that no one could hear him. However, no matter how soft the voice was, Chen Tianlong could still hear it. He glanced at Qinyu from the corner of his eyes and laughed, if someone else said this, I might be worried, but you, trash. He just glanced at him from the corner of his eye. After that, he did not look at Qinyu again. Because he ignored him, because Qinyu did not even have the qualifications to be disdained by him. Qinyu did not speak and slowly walked towards the altar. At this time, among the crowd, Luo Tian rushed out and shouted, Qinyu, Qinyu. The Qin family disciples immediately stopped Luo Tian. On the altar, Qin Jianhao laughed and said, let him in. I'll kill Qinyu first, then it's your turn. A mere mid-stage Marshalsea has ruined my plans time and time again. If I don't kill you today, where will I, Qin Jianhao, put my face? Moreover, the Wild Bull battle group was supported by him behind the scenes. What happened in the past few days made him very unhappy. He originally wanted to deal with Qinyu before looking for Luo Tian, but he did not expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Isn't this courting death? Qinyu's face darkened and he immediately said, Boss, why are you here? Hurry up and leave this place. Qinyu was very worried. He did not go to Luo Tian's residence because he was worried that Luo Tian would follow him. He had never thought of going back alive since he came to the Tai Temple. He did not want Luo Tian to die with him. Luo Tian smiled faintly and deliberately said, if you die, there will be someone to collect your corpse, right? Squeak squeak squeak, Luo Tian turned his gaze and smiled, it seems that I'm not the only one here, Monkey Brother is also here. The monkey came out of the crowd, stood on the ground and jumped lightly, landing on Luo Tian's shoulder. Qinyu was even more worried. Luo Tian walked to Qinyu's side and said in a low voice, do whatever you want to do. If you want revenge, do it with all your might. As for us, you don't have to worry. Don't worry. If there are some things that you can't do, I will do it for you. Luo Tian was also very unhappy about Auntie Chen's death. In addition, he was here on a mission. Luo Tian looked at Chen Tianlong in the distance. At this moment, Chen Tianlong was also looking at Luo Tian. An elder whispered something into his ear. Chen Tianlong sneered and no longer looked at Luo Tian. It was the same. He didn't even have the right to be despised. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian and said, Boss, I will do my best. Immediately after, Qinyu strode towards the altar. In the meantime, Luo Tian kept looking at Chen Tianlong and opened the system to check. Ding. Not enough distance. Ding. Not enough distance. Luo Tian kept trying to lock onto Chen Tianlong, but the distance was not enough. He was unable to lock onto Chen Tianlong, and said anxiously, looks like I have to get closer to Chen Tianlong. No rush. Luo Tian calmed down and said to the monkey on his shoulder, Brother Monkey, where have you been these 2 days? Could it be that you went to cultivate as well? The monkey squeaked a few times, but unfortunately, Luo Tian did not understand a single word. On the altar, Qin Jianhao laughed coldly, you dog, obediently hand over the immortal controlling wheel and kneel down and kowtow to me in front of the entire clan. Maybe I'll spare your dog life. Otherwise, you will die miserably in the mountains like your father, ha ha ha, at this moment. Qinyu's eyes turned sinister as he suddenly roared, Violent Bear. Roar. The war beast Violent Bear suddenly rushed out, its huge body directly crushing Qin Jianhao. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The Violent Bear was furious. The moment it pounced out, it shocked Qin Jianhao and threw him to the ground. The Violent Bear's forelimbs were as sharp as blades as it pounced on Qin Jianhao's body and crazily attacked him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk blood splattered everywhere as the thousands of kilograms of body pressed down on Qin Jianhao. His face was cut open and his scalp was torn off. Qin Jianhao was scared out of his wits. He cried out loudly, "Father, father, quickly save me. You dog, you actually fused with a war beast. Isn't your war beast a trash monkey? You lowly bastard." At this moment, Qin Yu slowly walked forward and stood behind Qin Jianhao. His eyes were spitting fire as he stomped down fiercely and roared, "Qin Jianhao, are you King happy? Are you happy?" As he spoke, he crazily stepped on Qin Jianhao. His feet were not enough. Qin Yu bent down and punched wildly with his fists as if he had gone mad. He kept roaring, "Does it feel good? After being bullied by you for an entire 10 years, I'm just asking you if you're happy." It was also at this time Chen Tianlong moved. Almost at the same time, a few figures in the crowd of the temple also moved. Just as Chen Tianlong rushed to the bottom of the altar, Qin Yu lifted Qin Jianhao into the air, stared at Chen Tianlong, and said, "Chen Tianlong, kneel down. If you want your son's life, then kneel down. Kneel in front of my father's memorial tablet." Qin Jianhao's chest was cut open, and his entire body was covered in blood and flesh. He was on the verge of death as he said, "Father, save me." All of this happened too quickly. Even Luo Tian couldn't react in time. In just 3 days, Qin Yu had completely changed into a different person. Chen Tianlong clenched his fists, the aura on his body suddenly exploded, and he said gloomily, "You want me to kneel down to Qin Xianxiao?" Wahahaha, the idea sunk. As soon as his voice fell, the flames on Chen Tianlong's body were like a spear. "Are you threatening me?" Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The spear moved and directly pierced through Qin Jianhao's body. Bam. Qin Jianhao's head swelled, his pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly, "Father, father, father." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Qin Jianhao's head exploded, and blood sprayed all over Qin Yu's face. He was completely dumbfounded. Qin Jianhao was his own son, and he was killed without any reaction. Was he still human? The corner of Chen Tianlong's mouth revealed a sinister smile, and slowly said, Don't worry, I will make Qin Yu suffer 100 times more to accompany you." He stared coldly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was firmly crushed, unable to move at all. It was also at this time a few figures suddenly flew out from the crowd. "Chen Tianlong, go to hell." Chen Tianlong's eyes flashed with a smile, and said, "Ha ha ha. Are you trash assassins even worthy of taking my life? All of you, go to hell." On one side of the figure, countless illusions appeared. Bam. Bam. After several consecutive sounds, the masked assassins all died miserably. Chen Tianlong's gaze turned, and he laughed coldly, "The remnants of the Kai family, you should also appear, right?" He was not in a hurry to kill Qin Yu. Because, Qin Yu was like a fish on a chopping board. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape from his grasp. He would slowly kill him. At this moment, one fire, one ice, 2 streams of light descended. "Chen Tianlong, return my father's life." The two of them charged forward at the same time. Luo Tian moved closer, 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 closer every time, finally. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Target locked. Chapter 3, Delivery. The power of instant kill was also limited by the range. Just like the skills in the game, there was also a casting range. Luo Tian cautiously approached, inching closer, inching closer. Finally, he heard the system beep. Target locked. It was also at this moment Ice Girl and Fire Girl landed. The corner of Chen Tianlong's mouth drew back as he sneered, "I didn't think that the Kai family would have you 2 little beauties, just nice. Now that my son is dead, I can let you give me a few more sons." Ah, ha, ha. Chen Tianlong laughed maniacally as the aura on his body shot out like a fierce tiger, releasing a deafening sound in the air. Roar, roar. Fire Girl's face darkened as she said angrily, "Return my father's life." Flame. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Without any hesitation, she released the hidden power in her body. She was like fire, burning crazily. Her body leaped into the air and turned into a streak of flames as she shot out. Whoosh, on the other side. Ice Girl was the same. She turned into an ice sword and pierced through the air. The power of ice and fire. This power is really strong. However, Qin Tianlong's fiendish eyes stared at him and sneered, to me, it's not even worth a single blow. Bang, bang. His figure disappeared and turned into a bolt of lightning. Two muffled sounds rang out in the air. Two figures descended from the air. Pft, pft. The two girls spat out blood at the same time, their faces pale. Qin Tianlong's figure slowly descended and stood in front of the two girls. He smiled playfully and said, "You issued a mission to assassinate me in the mercenary hall? Do you think I'm that easy to assassinate? Back then, even your father wasn't my match. You two little girls dare to fight me? You're courting death." Qin Tianlong was filled with disdain. Looking at their hot bodies and the two peaks on their chests, he laughed lewdly and said, "With your Kai family's ice and fire blood vein and my Qin family's beast-taming blood vein, we will definitely be able to produce a good crystal. My trash son can't even deal with a piece of trash, so you two can give me a few more, ha ha ha." Ha ha ha, Qin Tianlong laughed wildly. At this moment, all the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciples in the Imperial Ancestral Temple knelt in unison, "Long live the Mansion Master." Ha ha ha, Qin Tianlong laughed arrogantly. With a stomp of his right foot, the ground trembled as Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden were sent flying. Qin Tianlong grabbed their necks and said with a smile, "I can't wait any longer." The two women didn't expect this. It should be said that they had never thought about it. They thought that they would be able to deal with Qin Tianlong by activating the power of ice and fire, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Qin Tianlong's clothes. The difference was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. This feeling made their hearts ache as if they were dying. Ice Maiden said coldly, "Qin Tianlong, you are a beast. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Fire Lady was even more irritable. Her hands kept slapping, but her strength couldn't even break through Qin Tianlong's defense. Qin Tianlong smiled smugly. Become a ghost? Was it that easy to become a ghost? I won't let you die so easily. Besides, you should thank me for my generosity, because I can let you live. As he spoke, Qin Tianlong sniffed lightly and said excitedly, "Two virgins, good. Tonight, all of you will serve me together, ha ha ha." Finished. Two streams of power surged into their bodies from Qin Tianlong's palm. Their bodies immediately became weak and powerless, and they didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. The Ice Maiden said weakly, "Kill me, kill me." Fire Maiden was so scared that she started crying, "Father, Mother, Master. Woo-woo. No matter who you call, it's useless. No one in this world can save you. Be obedient and you can live for a few more days." Ha ha ha, Qin Tianlong laughed lewdly. The two of them didn't even have the strength to commit suicide, so he didn't have to worry about them. Qin Tianlong raised his gaze slightly and looked at Qin Yu, who was on the altar. He sneered and said, "You dog, it's your turn now. You want me to kneel to your father? Humph. Is your father worthy?" Qin Tianlong took a step forward and walked towards the altar. Qin Yu looked at Luo Tian and shouted, "Boss, go quickly." Qin Tianlong glanced at Luo Tian and smiled contemptuously, "Go? Don't even think about leaving." At this moment, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Go? I never thought of leaving. I'm here to kill you. How can I leave?" Huh? Huh? Qin Tianlong stopped slightly. Qin Yu was also stunned. Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden also looked at Luo Tian in shock. Fire Maiden said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and run, or it will be too late." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion in the square all laughed loudly. How dare a mid-level sea martial artist be so presumptuous? Is he out of his mind? He's definitely retarded. Kid, I can cripple you with one finger. Mansion Master, leave this kid to me. I will make him beg for death. Overestimating himself, everyone laughed at Luo Tian for overestimating himself. Qin Tianlong also found it funny. He had been very careful all his life and never underestimated any opponent. But today, he despised Luo Tian because Luo Tian didn't deserve to be his opponent at all. He looked at Luo Tian coldly and said, "This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Kid. Don't worry, when he dies, it will be your turn." Jinyu shouted, "Boss, hurry up and run." Fire Maiden also shouted, "Run." Even Ice Maiden said, "Do you want to die here?" Luo Tian didn't leave. He walked to the two women, smiled slightly and joked, "I said, you two are mine." The two women were stunned. Fire Maiden seemed to think of something and immediately said, "It was you that afternoon?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yes, I took the task." "I want the special reward you said." Ice Maiden blushed. Actually, the special reward wasn't for the two of them. Fire Maiden wanted to be angry, but at this time, she said, "If you can kill Chen Tianlong, my sister, and I will be your women." Chen Tianlong's gaze turned, and said, "Him?" "Yes. It's me." Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and said, "Do you find it unbelievable?" In that instant, Chen Tianlong narrowed his eyes, and said, "Very good, you have made me very angry, I have decided to kill you first." As soon as he finished, his figure disappeared. It was also at this moment. With a thought, Luo Tian said, "Instant kill system, release." A wave of power was released. The power of instant kill swept through the air. "I had something to do yesterday and didn't have time to write. Old cow is sorry. Today, I will update 3 chapters. If I have time tomorrow, old cow will update 5 chapters. I will try my best, try my best, try my best." The burning experience immediately reached the bottom and was completely burned out. However, at the same time, it bound Chen Tianlong in an instant. Luo Tian stood in place without moving. Chen Tianlong was only a step away from him. Looking at the light beam on his body, he had never seen such a power before. His life force was rapidly decreasing as he looked at Luo Tian with his mouth agape, and said, "Impossible, impossible." Luo Tian smiled faintly, took a step forward, and said, "I told you before, you're going to die soon." "You, who exactly are you? What kind of power is this?" Chen Tianlong was alarmed as he struggled with all his might, but it was completely useless. Because he had already been locked onto by the system, as long as Luo Tian had a thought, he would be instantly killed. Luo Tian said, "The power to kill? Die." He didn't want to waste any more time, and he was looking forward to what Chen Tianlong, the boss, would drop. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. Excitement. Excitement. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Chen Tianlong's body exploded. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Tianlong for obtaining an experience point and a spirit force of 40,000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Wild Force Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Force Fist Gloves. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Beast Taming Skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining War Beast Space, 2 slots. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining War Beast, Top Grade Saber-Toothed Tiger. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding. Experience point is burning, do you wish to level up? No. Luo Tian did not choose to level up, because now was not the time. Once he chose to level up, based on the amount of experience he needed to level up, 1 million experience points would only be enough for him to level up once. If that happened, he would not be able to use instant kill. As long as his experience points entered the burning stage, he would be able to use the power of instant kill. The system settings, at this moment. Luo Tian didn't care about that at all. With a thought, he said, "Wild Origin Fist, cultivate." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for learning Wild Force Fist. Art, Wild Fist of Origin Grade, 1st grade of Heaven Stage Consumption, 500 Spiritual Power Cooldown, none description, this skill is called Force Fist. Condenses force and releases it. Every punch can be stacked. When the number of punches hitting the target reaches 100, wild force will be triggered. The 101st punch will result in a critical hit. Critical hits can deal up to 250% damage. Phew, I finally don't have to use inferior fireball anymore. It can be considered my first true cultivation technique in the Chaos realm, and it's a first-grade heaven-ranked technique. It should be pretty good, Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He took one last look at the force gloves and grinned. Good stuff. It could increase the damage of Wild Force Fist by 10%. Beast Taming Technique. Cultivate. With a thought from Luo Tian, the Beast Taming Technique appeared in the auxiliary skill column. The last two columns were War Beast. What does this mean? Ordinary warriors could at most fuse with one War Beast. Unless they died, it was impossible for them to fuse with a second War Beast. Even if it was a second War Beast, its fighting strength would be greatly weakened, because the fusion of ideas would be affected. Killing Chen Tianlong dropped a top-quality saber-toothed tiger and two War Beasts. Could it be that he could fuse with two War Beasts? Luo Tian checked the War Beast system and grinned, ha ha ha. It's really possible to fuse with two War Beasts. And, it's not just two War Beasts. As long as I'm strong enough and have enough drops, I can fuse with War Beasts without any restrictions. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. This was the advantage of the system. Others could only fuse with one War Beast, but he could fuse with it without any restrictions. Immediately. Luo Tian didn't even think about it, the idea moved, linking to the top-quality saber-toothed tiger, and said, Fusion War Beast. Half a second passed. The system sounded out. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining top-quality saber-toothed tiger for obtaining 100 experience and 100 spirit force as a reward. Heh, awesome. Luo Tian shouted excitedly, we'll play like this in the future. Boss discovered, don't worry, I'll endure it for now. Wait for me to accumulate experience, then I'll appear and kill you instantly. This feeling is so good that it's about to explode. Indeed. The power of instant kill was enough to kill anyone. Not to mention Hong Tu, who had escaped to the Chaos realm, even if it was the great Emperor Yan Huang, as long as he was locked onto by Luo Tian, he would still be instantly killed. But the key was, instant kill required a huge amount of experience. His current level was very low, so it was easy for him to trigger an instant kill. However, once his level increased, it would be much more difficult for him to trigger an instant kill. Moreover, even if killing a super boss was worth 10 million experience points, you would need 100 million to level up. 100 million experience points to kill a boss, this transaction had to be calculated properly. Unless it dropped something good like a holy artifact, it would definitely be a loss. Do you want to instant kill? Sure, but you can't level up. The system was, after all, a system. It only made you work harder to cultivate and level up. If you kept using instant kill, then you would never be able to level up. Luo Tian was also clear about this point. Everyone in the entire Tai temple looked at Luo Tian, all of them dumbfounded. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian, unable to say a word. Ice Lady and Fire Lady looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Both of them had the same question in their hearts, is he human? Everyone in the Shrouded Heaven mansion looked at Luo Tian, illusion, it must be an illusion. It's impossible for such a situation to happen. The mansion master is the strongest expert in the Shrouded Heaven mansion's territory. How could he be instantly killed? Moreover, he was instantly killed by a Wuhai intermediary. This is simply impossible. His brain couldn't process it. However, an elder of the Shrouded Heaven mansion shouted, Mansion Master. Brat, you killed our mansion master. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Men. Catch him for me. No matter what, we can't let them leave. Kill him. As soon as the voice fell, all the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven mansion on the Tai temple reacted and rushed up aggressively. Qinyu landed from the altar, leaned behind Luo Tian, and said, Boss, what should we do? Fire Lady's eyes darkened, it's over, it's still over. With so many disciples of the Shrouded Heaven mansion, there's no way to escape. Ice Lady looked at Luo Tian. It was also at this time. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. If you want to kill, then kill to your heart's content. At this time, the system sent out another prompt. Ding. Target locked. This time, Luo Tian didn't stop. He rushed forward and roared, "Die for me." Gotcha. Rumble, an instant kill force blasted down. The second chapter has been delivered. There was still the third chapter tonight, but it might be a little late. Another instant kill power blasted down. In an instant, the elder who had just spoken was killed. The system. Beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Yaolong for gaining 260,000 experience points, 20,000 spiritual force points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 39 prenatal stones. The system beep sounded a few times. Luo Tian was not in the mood to see what he had dropped. Instead, he roared furiously, "Who the hell dares to come up and touch me? I'll kill him." Currently, his experience points were still burning. However, he could only kill it this time. If he killed it again, he wouldn't be able to kill elite monsters and gain such a huge amount of experience points. Everyone's face darkened. They were all scared. The patriarch was killed in an instant. The great elder was killed in an instant. And, they didn't understand what this instant kill power was. They were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what to think at all. Looking at each other, they were all retreating. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the crowd as an arrogant and domineering aura emanated from his body. He said in a gloomy voice, "I can kill your mansion lord and your elders. Killing all of you will be a piece of cake. However, I don't want to kill people, but if you force me, I will kill you all in an instant. If you don't believe me, then come up and try." Arrogant, domineering. An intermediate martial sea realm cultivator crushing the entire Shrouded Heaven mansion. If this were to spread out, people would think that this was a fairy tale. Who could believe it? Any disciple in the Imperial Ancestral Temple Square had a stronger cultivation than Luo Tian, but they were all crushed by him. Luo Tian's arrogant and confident smile made everyone not dare to approach him. Then, Luo Tian said to Qinyu, "Help the two of them up." "Can your violent bear sit 3 people? Qinyu said, "No problem." Luo Tian said, "Okay, you guys go first." Qinyu immediately said, "What about you?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said with a smile, "Do you think they dare to touch me?" They really didn't dare to move. However, this was only their state of panic. Once they calmed down, the consequences would be disastrous. The manor head and grand elder were killed one after another. They were indeed dumbfounded. Qinyu walked to Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden's side and helped them onto Violent Bear's back. He jumped on as well. Fire Lady looked at Luo Tian with infatuation in her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red as she said, "So handsome, so handsome. She's my type." "Sister, don't you think he is handsome? He killed Chen Tianlong and Chen Yaolong in seconds. They are the 2 strongest people in the Shrouded Heaven mansion. He killed them in seconds. He is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to fall in love with him." She was a complete love-struck fool. Her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms. She looked at Luo Tian with concern and said, "Handsome brother, you have to come quickly." Ice Maiden glared at her sister. She was extremely calm and said, "You have to be careful." Luo Tian smiled and said, "No problem." Immediately after, Luo Tian took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Make way. Hurry up. Didn't you hear what I said?" Luo Tian's face was ferocious. His eyes were ferocious. He took a step forward and rushed in front of a Shrouded Heaven mansion disciple. He moved his fists, circulated his force, and punched out violently. Bang! That disciple was blasted away. A layer of force fist was also superimposed on his body. At this moment, Wild Force Fist. How does he know the Manor Head's Heaven tier cultivation technique? Where did this person come from? He can't be an intermediate martial C. The crowd whispered. The power of instant kill shocked them. Now, the Wild Force Fist shocked them again. This kind of shock had a very strong impact on their souls. Immediately after, the crowd slowly dispersed and made a path. Xianxia stood on Violent Bear's back and walked step by step toward the exit of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He swaggered and was incomparably arrogant. Luo Tian was at the back. Monkey followed beside him as if he was protecting him. Luo Tian said faintly, "Brother Monkey, follow Xianxia and the others." Monkey shook his head and still followed beside Luo Tian. He did not leave Luo Tian. Xianxia looked in his eyes and smiled faintly. He owed Brother Monkey a lot. Today, he killed Qin Jianhao. He did not regret his original choice. He did not regret his choice to integrate with Violent Bear. If he did not integrate, he would not have been able to kill Qin Jianhao today. Seeing Brother Monkey following beside Luo Tian, Xianxia was relieved. He was very happy. Perhaps I can't awaken the saint power that father said. Boss might be able to. He should be Brother Monkey's fated person. Slowly, many shrouded Heaven Mansion disciples calmed down. At this moment, an elder flew to the altar and shouted, "You want to leave after killing our manor head and elder? Kill him for me. Whoever kills him will be the new manor head of Shrouded Heaven Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth drew back as he laughed arrogantly. "Kill me? You?" He gave Monkey a look, and Monkey immediately said a few words to Xianxia. At this moment, the exit was right in front of him. Xianxia clenched his fists and shouted, "Boss, be careful." Explode. Rumble. The Violent Bear was enraged and rushed out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple in a frenzy. It was also at this time. All of a sudden, the disciples surrounded Luo Tian. Each and every one of them had a ferocious look on their faces. Every one of them wanted to become the prefecture master of the Canopy Heaven Prefecture. Everyone wanted to be the overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, driven by the huge benefits. They all revealed ferocious expressions. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched as he laughed wildly. "Kill me? You're not worthy. Watch how I kill you all." Suddenly, Luo Tian roared loudly, as if he was possessed by a ghost, and his mouth kept mumbling, "Huhawalalala. Demacia." He spun around on the spot. His whole body kept trembling, as if he was a lunatic. At this moment, Monkey King also followed suit and twitched all over. Every time, he would shout, scaring the disciples a few steps back. A few minutes passed. Luo Tian was still the same, "It's coming soon, and I'll kill all of you in seconds." Just as they were about to rush up, Luo Tian roared again. 10 minutes passed. An elder couldn't wait any longer and said in a deep voice, "You dog, I'd like to see what you're up to." As soon as his voice fell, his figure leaped into the air and chopped down at Luo Tian with his palm. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and thought in his heart, they should have run far away. He had been stalling for time. He couldn't delay any longer. If he continued to take off his clothes, he would drag himself to death. Seeing that elder descend, Luo Tian roared in anger. "Come out, saber-toothed tiger. Roar." The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you for your support. Old Cow will try to update 5 chapters tomorrow. A furious roar. It was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. The 2 fangs in its mouth were more than 40 centimeters long. It was extremely ferocious. Its appearance caused the entire temple to tremble. Top quality saber-toothed tiger war beast? Palace Master's war beast. Level 5 super war beast. How could it be in his hands? Didn't they say that if the host dies, the war beast will also die? How did he fuse with it? I don't understand how Luo Tian did it at all. This is simply impossible. According to common sense, once the host dies, the idea that he had fused with the war beast would form a kind of idea poison that would spread and burn in the war beast's body, and the war beast would also die. However, the top-quality saber-toothed tiger did not die because of Chen Tianlong's death. Instead, it became Luo Tian's war beast. Who was Luo Tian? Common sense was completely useless in front of him. Luo Tian seized this opportunity, the idea moved, and shouted, "Monkey brother, come up. Then charge out for me. If anyone dares to stop me, kill them without mercy." Monkey brother jumped onto the top-quality saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger leaped into the sky and directly knocked the elder who was crushing down from the sky. At this moment, Luo Tian's idea moved, level up. In the blink of an eye, the big black blade moved, and without waiting for the elder to be sent flying, Luo Tian slashed down. Crack! The head fell, and blood spurted out wildly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The saber-toothed tiger fell, and Luo Tian also descended from the sky. Standing on top of the saber-toothed tiger's head, he swept his gaze across it. Charge! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Hailong for gaining 130,000 experience, 111,000 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stones X9. At this moment, Luo Tian's level was already at the middle level of the Martial Sea, and the 130,000 experience from before had also been added. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Boom, the supreme-grade saber-toothed tiger leaped out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple in a few leaps. Looking at Qinyu who was waiting for him in the distance, it shouted, "Run! Leave the city!" He no longer had the ability to insta-kill them. By the time the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciples reacted, none of them would be able to escape. Their top priority was to leave the city as soon as possible. Qinyu was dumbfounded when he saw Luo Tian on the saber-toothed tiger's back. Fire Girl said in a love-struck manner, "He's so handsome. He's so handsome. Can you let me sit with him?" Hee hee. Ice Maiden glared at her and looked at Luo Tian. Her heart sank. The supreme-grade saber-toothed tiger should be Qin Tianlong's war beast. How did it become his? Luo Tian caught up to Qinyu and shouted, "What are you still in a daze for? Why aren't you running?" "Ugh." Qinyu reacted. With a thought, Violent Bear ran out crazily. "Boss, where did you get your saber-toothed tiger?" Luo Tian grinned and said, "Of course I snatched it. Who am I, your boss? There's nothing I can't do in this world, ha ha ha." Luo Tian said arrogantly. Fire Girl blushed again and said, "You're so handsome when you talk." At this time, there was a riot in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Dozens of war beasts directly broke through the walls of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and rushed into the street with murderous intent. "Brat, stop right there. Stop him. Stop him for me. How dare you behave atrociously in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? Today, I'll let your blood splatter on the spot." The Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciples reacted. The Patriarch and 2 elders were killed. The anger in their hearts was unparalleled. Coupled with the instigation of several elders, all the disciples in the Imperial Ancestral Temple rushed into the street to chase after Luo Tian and the others. But, their speed was a little slow. Coupled with their slow reaction, they couldn't catch up at all. But Luo Tian didn't dare to take it lightly. As long as they were trapped again, they wouldn't be able to escape. "Boss!" In front. Suddenly, Qinyu saw that the city gate in front of him was filled with people and the city gate was tightly shut. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Follow behind me and rush out with me." While they were talking, his idea was connected to the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger responded, "No problem." Bang, 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 the pace was getting faster and faster, and the power of the saber-toothed tiger was getting stronger and stronger. Luo Tian held onto the big black blade tightly. Roar, the saber-toothed tiger rushed into the crowd and roared. A super strong sound wave attack came out. Bam! Bang, bang, the heads of the nearby guards burst open, bleeding from their 7 orifices. So strong. Luo Tian was shocked in his heart, "It's really extraordinary." The saber-toothed tiger pounced and pounced on a guard. With a fierce bite, it directly bit off his head and walked forward step by step. The saber-toothed tiger's body was stained with blood, and its expression was even more ferocious. The surrounding guards kept retreating. They were crushed to death, and no one dared to attack. In the distance, a few war beasts rushed forward crazily. Stop him for me." Luo Tian's eyes darkened. "Tiger. The saber-toothed tiger's body suddenly sank, and its huge body directly crashed into the thick city gate. Walala, walala, no one would have thought that he would crash into the city gate, and the city gate that was more than 10 centimeters thick was smashed into pieces. He flew out. Xianxia was dumbstruck. Oh my god. The fire girl was the same. So handsome. The ice girl's face was also filled with shock. This saber-toothed tiger is too ferocious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rush out. Luo Tian turned around and shouted. Xianxia turned his head. He quickly rushed out. A large wave of war beasts also rushed out from behind, chasing after him with all their might. The corner of Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he said, "Go to the Marshalsea mountain range." Half a day later, Luo Tian and the others rushed into the Marshalsea mountain range. It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack to find a few people in the huge Marshalsea mountain range. The disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion also stopped at the entrance of the Marshalsea mountain range and roared, "Brat, if you have the guts, hide in the mountain for the rest of your life. If you have the guts, come to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion again." They shouted a few times. There was no response from the mountain, so they left in frustration. Phew, Xianxia let out a long breath, looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, what should we do next?" "Take a break. Return to Skylight City tomorrow." Luo Tian jumped down from the saber-toothed tiger's back and said slowly. "You said I don't dare to return to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? I'll show him." If the ice girl and the fire girl had recovered, he would go back now. Because of the mission, he needed points, he needed to issue a mission, and he needed to find his son and daughter as soon as possible. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, "Boss, are we going back?" The ice girl also said, "Going back to die?" The fire girl said, "I'll go back with you, hee. Today, Old Bull tried his best to send 5 chapters. The first chapter has been delivered. In addition, I would like to thank Snow Picking Flowers Without a Trace for the 100,000 book coins as a reward for becoming the 6th leader of this book. Old Bull is very grateful, thank you." Why did he have to go back after escaping the Mercenary Guild's mission, without handing it over? It wasn't considered complete. Furthermore, the Ice Maiden's mission also had a time limit. Once the time was up, he wouldn't be able to hand in the mission. Points and rewards would all be gone. Luo Tian needed the mercenary points. Since the Mercenary Guild covered the entire Chaos Realm, his son and daughter would definitely see it. Luo Tian was very worried now. He was worried that Hong Tu would find Jing or Nyonya in advance. If anything happened to them, Luo Tian would never forgive himself. He was an orphan. He didn't want his child to become an orphan too, so he had to go back. Luo Tian said, "It's best if the two of you can go back with me." "Huh? Great, then I can stay with you for a while more, hee. The Ice Maiden frowned while the Fire Maiden cheered. The Ice Maiden looked at Luo Tian and said, "I don't know what important things you have to go back for, but Chen Tianlong is dead. I will never go back with you. Neither can my sister. If you want to go back and die, that's your business." Her words were very cold. The power of the Skyshroud Mansion wouldn't be greatly weakened after the death of a mansion master and a few elders. Entering Skyshroud City at this time would be walking right into a trap. She didn't want Luo Tian to go back, so she said it very harshly. She was grateful to Luo Tian in her heart. Because Luo Tian wasn't just their savior, he'd even helped them take revenge for the murder of their father. She'd engraved this kindness in her heart and would never forget it. Luo Tian looked at the Ice Maiden's cold expression and didn't explain anything to her. He said, "You have to go back even if you don't want to. This isn't up to you." It was very tough. There was no room for negotiation. The Ice Maiden's eyes darkened. She snorted coldly and said, "Don't listen to you just because you saved me. You may want to die, but I don't." The Fire Maiden pulled her sister and said, "He must have something on. Let's go with him." No. Ice Maiden definitely wouldn't let her sister take the risk. "No matter what happens to him, I won't go." "You can't go either." Things were getting more and more tense. Xianxia stepped forward and said, "Let's talk things over." "Why get angry?" "Boss, suddenly Luo Tian's figure flashed and landed behind Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden. He said, "Excuse me." Bang, bang. With two heavy blows, the two girls were knocked unconscious. The two girls had no time to react. Moreover, Qin Tianlong's strength was still lingering in their bodies. Even if they reacted in time, they were not a match for Luo Tian. Qinyu was stunned and said, "Boss, this," Luo Tian said, "they're just in a severe coma. They'll be fine." They really needed to rest now. Being in a severe coma was actually a time for them to rest. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian. He had never seen him so serious before. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what exactly are you going to do?" Luo Tian said, "Mission submission." Huh? Qinyu was stunned and said, "You registered a mercenary group? To find someone?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "Yes." Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, "I brought you out because I wanted to help you find someone through the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's network." Who would have thought? Qinyu's heart ached. Luo Tian patted him on the shoulder and said indifferently, "Don't think so much. Just follow me from now on. I promised your mother to take good care of you. From today onwards, you will concentrate on cultivating beast taming skills. As for everything else, leave it to me. You must become the #1 beast taming master in the Martial Sea region." In the past, Qinyu had a knot in his heart. His father's death was a knot in his heart, and the pressure his father gave him had also indirectly become a knot in his heart. Now, he had taken revenge. The knot in his heart had also been untied, and there was less depression in his heart. This way, his beast taming skills would be greatly improved. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian and said heavily, "Yes, I will work hard." He looked at Luo Tian seriously and said in his heart, "I will do my best to repay you." At this time, Monkey King also grinned and said something. Qinyu smiled and said, "Monkey King said that he will also work hard to cultivate and awaken the power in his body as soon as possible." Luo Tian laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Monkey King, your awakening will definitely be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. I am looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Now in the entire Shrouded Heaven Mansion, I have the most seniority. I should be the new mansion master. Who dares to compete with me? Humph. Chen Falong, what's the use of having seniority? These days, it's not about qualifications, but about fists. Do you dare to compete with me? I can beat the shit out of your ass, do you believe it? Vulgar, Chen Manlong. How much strength do you have? In addition to strength and cultivation, a mansion master also needs brains. Do you have brains? Have you ever brought one with you? I used to give advice to the mansion master, so I am most qualified to be the mansion master. Under my leadership, the Shrouded Heaven Mansion will definitely become stronger. Cough, cough, cough. F***ck, you sick person, get out of my way. Only I am qualified. What qualifications do you have? I am in charge of 800 disciples. If anyone disagrees, I will kill him. Do you want to rebel? What? Do you still want to stop me? The ceremony hall of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion was in an uproar. The mansion master and the great elder were dead. The elders in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion began to fight for the mansion master's position. At this time, an elder who hadn't spoken until now spoke up. "I'll say it again. Whoever can kill that brat Luo Tian will be the new mansion master. Even if he's just an ordinary disciple of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, I'll still support him." The hall quieted down. The one who spoke was the second elder of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. His methods were extremely ruthless. His cultivation wasn't the strongest, he didn't have the most disciples, and he wasn't the oldest. However, he was the second elder that everyone in the Shrouded Heaven Mansion was afraid of. As soon as his voice faded away, another elder said, "That kid has already run into the Martial Sea mountain range. How can we kill him?" That's right. The Martial Sea mountain range is so big. Even if 10 disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion went in, it would still be difficult to find him. Second elder, if we can't kill Luo Tian, will our Shrouded Heaven Mansion never have a mansion master? Being a group of dragons without a leader is a big taboo for the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. It's better to elect a mansion master as soon as possible. That's right. The second elder closed his eyes slightly and said coldly, I have sent someone to investigate. That kid has accepted an assassination mission, an A-rank assassination mission. This is a huge reward. Moreover, he needs mercenary points very much. He will definitely appear in the mercenary union. He definitely will. The hall quieted down. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Good. Whoever kills him will be the new mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Snow-Picking Flowers Without a Trace for the 100,000 book coins. Thank you again. Thank you. Early morning. Skylight City. As usual, hawkers were hawking their wares, people were entering the city in an endless stream, and a few carpenters were repairing the broken city gate. Everything was normal. It was as if nothing had happened. It was just that in the tea houses and taverns, some people who were drinking their morning tea were whispering, but that was all. It's so peaceful. Luo Tian changed his outfit. He was carrying a pole with 2 big sacks on it, like a farmer going to the market. The moment he walked into Skylight City, he felt that something was wrong. It was too peaceful. It was too peaceful. Logically speaking, the Shrouded Heaven Mansion should be in chaos. Even if it wasn't, they should have organized a large number of disciples to enter the Marshalsea Mountain Range to search for my whereabouts, but there's nothing unusual. Luo Tian felt that something was wrong. However, the arrow had to be shot, he had already entered the city. He had to get the points and then release the mission. He had to let his son and daughter know that he had come to find them. Luo Tian calmed down and walked around a few times with the pole, but he still didn't find anything suspicious. He deliberately ran to the gate of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, but it was still the same. There was nothing unusual, not even a piece of white cloth was hung. It was as if no one had died. It was too normal. Too normal meant that it was abnormal. Luo Tian frowned and said to himself, I don't care anymore. Immediately, he rushed directly to the mercenary union. The 2 of them were about to wake up and leave immediately after handing in the mission. I hope I won't be discovered. An hour later, Luo Tian walked into the mercenary hall. The mercenary hall was the same as before, with a large number of warriors waiting for the mission. There were also some hawkers. Luo Tian walked to the mission window and handed over his battle group badge, saying, I want to hand in the mission. Forcing me to use my ultimate move? The name of this battle group. The staff couldn't help but laugh, then looked up at Luo Tian and said, this mission is an A-level assassination mission. The employer hasn't appeared yet, so you can't receive the reward. Only the employer can give you the reward. The mercenary union can't do it for you. Luo Tian knew this in advance. Luo Tian said, then I'll wait in the secret mission room. The staff took a serious look at Luo Tian and said, okay, you wait first. When the employer comes, I will let him see you. Luo Tian said, thank you. Luo Tian walked into the secret chamber. The expression of the staff member at the mission window changed. He immediately called a disciple over and whispered a few words to him. A few minutes later, in the tea house opposite the mercenary union, the second elder, Qin Yulong, took a sip of tea. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said gloomily, they finally appeared. I knew you would appear. Let's see where you can run to today. Qin Yulong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said to his subordinates, don't be too anxious. Wait a little longer. The 2 women from the Kai family should be here soon. Remember. I want those 2 women alive. The Kai family's bloodline is still somewhat useful. A disciple behind him bowed and shouted, understood. In the secret mission room, Luo Tian opened the sack. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Their clothes were soaked and stuck to their bodies. Moreover, they were transparent. The 2 lumps of white flesh on their chests were on the verge of popping out, emitting an incomparably seductive aura. It had to be said. These 2 women were very tempting. This had something to do with the bloodline in their bodies. Huff, Luo Tian calmed down, drank a cup of tea and sprayed it on their faces. The ice lady was the first to wake up. Her eyes turned sinister as a cold light flashed in her eyes. She jumped out of the sack and shouted, "You dare to sneak attack us?" He took a step forward and attacked Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body sank slightly as he moved his fists. The force surged and directly blocked the attack. Bam! The two of them quickly pushed each other away. The Ice Lady said, "Yesterday you were still at the middle stage of the Marshalsea realm. Today you are at the middle stage of the Marshalsea realm. Furthermore, you are cultivating Chen Tianlong's unique skill, the Origin Fist. Who exactly are you?" Huff huff, the Fire Lady stretched lazily with a satisfied expression and muttered, "I slept so well. It's just that my neck and waist hurt a little." Seeing Luo Tian at the side, she immediately giggled and said, "Handsome brother, you're here too. My head hurts. Who was the one who sneaked an attack on us yesterday? Where is this?" The Fire Lady glanced at the secret room. The Ice Lady sized it up and frowned. "The Mercenary Guild's secret mission room. Did you really bring us into Skylight City? What do you want to do? Are you crazy? You may want to die, but we don't." The Ice Lady looked a little angry. Fire Maiden was bewildered as well. She said, "Handsome brother, why did you bring us here? You have to give us a reason." Luo Tian didn't hide it and said, "I completed the mission. Naturally, I want a reward." "Reward?" The Fire Lady muttered and looked at her sister. "What reward?" The Ice Lady said, "The mission reward we issued." The Fire Lady's face was flushed red. She didn't dare to look at Luo Tian and said shyly, "Don't tell me you want to take our bodies here? I'm not mentally prepared yet." "What should we do, sister?" She was thinking too much. She could only think of the special reward that Luo Tian wanted. Luo Tian said slightly, "I don't need the special reward. I want your mission points. This kind of A-rank assassination mission can only be handed over in person, so I have to bring the two of you to the Mercenary Guild." Finished. The Fire Lady's expression changed and she looked a little embarrassed. The Ice Lady's face also darkened. She looked at Luo Tian with eyes full of guilt and said, "Sorry, we don't have any mercenary points at this moment." Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He took a step forward and said, "Aren't you guys from the Ice-Fire battle group? Isn't it a PK rank battle group? Why don't you have any points? Playing with me?" The Fire Lady hurriedly said, "It's true that we are from the Ice-Fire battle group, but we really don't have any points. We only have 1,000 points, and we used all of them to issue missions. How could we have thought that someone would really be able to complete this mission? I'm sorry." They never thought that someone would really kill Chen Tianlong. They had never thought of returning alive when they went down the mountain to take revenge. As for the points, they didn't have them at all. Luo Tian's eyes lit up with anger, and said, "Sorry? Is one sorry enough?" He was really angry. "If you don't have any points, then don't issue any A-rank mission." If Luo Tian knew this would happen, he would have completed the other missions long ago. He only wanted 100 points to issue a mission, but why was it so difficult? The Ice Lady also bit her lips and lowered her head. "I'm sorry." She rarely apologized, and this was one of the few times. "Is sorry useful?" Luo Tian laughed bitterly. At this moment, the sound of dense footsteps came from outside the secret room. Luo Tian's expression darkened. "I didn't get the points, and now I have to pay with my life." "However, you want my life? Then you have to be qualified." The anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted as he took a step forward. Chapter 3. "Old cow, I'm sorry, my eyes are too blurry, I can't write 5 chapters today, sorry." Luo Tian was furious. He was really angry. He just wanted to get some points to issue a mission, but why was it so difficult at this moment? The mercenary hall was completely occupied by the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. A middle-aged man coldly shouted, "Luo Tian, come out and die. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings." The encirclement was so tight that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Moreover, now, they weren't the same as yesterday. They wouldn't panic just because of Luo Tian's few instant attacks. They wouldn't just watch him leave. Absolutely not. In the tea house, Jin Yulong stood by the window and looked at the mercenary hall. His finger moved slightly and said coldly, "Kill." He had lost his patience. He originally wanted to wait for the two women of the Kai family to appear together before killing them, but now he didn't want to wait any longer. Because, if he wanted the position of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's boss, he must carry Luo Tian's head to the position of the patriarch. Only then would he be able to shock everyone. Almost at the same time, Luo Tian held the big black saber in one hand, and his whole body was burning with anger. He rushed out and said in a fierce voice, "Prepare to die, your 8 times ancestor." Boom! The power of the Luo law was released. The black blade moved. Continuous slash. The black blade shadow was real and illusory. It was impossible to tell when it was real and when it was illusory. Poochie! A head flew from the neck into the air and hit the ceiling of the mercenary hall. The headless corpse was still standing in the same place. Blood spurted out from the neck, but it didn't fall to the ground for a while. Blood splattered. It fell on Luo Tian's body and dyed his eyes red. He said gloomily, "Who wants my life? Come and get it." Arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. The surrounding disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were shocked. They were frightened by his sudden move. The middle-aged man's shocked expression quickly recovered. "Strange power of law. It seems, you should have broken into the chaos realm from other planes, right? The power of law is not bad." But, the middle-aged man took half a step back and waved his hands gently. "Go. High-level Marshal C, so weak." Dozens of disciples rushed up. Their cultivation bases were all at the middle stage of the Marshal C realm. Luo Tian raised his eyes. "You think it's weak? Then, I'll show you what it means to be extremely weak. Kill." Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Under the stimulation of his spirit power, the large black blade in his hand transformed into a series of blade shadows. Shwa! 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 The power of the saber swept past like a gust of wind. Every time the saber struck, it would draw blood. Every time it drew blood, it would inevitably bombard the enemy like a ravenous wolf. Battle, he only had to remember one thing. Once he locked onto someone, he had to kill that person. This was the case for Luo Tian. Once he succeeded, Luo Tian would beat him up, not caring about the others. Bang! Bang! Luo Tian was smashed into the wall by a few punches. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned fierce. Again. Once again, he rushed out without a care for his life. Half a minute later, he killed a few more of them, but he was also sent flying again. Clang! The large black blade was shot down. "Kid, let's see how long you can jump around without a blade. Today, I will avenge the mansion master. Go to hell." Every time one of them died, another one would take his place. There were too many people, too many. The mercenary hall was full. The mercenary square was also full. The entire square was filled with thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Just as the middle-aged man said, Luo Tian couldn't escape this time. In the hall, seeing Luo Tian's black blade fall, a disciple panted heavily. He exerted all his strength, unleashing the power of the peak intermediate level Marshal C. He aimed at Luo Tian's throat and clawed at it. Trash, die. With a loud shout, his attack was like an eagle's claw. Very fast, the power was also incomparably vigorous. Luo Tian lowered his fists. Wild fist of force. A burst of yellow light burst out from the force gloves on his fists. Luo Tian moved his fists and punched the eagle claw. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking came from his hand. Then, Luo Tian hugged the disciple's head and his fists fell crazily. Every punch was layered with a layer of force fist. Bang, 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 die? Who's going to die now? He grabbed his neck with his arm and flipped him over, flipping him to the ground. Then, he stomped his foot down on his head. Bang! His head exploded. Die. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion Disciple for gaining 500 experience points, 40 spirit force points. It's the wild fist of force. It's the wild fist of force that the mansion master cultivates. What a strong power. Many disciples were a little scared and took half a step back. The leader shouted, "What are you afraid of? He's just a mid-level Marshall C. trash. So what if he cultivates the wild fist of force? Go, don't give him a chance to breathe. He won't be able to hold on for long." Those disciples who retreated rushed forward again. Kill. In another place, Qin Manlong stood under the tea house and shouted, "Second elder, do your people believe me? If it doesn't work, let my people go. Don't worry, when I get that kid's head, I'll definitely make you the great elder." The people in the mercenary hall were all Qin Yulong's people. The mercenary square was filled with the other elders' people. Everyone wanted to get Luo Tian's head so that they could become the boss of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Qin Yulong smiled faintly and said, "Qin Manlong, if you have the ability to rush in, I'd like to see if you dare to rush in." Qin Manlong smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Second elder, I'm worried that your people are all dead." Humph. Qin Yulong swept his sleeve, feeling very unhappy. He frowned and said to a young man beside him, "You go and finish the battle." Yes. The young man directly jumped down from the tea house. His footsteps were like illusions, and he rushed out before his toes touched the ground. Qin Manlong's expression changed slightly. Qin Zhao, the #1 genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? Qin Zhao, forming realm cultivation, he was the most talented among the younger generation of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He was also the genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Disperse. A bunch of useless trash. Before he got close, his voice fell. Immediately, the crowd hadn't dispersed yet. He jumped onto the steps of the Mercenary Union, jumped, and turned. Like an all-piercing into the Mercenary Union, he directly locked onto Luo Tian and chopped down with his palm, "Die." He spat out a word coldly. Bang! Luo Tian didn't have time to defend against the sudden attack. The palm hit his chest, and his chest felt like it was about to split open. Blood spurted out from his mouth. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Zhao slightly raised his eyes, revealing a contemptuous sneer, and said, "You didn't die? Humph. Then let's do it again." He didn't kill Luo Tian with one move. He was very unhappy, as if he had been greatly insulted. The power in his body increased again. With a step, the power of the sea-forming realm gushed out and rushed toward Luo Tian. Every realm was a layer of heaven. Even the slightest suppression was hard to resist. Not to mention, Chen Lai was the #1 genius of Skylight City. His suppression of Luo Tian was even more intense. Humph. Take another hit from me. His steps were like a mountain. Every step he took left a deep mark on the ground. The wind on his palm became even more violent. Very strong, Luo Tian leaned against the wall. The corner of his eyes turned slightly sinister. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Luo Tian's mind moved. "Cho. Understood." Qin Zhao seemed to have heard wrongly. He said with contempt, "Beg me? Ha ha ha. You don't even have the right to beg." Cho landed on Luo Tian's instep. Luo Tian flipped his left hand and a fireball rose. At this moment, Luo Tian's palm moved and the fireball directly flew toward Qin Zhao. Humph. Qin Zhao blocked with his left hand and sneered, "You want to hurt me with this technique? Weak." With a gentle wave of his left hand, the fireball flew to the other side. But it was just for a moment. Luo Tian's right foot pulled hard. When Qin Zhao blocked the fireball, a red blood light slammed into his crotch, the root of his thigh. Pfft. Cho rolled violently with a face full of anger. "How dare you look down on my master? I'll let you see my strength." Skeleton explodes eggs. Kacha, kacha. The sound of 2 eggs breaking rang out. It was extremely crisp. Woo, Qin Zhao's eyes were red. He clamped his legs together and his body kept trembling. Then, he slowly bent down and held his crotch with both hands. My balls, it was extremely painful. His balls were really broken. It was completely shattered. Because he could clearly feel the swelling under his crotch. Without waiting for him to stand up, Luo Tian stood in front of him and grabbed his hair. He sneered, "You're the arrogant one, aren't you?" Slap, slap. He slapped him twice in a row. Luo Tian roared angrily, King cocky for a bit more. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian grabbed Xianxiao's hair and pressed down on his neck, slamming him against the wall. Bang, blood spurted out. If one time wasn't enough, he would do it again. If 2 times didn't kill him, he would do it a 3rd time. With his balls shattered, he couldn't muster any strength at all. That was the place where one's lifeblood was. The pain was simply unbearable. Kill him while he's sick. Luo Tian wouldn't give him any chance. He kept slamming him against the wall and slamming him back from the wall. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia for gaining 3000 experience points and 290 mana points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stones X9. The system sounded a few prompts. Luo Tian stepped on Xianxiao's head and spat a mouthful of phlegm on him. He sneered sinisterly, "Who else? CK. I'll ask you one more time, who else?" He vented the anger in his heart. The number 1 genius of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, ********. He was instantly crushed. Don't mention any sneak attacks. In this era, living people were 10,000 times better than dead people. Seeing Luo Tian killing Xianxiao, the disciples' faces were incomparably ugly. This wasn't a human at all. This person was a demon, a madman. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Manlong laughed loudly, and the other elders also laughed loudly. Chen Manlong said to the second elder in the tea house, "Xianxiao, the number 1 genius, no, he should be the number 1 ghost genius now." Ha ha ha, he was directly killed. He really gave face to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. His tone changed. Chen Manlong said coldly, "Second elder, if you don't have the strength, just give it up. Don't bring shame to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. After such a long time, you can't even deal with the trash of the Martial Sea realm. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Mansion Master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion? If this were to spread out, you would be laughed at to death." Another long-faced elder also said loudly, "That's right. If you can't do it, don't take a shit in the toilet. If you don't take a shit, I will. I also want to take a shit." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, several elders began to laugh loudly once again. Qin Yulong had predicted that Luo Tian would go to the Mercenary Union. Therefore, he had set up an inescapable net in the Mercenary Union from the beginning. The disciples of the other elders couldn't get close. Therefore, they could only wait in the square. Qin Yulong didn't expect a mere Luo Tian to be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was a more important point. Luo Tian hadn't used that kind of instant killing power. This was what he feared the most. If Qin Yulong couldn't resist it, he wouldn't be able to resist it either. The other elders were also afraid of Luo Tian's power. Therefore, they kept letting the disciples fight. However, they didn't force out Luo Tian's instant killing power. Bang! Qin Yulong, who was ridiculed, was extremely angry. He directly smashed a table into pieces. Damn it. You can't even deal with a mere Luo Tian. Pass down my order. Whoever can take down Luo Tian will be the great elder of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He couldn't make a move. At least not now. He had to wait for Luo Tian to release his instant killing power before he could make a move. Soon. Qin Yulong's words reached the mercenary hall. The middle-aged leader's face became excited. Even if they killed Luo Tian, the position of Shrouded Heaven Mansion Master wouldn't be theirs. However, the position of Great Elder, too arrogant. The man in the lead bellowed and rushed forward. In the secret mission room, Ice Lady and Fire Lady opened their eyes at the same time. They had recovered, the 2 of them didn't rush out immediately. Their power hadn't recovered yet. Even if they went out, they would only add to Luo Tian's burden. Now, their power had recovered, in another place. In the morning, after Luo Tian left the Martial Sea mountain range, Monkey King also left. He didn't follow Luo Tian into Skylight City. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction into the depths of the mountain range. Xianxia tried to stop him, but he couldn't. He didn't know what Monkey King wanted to do. Moreover, Monkey King didn't explain. He just wanted to do something within his power. He wanted to help Luo Tian because Luo Tian gave him hope. He let him know how powerful his ancestor was. Although he hadn't activated the sacred power in his body yet, he could do other things. For example, summoning a group of beasts. Xianxia didn't understand at first, but now, he understood. An overwhelming number of beasts rushed out of the Marshall Sea mountain range. Level 2 beasts, Level 3 beasts, Level 4 beasts, and Level 5 beasts rushed out from the depths of the mountain range like a tide. Monkey King stood on the head of a blood-eyed Lion King, looking majestic. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, they were really rushing towards Skylight City. There were only 2 chapters today. Mercenary Hall. There would definitely be brave men under the heavy reward. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but it wasn't time yet. The middle-aged man in the lead was secretly happy. I am not qualified to compete for the position of patriarch, but the position of great elder, it's mine. While they were talking, he took a step forward. Brat, you're too arrogant. Die for me. At this time, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in injuries. He was constantly observing Luo Tian in the crowd, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. A move came at him. It locked onto Luo Tian's throat. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister as he roared out, I am that arrogant. He stepped on the back wall, and just as he was about to pounce over, a dazzling white and fiery red light flashed out. Shwa! Ice Girl and Fire Girl rushed out. The 2 girls moved at the same time. The power of ice and the power of fire overlapped and smashed onto the middle-aged man's chest. Puff, puff, blood spurted out crazily. He had wanted to sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman, but he didn't expect the ice and fire girls to suddenly appear. This was something he had never expected. You want my life? Now it's my turn to take your life. Luo Tian rushed forward, his fists surging, and landed beside the man. He opened his fists, and struck the man's temples with both fists. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Puff, blood spurted out as his body powerlessly fell to the ground. Luo Tian's gaze was extremely ferocious as he roared heavily, damn it, come again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciple for obtaining 3,800 experience, 230 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining elemental stones *6. The system's 2 prompts sounded. Fire Girl looked at Luo Tian's arrogant and domineering expression, and her cheeks flushed red again. She said excitedly, so handsome, so handsome. Ice Maiden said coldly, the most important thing now is to rush out. Luo Tian, it's my fault regarding the mission. However, I'll definitely do my best to earn 100,000 points for you. Ice Maiden knew that she was in the wrong. She had been unkind in this matter. He had helped her avenge her father's death, but she couldn't give him a reward. However, she would definitely do what she said. 100,000 points was not a small number, and she would do her best. Luo Tian replied coldly, no need. Immediately, he picked up the big black blade on the ground. He charged towards the human fist, grabbing one of them and beating them up until the system notification sounded out. Dead again. Another sea-forming realm expert has died. Besides, those 2 dregs of the Kai clan have been waiting in the mercenary hall all this time. They didn't even know about this, and yet they waited there for so long. Chen Manlong coldly smiled and said, Second Elder, your people are about to die. In the beginning, you couldn't hold on by yourself. Now, can you still hold on with 3 people? That's right. I haven't been able to poop for so long. Second Elder, if you're constipated, then give up your position. I can't help it. The other elders also followed suit and clamored. Qin Yulong originally thought that he would have the upper hand in defending the mercenary hall, but he never thought that Luo Tian would be so powerful without using the power of instant kill. He hadn't used the power of that war beast yet. Once he rushed out of the hall, the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't be able to stop him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Chen Yulong leaped and landed heavily on the ground. Standing beside Chen Manlong, he said coldly with a gloomy gaze, "Chen Manlong, don't gloat, my people are not finished yet." Chen Manlong felt a little uncomfortable being crushed by the aura on his body, and his heart sank. I didn't expect this old thing's cultivation to be no lower than mine. He's hidden so well. Chen Yulong's gaze darkened as he shouted, "Whoever dares to take half a step back, dies." As soon as his voice faded, his figure instantly changed and landed outside the mercenary hall. A disciple retreated and wanted to escape, but his neck was instantly broken by him. Who dares to retreat again? There were still hundreds of people crowded in the hall. After 2 experts were killed in a row, fear rose in their hearts. At this moment, Second Elder is behind us. No one is allowed to escape. Kill them. Kill. They pounced forward again. Originally, they were forced to retreat by Luo Tian, but now, they were pouncing on him again. The 2 of you take care of the left and right, I'll take care of the front. Luo Tian dragged his big black blade and slashed forward. He continued to kill. However, with their cultivation, there was a limit to their strength. With so many people crowded in this place, they were completely blocked. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Luo Tian couldn't kill his way out, and they couldn't kill Luo Tian either. Chen Yulong stood outside the mercenary hall, the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and thought to himself, "Can't kill you? I'll exhaust you to death." Will war, his face was filled with a complacent sneer as he thought to himself, "It's settled." However, the other elders' faces were ugly. Chen Manlong and the others came forward and said, "Second Elder, aren't you a bit too shameless? If you're like this, just say that the Patriarch's position is yours." "That's right. Why do you still want us to do this?" Chen Yulong smiled and said, "Whoever kills Luo Tian will be the prefecture lord of Tianmu Prefecture. You all agreed last night that his life is mine now. Tomorrow, I will be the prefecture lord of Tianmu Prefecture." "Humph." An elder said, "I'm just afraid that you won't be alive to be the mansion master tomorrow." Chen Yulong's face changed slightly and said, "Fourth Elder, what do you want to do?" That person smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to see your people die one by one, and then I'll see how you're going to be the mansion master tomorrow. Let that kid out, and we'll compete fairly. Otherwise, even if Luo Tian was killed by your people, it'll be difficult for you to become the mansion master tomorrow." How could they compete when all the disciples were dead? Could a verbal agreement restrain them? That was simply impossible. Chen Yulong didn't have the absolute strength to suppress the other elders of the mansion. Chen Yulong's heart sank. Right at this moment, a guard disciple hurriedly ran to the square and shouted, "Not good, not good. Demonic beasts, a large group of demonic beasts is coming." Chen Yulong didn't take it seriously. He snorted and said, "What demonic beasts?" The disciple panted and said, "Demonic beasts from the Marshalsea mountain range. A large group of them is rushing toward Skylight City. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and defend. If you don't, it'll be too late." Chen Yulong's face changed slightly. The other elders' faces also changed secretly. Why would demonic beasts appear out of nowhere? What's the situation? However, the elders of the mansion master didn't move. Demonic beasts weren't scary, but losing the Patriarch's position was scary. That was the most frightening thing. At this moment, the mansion master was already in chaos. Today is the last day of February. Old Bull is going to release more chapters. The first chapter has been delivered. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Quickly run, the beasts are surrounding the city. Escape from the south gate, it will be too late if we are late. Demonic beasts, demonic beasts. Demonic beasts that cover the sky and cover the earth. I have never seen so many demonic beasts. Run for your life. Skylight City was in a state of chaos. Both the commoners and the martial artists were fleeing madly. At the same time, the order in the city had completely collapsed. Killing, burning, looting, and looting could be seen everywhere. The beasts had arrived, and Skylight City had also collapsed. In the mercenary square, Chen Yulong frowned. He did not move. The other elders did not move either. It was not that they did not want to move, but they were all thinking about the position of Mansion Master. There was only one position of Mansion Master, and they could get it by killing Luo Tian. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Chen Manlong could not help but ask, "Second Elder, why are you not talking now?" Chen Yulong said, "Talk? What should I say? If it were up to me, I would surround and kill that dog Luo Tian here, and you lead the disciples of Skylight Mansion to resist the beast's army." Not waiting for him to finish. "Dream on. Chen Yulong, you really have a good plan? You want us to be cannon fodder to defend against the beasts, and you kill Luo Tian to be the Mansion Master. Do you think we are idiots?" "Humph. If you don't move, we won't move either. Anyway, the beasts will leave when they come, and there is only one Mansion Master." No one was willing to back down. However, they were also extremely anxious. After the beasts, Skylight Mansion would be in a mess. Even if they became the Mansion Master, what was the use? Chen Yulong's face tightened. "We must first settle the external affairs." If that is the case, Chen Yulong looked at the mercenary hall and said, "Let Luo Tian and the rest out." Immediately, he looked at the elders beside him and said, "Let's end this quickly. Whoever can kill Luo Tian, we will listen to his orders." Any objections? Chen Manlong laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. None at all. It should have been like this long ago. Let that kid out, I can't wait." Chen Yulong had no choice. If the stalemate continued and the demonic beasts breached the city, it would be useless even if he became the Mansion Master of Tianmu Prefecture. Chen Yulong's order reached the mercenary hall. It was as if the disciples had been pardoned. They swarmed out, no longer wanting to see Luo Tian, this madman. She never wanted to meet Luo Tian again in her life. He wasn't human at all. At this moment, Luo Tian looked at the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion retreating quickly. His mind sank as he opened the system to take a look. "Just a little bit more and I'll be able to burn my EXP." He killed for a long time. The mercenary hall was filled with corpses, all of them killed by Luo Tian alone. However, he hadn't entered the experience burn state yet. The Ice Maiden's breathing was rapid as she was drenched in sweat. Her chest heaved up and down as her ferocious breasts rose and fell. She looked very ferocious. Fire Girl pretended to be scared and held Luo Tian's arm. "Handsome brother, what should we do? We've been surrounded." The Ice Maiden also looked at Luo Tian and asked, You, can you still use any kind of instant killing power?" With their current cultivation, they couldn't rush out at all. There were thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion in the Mercenary Square. How could they rush out? Absolutely not, unless Luo Tian could release that instant killing power again to intimidate them. Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. Luo Tian shook his head gently and said, "Not yet." But, Luo Tian said faintly, "Their target is me. Whoever my fireball attacks later, kill them. Remember, you must kill them." The Ice Maiden didn't understand. Fire Girl nodded and said, I'll do whatever handsome brother says." He still needed a little more experience. With a little more experience, he would be able to enter the experience burn state and release the instant killing power. At this moment, Chen Manlong roared in contempt, "Luo Tian, you dog, come out and die. Coward. Weren't you very arrogant yesterday? You killed our Mansion Master. Elder, come out and kill another one today. Get out. You piece of trash, get out." Several elders clamored. At the same time, everyone was wondering why Luo Tian didn't use the instant killing power today. It was very strange. Could it be that there was a limit to that power? Chen Yulong's voice sank and said, "Luo Tian, you can't escape. Obediently surrender." Chen Yulong was extremely careful. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled heavily and said to the two girls, "Be careful. If I don't attack those disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, then run as far as you can. Don't worry about me." Fire Girl shook her head and said, "Handsome brother, I will definitely leave you alone." Luo Tian glared and said, "This is an order." Fire Girl's face sank and didn't dare to say anything more. Luo Tian took Fire Girl's hand away and secretly said in his heart, "If I die, Niao niao, Jing Er, you must live well. He calmly walked out of the hall. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with disdain as he sneered, wow, what a big lineup. It seems that the number of elders who died in your shrouded heaven mansion yesterday is not enough. Yesterday, I gave you a chance to live but you didn't know how to cherish it. Today, I'll see how many of your elders will die. Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Behind him, Ice Girl and Fire Girl also walked down. Chen Yulong's face changed slightly. The other elders' faces were the same because they didn't know how to resist that instant killing power. At this moment, Luo Tian flipped his palm and released a fireball. Boom! At the same time, Ice Girl and Fire Girl moved at the same time. The fireball fell, and their attacks also fell at the same time. Boom! That disciple was killed in an instant. Both of them were at the Sea Realm, so it was easy for them to kill a lower-level Sea Realm warrior with their combined strength. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shrouded Heaven Mansion's disciple for gaining 3,300 experience, 220 spirit force. He was one step closer to burning his experience. At this moment again, Luo Tian said to Qiu Qiu, bite, hit, no matter what, you have to do some damage to me. His right foot twitched. Qiu Qiu flew out. At this moment, the Ice and Fire girls also followed. In order to attract the attention of the elders, Luo Tian laughed loudly, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. I'd like to see who wants to be the first to die. Come on. When Luo Tian took a step forward, they took a step back. Finally, an elder couldn't stand it anymore, damn it, I'll do it. Whoosh. Taking a step forward, the aura on his body formed a pressure that crushed down on Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian couldn't move at all. A punch landed on Luo Tian's body. Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. The elder became excited, ha ha ha. What bullshit instant killing power, come on, if you have the guts, kill me in an instant. The second chapter arrived. While they were talking, the elder moved again and slammed his palm on Luo Tian's body. He laughed complacently, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, ha ha ha, you dog. If I was here yesterday, would I still allow you to be so arrogant? Is your shrouded heaven mansion a place where anyone can behave atrociously? Boom. Another punch came down. Luo Tian did not resist, and he had no way to resist. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Looking at his experience increasing bit by bit, he secretly said in his heart, soon, it will be done soon. At this moment, the elder threw another punch, sending Luo Tian flying and crashing into the stone pillar of the mercenary guild. Just this kind of trash can scare you to this extent? Humph. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are all too weak. That elder stepped on Luo Tian and mocked the other elders of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. His eyes were full of pride. He did not rush back for the ancestral worship ceremony yesterday. So, he only knew that Luo Tian had killed the mansion master and 2 elders. As for the legendary instant kill power, he did not believe it at all. Qin Yulong's face darkened slightly as he secretly said in his heart, what's going on? Where's his instant kill power? Why hasn't he released it yet? Chen Manlong also muttered in his heart, what's the situation? Could it be that this person is not the person from yesterday? Strange. He hasn't used his instant kill power since today. Could it be that this brat has used up all of his power? It can't be. They were all present yesterday. They witnessed Luo Tian use a foreign power to kill the mansion master in an instant. Now that he was being crushed like this, he still didn't use it. What was going on? They couldn't understand at all. Ice Lady and Fire Lady were extremely worried, but they kept killing those disciples who were hit by Qiu Qiu. They didn't know if this would help Luo Tian. However, this was the only thing they could do now. Bang, 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 ding, 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 Luo Tian leaned against the stone pillar as he watched his experience bar slowly rise. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Ah ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he laughed wildly. That elder turned around to stare at Luo Tian and said with contempt, a trash like you dares to laugh? Humph, you're courting death. The elder took a step forward and said proudly, "They are afraid of you, but I am not. The position of the mansion master of the shrouded heaven mansion, it's mine." At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and looked at the elder. His lips curled into a sinister sneer as he said, "Didn't you want to experience the power of instant kill? I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, the system beeped. Ding. Experience points burning stage. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Ding. Target locked. In an instant, Luo Tian moved his feet, locking onto Chen Manlong, who was the strongest amongst the elders. He roared, "Die!" Crack! The sky darkened, and a burst of power erupted from Luo Tian's body. It rushed into the sky, and then came crashing down heavily. Everyone looked at this power. Especially the elder beside Luo Tian. "Don't!" Chen Manlong's body trembled as he shouted loudly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. As the power descended, Chen Manlong immediately disappeared from where he was. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Manlong for obtaining 120,000 experience, 9,000 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Barbarian Dragon Blade. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stones X23. Congratulations to the player. The system sounded out several beeps. At this moment, everyone in the plaza was shocked and instantly quietened down as they stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. The power of instant kill came out again. It came out again. This kind of feeling that made their hearts tremble and their scalps tingle was extremely uncomfortable. The fire girl became excited. "Yay, yay, yay, handsome brother is awesome, so handsome, so handsome." His face was filled with infatuation. "I'm proud of being infatuated." The ice girl also looked at Luo Tian, and thought to herself, "It's out again, how did you release this kind of power?" Chen Manlong, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, now had nothing left. Not even a single bone was left. Chen Yulong's face turned pale. Right beside him, seeing Chen Manlong being instantly killed, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. The one who was most afraid was the elder who had just blasted Luo Tian. At that moment, he was scared out of his wits. He had been killed in an instant and had no way to defend himself. At first, he didn't believe it. Now, there was only fear in his heart. Luo Tian turned around and stared at him coldly, and laughed. "Does it feel good? How's the power of instant kill?" Luo Tian did not kill him instantly. Because Luo Tian wanted to seize the moment when he was afraid and kill him. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved his big black blade and released the power of the law of Luo. That elder was so scared that his entire body trembled. The power of instant kill was too terrifying. Shwa. Luo Tian took a step forward and moved his black blade. A head flew into the air from his neck as blood spurted out. Luo Tian stood beside the headless corpse, allowing the blood to splatter on his body. He pointed his black blade and shouted in an extremely domineering manner, "Who else?" Shock. Incomparable shock. Blood dripped from the tip of Luo Tian's hair, making him look like a berserk demon. Chen Yulong's face changed, and so did the other elders. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Luo Tian's, but they were all crushed by Luo Tian. That feeling was really uncomfortable. They thought that they would be able to tear Luo Tian into pieces today, and they thought that they would no longer be afraid of the power of instant kill. However, reality proved that they were afraid, incomparably afraid, and they were even more afraid than yesterday. It was too uncomfortable. Looking at Luo Tian acting like a madman, Chen Yulong's heart suddenly collapsed. His body trembled as he took a step back. His lips trembled as he said, "Go, go, go, all disciples, go." The other elders were the same. They were also afraid. They were also shouting for the disciples to rush forward. "You want to leave? Humph. Yesterday, I gave you a chance to live. Today, all of you will die." Luo Tian dragged his big black blade and walked down step by step. At this moment, none of the thousands of disciples in the square dared to step forward, and they were also retreating. What kind of concept is this for a mid-level martial C to crush these thousands of people? It's maddening. Too handsome. Fire Lady covered her cheeks with her fists and said excitedly, he's much more handsome than those senior and junior brothers of the Ice Fire sect. Ice Lady's face was cold, but she had to admit that Luo Tian was really fierce. The Shrouded Heaven mansion was completely destroyed by him alone. All of you will die. Luo Tian roared again. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark. An incomparably huge demon beast fell from the sky. The blood-eyed Lion King, it opened its bloody mouth and roared. A monkey was standing on top of its head. Monkey King appeared. The third chapter has been delivered. There will be an update today, and a large wave of updates. Thousands of people were crushed by Luo Tian alone. It was a one-sided situation. Now. Suddenly, a Class 5 demonic beast fell from the sky, causing them to become even more flustered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now, the monster is attacking the city. It's really attacking the city. The guards can't hold on any longer. Everyone, run. Run for your life. The crowd on the street went crazy. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. Looking at the monkey on top of the blood-eyed Lion King's head, his heart trembled, and he secretly said, "Is this your power? Summoning a group of beasts? Is this your power?" Luo Tian's heart trembled. The monkey that was pressed down by the mountain. The monkey that had the sacred power in his body. There was no way for people to not think of the monkey in Luo Tian's world, the great sage equal to heaven. Roar, the blood-eyed Lion King was enraged. It flattened a disciple with one foot, and the aura of a king suddenly roared, roar, the sound waves burst out one by one, forming a powerful shock wave. Those disciples who were closer to it were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. The disciples who were slightly further away were also thrown to the ground. It was simply invincible. Too powerful. Luo Tian also stopped slightly. With a blade on the ground, he looked at the monkey on top of the lion's head and smiled faintly. Brother Monkey is mighty. Immediately, his face turned pale like Bai Qi. He had been clenching his teeth and holding on with this breath. Now, the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven mansion were scared to death. The group of beasts led by Brother Monkey had also entered the city. The Shrouded Heaven mansion had lost its momentum and could no longer pose a threat to Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's mind relaxed. The line of defense in his heart collapsed. His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't stand steadily. It was incomparably uncomfortable. From the mercenary hall to the several heavy blows from the elder just now, Luo Tian had suffered too many attacks. Once he relaxed, his whole body was about to collapse. When Monkey King saw that Luo Tian was covered in blood and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, he commanded the blood-eyed Lion King to go berserk and kill him in a frenzy. Xianxia was the same. It was now like a bouncing ball jumping wildly in the crowd. Every time it did as Luo Tian said, it only needed to cause a little bit of damage. The cooperation between him and the blood-eyed Lion King allowed Luo Tian to absorb all the experience. Ding! 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 The system sounded frantically. Luo Tian held the big black saber with both hands. His face was pale as he smiled faintly. Roar, on another street, a horde of beasts rushed up like a flood. It was the same on the other streets. Thousands of disciples of the Shrouded Heaven mansion were surrounded, including several elders of the Shrouded Heaven mansion. In the face of the demonic beasts that came from all directions, it was as if they covered the sky and covered the sun. Every one of them was shaking. He had no idea who he had offended. How did they provoke so many demonic beasts? These demonic beasts had surrounded them. It was obvious that they were here for them. Roar, the blood-eyed Lion King roared. Those disciples were so scared that they knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. Monkey King looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Xianxia and the damage it had caused to them. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "Kill." At this moment. Plop. Qin Yulong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Luo Tian, we admit defeat. From today onwards, the Shrouded Heaven mansion in the Shrouded Heaven city is yours. Please spare our lives. The other elders also knelt down. Luo Tian, we admit defeat. The shrouded heaven mansion is yours. Please spare our lives. They were scared. They no longer had any fighting strength. Although, they saw that Luo Tian was exhausted, but, in their hearts, they were still afraid of the instant killing power released by Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed coldly, kneel down and beg for mercy? Are you scared now? Didn't you want to kill me in the beginning? Isn't it that whoever gets my head can become the mansion master of the shrouded heaven mansion? Now you're begging for mercy? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud, it's too late. While they were talking, Luo Tian's voice sank, kill for me. He needed experience very much now. He needed it very much. He had to level up. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. He was too weak. Moreover, he had no interest in the mansion master of the shrouded heaven mansion. He didn't come to the chaos realm to expand his forces or establish a sect. He came to find his daughter and son. Not to mention the shrouded heaven mansion. Even if he was given a stronger force, he wouldn't be interested. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, Monkey King let out a squeak and turned to the other demonic beasts to attack together. Roar! Roar! The demon beasts were wreaking havoc. The thousands of disciples were quickly slaughtered, and blood splattered all over the square. The experience in Luo Tian's mind soared crazily. Chen Yulong rushed up. Luo Tian, I'll fight you to the death today. A huge force was released. Chen Yulong took a step forward. At this time, he couldn't care less. Luo Tian wanted to kill him. He was also going all out. Luo Tian couldn't even stand still. Not to mention the powerful Chen Yulong, even a low-level martial sea realm warrior could easily kill him. Seeing Chen Yulong rushing up, Luo Tian didn't move at all. Ice Girl and Fire Girl rushed up and blocked Chen Yulong with all their strength. Bang, bang. You guys, get out of my way. 2 heavy punches. Ice Girl and Fire Girl were directly sent flying, spitting out blood. Fire Girl got up with difficulty and shouted at Luo Tian, be careful. Die. Chen Yulong's aura crushed down, and a palm struck towards the top of Luo Tian's head. The aura crushed. Luo Tian couldn't bear it. His body trembled, but his eyes didn't move. Just as Chen Yulong's palm was about to hit the top of Luo Tian's head. Roar, the blood-eyed Lion King roared. However, even if his sound wave was powerful, it was useless. Because the distance between him and Luo Tian was too far, the sound wave attack couldn't hurt Chen Yulong. However, at this moment, the monkey on top of the blood-eyed Lion King's head disappeared. Only to see, a black dot fell from the sun. The monkey's body grew several times larger, and in that instant, the power in his body burst forth, and his body sat down heavily. Rumble. He sat directly on Chen Yulong's body, turning him into a pile of meat paste. It was an instant kill. Luo Tian looked at the big monkey, grinned, and muttered, I knew it, I knew you were different, I knew it. Monkey King looked at Luo Tian. His body also quickly returned to its original state in an instant. Just now. He didn't know why, but a trace of holy power erupted from his body. This power didn't seem to belong to him, it was very strong, and difficult to control. In that instant, he was even controlled by this power. He wanted to save Luo Tian. That power also wanted to save him, because that power seemed to have remembered everything that Luo Tian had said as if it had spiritual consciousness. Then, he soared into the sky and landed heavily. Instant kill, Chapter 4, there's an update today, and an update. Good job, Brother Monkey. Luo Tian gave a thumbs up. This was already a big step forward. The release of holy power. Although it was only for a moment, like a shooting star, it was still a qualitative leap for Monkey King since he had activated the saint energy in his body. Monkey looked at Chen Yulong, who was a pile of meat under his butt. He was also a little shocked. Then, he looked at Luo Tian's thumb and grinned. In the distance, Chen Yu was so excited that tears gushed out of his eyes. Because of Monkey, at that moment, Monkey's outburst made him know that his father was right. There was indeed a powerful force in Brother Monkey's body. For a whole 10 years, he couldn't activate the power in Brother Monkey's body. He had done everything he could. But he couldn't. So he gave up. Luo Tian only took a few days to turn him into another monkey. Qin Yu didn't regret his choice. If he had to choose again, he would still choose to fuse with the violent bear. Because he knew that even if he chose monkey, he wouldn't be able to activate the power in his body. Because he and brother monkey didn't have that kind of fate. In an instant, all the beasts cried out in unison. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped monkey. Even the blood-eyed lion king was the same. It knelt down on both knees and worshipped the king. As for the monkey, it watched them worship. He turned around. Looking at Luo Tian, he knelt down on one knee. He was the same. His eyes were full of respect, as if he was worshipping the king. In monkey's heart, Luo Tian was the king. Luo Tian smiled softly and said weakly, "Continue to kill." With a thought from monkey, those beasts continued to kill. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Disciple of Shrouded Heaven Mansion for gaining 2,300 experience, 170 spiritual force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining Prenatal Stone *1. The system's voice kept ringing. In the distance, Ice Girl and Fire Girl looked at Luo Tian's back at the same time. Fire Maiden, who had been very active, fell silent. A few minutes later, Fire Maiden muttered to Ice Maiden, "Sis, isn't he very handsome?" Ice Maiden didn't answer but muttered to herself, "What kind of person is he?" The Fire Lady said again, "He's the most handsome." Hee hee. Ice Maiden looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "Yes, he's really handsome." Her voice was only audible to herself. The disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion were crying and screaming as they were slaughtered by the demon beasts. Luo Tian's experience was increasing rapidly, but he still hadn't leveled up. If he didn't level up, he wouldn't be able to fully recover from his injuries. Looking at the experience bar, Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "I should be able to level up." Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. So. Whoosh, a few consecutive air-piercing sounds rang out, followed by several tall and straight figures landing heavily on the square. 6 people. Everyone was at the peak of the sea-forming realm. Every single one of them exuded a vigorous aura. At this moment, a young man glanced at the injured Ice Maiden and his face immediately turned angry. He moved the sword in his hand and directly pierced towards Luo Tian. He coldly snorted and said, "How dare you injure my junior sister, you're courting death." His footsteps were like lightning as he quickly charged forward. Ice Maiden and Fire Lady's expressions changed. Especially Ice Maiden, who struggled to get up from the ground. It was unknown where she got the strength from, but her speed was twice as fast as when she wasn't injured. She directly blocked in front of Luo Tian, "Senior brother, buzz." The sound of the sword exploded. Pointing at Ice Maiden's eyebrows, it was only half a centimeter away from her forehead. At this moment, the young man's eyes moved slightly, and then his body retreated continuously, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Because, in that instant, he absorbed all his aura into his body. He was afraid of hurting Ice Maiden. This kind of power was extremely harmful to the body, but his control over his strength was very strong. This was a power that could be easily controlled. The reason why he retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood was on purpose. Because he wanted to move Ice Maiden. Pfft. The man's face turned pale. Bai Qi came over and looked at Ice Maiden in confusion. "Junior sister, what are you doing? I almost took your life." Ice Maiden was indeed moved by him. She was also clear about the power of the backlash and immediately apologized. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to do so. He didn't hurt me. He saved us." Fire Lady, on the other hand, was more fiery as she said, "Situ Chong, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do by killing people without any reason? He is our savior." The young man's name was Situ Chong, a disciple of the Ice Fire sect. He was also an admirer of Ice Maiden. Situ Chong had an apologetic look on his face as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "I'm really sorry for offending you just now. You don't need to be here anymore. You can leave." Situ Chong's eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't believe that Luo Tian could save the two ice sisters at all. Fire Lady must have exaggerated. However, he didn't want to have any interaction with someone like Luo Tian. Finished. He didn't even look at Luo Tian. Instead, he said to the other 5 people, "This city is filled with demon beasts. Kill all of them." "Yes, senior brother." The 5 of them moved. It was also at this time. Fire Lady was incomparably furious as she said, "Situ Chong, what are you trying to do? These demon beasts are also our saviors. Without them, we would have died a long time ago. Do you want to kill me and my sister savior?" The other 5 people stopped. They were from the same battle team, and they were also from the same battle group. Everything Situ Chong did was for Ice Maiden. They knew this very well. Situ Chong looked at Ice Maiden. Ice Maiden said, "My sister is right. These demon beasts are our saviors. If they hadn't arrived, I would have died." Situ Chong's heart trembled as he thought to himself, demon beasts saving people? He glanced at the scene. Those demon beasts only attacked the disciples of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He was even more shocked, who exactly has such great power to summon so many demon beasts? This kind of power cannot be underestimated. Which weak man is it? He is only at the middle stage of the Martial Sea realm, and he doesn't have a demon body. How can he have such power? Definitely not. He analyzed quickly in his mind. Situ Chong said faintly, "In that case, forget it. Be alert." Fire Lady stepped forward and sneered, "You didn't appear when I needed your help. Now that all the dangers have been eliminated, you only appeared. Situ Chong, you really came at the right time." Ice Maiden scolded, "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Situ Chong also said, "I have been on a mission during this period of time. When I returned to the sect and found out that you had come to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, I rushed over with all my might. Junior sister, where is your father's murderer? I will kill him for you." Just as he finished speaking, Fire Lady snorted coldly, "You say it better than singing. If you want to show off in front of my sister, then you should have done it earlier. Now that Chen Tianlong has been killed, you jump out and say that you want to avenge us. How shameless." Ice Maiden's eyebrows widened as she glared at Fire Lady. Fire Lady's expression changed and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Situ Chong was a little angry, but he still held it in and asked, "Junior sister, who killed Chen Tianlong?" "I thank him. Uncle can rest in peace now. Chen Tianlong's cultivation wasn't low. As the mansion master of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, he naturally wasn't weak. A year ago, he had investigated Chen Tianlong, but he didn't dare to come because he wasn't confident. Or else Situ Chong had arrived long ago. As long as he helped Ice Maiden take revenge, wouldn't she thank him for the rest of her life? Now that he heard that Chen Tianlong had been killed, his heart trembled slightly. Ice Maiden looked at Luo Tian and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was a mysterious expert who killed Chen Tianlong. This expert might have a grudge with Chen Tianlong." Fire Lady was stunned. She opened her mouth to speak, but Ice Maiden glared at her. Fire Lady just had to hold it in. Situ Chong's heart relaxed slightly and said, "Mysterious expert? Junior sister, do you remember the appearance of that mysterious expert? Tell me about it. The next time we meet, I will definitely thank him properly." Fire Lady said disdainfully, "Since it's a mysterious expert, he's naturally a very, very handsome person. He's at least 10,000 times more handsome than you, Situ Chong." Ice Maiden glared and said, "Sister, don't you dare spout nonsense again." Fire Lady grinned and couldn't be bothered with Situ Feng. She directly started playing with the blood-eyed Lion King. Monkey stood beside Luo Tian. His eyes were fixed on Situ Chong. He was worried that Situ Chong would harm Luo Tian again. Ice Maiden said slightly, "Senior brother, our Kai family's revenge has been avenged. You don't have to worry about this matter." Situ Chong was slightly embarrassed. However, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Luo Tian again and thought to himself, that mysterious expert can't be him, right? Impossible. He immediately denied it. No matter how powerful the trash of the Martial Sea realm is, it's impossible. 100 of him aren't Chen Tianlong's match. Just now, When Ice Maiden blocked the sword for Luo Tian, he was already unhappy in his heart. If Luo Tian was Ice Maiden's benefactor and avenged her, then he would be even more unhappy. Moreover, he would get rid of Luo Tian. This kind of thing had happened before in the Ice Fire sect. Ice Maiden had considered this point, which was why she said that it was a mysterious expert to protect Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's injury surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fire Lady was incomparably nervous. She quickly ran back and asked, "What happened to you?" Luo Tian's face was as pale as a thin sheet of paper. He still hadn't leveled up. He was just a little bit away from leveling up. This way, his body would fall into a process of intense pain. Although he wouldn't die, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian waved his hand and said softly, it's fine, the people from the Shrouded Heaven mansion have also run away. You guys are safe now. You can go." While they were talking, Xianxia ran over. Mansion Master Luo Tian. Fire Lady supported Luo Tian and was about to cry. She shouted to Ice Maiden, "Sister, what should we do? He's about to die." Luo Tian was incomparably weak, and in the end, he fainted. His entire body was in pain. Ice Maiden pretended to be calm as she walked over. She tried her best to remain calm, but in fact, she was even more worried than Fire Lady. However, in front of Situcheng, she didn't dare to show too much anxiety, as she thought that it would be disadvantageous to Luo Tian. He walked in front of Luo Tian and glanced at him, saying, "Let's bring him back to the Ice Fire sect." Chapter 5. This wasn't the key was that there was an update tonight. No. Situcheng immediately stopped her. He is an outsider and has no right to step into Ice Fire sect. Junior sister, this is the sect rule. He couldn't let Luo Tian go to Ice Fire sect. Regardless of whether he killed Chen Tianlong or not, he didn't want Ice Maiden to have more competitors. Fire Maiden immediately said, "Ice Fire sect is owned by your family. If you say no, then no. I insist on bringing him to Ice Fire sect." What's wrong? Humph. Sister, let's do it this way. Master will definitely agree. Fire Maiden didn't give Situcheng any face at all. She hated this hypocritical man. Ice Lady was very firm on this matter. She said coldly, "He is the savior of us sisters. Now that he is severely injured and Skylight City is in turmoil, it is not safe to stay in this city. He is also too far from the other city. If we do not bring him to the Ice Fire sect, he will definitely die. He saved us before. We can't not save him." Situcheng's expression softened slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Since junior sister insists, then I will accompany you. If the sect master blames you, you can push it to me. I helped the sect complete an S-rank mission this time. At most, I won't take the mission reward." Just like what Fire Maiden said. What she said was better than singing. Ice Maiden said indifferently, "Thank you, senior brother." She didn't refuse. Because she couldn't refuse. At this time, Xianxia looked at Ice Maiden. Ice Maiden said, "You are his brother. You two can go to Ice Fire sect together. There is still a month before the sect selection. We are lacking beast tamers." Can I? Xianxia was a little shocked. He naturally knew about Ice Fire sect. It was an existence 10,000 times stronger than Skylight Mansion. It was one of the overlords of Martial Sea region. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was a huge number. Even the peerless genius of Skylight Mansion was only the most trashy existence in Ice Fire sect. Xianxia couldn't even be seen. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Fire Maiden said, "If you follow Luo Tian, you can also take care of him along the way. After all, we are girls. Some things are inconvenient." Then, she immediately had the wrong idea and her cheeks turned red. With a face of infatuation. "Creak, creak," Brother Monkey called out a few times. Fire Lady giggled and said, "Little monkey, follow me. We'll go to the Ice Fire sect together." Xianxia carried Luo Tian on his back and followed Ice Maiden out of the city. Situcheng stood where he was and looked at their backs as they walked away. The corner of his eyes twitched a few times. His gaze was cold. A disciple walked up and asked, "Senior brother, should we?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Clearly, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Situcheng sneered and said, "He's just a Martial Sea realm trash. Don't worry about him. Also, when we get to the Icefire sect, the elders will definitely blame us. They will be punished for going down the mountain without permission. At that time, that brat. I can play with him however I want. Those who try to steal my woman will only have one ending, death." Wahahaha, Situcheng laughed coldly. Immediately after, he quickly followed after him. Along the way, Luo Tian was unconscious. Ice Maiden gave him a heal pill for more than 10 seconds to stabilize his injuries, but he did not wake up. Because Luo Tian's injuries were stable, they could not be too bumpy. It took them half a month to arrive. The entrance of the mountain was densely packed with genius disciples that had been selected from all over the world. There were people waiting here as early as a month ago. Waiting for the Icefire sect's selection. For ordinary warriors, entering a high-level sect was equivalent to soaring into the sky. Moreover, a powerful sect was a form of reliance. If one were to reveal their identity, others would have to respect you. More importantly, the sect had a huge amount of martial arts and powerful cultivation resources. This was the most important thing. So many people. Chen Yu was secretly shocked. Any one of them was at the middle stage of the Martial Sea realm, and many of them had top-grade war beasts. Each and every one of them had the potential of a genius. Ice and Fire walked to the entrance of the mountain. It attracted the attention of countless youths. So beautiful. Don't even think about it, they are official disciples of the Icefire sect. Haha. There's still half a month before she's our senior sister. Senior sister, which hall are you in? I'll definitely go to where you are. If it was in the past, Fire Girl would still tease them, but now she was not in the mood at all. Walking on the road to the outer sect. Fire Girl muttered softly, "Sis, Master will definitely punish us if we leave the mountain without permission. What should we do?" Ice Girl said slightly, "It doesn't matter if we are punished. What's important is that Master can save Luo Tian." Just as they were walking towards the Crimson Lotus Peak, an elder from the law enforcement hall rushed down and stared at Ice Girl. Fire Girl shouted, "You still dare to come back? Going down the mountain without permission, violating the sect rules. Men, arrest him." While they were talking, the 8 disciples rushed down. They stood behind the 2 girls. At this moment, Situcheng immediately stepped forward and said, "Elder, they didn't go down the mountain without permission. They were doing a mission with us." Look, he directly stuffed a large bag of prenatal stones into the elder's hands. "Humph. Don't give me this," bribed the elder. The law enforcement elder shouted slightly. Situcheng's expression changed, and he immediately smiled apologetically, "Elder, give me some face. For violating the sect rules, you must be convicted. However, on account of your master's face, as long as they follow me obediently, I cannot tie them up." The elder said slightly, looking at Situcheng's strange expression from the corner of his eyes. Situcheng also hurriedly thanked him. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Icefire sect, so it was not a big deal for a few disciples to leave the mountain without permission. However, the law enforcement hall was able to know that they had returned to the sect immediately. Fire Girl coldly snorted, looked at Situcheng's team, and asked, "Situcheng, why do you only have 4 members left, where's the other one? Did you report to the law enforcement hall? Is there any point in playing such tricks?" Situcheng's expression changed slightly when he was exposed, and he immediately defended himself. He went to hand in the mission. "What tricks am I playing? I am sincere to your sister. Can I just watch as you guys are punished? I will definitely think of a way." Fire Girl coldly snorted. She wasn't confident either, so she was just spouting nonsense. Ice Girl shouted, "Don't speak nonsense." Then she looked at the enforcement elder and said, "We went down the mountain without permission and violated the sect's rules. We should be punished, but we have some urgent matters to attend to now. Elder, can you make an exception and let us return to Crimson Lotus Peak?" After we're done, we'll definitely return to the enforcement hall to be punished. The law enforcement elder looked at Situchong from the corner of his eyes. Situchong's eyes turned cold. The law enforcement elder immediately shouted, "No. Take him away. Return to the law enforcement hall." Situchong's eyes moved. Then, the law enforcement elder immediately shouted, "Take the two people behind him away as well. I suspect that they are spies from other sects." Situchong laughed sinisterly in his heart. "Brat, isn't this great?" Chapter 6 Update complete. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Obviously, this was Situchong's doing. The Icefire sect was divided into 6 halls. The Crimson Lotus Hall was located in the Crimson Lotus Peak, and all of them were female disciples. Beast Taming Hall, War Martial Hall, Alchemy Hall, Refining Hall, and Refining Array Hall. Among them, the War Martial Hall was the strongest power in the Icefire sect. In addition, other than the 6 great halls, there was also the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was directly under the orders of the Elder Pavilion and the Icefire sect master. Situ Feng was considered to be quite famous in the outer sect and was able to mix around in the War Martial Hall. His Situ family also had an elder in the Icefire sect. Just the day before, he sent a team member back to the Icefire sect ahead of time to greet the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. So, as soon as Ice Maiden and the others entered the Icefire sect, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall immediately rushed over. Everything was a scheme. Situchong was very pleased with himself. He sneered and said, "I don't care if you're really unconscious or pretending to be unconscious. The woman that I, Situchong, have taken a fancy to is something that even male demon beasts can't get close to. Just you wait, this is only the beginning." Half an hour later, in the Law Enforcement Hall of the Outer Sect, Hun sat in the main hall and said coldly, "Kai Bing, Kai Yan, the two of you left the mountain without permission. According to the sect's rules, 3 months of monthly allowance will be deducted and 3 months will be penalized at the Cliff of Reflection. Do the two of you have anything to say?" They didn't say anything. Situchong said with a fawning expression, "Elder, the 2 junior sisters followed me on a mission and did not violate the sect's rules." At this moment, Situchong gave Ice Maiden a look. With a face full of sincerity, he said in a low voice, "Junior sister, say something. You came down the mountain with me on a mission. I'm good to you. As long as you listen to me, nothing will happen to you." However, Fire Maiden snorted and said confidently, "We left the mountain without permission and didn't do a mission with anyone. We don't need anyone to pretend to be righteous." His face was filled with anger. She couldn't stand Situchong's fake benevolence. Pretending to be a good person, he was actually very sinister. Although she didn't have any evidence, she was sure that it was Situchong's scheme. The Icefire sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples and occupied the entire Icefire mountain range. There were more than a dozen big and small sections. Why did they have to wait for them at the place where they went up the mountain? Wasn't it obvious? Ice Maiden also understood that she had pretended not to care about Luo Tian along the way because she wanted to prevent Situchong from harming Luo Tian. Ice Maiden also said, "We should be punished for leaving the mountain without permission. Senior brother, you don't have to get involved for us. A mistake is a mistake. Elder, we sisters are willing to accept the punishment." Ice Maiden's eyes were pleading as she said, "Elder, please give us half a day. We want to save someone. After saving this person, I'll definitely return to be punished. When the time comes, I won't complain even if the punishment is doubled." She had never intended to run away. Luo Tian had fallen into a coma because of them. Without Luo Tian, they wouldn't have been able to avenge their families. Without Luo Tian, they would have been dead by now. She had to repay this debt of gratitude. The law-enforcing elder glanced at Situchong. Situchong's eyes tensed up. He immediately understood and coldly shouted, "Humph, since you admit that you are in the wrong, then be punished immediately. What are you waiting for? Give you half a day? Icefire sect doesn't have such a rule." An angry shout rang out. Situchong wanted to speak, but unexpectedly, Fire Maiden suddenly stood up and shouted, "The law enforcement hall is amazing, right? Every day, there are so many disciples who leave the mountain without permission. You don't care about us sisters, right? We belong to the Scarlet Lotus Peak. If you want to punish us, it's Master. It's not your turn to punish us. Fire Maiden was very unhappy. The law-enforcing elder was also furious. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "How dare you look down on the law enforcement hall? Men!" Huh. Two disciples walked to Fire Maiden's side. The law-enforcing elder shouted, "Beat him up. Even your Scarlet Lotus Hall's hall master wouldn't dare to look down on the law enforcement hall." Humph. Fire Maiden's heart trembled, she was a little afraid. However, at this time, she couldn't care less and said, "I'm not looking down on the law enforcement hall, I'm looking down on you. Let's see who dares to touch me." The law-enforcing elder glared at him and became even more furious. Beat him up. When her sister was bullied, Ice Maiden couldn't care less. She immediately protected her sister behind her and said, "Elder, my sister speaks without thinking. Please be magnanimous and forgive her for being insensible." Humph. Not waiting for him to finish, the law-enforcing elder glared and shouted, "Whether she knows or not has nothing to do with me. You heard what she said just now. Looking down on the law-enforcing elder is looking down on the law enforcement hall. If you dare to protect her, I'll beat you up too." Situ Chong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Elder, please forgive them. Move to the side." The law-enforcing elder could not hold back the anger in his heart. He did not care about Situ Chong at all. Right now, he just wanted to smash Fire Maiden's mouth. Fire Maiden said, "Situ Chong, put away your tricks. I won't fall for it. You want to curry favor with my sister? You're not worthy, do you know that?" Situ Chong's expression turned sinister as he clenched his fists tightly. The law-enforcing elder shouted, "What are you waiting for? Beat him up heavily." The two disciples grabbed him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Who wants to hit my disciple?" As soon as his voice faded, a chill spread throughout the entire law enforcement hall. The temperature seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees as a chill assaulted their bodies. The law-enforcing elder's expression changed slightly. Situ Chong's expression also turned cold. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged woman dressed as a Taoist nun with 2 strands of white hair on her head stared at the law-enforcing elder in the hall and said coldly, "Elder Lu, you're the one who wants to hit my disciple, right?" Kun's body trembled as his lips trembled. He immediately said, No, I wouldn't dare. Then he hurriedly walked down, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Hall Master Scarlet Lotus." The woman in front of him who looked like a Taoist nun was the Hall Master of the Scarlet Lotus Hall, also known as the Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Her eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Her methods were ruthless, especially to men. When Fire Maiden saw her master, she immediately said excitedly, "Master, he's the one who wants to hit me. He even said that he wants to punish me. What's even more hateful is that he said that he doesn't even care about you." Fire Maiden had a personality that wanted to see the world in chaos. Kun was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and said, "I definitely didn't say that. I definitely wouldn't dare." Scarlet Lotus deity stared at Fire Maiden and said coldly, "What crime did my 2 disciples commit?" Kun said, "They left the mountain without permission." "I understand. I'll punish them. There's no need to trouble the law enforcement hall." Scarlet Lotus deity said directly, not giving him any face at all, "A little late. Sorry." Facing Scarlet Serpent Fairy, Hu Hun didn't dare to say anything. Situ Chong was the same. They had an inexplicable fear towards this Scarlet Serpent Hall leader. "Why aren't you following me? What are you doing here? Waiting to be punished?" Scarlet Serpent Fairy stared at the 2 of them before walking out of the hall. If not for the disciples of Scarlet Serpent Hall telling her, she wouldn't have known that the 2 girls had returned to the sect. She was ruthless to men, but she was extremely protective of her disciples. She didn't care about the law enforcement hall. Ice Maiden whispered, "Master, he saved us when we went down the mountain this time. He's seriously injured now. Master, can you save him?" Fire Girl was very direct. She knelt on the ground and said, "Master, I beg you, please save him." When Scarlet Serpent Fairy entered the law enforcement hall, she saw Xianxia supporting an unconscious man. Seeing the two girls begging her for a man, this touched Scarlet Serpent Fairy's bottom line. Her expression changed and she shouted, "How dare you!" Ice Girl also knelt down. Scarlet Serpent Fairy frowned and said, "The two of you know the rules of Scarlet Serpent Peak. You actually want me to save a man, humph. Kai Bing, Kai Yen, the two of you are really bold." Fire Girl knelt forward and said, "Master, I beg you. You treat little Fire the best. I promise you that I will never leave Ice Fire sect again. I will listen to you obediently. I only beg you to save him." Scram. Scarlet Serpent Fairy kicked Fire Girl away. The more Fire Girl said that, the angrier she was. She could do anything but save men, she would only kill men in her life and would never save them. Ice Girl knelt down, "Master, I beg you. From today onwards, I will promise you anything. I only beg you to save him." Ice Girl was the same. Scarlet Serpent Fairy's heart was filled with rage. She took a step back and stared at the two of them. "Good, good, good. You two have grown wings now. Very good. You two want to save him, right? I will give you a chance." While speaking, the Ice Maiden moved her hands and took out 2 pills. "As long as you consume this cultivation dispersing pill, I'll agree to save him." Cultivation scattering pill. After taking it, all the cultivation in the body would be dissipated. In other words, they would become ordinary people in the sea-forming realm. Furthermore, it would be difficult for him to cultivate after tonight. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary person. Situ Cheng's expression changed, and he said, "Senior Crimson Lotus, the cultivation dispersing pill can," not waiting for him to finish. Scarlet Serpent Deity looked at Situ Cheng coldly. Situ Cheng was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. She didn't think too much about it. She immediately took the pill and consumed it. She said, "He saved me, and he avenged me. I owe him, so I won't hesitate even if I have to die for him." Ice Maiden also walked over and picked up the pill. She hesitated for half a second before swallowing it. Gulp. Situ Cheng wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha," Scarlet Serpent Deity laughed maniacally. The disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately covered their ears and couldn't take it anymore. Even Soul was trembling all over. "All right. You have consumed the cultivation dispersing pill. I will do what I promised you." Scarlet Serpent Deity was exceptionally angry. She never thought that the disciple she had her eyes on would actually risk her life to help a man. It had only been a few months since she left the mountain, and she had already become like this, at this moment. Fire Maiden's body sank, her entire body was covered in cold sweat, and her face was pale from the pain. She said with great difficulty, "Master, Master, you, hurry up and save him." Next. Ice Maiden also had the same symptoms. She felt a sharp pain in the depths of her pubes, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Her entire body was covered in cold sweat, her face was pale, and she couldn't exert any strength. Her cultivation was truly dissipating rapidly. The sea-forming realm became the martial sea realm, then became a warrior, and then the pubes let out a violent explosion, a muffled sound. It was as if the pubes had shattered. All of his cultivation had dissipated. This was because they were holding on with their last breath. Otherwise, the two of them would have fainted from the pain. Situ Cheng felt a faint pain in his heart. He never thought that Ice Maiden would actually help Luo Tian consume the cultivation dispersing pill. His heart was filled with hatred. "You dog." At the same time, he looked at Ice Maiden's trembling body, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "In the past, I wanted to become your dual cultivation partner, but now you're not worthy, but this is even better, I don't have to worry so much, as long as I can get your body, wahaha." Scarlet Serpent Deity glanced at the unconscious Luo Tian. She took a step forward and sized him up carefully. There was nothing special about him. What exactly attracted her disciple? She didn't have the mood to think so much now. Her hands moved, and she heavily patted Luo Tian's body a few times. The two girls changed their hands. Scarlet Serpent Deity didn't stop, and poured spirit energy into a few acupoints on Luo Tian's chest. Finally, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was somewhat pale. Scarlet Serpent Deity took a step back, took out a pill, and threw it into Qianyu's hands, and said coldly, "Wait for him to wake up and give it to him." Finished. She walked to Ice Maiden's side without turning her head, and said coldly, "I have already saved him, he will wake up in half a day. Now that your cultivation has been dispersed, my Scarlet Serpent Peak just so happens to lack a few servants to wash clothes, cook, and do odd jobs. From now on, you are the servants of the Scarlet Serpent Deity." Scarlet Serpent Deity said coldly. Ice Maiden said heavily, "Thank you, Master." Fire Maiden was the same, and said, "Thank you, Master." Ice Maiden turned to look at Luo Tian. Fire Maiden was also filled with emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. Situ Chong said with good intentions, "Junior sister, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of him." Scarlet Serpent Deity suddenly stopped, and said coldly, "Situ Chong, I saved him, if he dies in Ice Fire Sex territory, I will hold you responsible." Situ Chong was so frightened that he trembled inwardly, and immediately said, "Disciple doesn't dare, disciple will definitely take good care of him." Then, Scarlet Serpent Deity and the two girls left. War Martial Hall, Disciples' Dormitory. Situ Chong took good care of Luo Tian along the way, and when he walked to his own small courtyard, he said to Qianyu, "Brother Chen, go down the mountain and get some water, I will wash him later." Qianyu's personality was relatively simple. Without thinking, he picked up the basin and ran down the mountain. Just as he was far away, Situ Chong sent Luo Tian flying with a kick. "Damn it, you want me to take care of you? Dream on." Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures landed beside Situ Chong, and said, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Situ Chong grinned and laughed coldly, "That bitch Kai Bing has already been crippled, now I only have sexual interest in him. This brat, old rules, throw him to the back of the mountain to feed the wild dogs. Good night." In front of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, Situ Chong was afraid of her. In this War Martial Hall's territory, he didn't need to be afraid of her. Because this was the War Martial Hall. It was the strongest hall in the Ice Fire sect. Half of the Ice Fire sect's experts were in the War Martial Hall, and his master was the #1 outer sect expert of the War Martial Hall. Why would he need to be afraid of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy? There was a more important point. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy didn't care about the life and death of a man at all. Luo Tian was a man, and in her eyes, he was like air. As a result, Situ Chong became even more fearless. Situ Chong sneered, and said, "Brat, consider yourself unlucky, who is not to be trifled with. You just had to provoke the woman I fancy, and now, you've lost that slut Kai Bing's power. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy to you." Situ Chong looked at Luo Tian who was being carried to the back mountain and said with disdain. At this time, a disciple asked, "Senior brother, what about the other one?" "Him? Humph. He's just a piece of trash. Just chase him down the mountain." As for Qianyu, Situ Chong did not put him in his eyes at all. He was even easier to deal with. "I'll do it right away." A disciple quickly walked out. Situ Chong laughed coldly. "Next, I have to think about how to get that slut Kai Bing onto my bed, hee hee. Everything that happened here happened under the eyes of the Monkey King. No one would care about a monkey. Situ Chong wouldn't care, and neither would the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Seeing Luo Tian being carried to the back mountain, the monkey was especially calm. Once he got angry and attracted Situ Chong's attention, the consequences would be difficult to deal with. The Monkey King quietly followed. "Brat, blame your bad luck. Whose woman can't be touched, but you just had to meet our boss's woman. Aren't you courting death? Hee hee. It's not like he's the only one. There are many people who died in the back mountain." "That's true. In this world, the strong are respected. Trash doesn't even have the right to live. Brat, just accept your fate. Stop talking nonsense with a dead man, throw him down." The two of them threw Luo Tian down the cliff. They were talking right here. A dark shadow darted out, and a spiritual light flashed. A disciple asked, "What is it?" I didn't see him. Am I seeing things? Who cares what it is? Let's go back and have a drink. I've been so annoyed with those two bitches, ice and fire. If I were the boss, I would force myself on them and do them first. Ha ha ha. I think so too. Woo woo, woo woo woo. Monkey King held Luo Tian with one hand and grabbed a branch on the cliff with the other hand. He was in pain and wanted to wake Luo Tian up, but Luo Tian didn't wake up. His injuries were just as Scarlet Serpent Deity had said. His internal injuries had accumulated a lump of blood. This was the reason why he had been in a coma for half a month. Now that the blood had been forced out, he still needed a little more time to wake up. Monkey King held on to Luo Tian tightly, refusing to let go even if he had to die. The sound of bones dislocating could be heard from his tiny arm. Even so, he did not think of letting go of Luo Tian. On the contrary, he held on even tighter. Suddenly, crack! The sound of a branch breaking rang out. Monkey King's expression changed as he was directly brought down by Luo Tian's heavy body. Monkey King was still holding on to Luo Tian tightly. With his agile methods, he could easily jump up the cliff. But he didn't do that. Luo Tian gave him hope. Moreover, he had also opened the door in his heart. To him, Luo Tian was the young master. Even if he died, he couldn't let him die. Facing the bottomless abyss, Monkey King hugged onto Luo Tian tightly, using his back as a cushion. He wanted to be a meat cushion for Luo Tian, because this way, he could at least reduce some of the force for Luo Tian. At the very least, Luo Tian's chances of survival would be slightly higher. He didn't care about his own life and death. Hula, walala, the wind whistled in his ears, blowing on his body like knives. He kept falling, and falling, as if he was in a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a strong gust of cold wind suddenly attacked. Suddenly, it sucked on Luo Tian's body, followed by a burst of eerie laughter. Wahaha, wahaha, I didn't expect another ration to come. I really don't know who is so good. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The demonic sound lingered and directly seeped into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Immediately, his mind shook as his eyes suddenly opened. Looking at Monkey King who was hugging him, and then seeing himself being sucked in by a force, his heart tightened. Where is this place? Not good. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a loud sound, Luo Tian and Monkey King were sucked into the cave by a gust of black wind. This force controlled Luo Tian tightly, smashing into the two sides of the cave and rolling down like a stone. A few minutes later, Luo Tian landed on a pile of bones. This was a natural karst cave the size of a football field. In the karst cave, there were two incomparably thick chains that locked onto a huge rock. On the huge rock was a person with red hair that soared to the sky. His body was pierced through by a chain, and he had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Demon, his body carried a dense demonic aura, and Luo Tian could clearly feel this aura. Old Devil Boulder. He had been suppressed in the Ice Fire sect for 1,300 years. The chains on his body were made of profound being cold iron, and with the addition of the sealing runes, they sealed off most of the power in his body. Old Devil Boulder stared at Luo Tian, as well as the monkey beside him, and laughed strangely. Buy one, get one free. I didn't expect it to be a little demon beast. Huh? Old Devil Boulder's gaze tensed up. He stared at the monkey, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Interesting, interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that there would be such an interesting monkey in this kind of place. However, no matter how interesting it is, it's useless. Then you're going to become food in my stomach. Old Devil Boulder laughed, saliva flowing out of his mouth as he stared at Luo Tian. The huge round rock started rolling, and said, Brat, white and tender, I'll eat you first. Shwa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It suddenly attacked. The speed was astonishing. Luo Tian did not react at all. This was not the difference in cultivation level, but the difference was too great. There was no way to compare. However, Luo Tian was never a person who would sit still and wait for death. Facing the gigantic Old Devil Boulder, Luo Tian moved. Top quality saber-toothed tiger, charge. The war beast rushed out and pounced towards Old Devil Boulder. Wow. You even gave me an extra tiger? Ha ha ha, this is great. Old Devil Boulder's mouth sucked in a wave of energy, and directly swallowed the few meters tall saber-toothed tiger into his mouth. After a round of biting, blood gushed out from between his teeth, making him look incomparably ferocious. Saber-toothed tiger could be considered a top-grade war beast. However, it was instantly killed in front of Old Devil Boulder. This was still the sealed Old Devil Boulder. If his seal was released, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the heavens? Luo Tian was a little stupefied. He thought that the highest quality saber-toothed tiger would be able to hold on for at least a few minutes, but moreover. The Old Devil of Boulder's hands and feet were tied up by the broken face. He only used the power of his mouth to suck in the saber-toothed tiger. Blood gushed out. The bones were spat out one by one. There was not a single bit of meat on the bones. They were clean, as if they had not eaten for a few years. A huge saber-toothed tiger was only left with a pile of bones in less than a minute. The Old Devil of Boulder burped, his mouth full of blood, and said excitedly, "Awesome. This is too satisfying. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well." Ha ha ha, the Old Devil of Boulder turned his gaze and stared at Luo Tian, saying, "Brat, it's your turn now." Heh, the terrifying gaze made Luo Tian unable to move. This was not a pressure, but a crushing aura. Fight head-on, there was no hope at all. Even if Luo Tian had leveled up to the peak realm in the Marshalsea area, he would definitely not be a match for the old demon in front of him, unless he had the power to instantly kill him. However, the experience points did not enter the burning state, so he could not activate the instant kill. He still needed a little more experience. But in this cave, where would he get experience? There was no need to think about killing monsters to gain experience. If he fought head-on, he would only die even more miserably. Seeing the Old Devil of Boulder slowly rolling up, the monkey stood in front of Luo Tian and stammered as if to say, "If you want to eat the young master, you have to swallow me first." "Little guy, do you want to die? Then I'll eat you first." The Old Devil of Boulder laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian's mind raced as he rushed forward and said, "Senior, you should be full after eating my war beast. Why don't you leave us for tomorrow? If you eat us all today, what will you do when you're hungry tomorrow?" He would drag it out for as long as he could. It was impossible to escape from this place with force, so he could only rely on his intelligence. The Old Devil of Boulder's eyes moved slightly, as if he was seriously thinking about it, and said, "That makes sense." Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Boulder Fiend continued, "However, I wasn't full just now. If I eat you, I won't be hungry tomorrow." Ha ha ha. I realize that I'm getting smarter and smarter. Luo Tian's body trembled as he repeatedly said, "Senior, we may be the last people to fall off the cliff. The mountain is already being modified. From now on, I'm afraid no one will fall off the cliff. Don't you think about it?" Boulder Geezer said in disdain, "Don't you think I'll have a future if I'm like this? I only care about what's in front of me. As for the future, it can go to hell. Kid, don't waste your breath. I'll eat you up quickly. It'll only take a few seconds at most. There won't be any pain." Old Demon Boulder was getting impatient. Damn it. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He summoned the big black saber and activated the power in his body. Come on. F*CKU. Must he eat him? Then he had to resist. No matter what, he had to give it his all. Boulder Old Devil looked at the big black blade, his eyes flashing with a trace of light, and said coldly, "Nine Heavens God-Killing Alliance's blade, seems like your background is not small. However, even if the alliance leader of the Nine Heavens God-Killing Alliance comes, I will still swallow him." While they were talking, Boulder Old Devil moved. At this moment, Luo Tian also moved, releasing the power of the Law of Luo. The aura on his body suddenly changed. The big black saber seemed to be real. It was very strange. It's useless no matter what power you have. Your cultivation is only at the middle stage of the Marshalsea, too weak. Boulder Old Devil's body shook, and the huge round rock was directly shaken into the air, crushing down towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, and frowned. Law of Luo, if there is nothing. Kill. The power of the ancient code surged as he slashed down with his blade. The power of the big black blade disappeared, suddenly appeared again, and suddenly disappeared again. It was erratic, and even Boulder Old Devil could not sense his existence. It was extremely strange. This is a new power of law? This power? Suddenly, Boulder Old Devil looked at the power of the law of Luo that he had never sensed before. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. The huge round rock stayed motionless in the air. Luo Tian also slashed down with his blade. Clang! The blade slashed down and heavily struck Boulder Old Devil's forehead. It was as if he had struck a thick steel plate, causing his arms to go numb. The big black blade was also dislocated and flew out. There wasn't even the slightest wound on his forehead. Abnormal defense, Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Boulder Old Devil above his head. He did not come down for a long time, as if a blade was placed on your neck and did not chop down for a long time. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Half a minute passed. Boulder Old Devil seemed to have fallen into deep thought. A new power of law? This power of law is so strange. That's not right. How? A person muttered to himself like a madman, causing Luo Tian to be confused. Luo Tian shouted, "Hey, if you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of stopping in midair?" Suddenly, the boulder suddenly fell. Luo Tian's heart sank, and thought, "It's over." At this moment, Boulder Old Devil stopped half a centimeter above his head, his two demonic eyes staring at Luo Tian, and said, "Brat, tell me the truth, what power did you use just now?" Two big men, eye to eye. Moreover, the air was still crackling with static electricity. Luo Tian calmed his mind, and said slightly, "My power of law." "Yours? Did you comprehend it? Could it be that you once possessed multiple divine kings' divine deity?" Boulder Old Ancestor was shocked in his heart. Luo Tian slightly said, "For divine king's divine deity, fused together to form a new power of law, my power, is also called the power of the law of Luo." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Boulder Old Devil suddenly jumped, and directly retreated a few hundred meters, as if he was incomparably afraid. Leaning against the deepest part of the cave, he carefully asked, "What did you say your surname was?" "Law." Luo Tian looked at Boulder Old Devil, unable to understand what was going on. "Law. Luo, why, the same power of law, could it really be master?" "Impossible, impossible." Boulder Old Devil was incomparably shocked, and that kind of shock could not be described with words. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He said it was impossible. However, Boulder Old Devil kept looking at Luo Tian, and thought to himself, "Similar, really similar, just like the old master." "Is that really so?" Boulder Old Devil asked again, "Where did you come from?" Luo Tian also wanted to know what he was shocked about, and answered truthfully, "Divine realm." Boulder Old Devil's brows relaxed, "Then it's not, at this moment." Luo Tian said again, "My source continent is Earth." Boulder Old Devil's expression changed greatly, his lips trembling, young master? The same power of law. The same origin continent. The same surname. Moreover, there were astonishing similarities in appearance. If these things were combined together, Old Devil Boulder looked at Luo Tian seriously, his lips trembling in disbelief as he muttered, young master. Is it really the young master? Young master?" Luo Tian muttered in his heart, "What's the situation? No matter what, as long as I can survive, it's fine." Although he had been unconscious during this period of time, he was very clear about everything that had happened around him. Situchong, right? Luo Tian's heart was secretly filled with killing intent. As long as he could get out, he would definitely kill Situchong. Huff, I never thought that Ice Maiden and Fire Maiden would lose their cultivation. Luo Tian felt a little guilty in his heart. It was not easy to cultivate, and losing one's cultivation was practically a death sentence. It was basically impossible for him to return to the path of martial arts cultivation. However, this happened because of me. I will definitely think of a way to make you rise again. Luo Tian's heart tightened. It was basically impossible. The cultivation scattering pill was not an ordinary pill. Once consumed, the dantian in his body would explode, and he would no longer be able to condense any spiritual energy. Without the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how could he break through the shackles? Squeak squeak squeak, Monkey King pulled on Luo Tian's clothes and started squeaking. All of a sudden, the cave rumbled as Old Devil Boulder rolled over. The chains that he had put away made a clattering sound. Luo Tian's mind trembled, it's here again. At this time, Old Devil Boulder landed beside Luo Tian and said, "Are you called Luo Tian?" This was his last question. His eyes were like black holes, able to see through Luo Tian's soul. Luo Tian wanted to say no, but in the end, he nodded and said, yes. He was also curious in his heart, how did this old demon know that his name was Luo Tian, and why did he keep calling him young master? It really is. Old Demon Boulder was incomparably excited. The boulder shook and flew high into the air before smashing down. Luo Tian's expression changed greatly. Looking at the falling boulder, he muttered, F***ck. Boom, the boulder was only a few centimeters away from him, just right between the cracks. Boulder Old Demon endured the pain and knelt down on one knee. He said heavily, greetings, young master. He turned 360 degrees and knelt down. A deep pit was left on the ground. Did he have to be so cruel? Luo Tian took a step back and muttered in his heart, young master? Why am I his young master? Isn't this the first time I've met him? Or did he recognize the wrong person? Luo Tian had mixed feelings. Regardless of whether Old Demon Boulder admitted his mistake or if he really was that young master, he didn't want to deny it. Because once he denied it, Boulder Geezer would eat him. At the very least, he didn't have the ability to protect himself yet. Luo Tian pretended to be incomparably dignified and said coldly, get up. Boulder Old Demon was incomparably excited, thank you, young master. His expression had completely changed. He was even more excited than when he saw his own father. Luo Tian shouted, just now, my war beast. Boulder Old Demon knelt down again, and said, this old servant deserves to die 10,000 times, please punish me, young master. Once again, he kneeled down and created a deep pit on the ground. Luo Tian was thinking, doesn't his knee hurt? Luo Tian waved his hand, and said, forget it. Right. How did you recognize me? Luo Tian really wanted to figure out if Boulder Old Demon had made a mistake. He beat around the bush. Moreover, looking at Boulder Old Demon's expression, he was not wary of him at all. Boulder Old Demon was like a servant of a family, bowing and groveling as he said, your surname is Luo, the origin continent is Earth, and you have also comprehended 10 divine kings' divine deity. The power of the new law that you have comprehended is faintly discernible, and then there is your appearance. Hearing that, Luo Tian's mind trembled, and said, what's wrong with my appearance? Boulder Old Demon said, young master, your appearance is 80% similar to Old Master when he was young, so I dare to conclude that you are the young master. What the F***ck Luo Tian was shocked in his heart. He had thought that Boulder Old Demon had recognized the wrong person, but now, could it be? Could it be his father? Holy sh**t. Luo Tian's body trembled, impossible. He was an orphan. He had never seen his father since he was young, so he had no idea what kind of existence his father was. On Earth, he was an orphan. After transmigrating, he was still an orphan. After being reborn on Earth, he was still an orphan. He had always been an orphan. How could there be such a coincidence? In Luo Tian's heart, the concept of a father was too vague. Hearing Boulder Old Demon's words, his heart sank. Could it be that I really have a father? Is it from Earth? Is that possible? Luo Tian laughed bitterly. If there really was a dead man who came to father, then he would really be ruthless. He abandoned me on Earth, made me naked for 20 years, and then brought me to another world to risk my life. In the end, he still died in the divine realm. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Tian suddenly laughed crazily, and said, what is this? What is this? What are you? Luo Tian looked up at the sky and shouted, what is this? He didn't appear before, but now he's out? Do you think I'm a monkey? Luo Tian was very unhappy in his heart. He didn't want this kind of father. Boulder Old Demon said slightly, young master also has his difficulties. The pain in his heart is something you cannot imagine. Pain? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was very irritable. A person who had never had anything to do with him suddenly appeared, and was even his closest relative. He couldn't bear it. He was completely unprepared for this kind of father who suddenly appeared. Boulder Old Demon didn't dare to say anything else and silently guarded by the side. In another place, a middle-aged man's face was covered in tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He kept apologizing. The pain in his heart could not be described with words. Tian. Father has let you down, father has let you down. The man blamed himself incomparably, but there was no regret in his eyes. If he had to choose again, he would still do the same. Because, only by doing that would he be able to save his son's life, arrange all of this, let him transmigrate, let him be reborn, let him enter the center of the 100,000 universes, the Chaos Realm. He had to let his son continue to rise. Even if he had to watch his son face danger time and time again, face death time and time again, and even die in the hands of the Supreme Divine King Hong Tu in the Divine Realm. Every time, his heart would ache incomparably. However, he also knew that these tribulations would make his son stronger, and give him enough strength to find himself, then. To do something that he couldn't do. Something that he had to do, in the cave. For an entire night, Luo Tian leaned on the rock and looked at the ceiling of the cave. He didn't say a single word. Brother Monkey guarded him silently. Old Demon Boulder guarded him silently too. The next day, Luo Tian took in a deep breath and muttered, others? I don't have the right. He couldn't find his children either. What did he do? He didn't see his daughter, he didn't see his son, so what right did he have to talk about his father? Phew, Luo Tian looked at the old demon and asked, is he okay? Boulder Old Demon was stunned for a moment and said, I've been separated from the old master for too long. His cultivation speed is something I can't keep up with. At that time, he was the strongest expert in the Chaos Realm, but how many years ago was that? I don't remember it clearly either. Luo Tian was shocked, the strongest expert in the Chaos World? Old Demon Boulder nodded, he was invincible in the world. Those Flame Emperor of the Chaos World, Sky Lord, none of them were his match. They were all stepped on by him. That was when he was at his weakest, he was too strong. But, then he disappeared. As for where he went, I don't know. Ever since he reached the peak, he hasn't appeared. Old Demon Boulder said, Old Master is definitely still alive, he is definitely in a corner. Very strong, Chaos World was the center of the 100,000 universes. Being invincible in the Chaos World was the same as being invincible in the 100,000 universes. Who could kill him under such circumstances? No one. This kind of realm had long since reached the level of immortality. Did he break out of the Chaos World and enter another world? Luo Tian didn't think about all that. Looking at the chains on Old Demon Boulder's body, he couldn't help but think about two balls. You should be very strong if you followed him. How did you end up like this? How did you end up locked up in such a place? Hayes, after your father disappeared, the Luo family that he built up was hunted down by the 10,000 races. One could say that anyone with the Luo family bloodline was wiped out. For millions of years in the primal Chaos Realm, no one with the surname Luo appeared. I still have a few brothers. Because they are all demonic cultivators, and have some special cultivation methods, we were able to escape because we don't have the bloodline of the Luo clan in our bodies. However, we were hunted down endlessly, again and again. Every single one of them was once defeated by your father. They are jealous of your father's talent. They also want to exterminate the Luo clan, not giving them any chance to make a comeback. We didn't let him off either. During a pursuit, I was separated from my brothers. I fled from the western demonic domain to the Martial Sea region. At that time, I was already seriously injured. Unexpectedly, I was captured by a pinnacle sealing master and sealed under the Icefire mountain range. My body was turned into stone and my sea of consciousness and mind were sealed with chains, making it so that I could never use a trace of power. After thousands of years, I've only been able to use a tiny bit of power. I've absorbed some birds outside the cave and ice fire sect disciples that fell down. Speaking of which, Old Devil Boulder looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Young master, how did you fall from the cliff?" Luo Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I accidentally fell down." The Monkey King squeaked and squeaked. "What? A mere C-formation realm ant dares to hurt young master? He's courting death." When Old Devil Boulder heard Monkey Brother's words, he instantly fell into a rage. That violent aura crushed the entire cave, causing the huge rocks to constantly deform. The tens of thousands of kilograms of rocks were finally crushed into a small stone. He was exceptionally angry. "Ice Fire Sect? Humph. Have you asked me to establish a sect on top of my head? You actually dare to hurt my young master. You're tired of living." Old Devil Boulder was really angry. The power that erupted from his body was terrifying. The feeling he gave Luo Tian was that no one in the Martial Sea region was his opponent. Luo Tian slightly said, "This is my business, I will take care of it." "Now, let's talk about your business. How can I undo the seal on your body? Also, is there an exit to this cave?" These two questions were very important. Looking at Old Devil Boulder's expression, he should be his father's servant. If this guy was released, then, he could sweep through the Martial Sea region with a single sentence. However, he had to first undo the chains and seals on his body. Old Devil Boulder's eyes darkened, and said, "Young master, the seal on my body is a supreme seal. Unless it is the person who planted this seal, no one can undo it." "Huh?" Luo Tian frowned. "There's no way at all?" Old Devil Boulder smiled slightly, and said, "Who can undo the supreme seal? There are very few people in the Chaos Realm who cultivate the sealing technique, and even fewer people who cultivate to the Supreme Realm. Only the Supreme Seal Master can undo it, and there is no such person in the Martial Sea region." Supreme Seal Technique? In other words, you have cultivated the sealing technique to the Great Perfection Realm? Luo Tian thought in his heart, "Give me enough time, this won't be a problem." Following that, Luo Tian asked again, "You don't have to worry about undoing the seal on your body, I will think of a way. Now, tell me about the problem with the exit of the cave." Old Devil Boulder said, "That's simple, leave from the place you came in from, my power can send you out. However, there is a huge abyss below you, and the abyss is filled with evil demon beasts that are suppressed by the Ice and Fire Mountain range. There is a staircase to heaven in the abyss. If you climb all the way up, you will be able to walk out of the Ice and Fire Mountain range." Luo Tian frowned. "All right, send me to the abyss." "What?" The old devil immediately became nervous, and said, "Young master, it's too dangerous. Your current cultivation is probably," Luo Tian slightly said, "the reason why my father is able to become stronger so quickly, should be because he is constantly killing demon beasts to break through, right?" "Me too. Send me down," Luo Tian said with certainty once again. Old Devil Boulder's brows trembled, and said, "All right, but I'm worried about you. Young master. I'll give you something. This thing contains my power, and as long as you activate it with your spiritual energy, it will explode out. Every time you use it, your strength will weaken by a bit. The next time you come, I'll fill it in for you." While they were talking, Old Devil Boulder's stomach rolled. Following that, a half-meter-long Vajra pestle appeared, carved with real demons and ghosts, with power sealed on top of it. The old devil said, "This was a weapon that your father refined for me. This weapon is also something that those peak experts have always wanted, but who would have thought that I would swallow it into my stomach, haha, for a weapon, he was able to do so much." Luo Tian was extremely shocked in his heart. Then, Luo Tian thought of the Ice Girl and Fire Girl's problem, and said, "Is there a way to recover my cultivation after swallowing the cultivation scattering pill?" The old devil did not hesitate and said, "There is a way. However, I want to see someone." Luo Tian laughed. "Understood." Boom. With a loud bang, Luo Tian fell down, falling into the abyss of demons. If not for the old devil's power, Luo Tian would definitely be smashed to pieces. Chaos Realm. My father was here too. Luo Tian looked up at the dark sky. Even the sun couldn't shine here. Once the strongest person in the Chaos Realm. Once, the Luoshire clan was incomparably glorious. They were the strongest existence in the Chaos Realm and even in the entire universe. But, this is all in the past. Luo Tian exhaled a breath of air. His mind trembled. No matter how glorious you were in the past, no matter how big the crisis you encountered, you threw me away. Have you ever thought about me? You are you. I am me. I will not follow your old path, nor will I follow the path you designed. As long as I find Niao Niao and Jing I will leave this place and return to the divine realm. Being together as a family is better than anything else. Luo Tian said slowly. Even if he knew that he had an invincible father, he did not have the concept of a father in his heart. Not since he was young, and even less now. He wanted to walk his own path, however. Huff, Luo Tian slowly stood up. His eyes were sinister and sinister. Situ Chong, right? Just you wait. Creak creak, Monkey King called out a few times. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. He also felt a dangerous aura approaching from the surroundings. Whoosh! A shadow pounced over. Luo Tian raised his eyes and directly released the power of the Law of Luo. The big black blade slashed down. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. A ferocious demon beast had one of its arms cut off. Luo Tian moved and slashed down again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing evil demon minions for gaining 500 experience points, 36 spiritual force points. Not bad. Then kill. Whoosh, 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 several black shadows pounced down and rushed towards Luo Tian. Chiao chiao. So. Luo Tian lashed out with his foot, causing the skeleton spirit to transform into a beam of red light as it shot out, directly knocking down an evil demon. Chiao Chiao became excited and stomped heavily on the evil demon's head. Luo Tian's aura was calm, and his spirit energy spread out. His entire aura fell into a state. The saber moved, spiritual power burned, and the power of the Law of Luo superimposed. Kill. The saber slashed down. An evil demon was instantly killed. Shwa. Luo Tian went on a killing spree, not letting any of the demonic beasts go. In another place. In the karst cave. Old demon. Boulder's tears streamed down his face. Old master, the young master is here. The young master is here. He really came to the primal chaos world. Woo woo, don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of him. If anyone dares to touch a single strand of his hair, I'll uproot him. Monster Boulder was extremely excited. When Luo Tian was here, he didn't dare to show it. Now that Luo Tian had left the cave, his heart instantly collapsed. Once upon a time. He said that the demon clan was a weak little demon. Because he followed Luo Tian's father, he quickly rose to power. He became a giant demon and crushed the entire demon clan. Once upon a time. He followed his master. Wherever he went, he would kill and explode. Who wouldn't be convinced? Trampled to death, what rancor? Great Emperor? They were all trampled to death. That scene was still fresh in his mind, making him incomparably excited. The current chaos world was already in chaos. The high-level domains were fighting. The low-level domains were also fighting. At this time, no one remembered the Luo family. No one remembered the man who once stood at the peak of the chaos world. Now. Luo Tian appeared. The excitement in Monster Boulder's heart caused him to laugh wildly, ha ha ha. The banner of the Luo family will definitely flutter once again, and once again stand at the peak of this world. Old master, just you wait and see. Little master will definitely not disappoint you. Monster Boulder had never shed tears before. This was the first time, after saying this. Monster Boulder let out a light breath and muttered, how many years has it been? I have already given up on cultivating. Now, I'm going to start cultivating again. I, Primordius Devil Emperor, am going to reappear in the martial arts world, ha ha ha. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing evil demon minions for obtaining 500 experience, 36 spirit force. Ding. Experience points has entered the burning stage. Do you wish to level up? Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, nodded, and said, level up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The moment Luo Tian's voice fell, the system automatically helped him level up, and the power of the sea formation realm surged out. It entered his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel the change in his strength. It was several times stronger than the martial sea realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up and obtaining a special reward from the system. The system beep ended. A gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The idea moved and clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Dragon Steps. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Tianlong Saber Technique. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Open Box System. System, Open Box System Description, kill a special boss, complete a high-level quest, or level up and you will receive the system's reward boxes. There are bronze boxes, silver, gold, diamond, and king's boxes. Description, everything is random. The higher the level of the box, the better the item. Huh? Luo Tian was startled. Open the box function? It's time to rely on luck. Luo Tian had played hundreds of games, and many of them had the function of opening chests. This was completely dependent on luck. However, the system's reward box was different. If the reward box was a king's level, then the chances of opening a king's equipment would be very high. It was slightly different from the game. At the same time, Luo Tian moved, and said to the two sets of cultivation techniques rewarded by the system, cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Heavenly Dragon Steps and Heavenly Dragon Saber Technique. Cultivation Method, Heavenly Dragon Steps Grade, Earth Rank 6 Consumption, 500 Spiritual Energy Cooldown, None Description. This step has 8 steps, and each step increases the speed at which it increases. One step gives birth to 10,000 techniques, and 10,000 techniques transform into a heavenly dragon. Cultivation Method, Tianlong Saber Technique Grade, Earth Rank 8 Consumption, 600 Spiritual Energy Cooldown, None Description. This blade technique has 8 moves, one move extends to 10,000 moves, and 10,000 moves transform into a heavenly dragon. When you comprehend the true essence of the Heavenly Dragon Saber Technique, you will be able to unleash the Tianlong Wave. Not a bad cultivation technique. The god-level cultivation techniques from before had all disappeared. Moreover, those cultivation techniques were useless in the Chaos Realm. The laws of each plane were different, and although they were powerful in other places, they might not be able to do so here. In the Divine Realm, it was a divine rank cultivation technique, but in the Chaos Realm, it could be the lowest level cultivation technique. Huff, then let's try out the new footwork and cultivation technique. Luo Tian looked at an evil demon minion and rushed forward, kill. Luo Tian continued to kill. Every time he made a move, Luo Tian would be cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique. It was just as the system described. One step leads to 10,000 steps, and 10,000 steps turn into a heavenly dragon. The profound meaning of the cultivation technique was like a world, extremely difficult to grasp. However, if you could unleash the power of the Heavenly Dragon Steps, then you would transform into a heavenly dragon in one step, just like a furious heavenly dragon roaring. It was the same for the blade technique. 1/1 realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique was like a blade to hell, a blade to become a demon, a blade to break Buddha. That kind of profound meaning made Luo Tian want to die. Luo Tian had never thought about leveling up his skills in the past, because he only needed proficiency. With proficiency, he could continuously level up his skills, but now, neither of the two techniques had any proficiency. He could only rely on his continuous comprehension and cultivation to comprehend the power of the cultivation method through cultivation. Huff, again. Luo Tian took the third step, but he couldn't take it no matter how hard he tried. It was just a formality, but it wasn't intentional, and its power was more than 10 times weaker. Again. Luo Tian started from the beginning again. One day passed, Luo Tian was crazily killing, crazily cultivating. The second day passed, and he was still the same. Other than resting for a while when he was too tired to take it, Luo Tian did not let go of any time to cultivate. In the past, he could only rely on his proficiency to train. Now, not only did he have to rely on training, he also had to rely on comprehension and constantly think. Situ Chong is at the C formation realm. If I want to trample him to death, I have to be stronger than him, several times stronger. My level is higher than his. My cultivation technique is also stronger than his. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy when he thought of Situ Chong's despicable face. If it wasn't for him, Ice Girl and Fire Girl wouldn't have ended up like that. He could ignore everything else. But he couldn't ignore these two girls. Cultivation scattering pill, that was a matter of a lifetime. Continue training. One step, one blade. One step, one world. One blade, one world. Sometimes, Luo Tian's body seemed to release the might of a heavenly dragon. But in the next moment, it disappeared without a trace. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that this cultivation technique was not as simple as a sixth-stage earth technique. In other words, the cultivation methods he cultivated in other planes were too trashy. Again. He continued to practice. And cultivate in battle. He relied on those evil demon minions to continuously cultivate his battle skills. The Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique were completely integrated into his bones. He blended in completely. Half a month passed. Luo Tian was cultivating in the abyss, and there were corpses of evil demons everywhere. However, after such a long time, he found it strange. Aside from these evil demon minions, he did not see a single elite monster, let alone a boss monster. Actually, he didn't know. It wasn't that there weren't any elite monsters in the abyss of 10,000 demons, nor was it that there weren't any bosses. It was just that they were all being crushed by the old devil of boulders, not daring to move at all. They also wanted to go out and kill Luo Tian and eat him, but they couldn't do it at all. The old devil of boulders had unleashed his might, and they couldn't withstand it. The old devil of boulders' idea had never left Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's continuous cultivation and continuous killing, he became even happier. Similar, it's really too similar, it's simply the same. Ha ha ha, the strength and aura of his body are much stronger than they were half a month ago. Although this kind of cultivation speed is a little lacking compared to the old master, who in the entire Martial Sea area can match up to him. Young master is mighty. Who? Luo Tian let out a long breath, his entire body drenched in sweat, and said, I've finally cultivated to the fourth step. The Heavenly Dragon Saber technique has also been cultivated to the fourth blade. My brain almost exploded. However, from the moment he transmigrated until now, Luo Tian had never had this kind of feeling before. It was exceptionally fulfilling, and this was not the power of the system. This was his own power. In the true sense, it was something that he had comprehended. This kind of feeling was something that he had never experienced before. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at his experience. Damn it, leveling up is too difficult. Up until now, I've only gained 80% of my experience. Forget it. Counting the days, it's time today. Luo Tian kept his big black blade, and said to a monkey that was accompanying him, Brother Monkey, let's go. It's time to find someone to settle the score. There are some debts that must be settled. Situ Chong, I'm here. Luo Tian stepped onto the heaven connecting ladder and climbed up. In another place. Ice Fire Sect, at the foot of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Humph. Bitch, you don't want face. It's your fortune that our boss has taken a fancy to you. Who do you think you are now? You are just a servant of the Ice Fire Sect, a piece of trash who has lost all his power, a piece of trash who can only be a servant for the rest of his life, do you understand? A man blocked the Ice Maiden's path. He was Situ Chong's lackey. During this period of time, he had been waiting for her at the foot of the mountain, harassing her. The Ice Maiden said coldly, Go back and tell your boss that I, a servant, will not trouble him. You, Kai Bing, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you still think that you are a high and mighty ice beauty? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Boss said that as long as you follow him, he will let you live comfortably for the rest of your life. This is a great thing. At this moment, The fire girl rushed down the mountain in a hurry, pointed at that person and said, "Senior sister, he's the one who bullies big sister every day." Humph. How can Crimson Lotus Peak be a place where you can behave atrociously? A woman's sword flew out. The man retreated and quickly jumped into the woods. In the woods, he shouted, "Kai Bing, you bitch, just wait for me." The fire girl quickly ran up. "Big sister, is he Situ Chong's lackey again?" The ice maiden said slightly, "Why did you call senior sister Qing here?" At this moment, the woman's face was slightly cold. "Junior sister Kai Yan, 30 upper grade primordial stones. Hand it over within 3 days. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Kai Yan said, "I know. Thank you for your help, senior sister." Humph? Help? If it weren't for the fact that I need primordial stones to break through to the high-grade sea realm, would I help you too? Dream on. Qing Yan smiled coldly, glanced at Kai Bing, and sneered, "If I were you, I would agree with him. You still want to cultivate now? That's impossible. Go back to the secular world and be an ordinary person. Ice Fire Sect is no longer a world where you can survive. Kai Bing, don't be the Kai Bing who was valued by Master. You are now just a servant of Crimson Lotus Peak, a slave. Don't think about turning over in this life." Her face was full of disdain. He especially emphasized the words servants and slaves. Kai Bing felt very uncomfortable in her heart. If you were strong, others would fear and revere you. If you were weak, whether it was a human or a ghost, they would all step on you. The world where the strong were respected was even more vivid. Therefore, everyone who stepped into the path of martial arts cultivation was desperately cultivating to break through the shackles and become a person above others. Only then would they have the qualifications to step on others. To become a person above others, cultivation resources, mentors, and a powerful sect as a backer were all indispensable. Therefore, many people wanted to enter the Ice Fire Sect, which was a huge sect. At the entrance of the Ice Fire Sect, line up, all of you line up. Whoever doesn't line up, I'll cripple him." "Damn it, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" An outer sect disciple guarding the mountain gate of the Ice Fire Sect shouted loudly. Today was the day that the Ice Fire Sect recruited disciples, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of disciples crowded at the mountain gate, and it was extremely crowded. There are a lot of disciples participating in the selection this year. 20% more than previous years. This is all because our Ice Fire Sect's influence in the Martial Sea region has increased. This is only the beginning. In the future, we will become stronger and become the #1 sect in the Martial Sea region. Ha ha ha. That's right. There are a lot of people, but I don't know about the quality. After all, no matter how many people there are, they are all trash. That will only waste our assessment time and our Ice Fire Sect's cultivation resources. Several outer sect elders were chatting. Speaking of genius disciples, an elder said in high spirits, "According to what I heard, there are a few super geniuses this time. Lin Ju from the Lin Mountain Prefecture is an 8th grade talent and has comprehended an exclusive sacred art." Oh? There's such a genius? An 8th grade talent is not low. To be able to comprehend an exclusive sacred art, that's even more not simple. The elder continued, "It's not worth it. Manpa from the Bahuang Prefecture is an innate demon body with a peak 8th grade talent. He also has his own innate sacred art. He can be considered a super genius." Ha ha ha. Elder Su, you've recruited so many geniuses. You've done a great job. Ha ha ha. Everyone's credit, everyone's credit. I don't dare to take the credit. At this moment, a man carried a large black saber on his shoulder, and a monkey stood on the black saber. He did not line up. He was not here to participate in the selection. He had no interest in the Ice Fire Sect or the overlord force of the Martial Sea region. He came here for only one purpose, Situ Chong. "Hey you, didn't you hear me? Line up, line up." "Are you deaf?" a disciple shouted at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said faintly, "I'm not here to take the test. I'm here to find someone." Huh? Not participating in the assessment? What are you doing here if you don't want to participate in the test? Get lost, find someone to search elsewhere. That disciple was very impatient. He could only be arrogant today and show off a little. In front of these people who had not officially become disciples, they all had to respect him. They enjoyed this feeling. This was a once-in-a-year event. After these few days, those who failed the selection would leave, and those who succeeded would become official disciples. No one would pay attention to them anymore. Luo Tian did not leave. He said, "I'm looking for Situ Chong." Huh? Situ Chong? Why does this name sound a little familiar? That person muttered, and a disciple beside him said in a low voice, "War Marshal Hall's little genius, senior brother Situ Chong." Huh? That person immediately revealed a look of reverence towards Luo Tian, and said, "Big brother, why are you looking for Situ Chong?" Luo Tian said, "I have some personal matters to discuss with him, can you find him for me?" That person revealed a troubled expression, and said, "I am just a disciple guarding the mountain gate, I don't even have the qualifications to enter the War Marshal Hall, how can I find senior brother Situ?" "Then what can we do?" Luo Tian asked. He just wanted to kill Situ Chong. He had no other goal. However, this ice fire sect was incomparably huge. Just the number of disciples was in the hundreds of thousands, and the number of disciples in the War Marshal Hall reached 200,000. At this moment, a disciple whispered something into that disciple's ear. The mountain gate guarding disciple's face immediately darkened. He glanced at Luo Tian and directly pulled him to the side, saying, "Brother, are you here to seek revenge? Hurry up and leave, senior brother Situ is someone you can't afford to offend. Don't ask for trouble, you're not his match." Finished. The mountain gate guarding disciple turned around and was about to leave, shaking his head and laughing bitterly. Situ Chong, the little genius of the War Marshal Hall. Not to mention his cultivation strength, just his identity as a disciple of the War Marshal Hall was not simple. Want to take revenge on him? It was no different from courting death. At this time, Luo Tian pulled him back and said, "Just tell me, is there any way to find him?" The disciple looked at Luo Tian and said, "Why are you like this?" "I said, don't seek your own death, hurry up and leave. When senior brother Situ sees you, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." In his opinion, Luo Tian was courting death. Luo Tian said, "Just say it, you don't have to worry about whether I'm going to die or not. F***ck. Why aren't you listening to my advice?" "Alright. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." The disciple threw out an examination token and said, "You want to find senior brother Situ, right? There's only one way. Pass the selection exam and join the War Marshal Hall, and you'll be able to find senior brother Situ." "Kid, I don't think you can even pass the exam." Finished. He flicked his sleeves and walked out in large strides. Luo Tian picked up the wooden tablet on the ground. On the wooden tablet, there was a number 9527, which was his number, the examination number. The moment he picked up the identity token, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the assessment quest. Mission: pass the Ice Fire Sect's examination rank, see reward, 10,000 experience, 1,000 spirit force, 1 bronze chest. Ding! Do you accept? Assessment mission: the difficulty of the mission. Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. This could be considered his second mission in the Chaos Realm. The first one was to take in Qinyu, which was basically the lowest level mission. Huff, if you don't accept the mission, you won't be able to find Situ Chong, nor will you be able to find Ice Lady, Fire Lady. Luo Tian's heart tightened, the idea moved, and said, "Accept." Ding! Mission accepted. Then, Luo Tian walked to the registration area, handed over the wooden tablet, and said, "Participate in the examination." Life. Family, background. The person in charge of statistics asked. Luo Tian. No background. Luo Tian replied. A rogue cultivator? Alright, it's been recorded. You can enter the examination grounds now. Someone will tell you the rules. Luo Tian walked over in large strides. He walked to a place similar to a transmission array. The first stage was to kill 10 second-level monster beasts. Complete it within an hour. 100 people enter each time. If they can't complete it in an hour, they will be automatically eliminated. A steward said. Luo Tian walked up at this time. Get the hell to the back. A tall and sturdy man placed one hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and sneered in disdain, brat, scram to the side. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold, and said, you better take your dirty hands away. F***ck. You dog, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? The man said arrogantly. Luo Tian said again, I'll say it again, take your dirty hands away. The man was not angry, and shouted, with your trash cultivation, you dare to come to the examination? I'm giving you face by asking you to move aside. Don't King refused to give face, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian wanted to make a move, but he realized that an even more sturdy man had lifted the man into the air. Is your cultivation very strong? The faces of the surrounding disciples all changed. Manpa. 8 desolate mansions. Genius youth, born with a demon body, has a sacred art since birth. Too powerful. Very strong. A 3-meter tall body wearing a male armor. The muscles on his body bulged as if they were about to explode, and he was filled with power. Just by standing beside him, one could feel his powerful aura. The man's face turned pale with fright, his entire body trembling as he said, Manpa, young master, I was wrong, you first. With your cultivation, you still have the nerve to participate in the selection? Manpa stared at him and casually threw him away. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The brawny man was thrown more than 10 meters away. A body that weighed several hundred kilograms could be casually thrown dozens of meters away. The strength in his hands was not simple. The stewards of the Ice Fire sect were extremely excited when they saw this. The Ice Fire sect finally has a genius who can carry the flag. Born with a demon body, and the sacred art is even more innate. This power is too strong. Haha. The Ice Fire sect is about to rise. Manpa walked in front of Luo Tian and smiled, this kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. You can go in first. Luo Tian said indifferently, thank you. Barbaric Break was indeed very terrifying. The power in his body was that kind of pure power. A single punch was at least 10,000 caddies. Manpa looked at Luo Tian's calm face and said, you're welcome. Maybe we'll be fellow disciples in the future. Luo Tian smiled and walked into the examination site. Manpa also stepped in. The brawny man who was standing more than 10 meters away was bleeding from his head, but he didn't leave. He lined up at the back of the line and rushed forward. He thought to himself, dog, I can't deal with Manpa, but I can deal with you. I won't be able to kill you. He dashed into the testing grounds. The test venue was a valley. This valley could be considered a small secret realm. It was not big, but there were demonic beasts everywhere. And many people died inside. Here, you can kill demonic beasts, and demonic beasts can kill you as well. Manpa took the lead and rushed into the group of demonic beasts like a crazy tank. He hugged a demonic beast and tightened his grip. Crack. Instant kill, then. A fluorescent light rose from the demonic beast's body and landed on his identity card. This was considered as killing a demonic beast. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill it. If you can break the record, there will be a special reward. Do you want me to help you? Luo Tian gave him a very calm feeling. He was so calm that it was unexpected. Moreover, he felt that Luo Tian was not bad. Luo Tian shook his head and said, thank you, but there's no need. While they were talking, Luo Tian also rushed to the other side. Facing the second-level fierce tiger, the black blade in his hand moved, and his footsteps moved slightly. One step was like a mist, the saber technique was like steel and thunder. Shwa. With a slash, the demonic beast was instantly killed. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing level 2 fierce tiger for obtaining 400 experience, 40 spirit force. The experience is not bad. Luo Tian muttered. Looking at the overwhelming number of level 2 demonic beasts, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he became a little excited. If we kill all of them, I should be able to reach 90% of my experience, right? Kill. Luo Tian was not like the other participating disciples, who only stayed at the entrance of the valley to kill demonic beast. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the demonic beast became. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian disappeared from the valley. Manpa looked around and realized that Luo Tian had disappeared. Where did he go? Forget it. I have a mission on me. I have to enter the top 3 in this exam, or else I'll be scolded by my sister again. After quickly killing 10 demonic beasts, Manpa rushed out in less than 10 minutes. Manpa, kill 10 demonic beasts, use 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Ranked 7th in history. Good. This result is too good, ha ha ha. The 6 people who are better than him are all super geniuses of the War Martial Hall. The entire outer sect of the Ice Fire sect was excited. The person who was looking for trouble with Luo Tian rushed into the examination grounds and just happened to avoid Manpa. He was even more pleased with himself as he thought to himself, "Brat, watch how I kill you." 10 minutes passed. Luo Tian continued to kill in the valley. 1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/. The number of demonic beasts in the valley decreased. 10 minutes. He killed 60 demonic beasts. Another 10 minutes passed. There were not many demonic beasts left at the entrance of the valley. Half an hour passed. Not a single demonic beast came out of the valley. 40 minutes passed. The disciples who entered the exam were stunned. Did they enter the wrong place? Why couldn't they see a single demonic beast? What's going on? 50 minutes passed. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in the blood of demonic beasts. There were more than 300 demonic beasts in the entire valley, and they were all killed by him. The corpses in the valley formed a mountain. Luo Tian did not stop. He was still killing. In any case, the assessment time was 1 hour, and he wanted to kill all the demonic beasts in the valley. At the 55th minute, there was not a single demonic beast left in the entire valley. Luo Tian looked at the time and quickly ran out. On the way, he happened to meet the brawny man who was looking for trouble with him. The brawny man had a bitter expression on his face. "Demonic beast, why are there no demonic beasts? I still need 2 more demonic beasts to pass the exam. Where are the demonic beasts?" His face was bitter. Luo Tian grinned, too lazy to pay attention to him. At this time, the entrance of the valley was already packed with examinees, all of them with bitter expressions on their faces. However, no one dared to go out, because once they went out, they would fail the exam. Luo Tian rushed out at the last minute and handed over his identity card. The identity card would only record that he had killed 10 demonic beasts, and would not record that he had killed more than 400 demonic beasts. The first round of the exam had been ruined by him. It collapsed. It was as if the system had collapsed. The first stage of the examination had all collapsed. According to the speed at which the secret realm refreshed, it was already unable to hold on. The first round of the examination grounds was a complete mess. The examiner was also anxious. Why are there no more demon beasts? What exactly is going on? Didn't this assessment secret realm keep spawning demon beasts? Why did it suddenly disappear? What exactly happened? Is the elder not here yet? If this goes on, the entire examination won't be able to continue. It was too difficult. The examination that was originally going smoothly suddenly stopped. The demon beasts in the secret realm could no longer satisfy the quota for the examination. The surrounding disciples who were participating in the examination were also complaining. As for what had happened, even ghosts didn't know. Who would have thought that Luo Tian would be so bored that he would kill all the demon beasts in the entire valley? Who would be so bored? The other examinees were racing against time to pass the test, but he had foolishly killed all the demonic beasts. It was as if he had squeezed out the time to come out. It was simply killing him. In the temporary examination department of the outer sect. What? There are no more demon beasts in the secret realm valley? Impossible. That secret realm has an independent system of demon beasts. All sorts of second-level demon beasts will automatically survive in the secret realm. It is specially used for the examination. How can there be no demon beasts? When the news reached the examination department, it caused an uproar. No one would believe it even if it was said out loud. When this news spread like wildfire, even the outer sect was shocked. Have you heard? All the demon beasts in the first round of the examination have been killed. It is no longer possible to conduct the examination normally. It can't be? Who is so funny? Does that person think that the more he kills, the better his results? F*CK, who is this person? He's simply too awesome. I just want to see if there's water in his head. This is too boring. Crimson Lotus Peak. Fire Girl was grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Sis, have you heard? An examinee killed all the demon beasts in the first stage of the secret realm. It's too funny, ha ha ha." Ice Girl was stunned for a moment, but did not reply. She sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into her dantian. However, no matter how hard she tried, the spiritual energy that she absorbed into her dantian disappeared in less than 3 seconds. Moreover, compared to before, the amount of spiritual aura she could sense now was negligible. Looking at her sister's desperate efforts, Fire Girl also sighed softly and said, "Sister, I've checked the sutra depository several times. After consuming the cultivation dispersing pill, the chances of recovery are basically 0. I'm afraid we'll never," Ice Maiden frowned. Fire Girl didn't continue. Instead, she let out a long sigh and muttered, "Right now, I'm just worried that Situchong will harm Handsome Brother. I wonder how Handsome Brother and Chinyu are doing now. I hope he's fine and that he's as far away from the Ice-Fire sect as possible." She did not regret taking the cultivation dispersing pill. Luo Tian was their savior and the benefactor of the Kai clan. Even if she had to die, she would choose to save Luo Tian. At this moment, a woman with a cold expression kicked a potted plant away. "Pa!" The potted plant was smashed to pieces. The woman said with disdain, "Who told you to be lazy here?" Fire Maiden was enraged as Ice Maiden immediately pulled her back. She lowered her body and smiled obsequiously. "Junior sister, without waiting for her to finish. The woman took a step forward and slapped him. "Junior sister? Who do you think you are? Calling me junior sister? Have you forgotten your identity? You are just servants of Crimson Lotus Peak, do you understand? Do you still think you are Master's treasure? You are just 2 pieces of trash now." Fire Girl was furious. She had always tried to curry favor with them, but now, she had become like this. Ice Maiden endured the pain. She no longer had any power to regenerate, so she couldn't withstand such a slap. It was painful. However, Ice Maiden immediately changed her words and said, "Senior sister, what orders do you have?" The woman smiled smugly and said, "I still have a bucket of clothes in my room that haven't been washed. Hurry up and wash them for me. If I find any stains, you don't have to eat dinner." "Humph. Looking at you guys, you know that you will be slaves for the rest of your lives, ha ha ha," the woman left. Fire Girl went crazy. "Sis, who does she think she is?" In the past, she couldn't wait to kneel down and lick his boots, but now she's so arrogant. Ice Maiden didn't say anything. Fire Girl looked at her and asked with heartache, "Sis, does it hurt?" Ice Maiden shook her head and said, "Let's go to work." In his sleeves. She clenched her fists tightly, clenched them tightly, and clenched them tightly again. She secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely restore her utility. "I must." In another place. The location of the second round of the examination. Luo Tian was leisurely. He did not know that the first round of the examination had already turned into a pot of porridge. All the elders of the outer sect were anxious. The valley of the first round of the examination was filled with people. It was densely packed, just like the demon beasts at the beginning. No one knew that he was the one who did it. At the venue of the second round of the examination, the examiner said faintly, "The second round of the examination is a level 3 demon beast. Kill 5 of them. Time, 1 hour. Pass this examination and you will be able to enter the official examination tomorrow." Remember, the faster the time, the more beneficial it is for your ranking, understand? The examiner reminded him. When Manpa saw Luo Tian, he smiled and said, "Brother, I see you again." Luo Tian also smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, "A level 3 demon beast is much stronger than a level 2 demon beast. Do you want to go together?" At this moment, another youth sneered and said disdainfully, "Manpa, being with a piece of trash will only drag you down." Manpo's eyes turned as he looked at the youth not far away. Lin Ju, the super genius chosen by the Lin Mountain Prefecture. His comprehension ability was extraordinary, and he had comprehended an exclusive cultivation technique. Manpa said, "What I do is none of your business." Lin Ju sneered, and said, "I am reminding you, don't delay your examination because of some trash. When I win against you, you will have an excuse." Humph. Lin Ju's eyes were filled with disdain as he laughed in his heart, "You're just a little bigger. What I'm stepping on is your innate demon body." Manpo's eyes darkened, and said, "Don't worry, I can defeat you with one hand." "Brother, don't worry about him. Come with me." Luo Tian said indifferently, "Thank you, but I think it's better for you to slap some people's faces." "I don't care." He refused. Because, a level 3 demon beast, the experience points would definitely be much higher than a level 2 demon beast. Moreover, his experience points had already reached 90%. Another 10% and he would be able to level up. As for Lin Ju's disdain, today was only the first round. There would be plenty of opportunities tomorrow. Enter the assessment grounds. An order was given. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said faintly, "Brother, good luck." Luo Tian smiled. Lin Ju looked at Luo Tian with contempt, and said disdainfully, "Brat, if I were you, I would give up the assessment, because with your cultivation, you will be torn apart by the demon beasts." Finished. He sneered and entered the arena. Luo Tian smiled. It was just a smile. Then, he rushed into the assessment grounds. This was also an independent secret realm. The only difference from the first stage was that this was not a valley, but a small secret room. Moreover, it was an independent secret room. There was no exit, and it was completely sealed. There was only Luo Tian, and no one else. There were 3 demon beasts in the secret room. The moment they felt Luo Tian enter the secret room, they immediately stood up. Roar. A demon beast roared and rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was startled. An independent secret room, no demon beasts all over the mountain? F***ck. Then what the hell? Immediately, Luo Tian lost interest. He was still thinking about hunting more demon beasts and trying to break through to the middle level of the sea-forming realm. Seeing the 3 demon beasts pounce on him, Luo Tian's mind stirred, and the big black blade on his shoulder fell down. The heavenly dragon stepped out. 1 step. The dragon roared. 1 slash. 8 wastelands open. Shwa. The heavenly dragon steps combined with the heavenly dragon saber technique. In that instant, the blade slashed down. The head of the demon beast was chopped off. Luo Tian did not stop because of this. His speed doubled, and before the second demon beast pounced on him, he leaned heavily on his shoulder and hit it. The second slash fell. Shwa. Crack. The second slash fell. The moment it fell, Luo Tian did not stop at all. He suddenly rushed forward, and with the third step, the third slash also fell. Shwa. The third demon beast was also killed. Its head was cut off. Ding. 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 3 consecutive notifications rang out. 3 level 3 demonic beasts, 3 seconds, 1 slash per second, 1 slash per life, 3 demonic beasts were killed in an instant. Boring. Luo Tian snorted in disdain. The wooden token quickly absorbed the fluorescent light of the 3 demonic beasts. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he strolled around the secret room and muttered to himself, "When will it respawn? Will there be a second wave? Anyway, we still have a long time. Let's wait for another wave." Demonic beasts were experience points. If they could be respawned, Luo Tian would naturally not let them go. However, 3 minutes passed, and there was no sign of a respawn. Luo Tian didn't have the patience to wait. His mind entered the wooden identity card. His figure turned illusory and walked out of the test field. It was also at this time. The supervisor shook his head and sighed, another one who failed the test. Could he succeed in coming out after just a few minutes? Furthermore, many people around Luo Tian were dejected. The level 3 demonic beasts were too ferocious, and the level 3 demonic beasts seemed to have cooperated with each other. Their attacks were extremely sharp. Luo Tian walked to the side of the examiner and said, "Elder, this is my wooden identity card." The elder who recorded the results said, "What's there to record if you fail the examination? There's no need to record it. Leave and come back next year." Failed? Luo Tian said, "I didn't fail." Those dejected people laughed disdainfully. "If you fail, then you fail." "What do you mean you didn't fail?" "Brat, stop trying to fool me. Failure is not a shameful thing. I've already failed, so it's normal for you to fail." "Exactly. If you can pass, I'll really find a piece of tofu and kill myself." They all looked down on Luo Tian. This was not the key. The key was time. Who could pass the examination in such a short time? Even super geniuses like Lin Ju and Man Pa did not come out. How could he pass, at this moment? The moment the elder who was counting the results received Luo Tian's wooden identity card, his face changed. "Pass, pass, pass." The other two stewards were immediately startled. "Old Chen, are you sure?" "No. The identity card won't be fake. He has indeed passed." Manager Chen's face was filled with shock. He checked the time and said, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. "Oh my God. How is this possible?" "Impossible, this is simply impossible." Manager Chen stared at the time and muttered, "Breaking all the records in history." Immediately after, the two stewards surrounded him and stared at Luo Tian as if they were staring at a monster. They asked seriously, "You really killed 3 beasts?" Luo Tian nodded his head, and said, "Yes." The monkey on the big black blade creaked a few times in satisfaction. Luo Tian asked again, "May I ask if you have passed the examination?" "Pass, pass, pass." Luo Tian took back his identity card and said, "Thank you." With that, he left in large strides. Today's 2 rounds were only the preliminary examination. Tomorrow would be the real examination. Those who failed the examination looked at Luo Tian with their mouths agape, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The 3 examiners were also shocked. After a long time. Only then did a steward say, "Too cool. Immediately report to the elders." Manager Chen was excited, and then he casually wrote a few words, and said, "Report to the elders of the War Martial Hall, don't report to the other elders, understand?" As long as he could bring this brat into the War Martial Hall, he would definitely receive a reward. A few minutes later, Man Pa walked out of the secret realm and said, "All right." Under normal circumstances, at this time, they would look at him with incomparable shock, just like in the first round of the examination. But there was no such thing. It was also at this time. Another person walked out of the secret realm. Lin Ju. He looked at Man Pa and frowned slightly, but he sneered and said, "I thought the innate demon body was strong, but it turns out it's only like this." Suddenly, he also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Very calm, the stewards, as well as the disciples who failed the examination, were all incomparably calm. They were not shocked by their results at all. Man Pa, 9 minutes and 47 seconds, historical record. 8th place, ugh. No, it's the 9th place. The new record just now was not recorded. Manager Chen changed his words. Lin Ju, 10 minutes and 9 seconds, 13th place in history. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Man Pa asked, "Elder, was there someone faster than us just now?" Manager Chen nodded and said excitedly, "Yes, faster than you guys, twice the time, and he also broke all the records, only using 4 minutes and 17 seconds. "How much?" Lin didn't dare believe it. Man Pa also thought that he had heard wrongly. Manager Chen said, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. The two of them instantly turned into idiots. In another place, Luo Tian walked down the mountain and muttered, 4 minutes and 17 seconds are already so shocking. If they knew that I used 3 seconds, wouldn't they be shocked to the heavens? How long? 4 minutes and 17 seconds? Are you sure? Where is he? Make an exception and admit him. We must make an exception. Outer Sect, War Hall. Senior Elder Yang Yuan's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to rush in front of Luo Tian. 4 minutes and 17 seconds, he broke the record. Isn't that too terrifying? An elder was also shocked. What did 4 minutes and 17 seconds mean? The current sect master of Ice Fire Sect, Bai Lixing, once entered Ice Fire Sect and took 6 minutes and 33 seconds to kill 3 demonic beasts in the second round. More than 2 minutes faster, 1 second was the limit, but he was faster by more than 2 minutes. How could people not be excited? An elder asked, how's that disciple's cultivation? Manager Chen said excitedly, see forming realm. Yang Yuan was excited again, see forming realm, killing 3 third-level demonic beasts in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, what a monster. Our war hall must not miss such a talent. Did you see where the man went? I want to find him personally. I must find him first, and he can ask for any conditions. Yang Yuan was so excited that he couldn't stop, because he knew the strength of such a person was too terrifying. A sea-forming realm cultivator could burst out such power. As long as he could get his guidance, he would definitely make great progress. In the future, he would definitely become an elite disciple of Ice Fire Sect, and maybe even enter the heaven list of the chaotic world. Thinking of this, he was so excited. One of the elders asked, Manpa of Ba Huang Prefecture and Lin Ju of Lin Mountain Prefecture, how are their results? Manager Chen replied, Manpa is in the top 10, and Lin Ju is in the 13th place. They used to be very outstanding. Ha ha ha, Yang Yuan laughed and said, they have always been the focus of our attention. I didn't expect them to be the side characters this time. Right. How is this kid's result in the first round? If he could finish the second round in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, then the first round must be even faster. Manager Chen said, I sent someone to check before I came, and it was a bit unexpected. Yang Yuan asked, how so? Manager Chen said, he spent a whole 59 minutes in the first round. He was 1 minute away from being disqualified. I don't understand. Huh? The elders of the War Martial Hall were shocked once again. There was a clear contrast between the two stages. Everyone fell silent. One of the elders asked, the first stage was very simple. Even 10 level 1 demonic beasts were not a match for 1 level 3 demonic beast. However, he actually used almost an hour to complete it. Then how did he manage to complete the second stage? Will there be any problems? I think it's possible too. There must be some unstable factors in the secret realm. If he's really that strong, he can definitely finish the first stage in 10 minutes. Elder Yang, what do you think? Yang Yuan frowned. He was also thinking about this problem. If Luo Tian was really strong, then why did the first stage take so long? Yang Yuan shook his head. I can't figure it out either. He looked at Manager Chen and asked, did anything happen during this kid's test? Phenomenon? Manager Chen thought for a long time and scratched his head. I don't know either. An elder suddenly thought of the situation in the first stage and said faintly, there was a sudden situation where all the demonic beasts were killed in the first stage of the secret realm. Does this have anything to do with him? Huh? This matter shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? Everyone wants to complete the mission in the shortest amount of time. Doesn't he want to? Who would be so bored as to kill so many demonic beasts? Yang Yuan once again fell into deep thought. After a long time, he muttered, we'll know tomorrow. The feeling this kid gives me is, he's not simple. Have you heard? Someone broke the record in the second stage. Even sect leader Bailey's record was broken. I heard about it too. This person is too powerful. Manpa of the Ba Huang Prefecture and Linshan Prefecture's Lin Ju are completely incomparable to him. It's too dazzling. However, why is his result in the first stage so far behind? Could there be something fishy about it? I think so too. If the sect leader has such a powerful talent, why didn't it appear at the beginning? He almost didn't pass the first stage. I think there must be something fishy about it. Public opinion was polarized. Many people were questioning Luo Tian's strength. There were also people who believed in Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian didn't care about these at all. He looked at the list of people who had passed the examination today, especially the Beast Taming Hall's examination. He saw a familiar name. Qin Yu, Luo Tian said excitedly in his heart. As expected, he participated in the examination, hee. His beast taming strength will definitely be able to enter the Beast Taming Hall's special examination. He was happy for Qin Yu. If he was thrown off the cliff, Qin Yu would definitely be chased out of the Ice Fire sect. He would definitely want to take revenge for him. It's better to meet him as soon as possible. Don't do anything stupid when the time comes. Luo Tian was still a little worried about Qin Yu. His personality was a little impulsive. He must have thought that Luo Tian was already dead, so he naturally entered the Ice Fire sect to take revenge on Siducheng. Before you meet me, try your best not to let anything happen to you. Luo Tian was secretly worried. Sis, have you heard? Luo Tian, that handsome brother is still alive, and, he broke the record set by the current sect master, too powerful, not only powerful, but also handsome, hee. Kai Yan happily ran to his sister's residence, incomparably excited, as if he was even more excited to be able to cultivate again. Ice Maiden was also startled, and said, really? She was also extremely shocked. According to Siducheng's personality, he would definitely kill Luo Tian and not let him live. However, Ice Maiden frowned and muttered, could it be someone with the same name? Kai Yan said, how can there be so many people with the same name in this world? It must be that handsome brother, he must be here to save us, hee, sis. Imagine, he suddenly descended on the Crimson Lotus Peak and domineeringly said in front of our master that these two girls are mine. Kai Yan's face was flushed red with infatuation. The scene in her mind made her drunk. She was incomparably blissful, as if it could be realized right away. Ice Maiden knocked her sister on the head with a broom and said, stop dreaming. Hurry up and sweep the floor. If you continue to be lazy, see how I'll deal with you. Kai Yan shrank back in pain and said, all right. Ice Maiden looked at the sky in a daze. In the depths of her heart, she really hoped that this wasn't someone with the same name. It was that Luo Tian, at the same time. She was secretly worried. If Siducheng knew about this, he would definitely find someone to deal with him. He definitely wouldn't let Luo Tian off so easily. If the news could reach Red Serpent Peak, it would naturally reach Siducheng's ears as well. Impossible. The two of us personally threw him down the cliff. No one can climb up from below, let alone leave alive. Senior brother, you know how terrifying that cliff is. Even if that kid had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Siducheng frowned, his face ugly. It must be someone with the same name. It must be. I think so too. That cliff abyss is too terrifying. I can feel the chill just standing on the edge. Also, there are screams of ghosts from time to time. There must be a monster down there. Another disciple asked, but what if it is the same person? Then this person is too terrifying. Moreover, when we saw him in Skylight City, he was covered in blood and chased thousands of people by himself. Who among us can do that? Also, Kai Yan and Kai Bing said that it was Luo Tian who killed the Lord of Skylight Prefecture. The Lord of Skylight Prefecture is stronger than any of us. How could a mere upper-grade Martial C cultivator kill him? The person who spoke was called Xiaoji. He was Siducheng's military counselor. He looked at Siducheng with a frown and said, Senior brother, we must take precautions against this. If he is really that strong, I suggest, we strike first to gain the upper hand and eliminate the source of trouble. Let's kill him before he passes the assessment. This way, we won't have to worry about the future. Siducheng's eyebrows twitched. What idea do you have? Xiaoji smiled coldly and said, tomorrow is the official assessment. In addition to the talent assessment, there will also be an arena competition. We can't tamper with the talent assessment. Even if he has the worst talent, he will still pass, so the arena competition is our chance. Manpa from 8 Desolation Prefecture and Lin Ju from Lin Mountain Prefecture both want to take the first place. We can help them a little and use them to eliminate Luo Tian. Sidu Chang's eyebrows relaxed as he looked at Xiao Ji and said, a military counselor is indeed a military counselor. I'll leave this matter to you. Here is a yuan exploding pill. After taking it, you can immediately increase your cultivation. You can give it to Lin Ju. Tell him to get rid of that bastard Luo Tian. Situ Chong didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. Even if Luo Tian broke the record, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Because Luo Tian was still not a disciple of the Ice Fire sect. He had the absolute advantage and could crush him to death in any way he wanted. Xiao Ji laughed excitedly. Don't worry, boss. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this matter. Hee. At night. Luo Tian was not idle. In the depths of the Icefire mountain range, he constantly hunted and killed demonic beasts. Situ Chang's strength should be at the upper level of the Qinghai realm. Based on cultivation strength alone, he was not absolutely sure. He still needed to level up. Increase the power of the Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Blade technique. The 6th step, hiss. Luo Tian's feet were frantically deflating. It was as if his cultivation had been scattered. He could not display the domineering aura of the Heavenly Dragon in his steps. It still doesn't work. Again. Luo Tian crazily cultivated once again. For the entire night, Luo Tian did not stop. He had finally touched the surface of the 6th step and the 6th blade. Early morning. The entrance of the Ice Fire sect was packed with people. These people were all people who had passed the examination yesterday, and everyone had an excited smile on their faces. At the same time, they were also discussing the historical record of the 2nd stage yesterday. Luo Tian carried a big black blade on his shoulder, and a monkey stood on top of the black blade. When Manpa saw Luo Tian, he immediately greeted him and said, "Brother, good morning." He didn't know Luo Tian's name. He didn't know that Luo Tian had broken the historical record. Luo Tian smiled and walked forward, saying, "Brother man." Lin Ju also didn't know Luo Tian's name. Seeing Luo Tian and Manpa walk in, he laughed disdainfully, and said, "I didn't expect you to really pass the examination. However, today is the official examination. You better not meet me, otherwise, hee. Lin Ju's face was filled with disdain. Manpa was very unhappy, and said, "Lin Ju, why are you so arrogant?" Compared to yesterday, Lin Ju was even more arrogant today, and the confidence in his eyes was very strong. Now, he didn't even put Manpa in his eyes. Lin Ju sneered, "Man Z, my only personality is arrogance. Do you have an innate demon body? Today, I will step on the innate demon body. Don't let me meet you on the stage. Otherwise, you better be careful." Lin Ju's confidence was bursting. Manpa was instantly enraged. Luo Tian pulled him back, and said, "Why lower yourself to the level of a dog? This kind of dog only likes to bark. If he really bites, he will be slapped to death with a single slap." Lin Ju was angry and coldly snorted, "Boy, who are you calling a dog?" Luo Tian pointed at Lin Ju's face and said, "You." Very arrogant. Manpa was stunned. He always thought that Luo Tian didn't have a temper. He didn't expect him to be so angry. Lin Ju's face became very ugly, and he said word by word, "Boy, I think you are tired of living." Luo Tian said, "I am tired of living. Come and kill me now." The muscles in the corner of Lin Ju's eyes twitched slightly, and his killing intent rose. At this time, a disciple beside him pulled him back and said, "Boss, don't do it here. Once you are found, you will be disqualified." Lin Ju's heart tightened, and he sneered, "Manpa, this is your dog? You want to anger me so that you can disqualify me? So you can get first place? Humph, I won't be fooled by you." Manpa was speechless. Lin Ju stared at Luo Tian and said, "Boy, if it was somewhere else, you would be a corpse now. But don't worry, you will definitely meet me. At that time I will trample you to death." Luo Tian smiled and said, "If it was somewhere else, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk." Manpa said, brother, don't lower yourself to his level. However, you have to be careful of Lin Ju from the Lin Mountain Prefecture. His divine ability is not simple. If you encounter him, you have to be careful. Luo Tian asked, what is it? Manpa said in a low voice, wood spike, the Lin family is born with wood attribute, and their cultivation method is also wood attribute. Wood spike is a spike that suddenly protrudes from the ground. It is crazier than steel. You won't even notice it. Wood spike? Luo Tian smiled and said, interesting, then it is mine. Manpa didn't hear clearly and said, what? Luo Tian smiled and said, nothing, I will be careful. Thank you brother man for reminding me. Manpa laughed and said, what are you talking about? Lin Ju is very arrogant, I don't like him. At this time, a few unfamiliar elders came from the mountain gate. Some people could see that these elders were not simple. Manager Chen found Luo Tian in the crowd and pointed at Luo Tian, Elder Yang, that is Luo Tian. Yang Yuan looked at Luo Tian in the crowd. Very normal, so normal that it was a bit abnormal. He smiled and said, what kind of miracle can you create today? Ice Fire Sect, the largest martial arts practice field in the outer sect. Line up in order. When the number is called, please come forward to test your talent, bloodline, and magical powers. Do you understand? The disciples who passed the first 2 rounds of assessment attracted the 3rd round of assessment. This was a test of talent, bloodline, divine ability, and cultivation method. This test could allow them to better understand a disciple, and also allow them to fully receive professional training. For example, beast tamers needed the ability to sense souls. Alchemists needed the ability to control souls. Blacksmiths needed the ability to control fire elements. And so on. Some people's ability to sense souls was not strong, battle power was not strong, and alchemy was not strong, but he could refine weapons and control fire elements. He could also pass the assessment and become a disciple of the refining hall. So, Ice Fire Sect did not miss out on any genius. As long as it was a talent, they would absorb. It was very different from the past. This time, there were more elders coming to observe the assessment than before. Even the High Elder of the War Martial Hall, Yang Yuan, had come. Those low elders were secretly shocked. Elder Yang is here. Is it for Manpa or Lin Ju of Lin Mountain Prefecture? Neither. It's for the disciple who broke the record yesterday. Didn't they say that there was a problem with the secret realm? I heard that the beasts that appeared in the secret realm were level 1 beasts, not level 3 beasts at all. This kind of person is just lucky. What's there to look forward to? That's right. If he could really break the record set by the sect master, would he be unknown? He would have been discovered long ago. Yes. The record of 4 minutes and 17 seconds was not something that anyone could break. At least, for these elders, they did not believe that a person in the sea-forming realm could break the record in 59 minutes. They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yang Yuan did not care about what others were talking about. He did not believe it in his heart. He could not test the secret realm because he could not enter the secret room that Luo Tian entered. He could not verify it. However, yesterday's assessment could not be verified. Today's assessment, he had to witness it with his own eyes. Only by witnessing it with his own eyes could he be sure. When he saw Luo Tian for the first time, there were no ripples in his heart. Luo Tian was a very ordinary warrior. This was his first impression. Looking again, it was still the same. However, he would not give up. He would always pay attention to Luo Tian. 6324, step forward. An elder read out a number. The young man walked to a black stone tablet, and condensed a drop of essence blood. Immediately after, he walked to another stone pillar and punched it with both fists. Finally, he gently placed his hand on a responsive elemental spirit stone. 3 seconds passed. The test results were out. Bloodline, none. Divine ability, none. Spiritual root, fire element, weak. 2-star combat power, weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Chen picked up the disciples' results from the first 2 rounds. The first round took 47 minutes. The second round took 58 minutes. Heavily injured. Overall score, failed. He had failed. That disciple hung his head dejectedly, and his expression was very ugly. Next. One disciple after another stepped forward to be tested. Luo Tian muttered, "A comprehensive test, it's quite professional. Chaos Realm is indeed Chaos Realm, it's different from other places." Luo Tian admired this kind of test. At the very least, he wouldn't miss out on any talents. Next. Number 3. The higher the number, the more extraordinary the identity was. They were all seated contestants. The number before 1000 was marked as a key disciple of the Icefire sect. Linju had a complacent look on his face as he walked forward like a proud peacock. A drop of essence blood fell, he punched out, and then placed his hand on it. Bloodline, fire refines wood, intermediate rank. Divine ability, wood spike. Spiritual root, wood element. Combat power, 4.5 stars. Overall strength, 8 stars. With excellent results, you can enter the final round of the examination. Manager Chen read out excitedly. The entire martial arts practice field was in an uproar. As expected of a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the Lin Mountain Prefecture. He is indeed extraordinary. Too powerful. Bloodline, divine ability, spiritual root, all of them are of intermediate rank. This is rare in the Icefire sect. With some training, he will definitely become a broken sea realm expert. At this moment, an elder of the war hall asked with a trembling voice, "Lin Ju, you don't need to go through the examination. We can accept you now. Are you willing?" Directly admitted, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Lin Ju was even more complacent. He hugged his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, elder, but I want to take the examination again. I will definitely get the best ranking to enter the war hall. I, Lin Ju, am strong." He was extremely proud. The elder laughed and said, "Okay, if you can fight for the top 5, I will give you a special reward." "Thank you, elder." Lin Ju's face was full of smiles. He glanced coldly at Manpa from the corner of his eyes. His eyes fell on Luo Tian, and his face was filled with contempt. Walking back to the team, he deliberately stopped in front of Luo Tian and sneered, "Trash, are you afraid?" "Ha ha ha." After saying that, he walked away. Manpa patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry about him, you can do it." Luo Tian smiled and did not say anything. A few minutes later. Next. Number 2, please step forward. At this moment, Manpa walked out. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him. He is Manpa? The monstrous genius of the Bahuang mansion, Manpa? So strong, his body is filled with explosive power. Innate demon physique is indeed extraordinary. A natural warrior. Yang Yuan also looked at Manpa seriously. He was slightly shocked and said, "Not bad, not bad, not bad at all." After saying "not bad" 3 times in a row, the surrounding elders were incomparably shocked. This was already the best praise Yang Yuan had given to a new disciple in the past few years. Manpa walked forward and dropped a drop of blood essence. Then he walked to the front of the stone pillar. With a shake of his arms, he punched it. The stone pillar buzzed. Finally, he walked to the side of the sensing spirit stone and gently placed his hand on it. The results came out very quickly. Blood vein, heavenly bear, high-grade blood vein. Sacred art, innate divine power, and there's also the power of the divine armor. Spirit root, non-battle strength 5 stars, full, overall score of 9 stars. As soon as his voice faded, the entire square suddenly fell silent. They couldn't say anything for a long time, because they were all shocked by Manpo's talent. Dual sacred art. It was an offensive divine power, a defensive divine armor, and a high-grade heavenly bear blood vein. This was simply a monstrous existence. Yang Yuan laughed excitedly, "Good boy." Luo Tian was also secretly shocked in his heart, and thought to himself, "Awesome, a natural tank, a natural warrior." If this was in the game, Manpa was definitely a super player, the target of all the big guilds. He was simply invincible. If he wanted to attack, he would attack. If he wanted to defend, he would defend. After a long time. What is a monster? This is a monster. Oh my god. How awesome is Manpa? No matter what price I have to pay, I have to get him. I have to get him. Elder Feng, our array engraving hall must have him. The alchemy hall also wants him. My beast taming hall also wants him. The elders of the halls started to fight over him with red faces and thick necks. No matter how much they had to pay, they had to get this guy. Manpa was simply too enviable. Not many people in the entire Icefire sect could match up to his monstrous talent, and he was the most talented disciple in the Icefire sect in the past 10 years. Suddenly, an elder of the War Martial Hall shouted, "Do you dare to fight with my War Martial Hall?" He is a natural warrior, so he is naturally a disciple of our War Martial Hall. If anyone dares to fight with me, I will fight them to the death. Humph. I don't care about the other disciples, but Manpa will definitely be snatched by my alchemy hall. Everyone was shocked. Only Lin Ju. His expression was ugly. He thought that although he wasn't born with a demon body, his talent was enough to suppress Manpa. He didn't expect that Manpo's talent was enough to crush him. However, killing intent flashed across Lin Ju's eyes as he thought to himself coldly, "Manpa, wait for me on the stage. I will definitely trample you under my feet in front of all the elders." Yesterday, he probably didn't dare to do this, but today, he had absolute confidence. At this moment. "Manpa, are you willing to come to my alchemy hall? As long as you nod your head, you can pass the examination right now and obtain our alchemy hall's endless resources. Even if you can't refine pills, we will still provide for you. There is no hall in the Icefire sect that can do this, unlimited pills." The elder of the alchemy hall said. Holy sh*T. Elder Feng, you're violating the sect rules. I'm willing to violate the sect rules for him, what can you do about it? Who can compare to me? Compared to the combined strength of the Icefire sect's halls, the alchemy hall wasn't the strongest. However, it was the wealthiest hall. They controlled 90% of the pills distributed by the entire Icefire sect. Only they could achieve an unlimited supply of medicinal pills. The elder from the war hall was furious, and he said, "Feng Chan, can you not mess around? He is clearly suited for our war martial hall." In the face of the alchemy hall's wealth, the war martial hall could not do anything about it. "Manpa, our war martial hall can give you the most professional training. Only the war martial hall can help you. Join our hall. Join our array carving hall, join." A fight was about to break out. Such a scene had never happened before. Manpa humbly said, "Thank you elders for your kindness. I also want to participate in the last round of the exam." Lin Ju smiled excitedly and relaxed. He thought to himself, "I was really afraid that you wouldn't participate in the last round. Since you're participating, then you'll tremble under my feet." Ha ha ha, actually. Manpa didn't want to participate in the last round. There was no point for him. However, that deadly sister of his must let him enter the top 3, or else the consequences would be. Manpa walked back to the group. He was neither happy nor sad, nor did he have any complacency. To be able to do this at this age was indeed commendable. Luo Tian looked at Manpa and said, "Brother Man is amazing." Manpa laughed foolishly, and said, "It's nothing." Next. The innate talent test continued. Number 3 Lin Ju, number 2 Manpa. According to the order of numbers, there should also be number 1, but number 1 did not appear. Luo Tian was also secretly suspicious, and said, "Brother Man, isn't there still number 1? Why didn't he come out?" Manpa was startled, he looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster, and said, "You don't even know the number 1 genius of the Martial Sea area, Situ Hong? Huh?" Luo Tian was slightly startled, shook his head, and said, "I'm new." Manpa said, "This guy doesn't need to take the test, he directly passed, and I heard that the internal test has been conducted on him, with a comprehensive score of 10 stars, saying that I'm strong, but in fact, he's at least twice as strong as me. I've only seen him once, and he's very strong, I can't even take 10 moves from him." Manpo's innate talent was already a monstrous existence. However, there was actually a super genius who didn't need any tests. Moreover, the reason why he didn't take the test was because the Ice Fire sect protected him from assassinations by other sections. Luo Tian didn't feel anything else. But there was one thing, his surname, Situ, Hong, that must be related to Situ Chong in some way. If that was the case, Luo Tian's eyes slightly tightened. At this moment. Next, 9527, please step out. Luo Tian regained his composure and shouted, here. As soon as his voice faded. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the entire audience burst into laughter. Where did this joker come from? He still hasn't arrived. Does he think this is a roll call to collect his monthly allowance? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. One look and you can tell that he's a country bumpkin. This kind of person, this kind of number is at most a soy sauce. Brat, it's better not to embarrass yourself. Go home and farm, ha ha ha. Silence. When Manager Chen saw Luo Tian, his voice immediately shook. The surroundings quickly quietened down. Luo Tian didn't mind, because he ignored it. They didn't even have the qualifications to be despised by Luo Tian. As for ridicule, they didn't even have the qualifications to ridicule him. Luo Tian walked forward, and a drop of blood essence fell. Then. He walked in front of the stone pillar and moved his feet slightly. The heavenly dragon steps activated slightly, and then his fist was like a blade as he punched down. The last item was to hold the sensing spirit stone in his palm. 3 seconds later. Bloodline. Manager Chen looked at the changes on the black stone. For some reason, it couldn't be displayed. There was a dragon, a tiger, a soaring vermilion bird, and a roaring black tortoise. He couldn't tell at all. Strange, strange. Manager Chen's heart sank as he thought to himself, what's going on? It was also at this moment. The shadows on the stone tablet disappeared. Manager Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He exhaled and said, bloodline, none. Sacred art, none. Spirit root, water, fire, wood, spirit, earth. Manager Chen's scalp went numb as he read out a total of 18 attributes. Moreover, this was because the sensing spirit stone was not comprehensive enough. Otherwise, there would be more. The surrounding people all had stiff expressions on their faces. What's going on? What the hell? Is there such a spirit root attribute? F***CK. What spirit root attribute? This is just a trash spirit root. It has all of them, but they are all useless. If this isn't a trash spirit root, then what is? 18 attribute spiritual roots. This, Manager Chen was a little speechless. He looked at the senior elder Yang Yuan. He didn't know how to explain this kind of spiritual roots. Moreover, he didn't know of the existence of 18 attribute spiritual roots. After a long time, Yang Yuan spat out 3 words, heavenly spiritual roots. His voice shook and the entire martial arts practice field quieted down. Yang Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Luo Tian and said seriously, I didn't expect it to be the legendary heavenly spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root is only owned by the Hongmeng divine ancestor, Shi Huang. I didn't expect, Yang Yuan's voice moved. His expression also became slightly excited. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't know what a heavenly spiritual root was, but seeing Yang Yuan's excitement, they began to envy him. The disdain and ridicule disappeared completely and was replaced by congratulations. At this time, another elder walked out from the group of elders. He was also a senior elder of the War Martial Hall and the deputy hall master of the War Martial Hall, Tong Chong. Tong Chong looked at Luo Tian and said, the heavenly spiritual root is indeed owned by the Hongmeng divine ancestor, Shi Huang, but not to mention the Martial Sea region, even in the entire Chaos world, or even the entire 10 Directions universe, there isn't a martial art that is completely suitable for him. No cultivation system is suitable for him, and no auxiliary profession is suitable for him. The heavenly spiritual root is domineering and scary, but, other than being domineering and scary, there is nothing good about it. It can be said that it's worse than a trash grade 1 spiritual root. You know everything, but you can't be good at everything. This was the drawback of the heavenly spiritual route. Moreover, this kind of spiritual route could cultivate any elemental cultivation method, but to reach the peak and display the full power of the cultivation method, it couldn't do it. It was the same for cultivation. You majored in water? Fire? Metal? Or something else? There was no way. You could cultivate everything, but you couldn't take care of all the attributes. Even if you could you raise all the attributes to the strongest point? No. As soon as Tong Chong's voice fell, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. They looked at Yang Yuan and then at Tong Chong. For a moment, they didn't know whether Luo Tian's celestial spiritual route was good or bad. Luo Tian was also at a loss. What heavenly spirit route? Tong Chong looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, your celestial spiritual route can only scare people. It's useless. Also, Tong Chong looked at the elders of the War Martial Hall and reminded them, this kind of person is not suitable for our War Martial Hall. We don't have that many cultivation resources to waste on him. The meaning behind his words was clear. The War Martial Hall must not accept Luo Tian. The elders tensed up and nodded lightly, understood. At this moment, everyone exhaled and laughed disdainfully. I thought it would be an awesome spiritual route, but it turns out to be a trash spiritual route. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A spiritual route that scares people. This is the first time I've heard of such a spiritual route. What kind of spiritual route is this? The mocking laughter that had just disappeared returned. And it was always those few people who were laughing loudly, leading the rhythm of the other people in the square. Luo Tian looked at them and remembered it in his heart. It was also at this moment. Manager Chen glanced at Tong Chong, then looked at Yang Yuan, and finally said, 95-27, the first round took 59 minutes, the second round took 4 minutes and 17 seconds, no bloodline, no supernatural power, heavenly spirit route, comprehensive strength of 5 stars. Qualified, you can enter the 4th round of selection. The assessment standard was 5 stars. If Luo Tian had not broken the record of 4 minutes and 17 seconds in the second round, he would have been eliminated. As soon as Manager Chen finished speaking, everyone was shocked. They stared at Luo Tian in a daze. 4 minutes and 17 seconds? He's the evildoer from yesterday? The person who broke the sect master's record? How is that possible? With his talent, it's impossible for him to break the sect master's record. Yesterday, I still had doubts and thought that something was wrong with the mystic realm. Now, I don't even need to think to know that something is wrong with the mystic realm. How can such a trash break the record? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Kid, how did you cheat? Haha. Kid, teach me. The first round took 59 minutes, the second round took 4 minutes. Teach me, ha ha ha. Many people were laughing at Luo Tian. They felt that he must have cheated. Lin Ju narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Tian, who was expressionless in the face of these mockery. He laughed sinisterly and said in his heart, I thought it was a strong person, but it turns out to be this trash. Cripple him? That's too easy. After confirming Luo Tian's identity, Lin Ju looked down on him even more. He would be able to complete the task that Situ Chong asked him to do easily. This was simply giving him a Yuan explosion pill for free. Moreover, if he could build a relationship with Situ Chong in the War Martial Hall, it was equivalent to walking on a broad road, which was equivalent to having a strong backer. Lin Ju was extremely proud. Luo Tian walked back to the team. Man Po's face was full of excitement. He looked at Luo Tian and said, so you are Luo Tian. I have been thinking for a whole night. Who could kill 3 third-level demon beasts in such a short time in the sea-forming realm? So it is you. Brother Luo, you are really powerful. Luo Tian smiled and said, I cheated. Manpa said, what cheating? Others may not know, but I know. There is absolutely no cheating in the secret realm. If you can cheat, why can't other disciples cheat, but you can? People who talk about cheating are jealous of you. Luo Tian smiled. He didn't care about these mockery at all. Moreover, he came to the Ice-Fire sect for Situ Chong. Then there were the 2 girls, Ice and Fire. They swallowed the cultivation scattering pill for him. If it could restore their cultivation, then he could leave here. Manpa looked at Luo Tian and said, I really want to know how you did it. But others may look down on you, but I, Man Zi, will also look up to you. I dare to use my head to guarantee that you did not cheat. He believed in Luo Tian. He also believed that the secret realm of the ice fire sect would not be wrong. Manpa said, in the 4th round, I really hope to meet you. He released a strong fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was because he wanted to compete with Luo Tian, because he wanted to know Luo Tian's strength. He was a warmonger. When he saw someone stronger than him, he couldn't help but want to exchange pointers. Luo Tian also knew that Manpa didn't have any evil intentions. He said, if I can meet you, I also want to experience Brother Man's magical power. 2 hours later. The talent assessment was over. The 4th round began. Sister, hurry up. The arena battle is about to begin. Let's go quickly. We'll definitely be able to see handsome brother sweep away everyone. Kai Yan pulled her sister and jogged. Their cultivation had been crippled, and their dantian was still in pain. They were even worse than ordinary people. After running for a short while, they were already panting. Kai Yan said angrily, it's all that wicked Ming Huan's fault. She actually asked us to clean up the entire Crimson Serpent Hall. It hasn't even been 2 days. She's deliberately making things difficult for us. Kai Bing's face was red as she said, we escaped like this. If Master finds out, Master won't find out. I saw Master also going to the assessment site. She probably wants to select a few female disciples. There aren't many female disciples in the assessment at the War Hall. She definitely won't go. Besides, we're now slaves, servants. How would she pay attention to us? Kai Yan was a little indignant. Kai Bing's voice sank as she said, you're not allowed to complain to Master in the future. She's our savior. If it wasn't for her, we would have died at the hands of the Shrouded Heaven Mansion's evil disciples. No matter what Crimson Serpent Fairy did to them, Kai Bing would never resent her. Even if her cultivation was gone and she was reduced to a slave, there wasn't the slightest bit of resentment in her heart. Because she remembered Master's kindness in her heart. Kai Yan stuck out her little tongue and said, okay, I won't say any more. Sister, hurry up. If you're late, the arena battle will be over. The 2 girls ran all the way from Crimson Serpent Peak. They were panting and sweating profusely just to catch a glimpse of Luo Tian. They both wanted to know how Luo Tian was doing now. Somewhere in the War Hall. Situ Chang's eyes slightly trembled. It's finally the 4th round of the arena battle. Luo Tian, let's see how you'll die in the arena today. Last time, you didn't die after being thrown off the cliff. This time, you've delivered yourself to me. Let's see how you'll survive today. The corner of Xiao Zhi's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, Boss, everything has been arranged. Just wait for the show. Oh right. I just received news that Brother Hong has been secretly summoned by the Inner Sect's Great Elder to discuss some matters. It seems that he'll definitely become the Great Elder's true disciple. Situ Hong. Situ Chong's younger brother, Situ Chong smiled proudly. My brother's talent is the best in the history of our Situ Mansion. Once his talent is announced, it will definitely shock the entire Marshalsea region. A true disciple is definitely a must. Situ Chong was very proud of his younger brother. Furthermore, no one could stop Situ Hong's footsteps. No one, on the training field. Manager Chen entered the serial numbers of all the people who passed the test into the screen and randomly matched them. Take advantage of this time. Manpa whispered to Luo Tian, Brother Luo, you have to be very careful. Someone wants to kill you. Xiaozhi looked for Lin Ju, and he also looked for him. However, Xiaozhi's face was covered, so he didn't know who it was. Luo Tian was shocked. You want to kill me? Xiaochen immediately thought of Situ Chong. He smiled coldly in his heart and thought to himself, already unable to hold back and make a move, Manpa asked, did you offend someone? Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything, shook his head, and said, I just came to the Ice Fire sect, how could I offend anyone? Manpa said, that's strange, then why would someone want to harm you? Last night, that person even came to find me and asked me to make a move on you in the arena. I didn't agree. Yesterday, I didn't know that your name was Luo Tian. I had always wanted to fight with you openly, but I didn't expect. It's actually you, hee hee. Manpa laughed foolishly. In short, you have to be careful. Luo Tian said, thank you for your reminder, brother man. I will definitely be careful. Kill me? Call him over and see how I kill him. Killing intent rose in Luo Tian's heart. The list of matches was quickly displayed. At this moment, Manager Chen also walked onto the stage and said, in a martial arts competition, don't go too far. You must not take anyone's life. Also, the winner will enter the next round, and the loser will be eliminated. As soon as he finished, Lin Ju suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Elder, what if some trash is looking for death? Manager Chen frowned. Lin Ju glanced at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes, and said, what I mean is, what if you hit too hard and kill some trash? Manager Chen looked at Tong Chong. Tong Chong smiled faintly, and said, in the path of martial arts, the winner is the king. Since it's a spar, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. Yang Yuan's brows furrowed. Lin Ju immediately laughed, and said, thank you for your explanation, elder. This disciple understands. When he walked back to the group, Lin Ju looked at Luo Tian, revealing a cold smile, and said, trash, just you wait, obediently wait for me. Watch how I trample you to death under my feet. Manpa was unhappy. Just as he was about to stop him, Luo Tian suddenly walked out and said, can I ask you 2 questions? When Manager Chen saw that it was Luo Tian, he restrained his temper and asked, what questions do you have? Luo Tian said, first, I want to know if getting first place in the arena battle will give me the right to choose to enter the hall. Luo Tian immediately said, it's any hall. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A piece of trash like you wants to get first place? Are you out of your mind? Brat, take a piss and take a good look at yourself. What kind of virtue is this? Everyone was laughing at Luo Tian for overestimating himself. Asking such a question, was this a question that someone of his status and qualifications should ask? He didn't have the qualifications at all. Manager Chen slightly said, that's right, any hall, as long as you get first place, you have the right to choose. No one can interfere with you. This is the sect rule issued by the Icefire sect's ancestor. Luo Tian nodded and said, understood. Second question. Luo Tian didn't care that others were laughing at him, because he would deal with them one by one, and said, may I ask, can I issue a challenge in the arena battle? Manager Chen didn't understand, and said, you mean? Luo Tian explained, challenge by name, before the arena battle, a battle first. Manager Chen's gaze tightened. He didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do, and couldn't help but look at the 2 senior elders Tong Chong and Yang Yuan. Tong Chong nodded. Yang Yuan frowned, what is this brat trying to do? Manager Chen hesitated for a few seconds, and said, yes. Luo Tian smiled, and said, thank you. Just when everyone thought that Luo Tian's question was over, Luo Tian suddenly turned around, moved his finger, and pointed at Lin Ju in the crowd, and said, now. I want to challenge you. Lin Ju, do you dare to accept the challenge? I'll beat you by name. End of chapter 2054. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.